A young man, his face bearing the marks of a recent struggle, walked through the rain, his footsteps echoing on the wet pavement, each step heavy with unspoken weariness. He ascended a staircase, the rain continuing its relentless downpour. The rhythmic patter a counterpoint to the man's internal turmoil. As elevator doors opened on the 7th floor, his eyes, dark and intense, reflected a grim determination as he stepped inside. The unnamed protagonist, arriving at his apartment door, noticed a shadowy figure disappearing down the hallway. He paused, a mixture of determination and wariness etched on his face, his mind racing. Who is that? He wondered, noting that he'd never seen anyone like that on his floor before. He reached for his door handle, his thoughts still preoccupied with the stranger. A sudden, intense close-up revealed the stranger's face, his eyes filled with a chilling intensity. The protagonist, now inside his apartment, sat down heavily, his back to the viewer, clearly shaken by the encounter. Detective Shin Hae-soo, along with 2 colleagues, sat at a table laden with food and drinks, the atmosphere jovial. A palpable tension hung in the air as Hae-soo nervously gulped down his drink. The panel shows the name of the detective, Homicide Detective Shin Hae-soo. Hae-soo, attempting to lighten the mood, suggested to his friends that they have a nice drink to celebrate his recent promotion. His friend, Dong Namcheol, enthusiastically agreed, announcing that the drinks were on him. The group toasted to Namcheol's generosity and Hae-soo's promotion. Hae-soo continued to drink, seemingly lost in thought, as a mysterious figure approached from behind. The figure was revealed to be Hwang Jang-soo, Hae-soo's high school friend, who expressed surprise at the unexpected encounter. Hwang Jang-soo, a man with a serious expression, sat nursing a drink. He explained to his companion that his presence was solely due to their mutual acquaintance. A high school friend with whom he'd shared a close bond, so close they were known as twins. Their friendship had faded after graduation, but recently, Jang-soo learned that his old friend had left boxing and was now rumored to be involved in gang activity. Jang-soo, visibly uncomfortable, stated that he doesn't associate with gangsters. His eyes narrowed, reflecting his internal conflict. However, he acknowledged that a gangster socializing with a police officer is inappropriate. But he felt compelled to intervene due to information he'd received. Dong Namcheol, generous as ever, paid for the celebratory drinks, insisting that he wouldn't charge his friend's interest. He vehemently declared that he wouldn't accept money from a gangster, even if he were starving. Hwang Jang-soo's eyes narrowed, a conflicted expression clouding his features. His silence spoke volumes as he abruptly announced his departure. Alone, Dong Namcheol slumped over the table, muttering frustrated curses. The unexpected encounter with his high school friend had clearly left him shaken. The scene shifted to show Dong Namcheol and his friends enjoying a meal together. A casual conversation ensued. A seemingly innocuous question about his living situation sparked a defensive retort. "How's that any of your business?" Dong Namcheol's high school friend, now involved in gang activity, taunted him, questioning his financial stability and implying that he lives in a cramped house with his girlfriend. Namcheol, taken aback, retorted, asking how his friend knew about his financial struggles. His friend scoffed, claiming that at their age, their houses wouldn't be large, and that a recent graduate wouldn't have a fancy house. The friend then revealed that Namcheol's nickname among detectives was the detective who specializes in excessive suppression, implying a certain ruthlessness in his work. He continued, stating that Namcheol was thousands overdue on his settlement and lived on a daily salary cut, offering to help him out. Namcheol's friend then scornfully declared that there's nothing dirtier than a gangster's money, emphasizing the unsavory nature of his own income. Namcheol defended himself, stating that he never got into trouble in high school and hasn't since, showcasing his pride. His friend concluded by saying that after 7 years of socializing, it's time for Namcheol to figure out his life's purpose, implying that his current situation is unsatisfactory. A high school friend confronts Dong Namcheol, stating that Cheon is too good for him. The friend continues, addressing Dong Namcheol directly and warning him to be careful. He explains that a man who has committed many sins won't be let off by a detective. The friend emphasizes that this particular detective knows everything. He reveals that the detective's success in the police force was due to his father's backing, and that he was promoted after getting the best score. The friend concludes that because there is no evidence, the detective won't act against him, and that rushing him would only cause the friend to suffer. The friend reflects on a past incident where a female police officer was sexually harassed, and only she was disciplined. Dong Namcheol was confronted, a hand was placed on his shoulder, and he was addressed by name. His face contorted in anger, he muttered about a bastard who dared. The scene shifted to Dong Namcheol outside a building at night, smoking a cigarette. He continued to smoke, a thoughtful expression on his face. He revealed that 12 years ago, after his father's murder was ruled a suicide, he became a police officer to find the culprit. He stood tall and resolute, his determination clear. He was then told that he was called for a chauffeuring job. He responded affirmatively, and was complimented on his quick arrival. Dong Namcheol's car sped through the rain-slicked streets, the headlights cutting through the downpour as he sat lost in thought. A picture of a young woman adorned his dashboard. A voice, seemingly from outside the car, commented, "It must be your wife, right?" Namcheol smiled faintly, correcting, "My girlfriend." His gaze lingering on the image. He murmured to himself, "She's pretty. She has a slender waist too." The unseen voice scoffed, "What a fucking shame for the girl, Kiki. Her boyfriend looks like a retard." Namcheol's eyes snapped open, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. "What?" He quickly composed himself, responding with a nervous chuckle, "Huh? I didn't say anything. Ha ha." Dong Namcheol drove through the rain-slicked streets. A passenger in the car made a suggestive comment about Namcheol's girlfriend, causing Namcheol's eyes to flash with anger. He ordered the driver to stop the car. But the driver ignored him, continuing to speed down the highway. Namcheol, enraged, forcefully stopped the car, injuring the driver. The car skidded to a halt near a highway barrier. Namcheol then commanded the driver to get out of the vehicle. The driver, shaken and injured, slowly exited the car, facing Namcheol's furious gaze. The driver, soaked to the bone in the downpour, muttered yeah, as he attempted to leave the scene. Dong Namcheol, his face contorted in rage, retorted, "Ha, you fucker." The driver, shivering in the cold rain, complained, "It's raining, why the fuck did you tell me to get out?" Dong Namcheol, despite his anger, offered a twisted form of appeasement, "Ha, while I'm still being nice, apologize, and we can go our own ways." But the driver, ignoring the offer, pulled out a knife, threatening, "You're going to die anyway, you motherfucker." Seeing the knife, Dong Namcheol's eyes widened in shock. A knife. In a blur of motion, Dong Namcheol reacted swiftly, delivering a powerful blow. The impact sending the driver reeling backward. Dong Namcheol, enraged, vowed to subdue whoever stood before him, delivering a swift, brutal blow that sent his opponent sprawling, leaving him bleeding profusely on the rain-slicked street. Moments earlier, Dong Namcheol had confronted a knife-wielding assailant, disarming him with a decisive move. But the encounter left him wary, his expression grim. He noticed another figure lying injured nearby, muttering a curse. Dong Namcheol's gaze fell upon the fallen man, a mixture of concern and annoyance clouding his features. He questioned the unfortunate timing of the man's collapse. The rain fell heavily as Dong Namcheol stood over a fallen figure, the question dead, hanging in the air. His face etched with grim determination. He appeared weary but resolute, the aftermath of a recent struggle evident in his posture. Namcheol reached into his pocket and pulled out his phone, his fingers quickly dialing 119. Then, he proceeded to dial another number, a private contact. A look of intense anxiety crossing his features as he waited for an answer. "Who is it?" he muttered to himself. The voice on the other end of the line identified himself as being from the Pal chauffeur service. Namcheol, despite the service's lateness, inquired about their location. A sudden, unexpected event unfolded, leaving Dong Namcheol speechless. As he frantically reached for his phone, his face etched with worry. and urgently contacted emergency services and a private contact for transport. He muttered a desperate hello into the receiver. Meanwhile, another individual, lying on the ground, reacted with anger and confusion, questioning, "Who is this bastard?" Dong Namcheol, lying injured on the rain-slicked pavement, reflected on the events that transpired. He mused that a chauffeur would never carry a knife. Lately, there had been a string of crimes where people posing as chauffeurs robbed drunk individuals of their valuables. He wondered if he had simply been unlucky enough to fall victim to their trap. Namcheol's face was etched with grim determination as he considered his options. He reached for his phone, the rain blurring his vision as he dialed for help and a private contact for transport. He noted the lack of witnesses or cameras at the scene. This meant he didn't need to worry about bloodstains. A conflict brewed within him. Should he hide or report the incident? He weighed the risks and responsibilities of his job as a police officer, ultimately deciding that he should leave the scene first, before considering his next course of action. Dong Namcheol's face, contorted in a mixture of grief and rage, reflected his inner turmoil. His thoughts, a torrent of conflicting emotions, centered on a single, burning question: what about my father's murderer? He frantically looked around, the rain blurring his vision as he considered his options. The immediate aftermath of the violent confrontation left him vulnerable and uncertain. His anxious gaze scanned the surroundings, a single, pressing thought dominating his mind: did someone see it? The heavy rain and lack of streetlights offered a degree of concealment, but the uncertainty gnawed at him. He concluded, with no streetlights and such heavy rain, no one could have seen. Namcheol wrestled with the grim task ahead. The body lay before him, a stark reminder of his actions. His internal monologue revealed his grim considerations: bury him? Or should I throw him in the sea? But without a shovel, it'll take a long time to bury him. He paused, a chilling calculation forming in his mind. The need for a solid alibi overshadowed any lingering moral qualms. His thoughts hardened, just in case, to make a proper alibi. Despite his actions, a wave of self-doubt washed over him. The weight of his deed pressed heavily on his conscience. He muttered to himself, even if this guy was a criminal who tried to kill me. The stark reality of the situation hit him with brutal force. He had killed a man. His confession, a grim acceptance of his fate, echoed in his mind: it's obvious that I punched him to death. Dong Namcheol, under arrest, contemplates his predicament. He thinks, if I turn myself in, they'll strip me of my position. At most, I'd be free after spending a few years in prison. But if he hides this murder? He questions his own moral standing. Would he still be qualified to pursue his father's murderer? Under the stormy night sky, Dong Namcheol dials emergency services. He says, "Hello, this is 119. He reports, yes, a person is injured here. The location. Alone in the rain, Dong Namcheol sits, phone in hand, his face etched with worry and exhaustion. He lets out a pained groan. A man, standing in the rain, ended a phone call. He muttered, what? He continued, let's break up. A woman, lying on a couch, responded incredulously, what do you mean? She questioned, did Appa tell you? The man, still in the rain, looked down, his expression unreadable. The woman asked, Appa? The man responded, shit, you've talked to him before. The woman, still on the phone, pleaded, don't tell me it's Dong Namcheol. She pressed further, are you saying you don't know him? A woman, speaking on her phone, scornfully compared her current partner to another man. He's different from you, she stated, he doesn't obsess over police work like you and earns way more money. Under a downpour, a man on a phone call ended his relationship. Let's break up, he said, his voice firm despite the rain. He lit a cigarette, the flame momentarily illuminating his grim expression. His face, etched with a mixture of anger and resignation, was partially obscured by the smoke. He was suddenly attacked from behind, falling to the ground. The impact left him dazed. A speech bubble above him read, a concussion? He thought, why didn't I think of that? Dong Namcheol, injured and bleeding, collapses in the rain. Above him, a voice cries out, "Don't die on me." He lies there, vulnerable and helpless. As the rain washes away the blood, a concerned figure rushes to his side, pleading, "Please don't die." Meanwhile, paramedics arrive on the scene, but are held back by a distraught Dong Namcheol, who shouts, "Please move away." He remains steadfast, refusing assistance as he watches the paramedics struggle to reach him. The rain continues to fall, reflecting the somber mood. A doctor reported that while Dong Namcheol's life was not in danger, he had suffered minor brain damage, requiring observation to monitor his progress. Shin Hae-soo was then urged to leave. Shin Hae-soo, accompanied by another man, departed the hospital. A court announcement declared that Shin Hae-soo was sentenced to 3 years in prison for assault resulting in death. The verdict led to Shin Hae-soo's dismissal as a police officer. Escorted by 2 officers, Shin Hae-soo walked away, his future uncertain. Despair awaited him. The scene shifted to a prison, a stark symbol of Shin Hae-soo's new reality. Guards escorted Shin Hae-soo through a prison corridor. A voice whispered, "Oh my, who's this?" A prisoner, peering through bars, recognized him. "Aren't you Detective Shin Hae-soo?" The prisoner continued, "Wow, it's the same detective who punched out 8 of my teeth. Nice to see you." As the guards led Hae-soo away, the prisoner recalled past grievances. "When I was fat, you broke my right arm so badly it went numb." He added, "He broke my nose so hard I still can't smell anything." A guard instructed Hae-soo, "Go inside." Hae-soo entered a prison cell where several inmates sat on the floor, observing him with a mixture of curiosity and apprehension. Hae-soo's perspective shifted to a low angle, emphasizing his isolation and vulnerability within the cell. The sun sets, casting an orange glow over the prison walls. Shin Hae-soo, carrying several bags, walks through the prison yard. A fellow inmate approaches him, exclaiming, "Detective, never thought I'd see you here." Hae-soo responds with a chilling laugh, "Do you remember me? Ha ha ha." Hae-soo enters the prison block, where other inmates eye him with suspicion. One inmate asks, "Taste?" Hae-soo turns, his eyes glinting with a dangerous light. As other inmates whisper amongst themselves, their fear palpable. 2 inmates warn him, his eyes. "Do you still think you're the big shot? You'll get fucked if you punch someone here." A fellow inmate, his face contorted in rage, screamed, "Kill him." The command sparked a chaotic melee. Several inmates lunged at Shin Hae-soo. But Hae-soo, with a cold, calculating gaze, met their assault with brutal efficiency, easily dodging and countering each blow with swift, precise movements, sending his attackers sprawling with a series of devastating strikes. Blood splattered across his face. Hae-soo stood amidst the fallen, his expression grim, a trickle of blood staining his cheek. He muttered, "You bastard." Another inmate charged, but Hae-soo reacted instantly, delivering a final, bone-jarring blow that sent the man crashing to the ground, unconscious. Shin Hae-soo, bloodied but unbowed, continued his brutal assault, his movements a whirlwind of calculated violence. Each strike a testament to his unwavering resolve. He wondered, how did it come to this, as he fought back against the relentless onslaught? But his grim determination only hardened with each blow he landed. He sent one attacker sprawling, then another, his body a weapon of pure, brutal efficiency. The fight was a blur of motion, a desperate struggle for survival against overwhelming odds. He thought, "Is this how it's going to end?" as he braced himself for the final blow. But with a final surge of adrenaline, he unleashed a devastating counterattack, crushing his opponent's hand with a sickening crunch, leaving him broken and defeated. The blood splattered across the floor marked the end of the brutal encounter. Shin Hae-soo, bloodied but unbowed, endured a brutal attack, his body taking the full force of a crushing blow. His attacker, enraged, shouted, "Ah, fuck, I don't care anymore." Despite his injuries, Hae-soo's opponent stumbled, his body weakened by the fight. Hae-soo, seizing the opportunity, unleashed a devastating counterattack. The impact sent his foe reeling, leaving him momentarily incapacitated. Not yet. Heisu, despite his grievous wounds, refused to yield. It's not over yet. Suddenly, a downpour began, catching Heisu off guard. Huh? What the hell? The rain fell heavily as Heisu looked up, questioning the sudden change in weather. Rain? A knife appeared before Shin Heisu, the rain beginning to fall. He looked up, surprised. As he recalled a past event, it's that day. I don't know what happened, he thought. But it was the day he fell into an abyss. Shin Heisu stood alone in the rain, his face etched with the pain of a traumatic memory. He clutched at his chest. A flashback of a brutal attack overwhelming him. He cried out, "No!" As images of violence intensified, showing a figure stabbing him repeatedly. Blood splattering across his shirt as he fell to the ground. His body collapsing in a heap. The attacker stood over him, victorious. The flashback ended, leaving Heisu gasping for breath on the rain-slicked pavement. He muttered, "Fuck. How can this be?" He struggled to his feet, his body racked with pain and confusion. He groaned, "Arg." A man, his face contorted in pain, was being held by Shin Heisu, a senior police officer. Heisu stated that it was self-defense, given the man had pulled a knife first. The man, confused and disoriented, questioned what Heisu was talking about. Heisu responded that he could use excessive force on him, and proceeded to subdue the man with a swift, powerful strike. Heisu then reported the incident as a special assault case, stating his location. After subduing the assailant, Heisu made a phone call while the man lay injured on the ground. The assailant, realizing Heisu was a police officer, cursed his misfortune. The man pleaded with Heisu to uncuff him, but Heisu remained firm, warning him of the consequences. As the rain continued to fall, another person approached, asking what was going on. Dong Namcheol, his eyes glowing with an unnatural red light, stared at a shadowy figure looming behind him. He muttered to himself, "It's all too clear for it to be a dream." He then contacted 88 Driver Service, reporting his location. The dispatcher responded, "Hello, this is 88 Driver Service. I was a little late, but I don't see you at the location. Where are you?" Confused, Dong Namcheol looked around, his expression shifting to one of growing unease. He was alone, except for a faint, blurry figure in the distance. Suddenly, he was thrown violently to the ground by an unseen force. He landed hard, the impact jarring him. Gasping for breath, he looked up, his face a mask of shock and confusion. "What the hell is happening?" he exclaimed. A moment of quiet reflection followed, as he considered the events unfolding around him. His thoughts turned to a higher power, a glimmer of hope emerging from the chaos. He thought, "Has a god given me another chance out of pity?" He picked up his phone again, seemingly determined to continue his call despite the strange events. Dong Namcheol received a phone call. "Yes, what's up?" he answered. Only to hear the devastating words, "Let's break up." Confused, he questioned, "Huh? Why now? Did Da tell you?" His ex-partner responded, "Yep, it was nice while it lasted. I'll move out tomorrow." The scene shifts to a rainy street, where Dong Namcheol walks away from a blurry figure running in the opposite direction. A police car's lights flashing in the background. The case was passed on to the detectives in the jurisdiction. And Dong Namcheol was freed as it was deemed self-defense. The evidence came from the driver's belongings. A detective, suspicious of the circumstances, initiated a search of the driver's home and discovered the belongings of the murderer's victims. Among the possessions, they found a diary titled Hunting, containing a detailed plan describing how he intended to approach Dong Namcheol and the weapons he planned to use. His initial plan was to kill Dong Namcheol after stopping his car. Then follow the navigation to his house and murder his girlfriend. Unfortunately for the murderer, he encountered Dong Namcheol before he could carry out his plan, resulting in his arrest without even getting to use his knife. The capture of this serial killer, whose case had gone cold, was a significant development. Online comments followed the news of the arrest, with some questioning the excessive force used by Dong Namcheol. Dong Namcheol received an award in lieu of a promotion, and his 3-month pay cut was cancelled due to the excessive force used during his apprehension of the serial killer. His colleagues discussed his actions, noting that while he effectively apprehended criminals, his methods were excessively brutal. They pointed out that he didn't just subdue criminals, he beat them to a pulp. One colleague remarked that if Dong Namcheol hadn't been so violent, he would already be chief. Dong Namcheol, smiling, accepted a cup of coffee from a colleague. He appeared pleased with the outcome, despite the lack of a formal promotion. He reflected on the events, glad that his actions weren't deemed excessive force. His colleagues expressed their amazement at his ability to take down a serial killer, acknowledging his exceptional strength. Dong Namcheol sat alone, sipping from a disposable cup. He reflected on the day's events, a quiet contentment settling over him. Considering the unexpected turn of events, he pulled out his wallet, examining the lottery ticket. A newfound resolve hardening his gaze. "I'll do my best," he vowed silently. A news report announced the winners of the 1004th Daehan Bank lottery. The numbers were displayed on screen. Dong Namcheol, at a restaurant, looked at his lottery ticket with a hopeful expression. He quietly wished to settle his debts. He checked the winning numbers on his phone, comparing them to the numbers on the television screen. A look of disbelief washing over him as he realized his numbers matched. "Shit," he exclaimed, his voice barely a whisper. Dong Namcheol, still reeling from his lottery win, meticulously reviewed the numbers and committed them to memory. "All right, memorized it all," he muttered to himself. Later, at a restaurant, he clasped his hands together and silently prayed. "Please. Just once more," he pleaded internally. His silent prayer was a desperate wish, "I want to go back." He longed for a return to the past. A nearby woman, noticing his fervent prayer, asked, "Did someone die? Why are you praying all of a sudden?" He explained, "I prayed more sincerely than I have ever had, yet nothing happened." His desperate attempt to alter his past had failed. Elsewhere, Shin Hae-soo received a summons. "Hae-soo, the chief wants to see you," the message stated. Hae-soo, startled by the unexpected call, turned to look in the direction of the voice. Shin Hae-soo, summoned by his superior, sat pensively. His colleague wondered aloud if it was a promotion, a question echoed by Hae-soo himself. Hae-soo, appearing calm, approached a desk and then proceeded to the chief's office. He inquired about the reason for the summons. The chief, reading a newspaper article about a criminal case, asked how much time remained until April. Hae-soo responded that there were 2 days left. The chief confirmed the time frame and instructed Hae-soo to report to the Eastern Police Force in Gangjin within 2 days. The news of joining the Eastern Police Force surprised Hae-soo. A superior officer informed Shin Hae-soo of his transfer to the Eastern Police Force, stating that it was an order from above. He added that Hae-soo should have been more careful in his methods, implying that his aggressive tactics, while effective, were not ideal. The superior continued, criticizing Hae-soo's reputation as an excessive force officer and questioning his lack of shame. He held up a newspaper article, seemingly related to Hae-soo's past actions. Hae-soo, shown in profile, appeared pensive and slightly angry. Hae-soo retorted that he had never been embarrassed by his actions. The superior explained his rationale, stating that the law is weak and that he enforces it more effectively through the use of force. He then revealed that a corrupt official, whom Hae-soo had investigated, had amassed a significant amount of illicit funds. He sarcastically commented on the irony of the situation, highlighting the vast amount of money the corrupt official had accumulated. Hae-soo expressed his disappointment at not having gathered sufficient evidence against the corrupt official. Hae-soo reacted angrily to the news of his transfer, viewing it as a demotion, especially after 5 years of service at his current station. A superior officer, holding a newspaper, addressed Shin Hae-soo, his tone sharp. He seemed displeased with something he'd read. The officer's words were a curt order, "Go and do your job." Heisu, visibly frustrated, responded with a subdued "Yes, sir." His clenched jaw betrayed his inner turmoil. As he left, his eyes narrowed, reflecting a simmering rage. His thoughts turned to Gangjin, a place name that seemed to trigger a painful memory. He muttered to himself, recognizing the implications of his transfer, "I'd have to pay much more in settlement." His grim determination hardened further, "And it will also become harder to find the man who killed my father." The scene shifted to an exterior shot of a police station, suggesting the beginning of his new assignment. Shin Heisu arrived at the new police station via taxi, carrying a bag over his shoulder. He appeared pensive. Approaching the imposing building, he observed, "It's pretty big for a police station." He continued his assessment, muttering, "There must be a lot of cases." Inside, a heated argument erupted. One man shouted, "Damn it! Yeah, I hit him first. That bastard talked shit about my mom, you know?" Another officer intervened, pleading, "Please quiet down." Heisu observed the chaotic scene, sighing, "What a mess. It's not even past dinner time yet." His expression hardened as he concluded, "This is proof the country is going to shit." A man, overwhelmed, cried out, "What about my life?" Ugh. A female officer, witnessing his distress, urgently instructed him, "Don't throw up on the chair. Do it in the bag, in the bag." She explained, "This is why they told me to come in the afternoon and not in the morning." The man, somewhat recovered, looked at the officer and asked, "Who are you?" Officer Shin Heisu introduced herself, stating, "I'm Officer Shin Heisu. I'll be joining you from today." The man, however, was suddenly overcome again, retching and exclaiming, "Hup, bleg. Ah. What now? Give me just a moment." He vomited violently as the officer watched, clearly frustrated by the situation. The man, left alone, slumped against the wall, his face etched with distress. A man muttered to himself, "What a mess. It's not even night yet, and it's already so noisy." He continued, his voice laced with frustration, "Everything. All of this is because there's something wrong with the country." The man doubled over, clutching his stomach, uttering, "Take responsibility for my lift bleh." A policewoman rushed to his side, holding out a plastic bag, saying, "Don't throw up on the chair. Here, take this plastic bag." The scene was set at the Eastern District Police Station. The policewoman, Shin Heisu, addressed the man, "So, this is why, on my first day at work, they told me to come in the evening." She looked at him expectantly, "You hear?" Dong Namcheol collapsed suddenly, clutching his chest. Officer Shin Heisu rushed to his side, shouting in alarm, Oh no. Hold on." Another officer looked on, concerned, as Shin Heisu attempted to help her stricken colleague. A man, Dong Namcheol, lay collapsed on a bench, his blonde hair askew. Officer Shin Heisu knelt beside him, offering immediate assistance. The scene unfolding in what is often referred to as the Korean Gotham City. Inside the police station, a newly assigned officer reflected on his posting. A report came in regarding a public drunk at the Jejong-Fiba intersection. Another officer, seemingly unfazed by the routine nature of the call, delegated the task to the newly transferred officer, instructing him to go with Officer Shin. The newly transferred officer, now tasked with the assignment, prepared to depart. Two officers stood by a police car outside the Gangjin police station. The station building was visible in the background. Inside the car, a female officer reported to her team leader over her radio, stating they were 7 minutes away from the scene. She gripped the steering wheel, her focus unwavering. As the male officer beside her commented on the scene's apparent novelty, noting how much things had changed in recent years. The woman's head was bleeding, and the part-timer was also injured. The male officer reflected on his recent assignment to patrol duty, mentioning that the Gangjin police station was the first to implement the new patrol car system. The female officer acknowledged his comment, and they prepared to depart. The police car sped off, lights flashing, responding to the emergency call. Huang Jiangsa gripped the steering wheel, his face contorted in a grimace as the patrol car swerved sharply around a corner. Ugh! What kind of driving is this? He exclaimed. The car screeched to a halt, startling Huang Jiangsu even further. His partner chuckled, haha. That must have surprised you, right? I'm sorry. Shin Heisu, observing from the passenger seat, stated, looks like this is the place. They arrived at a bustling street scene. Shin Heisu's expression hardened as she took in the scene. These crazy bastards. Inside, a man lay on the floor, groaning. He muttered, why don't you try challenging me again? Kakik. The man clutched his side, clearly injured. He was surrounded by debris. Shin Heisu burst through the door, her voice ringing out, hey, you bastards. Two men inside the establishment looked up in surprise. One of them remarked, oh, the miss is here, huh? Two men harassed a barmaid, demanding she pour them drinks. Miss, come here and pour us a drink. They laughed, ha, these punks. Meanwhile, Shin Heisu arrived at the scene. Her eyes narrowed in anger as she observed the situation. She found a man lying injured on the ground. He groaned in pain. Shin Heisu approached cautiously, her expression hardening. You. Her anger intensified as she confronted the perpetrators. She was clearly furious. Officer Lim Sunjian, having arrived with Huang Jiangsu, instructed her subordinate to call for an ambulance. Lim Sunjian, please call the ambulance first. The officer acknowledged the order. Yes, I understand. At a restaurant, two men sat at a table, enjoying their meal. One of them noticed someone approaching and muttered, "My? He's coming over here?" Suddenly, a violent commotion erupted. A man in a sleeveless shirt smashed several beer bottles on the table. Then, with a menacing glare, he warned the other patrons, "Get lost, you bastard. If you don't want to die." Shin Heisu, appearing suddenly, grabbed the man's arm, twisting it with surprising force. The man cried out in pain, "Arg! My arm!" And then, enraged, he shouted, You fucker!" Another man lunged at Shin Heisu, but he easily dodged the attack. A man, his face contorted in a snarl, lunged forward. A blur of motion indicating a swift and decisive strike, sending his opponent sprawling to the ground, bleeding. The aggressor was promptly apprehended and informed, "You're under arrest for charges of aggravated assault, assault on a police officer, sexual harassment, and obstruction of business. You have the right to appoint a lawyer, and you will have the opportunity to make a defense." Meanwhile, a nearby officer contacted emergency services. This is 119. We're at Jijiang Fiba intersection. Please send an ambulance. The sirens of approaching emergency vehicles wailing in the distance. The scene concluded with the arrival of an ambulance. The scene depicts the aftermath of a disturbance. Several individuals are being apprehended by police officers. A female officer, seemingly in charge, calmly assesses the situation, while a male officer secures the area. The narration clarifies that the elderly woman involved is safe, and the part-time worker sustained only minor injuries. Inside a police car, the male officer expresses relief at the positive outcome, and the female officer acknowledges his contribution, noting the situation resolved more easily than anticipated. They prepare to return to the station. A radio dispatch interrupts, reporting a missing person case in Yangsu. The officers are asked to check the area for patrol cars. The female officer contacts her unit, reporting their location and readiness to assist. A separate scene shows a person reporting their friend's disappearance after a night out drinking. The friend vanished while the reporter used the restroom. A man reported a missing person. His friend was completely drunk and he didn't know where she went. He pleaded for help, desperate to find her quickly. The police officers, seated in their patrol car, took the case as a missing person report. They began their search under the night sky. The officers scanned the streets, their eyes searching for any sign of the missing woman. She had promised to call as soon as she got home. One of the officers questioned the man, asking if she had any contact with other people while drinking. He responded that she was too drunk to have gone anywhere on her own. They decided to check the CCTV footage first. Shin Hae-soo, focused and determined, reviewed security footage on his computer screen, surrounded by police officers. He was assisting in the search for a missing person. A still image from a security camera showed the missing person on a street corner. "Oh, there! It's her," exclaimed one of the officers. Another officer questioned whether the person with her was her boyfriend or an acquaintance. A female officer quickly interjected, "She doesn't have a boyfriend." "That's strange." A male officer, his expression serious, conferred with his female colleague. The female officer, using her radio, requested a change in the case status from a missing person to a kidnapping, describing the suspect as wearing a black hoodie and jeans. Unit 4 acknowledged the request, confirming they were forwarding the case from Yangsu. The officers discussed the next steps, concluding that unless the suspects had left in a car, they must be nearby. A thorough search of all local motels, karaoke rooms, and even coin karaoke rooms was ordered. The scene opens on two detectives from Violent Crimes Team 1 at the police station, walking through a city at night. They are investigating a case classified as Code 0. A rape case. One detective explains that even the Violent Crimes Team is assigned to such cases because of their severity. The detectives approach other officers, identifying themselves and explaining that they will be leading the investigation from that point forward. They instruct the officers to search the karaoke rooms, excluding the motels. A decision that prompts a question from one of the officers. The two detectives, now walking away, discuss the reason for excluding the motels from the initial search. One explains that another unit is already searching the motels. Because in missing person cases like this, the most likely locations are searched first, due to limited resources. Hwang Jang-soo, leading the investigation, surveyed the scene. He noted the location, muttering, "Ah, I see. Let's start from here." Lim Sunjeon, his subordinate, questioned the viability of the location, asking, "Place open?" Jang-soo, undeterred, directed them onward, stating, "Let's go inside." Inside, Jang-soo and Sunjeon proceeded cautiously. Sunjeon's expression was serious, reflecting the urgency of the situation. Jang-soo, aware of the time constraint, stressed, "Time is of the essence in cases like this." Suddenly, a loud outburst from within a nearby room startled them. "Shit! What the hell?" a voice shouted. Sunjeon reacted angrily to the disruption, confronting a man, "Fuck. Do you think you can do anything just because you're the police?" Despite the interruption, Jang-soo remained focused, quietly observing and assessing the situation. He thought, "I'm sure they must be somewhere close." Hwang Jang-soo, the lead investigator, stood in the opulent hallway of a karaoke bar, his gaze sharp and calculating. A young man in a hoodie peeked cautiously from behind a door, his face etched with apprehension. Jang-soo's eyes narrowed as he recognized the suspect's description, black hoodie and jeans. The suspect, startled, turned to flee. Jang-soo shouted, "Excuse me, you," but the suspect bolted, muttering, "Shit." Jang-soo gave chase, yelling, "Damn it! Report on the radio." Lim Sunjeon, Jang-soo's assistant, quickly radioed in, "This is Unit 4. We found the suspect. It's the should I sing or not karaoke. He's escaping." Hwang Jang-soo, pursuing the suspect, burst through a door in the karaoke bar, continuing his relentless chase through the dimly lit corridors. The scene revealed a trail of blood, indicating a struggle had taken place. Jang-soo, finding the injured suspect, urgently called for an ambulance. Officer Hwang Jang-soo, upon discovering an injured individual, urgently shouted for an ambulance. The scene depicted a severely injured person lying on the ground, blood staining their clothing. A fellow officer, visibly shaken, gasped in horror at the sight. The officer, struggling to articulate, stammered that the location was Officer Huang Jiangsu, kneeling beside the injured person, used his phone to call for emergency services, relaying the location. He gripped his baton tightly, maintaining a vigilant posture as he awaited the arrival of medical assistance. A police officer shouts, "Don't go! The police are already upstairs, so they'll be caught soon anyway." Meanwhile, another officer discovers an injured suspect and radios in, "Please radio in the suspected escape route." Lim Sunjian, holding her phone, looks concerned. Unit 4 reports, "This is Unit 4. The suspect might have fled south from the karaoke room." A title card reads, "Chasing an armed killer alone." The narration continues, "That is a task that even the most seasoned detectives would hesitate to take on." An officer apprehends a suspect, but the narration warns, another victim could be waiting around the corner. A distraught officer laments, "If only we'd arrived a minute earlier, no, even 30 seconds earlier, we could have saved them. If we had started the investigation from the outside, from the beginning." Huang Jiangsu reflected on the events that led to the current situation, lamenting, "If only we hadn't gotten into a scuffle with that drunkard." His thoughts continued, "If I hadn't scolded the karaoke owner for yelling about business disruption." The scene shifted to a bloody hand lying on the floor, a grim indication of the violence that had transpired. Huang Jiangsu knelt beside an injured woman, his expression grim as he assessed the severity of her wounds. The focus shifted to Huang Jiangsu's eyes, his gaze intense and filled with a dawning realization. Lim Sunjian, on the phone, muttered to herself, "Where am I?" Suddenly, Huang Jiangsu's eyes flashed, and he declared, "I'm back." A look of dawning comprehension crossed his face as he realized the implications of his statement. "Somehow, I've gone back to before it all happened." Huang Jiangsu, displaced in time, reflected on his current predicament. He mused that if he were to immediately intervene in the unfolding events, there would be ample opportunity later to rectify any issues. He then directed Officer Lim's attention to a specific location. Officer Lim, initially confused by the unexpected instruction, questioned the reason for Huang's suggestion. Huang, anticipating her query, preempted her concerns by explaining that simply stating his intuition would sound arbitrary. He reasoned that, assuming the suspect lacked a vehicle, they would likely remain within close proximity to the crime scene, which was not easily visible from a distance. Huang pointed out a nearby karaoke bar, confirming his suspicion that the suspects might be hiding there. Officer Lim, acknowledging the existence of the karaoke bar, wondered aloud if Huang's deduction was related to criminal psychology. Huang Jiangsu, strategically guiding the investigation, explained to Officer Lim Sunjian, "Yes, we have to study the case if we want to catch a criminal. Let's go." The scene shifted to an exterior shot of a building, establishing the location of their next step in the investigation. Officer Lim, following Huang Jiangsu's lead, approached a police car and was asked by Huang Jiangsu, "Did you bring live ammo?" Officer Lim responded, "I have a taser." Huang Jiangsu instructed, "Take it out." Officer Lim and Huang Jiangsu proceeded to enter the building, ready to confront the suspects. Huang Jiangsu showed his police identification to a person inside the building, stating, "We are searching for a kidnapper. Your cooperation is appreciated. Please lock the door and wait outside." A suspect, startled, stammered, "What? Why yes." Officer Huang Jiangsu instructed Officer Lim Sunjian, "Please wait by the back door. Hold the taser." Officer Lim nodded, her expression serious as she prepared her taser, carefully checking its functionality. Meanwhile, Huang Jiangsu's gaze hardened. A thought crossed his mind, if the past is repeating itself. He muttered to himself, "He's definitely here." Huang Jiangsu cautiously approached the door, his hand reaching for the handle. Huang Jiangsu, alert and suspicious, shouted at the suspect, "Hey, damn it! Stay still." The suspect, startled by the sudden appearance of the police, exclaimed, "What the fuck?" He looked around wildly, his eyes darting between Officer Lim and Huang Jiangsu. Realizing he had been cornered. "Police," he stammered in disbelief. Officer Lim moved swiftly, tackling the suspect to the ground. Officer Lim Sunjiang executed a swift takedown of the suspect, a powerful blow sending him sprawling across the floor. The impact echoing in the confined space as the suspect's body hit the ground with a thud. The suspect, dazed and disoriented, struggled to regain his footing. But Lim Sunjiang swiftly moved to secure him, placing him under arrest for attempted kidnapping, assault, and rape. "You're under arrest for attempted kidnapping, assault, and rape," she stated, her voice firm and unwavering. She added, "And, if you exercise your right to remain silent, I'll make you talk." The suspect, subdued and handcuffed, could only mutter, "Officer Shin," his voice barely a whisper. Lim Sunjian, maintaining control, instructed him to inform the others on the radio and call for an ambulance. Receiving confirmation, she reported to headquarters, "This is Unit 4, we've apprehended the kidnapper at the karaoke room." 2 officers confronted the suspect, questioning him about his downcast demeanor. "Hey, why are you looking so down, you bastard? You must have broken your arm, right?" one officer sneered. They revealed the suspect's violent past. "This bastard deserves a beating. He was just released from prison 2 days ago." The details of his crimes were laid bare. The charges are rape and murder. "I guess the 10 years he served for being mentally unstable weren't enough. He should rot in prison for the rest of his life." One officer expressed his disgust. This guy is pure evil. Seems like he brought a sharp tool like an all-again to kill someone." Relief washed over them as they realized the danger had been averted. "It's a relief we caught him before anything worse happened." Their superior officer commended their efforts. "We saved a life. Thank you for your hard work." The superior officer extended his hand to Huang Jiangsu in gratitude. "Thank you for your hard work." Huang Jiangsu and Lim Sunjiang shook hands, concluding the successful apprehension. A police car speeds down a city street at night, its flashing lights illuminating the urban landscape as it approaches its destination. Inside, Lim Sunjian marvels at her partner's deduction, questioning if this is what true detective intuition entails. "How on earth did you figure it all out at once?" she wonders aloud. Huang Jiangsu, slightly overwhelmed by the success of the operation, admits to feeling lost and unsure of how to respond to his partner's amazement. His internal monologue reveals his apprehension about explaining his precognitive abilities. He worries that revealing his ability to see the future would lead to disbelief and accusations of insanity. "If I tell them I saw it happen in the future, they'll think I'm insane," he thinks. His internal conflict continues, leaving him speechless and momentarily stunned by the implications of his actions. The scene opens on a dark, rain-slicked alleyway in a densely populated Korean city. The air hangs heavy with the scent of damp concrete and exhaust fumes. Huang Jiangsu, his body glistening from a recent shower, stands before a mirror. He is still processing the intense precognitive vision he experienced during the apprehension of the suspect. The vivid memory of choking the victim, the blood gushing from the wound, remains painfully clear in his mind. He touches his hand, reliving the sensation. This is definitely not a dream, he thinks, the weight of his precognitive ability settling upon him. The reflection in the mirror shows Huang Jiangsu's muscular physique. He realizes that this wasn't the first time he experienced this precognitive vision, it happened twice. A wave of regret washes over him. If only he had arrived at the scene a little earlier, he thinks, perhaps the victim could have been saved. The scene shifts to the crime scene. Huang Jiangsu, now in his police uniform, kneels beside the lifeless body of the victim, the grim reality of his premonition confirmed. His thoughts return to the vision. The scene? The question hangs heavy in the air. Huang Jiangsu, haunted by his precognitive visions, grappled with his inability to prevent the victim's death. He questioned his methods, muttering to himself, "I can't just rely on desperation alone. Does something have to trigger it?" He reflected on his past attempts, recalling, "At first, I went back a few months, and now." He had refined his technique, achieving greater precision. "I went back about an hour before the incident." Jiangsu recognized the need for a more systematic approach. He resolved, there must be some kind of rule. "I need to figure it out quickly." A young female police officer is shown entering the police station. She approaches the front desk, where a male officer asks, "What can I help you with?" A question hung in the air at the police station. Is Officer Shin Hae-soo? A moment later, a male officer interrupted, hold on a moment. The female officer, Shin Hae-soo, entered the station and approached the male officer. She expressed her gratitude, thank you for yesterday. She bowed slightly as she spoke, her gesture polite but hurried. The male officer responded calmly, The male officer observed Shin Hae-soo, his expression unreadable. He seemed to be considering something. Shin Hae-soo smiled, a hint of nervousness in her eyes. She stated simply, "I just did my job." She held a shopping bag, her hands gently gripping the handles. The male officer then asked, "Is there something you would like to say?" A male police officer approached Shin Hae-soo, suggesting they step outside for a brief chat. He explained that it was inappropriate to refuse someone expressing gratitude. And Shin Hae-soo, though hesitant, agreed. Outside, Shin Hae-soo offered a small gift to the officer, explaining that there were more officers than she anticipated, so she couldn't give them all gifts inside the station, due to potential legal issues surrounding expensive gifts. The officer politely declined, but Shin Hae-soo insisted, reiterating her gratitude for the previous day's assistance. The officer accepted the gift, expressing thanks once more. As the officer walked away, Shin Hae-soo's expression shifted, and she muttered to herself, "Alcohol." A male police officer advises Shin Hae-soo, "You should only drink enough to maintain your balance." Shin Hae-soo replies, I usually don't drink like this, but this time I messed up on the exam, so." The male officer says, "Please be careful next time." Shin Hae-soo responds, "Yes, but still." She continues, "It's a bit strange." The officer inquires, "What do you mean?" Shin Hae-soo reveals, "I thought I was dead after I was stabbed with the awl, but when I woke up, there were no scars, and they said that never happened." The male officer's expression hardens. The male police officer, his expression a mixture of concern and intrigue, silently questioned the validity of Shin Hae-soo's statement. His thoughts lingered on the possibility of lingering memories from that fateful time. A question that hung heavy in the air, unspoken yet palpable. The narrative concludes here. Shin Hae-soo apologized for any sudden statements, thanking the male police officer for saving her. The officer replied that it was simply part of his job. A beat of silence passed between them. Before the officer stated he was on duty and they should part ways, with Hae-soo heading back inside. As Hae-soo turned to leave, the officer watched her go, wishing her good luck as she departed, a small smile playing on his lips. The officer then turned and headed back to his duties, leaving Hae-soo to walk away. Suddenly, a sinister figure appeared in the distance, a maniacal grin spreading across his face as he held a syringe. Shin Hae-soo's eyes snapped open, her expression a mask of apprehension. A lingering trauma from previous events clouding her thoughts. She reflected that if the memories of past incidents overlapped, it would be difficult to overcome them all in a single day. A police report indicated a disturbance at 101, a playground near Bika apartment in Yeonsudong. The report, deemed a student report, typically meant issues such as delinquent student behavior, smoking, drinking, or excessive noise. Unit 4, dispatched to the scene, was en route. At the playground, a group of students were gathered. One girl, irritated, commented on the ugliness of another person present. A close-up shot focuses on a table with bottles and snacks, accompanied by a thought bubble revealing a dismissive comment, "I don't like the way she looks, Kikek." The scene shifts to a group of young people engaged in a drinking party at an outdoor setting. Among them is a woman with shoulder-length brown hair, who is the apparent focus of the previous comment. Two police officers, a man and a woman, observe the gathering from a distance. The male officer remarks, "They're having a drinking party." One of the individuals at the party notices the police officers and exclaims, it's the police officer. Wow, it's the cops." The male police officer approaches the group and questions them, "Where did you buy the alcohol and cigarettes?" The woman with brown hair, seemingly unfazed, smiles and addresses the officer, Mr. The male officer continues his interrogation, asking, "Do you have a girlfriend?" The woman responds, "She brought everything from home. Her family runs a convenience store." Another person interjects, "Shut up, you fucking bitch." 3 students, stressed from studying, pleaded with the police officers, "We'll clean this place up nicely and leave. Can you please let us go this once? We did this because we were so stressed from studying." The female officer whispered to her male counterpart, "This doesn't seem like a big problem, so should we just make them clean up and send them home?" The male officer considered her suggestion, his expression unreadable. But then his gaze sharpened, and he subtly checked the female officer's surroundings. His eyes, filled with suspicion, betrayed his inner turmoil. He moved closer to the female officer, his hand subtly reaching for her. Startled, she asked, "Huh? What? Where are you looking?" The male officer's lips curled into a slight smirk. A female police officer, her face contorted in fury, screamed at an unseen assailant, "What? You want me to open my legs? You crazy pervert!" She then noticed a male officer recording the scene and exclaimed, "Hey, are you recording this? Kaya." Meanwhile, a young woman with long black hair lay injured on the ground, her body bruised and bloodied. A male officer, his expression serious, called out to her, "Student, please come out." The injured student, Shin Hae-soo, slowly got to her feet, her hand bleeding. She walked away, revealing extensive injuries on her legs. Hwang Jang-soo, observing from a distance, laughed cruelly, "Look at that bitch, this is so fucking funny." The male officer approached Hae-soo, concern etched on his face, and asked, "Did they do this to you?" Shin Hae-soo's face was marred by bruises and cuts, her expression one of quiet distress. As Hwang Jang-soo and 2 other individuals watched from a distance, their laughter echoing in the night. "She's like that because she dropped some coins," one of them sneered, their amusement palpable. Meanwhile, a female police officer, her face etched with anger and concern, spoke to her male colleague. "Pass this on to the offense team. They aren't even juveniles, so we need to set an example." "I'll make the call," she stated firmly. Shin Hae-soo, attempting to explain her injuries, cried out, I fell down the stairs." But her words were met with disbelief. "I fell on my own," she insisted, her voice strained. The female officer's expression hardened. "Just leave," she muttered, her gaze fixed on the scene. Hwang Jang-soo and his companions continued their cruel mockery. "Wow, fuck. You're so fucking cool, Ham Yuri. You're amazing," they jeered, their laughter growing louder. "Yeah. She fell on her fucking self. Kokeek." The male officer approached Shin Hae-soo, his expression one of concern, as the scene concluded. A male police officer stated that there was nothing they could do in this situation. He elaborated, explaining that regardless of the circumstances, if the victim is unwilling to report, there is nothing the police can do. The scene shifted to a nighttime view of a playground near an apartment complex. The male officer and a female officer walked Shin Hae-soo home, the male officers back to the viewer. The female officer was supporting Shin Hae-soo. The male officer noted that Shin Hae-soo's house was close to the playground, expressing disbelief that such an incident could occur so near her home, a place that should be safe. The male officer and Shin Hae-soo arrived at her building. The male officer addressed Shin Hae-soo, calling her by her first name, Yuri. A note was left for Shin Hae-soo, instructing her to call immediately if she mustered the courage to receive help. The note's message served as a stark reminder of her current state, injured and alone. She knew that overcoming her challenges required unwavering resolve. Days later, Shin Hae-soo, still bearing the marks of her ordeal, walked the streets, clutching the note. A few days later, Hwang Jang-soo sent a subordinate to fetch makgeolli and pajeon. The subordinate, however, encountered a setback. The snack shop did not sell those items. Despite this, Hwang Jang-soo's subordinate insisted on purchasing the desired snacks, offering money to the shop owner. Hwang Jang-soo's subordinate, flush with cash, boasted to the restaurant staff, "See? I have a lot of money. So serve me makgeolli." A police officer, identified as Officer Shin Hae-soo, approached Hwang Jang-soo's subordinate and said, "Sir, you can't do this here. Please step outside with me." Hwang Jang-soo's subordinate, surprised, asked, "Who are you? A chef? What about my makgeolli?" Officer Shin Hae-soo grabbed Hwang Jang-soo's subordinate and pulled him outside, saying, "Come outside with me right now." As they struggled, the subordinate yelled, "What, you brat? Do you know who I am?" Officer Shin Hae-soo introduced himself, "This is Officer Shin Hae-soo." Meanwhile, Hwang Jang-soo calmly made a phone call, his expression unchanged. He said into the phone. Hwang Jang-soo continued his call, revealing his identity, "You brat. I'm your chief's third cousin." Officer Shin Hae-soo escorted a man out of an establishment, instructing him to go outside first, while simultaneously checking his phone. The man appeared unwell and distressed. Later, Shin Hae-soo made a phone call. The automated voice informed him that the person he had dialed was unavailable. Returning to his partner, he reported that everything was fine and suggested they head back to the station. A police car sped down the road. Inside the car, Shin Hae-soo's partner commented on the unusually high number of cases they had handled that day, expressing concern and suggesting they rest upon reaching home. Shin Hae-soo nodded in agreement. The address 101, Bika apartment in Yongsu, appeared on Shin Hae-soo's phone screen. Shin Hae-soo and his partner stood outside a building, a grim expression on Hae-soo's face as he reviewed a message on his phone. A nearby group of men discussed the recent suicide and the falling house prices, their faces etched with worry. Hae-soo, still on the phone, looked disgusted as he listened to the report. He informed his contact that he was a police officer and would be stopping by shortly. Hae-soo's expression turned serious as he ended the call, his eyes narrowed in determination. On the ground, a small, blood-stained piece of wood lay discarded, hinting at the scene's violent nature. Suddenly, Hae-soo's partner called out to him, her voice filled with urgency, revealing that Yuri had been calling him just before. The current time is 21:37. Shin Hae-soo's partner informed her about a suicide report that came in at 21:03. Hae-soo received the call at 20:38. It hadn't been an hour since the initial report. Hae-soo's partner expressed urgent concern, pleading with Hae-soo for help, even at this late hour. Shin Hae-soo's partner, his face etched with worry and desperation, pleaded with her, "Please, let me help this time too." His eyes, bloodshot and filled with a desperate intensity, reflected the weight of his unspoken plea. A moment later, a scene unfolded in a bustling restaurant. A police officer, seemingly agitated, dropped money as a woman officer, presumably Shin Hae-soo, watched with concern. "Sir, why are you acting like this here?" The woman officer, her expression a mixture of confusion and suspicion, picked up the scattered bills. The man's erratic behavior was clearly unusual. The scene shifted to a different location. A hand reached out, grabbing something from a table. "Who are you? The cook?" A frustrated voice cut through the air. "Hey, why aren't you answering me?" Officer Shin Hae-soo, on a phone call, inquired about his makgeolli. He identified himself to the person on the other end of the line as a distressed man, seemingly the victim of an assault, groaned in pain nearby. Hae-soo, witnessing the scene, swiftly intervened, taking the man's bag. And the man, clearly unwell, vomited. The man continued to retch. Hae-soo, still on the phone, gave instructions to his partner, Officer Lim Sun-kyung, to take care of the distressed man. He confirmed his instructions with a simple yes. Hae-soo instructed his partner to remain where she was and to not hang up the phone before leaving. Sun-kyung, concerned, called out to Hae-soo. As the police car sped through the night, Shin Hae-soo, concerned, asked his partner, "Did you have lunch? It's late." The city lights blurred past as the vehicle navigated the streets. Hae-soo's partner, seemingly distracted, gripped the steering wheel tightly. Hae-soo, noticing his partner's unusual behavior, inquired, "Don't you have anything you want to eat?" His partner remained silent for a moment before responding, "Yuri, you must have something you want to say, right?" talk to me, I can help you. The partner, seemingly agitated, blurted out, "No, I pressed the wrong button." Haesu, realizing the seriousness of the situation, urgently shouted, "Huh? Wait, Yuri! Wait! Yuri, don't hang up!" The police car swerved violently as the partner struggled with something, the scene ending with a sudden, sharp turn and a screech of tires. Shin Haesu, a police officer, stood before an elevator, the number 11 illuminated on the panel. His expression was serious, his gaze fixed on the elevator doors. He turned his head slightly, a look of concern etched on his face. As he listened intently to sounds from the stairwell. Huffing and puffing, Shin Haesu sprinted up the stairs. His movements swift and determined as he pursued something or someone. He pushed through a door, the words, "just a little bit," appearing as on-screen text, indicating a burst of speed. Shin Haesu, in a desperate pursuit, slammed his fist against a door. The impact echoing through the hallway as he tried to contact someone urgently. His words were strained, "Pick up, please pick up." He continued his frantic attempts to make contact, his expression grim. Running through the building, phone still pressed to his ear, his determination fueling his relentless pace. The sounds of his pursuit echoed as he rounded a corner. He paused briefly, listening intently before continuing his chase. Shin Haesu stood at the end of a hallway, phone in hand, his gaze sharp and focused. Shin Haesu stood on a rooftop, overlooking a sprawling cityscape at night. He anxiously scanned the buildings below. His face etched with worry as he muttered, "Where the hell are you, Ham Yuri?" The elevator doors opened on the 14th floor. Inside, Ham Yuri was huddled in a corner, visibly distressed. Haesu arrived, breathless from his frantic search. Yuri looked up, her expression a mixture of fear and relief. Haesu offered a reassuring hand, and she whispered, "You did well calling me." Later, in a kitchen, Haesu examined a clock and asked, "When did your father come?" Shin Haesu sat across from Yuri at the kitchen table. Yuri explained that her father had finished work and arrived home around midnight. Yuri continued, noting that her father's late arrival was typical. Haesu then questioned Yuri's decision to call for help, noting her courage in doing so. Yuri responded that she was uncertain what to do at this point. She admitted to Haesu that she initially lacked trust in him. Yuri revealed that she had reported the situation to her teacher, but the school had taken no action. Further explaining that the school warned her that reporting to the police would be unhelpful, as they had taken a video of her and threatened to release her personal information if she reported them. Finally, Yuri asked Haesu if he could still help her. Shin Haesu, concerned about Yuri's distress, reassured her that the police were not as incompetent as she believed, and implored her to trust him, at least once. Yuri, still uncertain, questioned Haesu's age, calling him a boomer, a term he didn't understand. The scene shifted to Yuri's hands resting on the table, her expression unreadable. Yuri sat silently, her troubled expression reflecting her inner turmoil. Haesu, sensing her hesitation, offered a reassuring smile and affirmed his willingness to help. Yuri's head drooped, her shoulders slumping under the weight of her worries. Haesu gently pointed at Yuri, signaling his continued support and determination to assist her. A police officer contacted his team leader, reporting that he had visited Kong Jinseo and even answered all his phone calls. The team leader, preoccupied with his work, inquired about the reason for the officer's anxiety, stating that he was busy. Despite his busy schedule, the officer urged his superior to take on at least one case, specifically the Yeongsu-dong group assault case. The team leader was informed that the case fell under Kong Jinseo's jurisdiction and had not yet been officially reported. He was then instructed to handle the case personally. The officer, upon receiving the order, responded with a curt, "Ah, shit, tell me." A wide shot of a large school building, situated in a city block, is presented. The school grounds are visible, with a large paved area and some trees. Inside a classroom, two students are shown. One of them says, "Kakik, we can just go out and have fun like always." Another student, seemingly annoyed, responds, "It's still fucking annoying." A teacher calls for a group of students, asking, teacher, why did you call us? One of the students reacts with surprise, exclaiming, huh? What's this? That bitch ham Yuri has decided to show up at school, huh? Two female students are shown sitting together, one looking distressed while the other comforts her. Another student taunts, oi, you haven't been punched lately, so you feel cocky, huh? What are you doing right now? You should greet us first if you come to school. A female student intervenes, saying, you guys. You're talking like this in front of your teacher? A teacher addressed a group of students, his tone laced with concern. What's wrong? What are you trying to say? The teacher continued, his words dropping a bombshell. Yuri reported you guys to the police for gang assault. A formal investigation is going to start now. He added, before that, I called you for an interview. The teacher's instructions were clear and firm, all of your actions will be recorded, so be careful what you say and do. First, hand over your fake phones. The students reacted with shock and outrage. What the fuck? The police? Assault? What in the fuck? Another student echoed the sentiment, equally stunned. We're being recorded? What the fuck? One student, overcome with anger, lashed out. Oh, you fucking bitch. The student's frustration boiled over. What did we do to you to make you report us? A student, Kang Yuri, confronted her teacher. Yuri's anger was palpable, her face was contorted with frustration. Lid more? Another student intervened, shouting, Kang Yuri. What do you think you're doing right now? Yuri retorted defiantly, do I look like air to you? A physical altercation ensued, with the teacher striking Yuri, causing a commotion. Other students reacted with alarm, one exclaiming, whoa, a teacher is beating a student? Two students whispered, hey, we'll have to report this to the police too, you know? He. Yuri, defending herself, shouted, you touched me first. The situation escalated further. As a bystander exclaimed, fuck, what are you doing? Another student attempted to de-escalate the situation, saying, you should talk this out. Why did you punch a kid? A student, enraged, lunged at the teacher, shouting, bite down hard. The teacher, caught off guard, recoiled in pain as the student's attack connected. The student's grip tightened, and the teacher winced, questioning, bite down. Suddenly, a police officer appeared, demanding, who the F*** are you? The officer, eyes blazing, glared at the student, warning, you dare. With a swift move, the officer subdued the student groaning, what the yag? The teacher, nursing his injuries, muttered, ugh. The officer, pinning the student to the ground, stated, you should be the one biting down. A student, enraged, lunged at the teacher, unleashing a brutal attack. The teacher cried out in pain as the blow landed, a sharp wah, escaping his lips. Another student, witnessing the scene, muttered in disbelief, why is it him again? The attacker, unfazed, calmly replied, nice to see you. Meanwhile, a group of students watched tensely as a police officer arrived on the scene. The officer addressed them, stating, this is your first time seeing a police officer who specializes in excessive force, right? The injured teacher glared at the student who had attacked him. As a female teacher screamed for help, urgently calling for the police. A police officer, known for his forceful methods, arrived on the scene and calmly instructed his subordinate, Lim Sunjiang, to collect the perpetrator's phones. Sunjiang swiftly took a phone from one of the students. And another student, seemingly unfazed, handed over her phone. As the officer approached the female teacher, she angrily tried to stop him, shouting, what? Get away from me! The student, however, retorted, fuck, I'll just delete this. Lim Sunjiang reached out to take a student's phone. A policewoman addressed another student, demanding their phone as well. One of the students scoffed, muttering, can the police really act like this? 7 phones lay on a table. A police officer questioned if more than 5 students were involved. Another officer asked Yuri if there were more students than the 5 present. Yuri confirmed that everyone was accounted for, as the phones were collected and laid out on a desk. A student reacted angrily, shouting "Bitch!" Ah! Another student struggled against the officer's grip, yelling, "Let go of me!" A student, enraged, grabbed another student by the collar, her face contorted in fury. As a voice echoed through the hallway, "What's going on here?" The scene shifted to a classroom, where the sound of hurried footsteps could be heard. And the principal, Ms. Kim, appeared, her expression a mixture of surprise and concern. "Principal." She confronted the officer, her arms crossed, demanding, "What are you doing in my school?" The officer, visibly agitated, retorted, "Don't you need to formally request the school?" Ms. Kim, clearly exasperated, responded, "I've told you so many times yet you ignored it." Another teacher called out urgently, "Ms. Kim." The police officer, agitated, addressed the students and the principal, his voice sharp, "Do you know how people like you tarnish our school's reputation?" A student, her wrist twisted, retorted angrily, "Grandma! That bitch twisted my wrist." The officer's grandmother, defending her granddaughter, confronted the principal, "You dare do that to my granddaughter?" The officer turned to another student, "Yuri, you're recording, right?" Yuri, holding her phone, remains silent. As the officer demanded, what? Hand it over right now." The principal announced, "Sunjian High will be investigated by the Department of Education." The principal continued, explaining, "I can tell it's corrupted without even digging into it. Giving out test answers, funneling awards, unfair competitions." A police officer loomed over a student, his words a stark warning, "Don't try to erase the evidence or your sentence will increase." The principal, looking flustered, protested, "What? What are you saying? I have nothing to hide." The officer, seemingly unconcerned by the principal's denial, declared, "We will be going now." He then took the recording from a female officer, carefully placing it into an evidence bag. A student, witnessing the scene, whispered urgently, "Wait." Another officer, seemingly in charge, responded curtly, "Well then." As the officers departed, leaving the principal and the students in stunned silence. From outside the school, a student's voice could be heard, expressing confusion, "Why are cops here? What is it? Is Kong Yuri doing something?" A student's internal monologue, "Wait." The principal, agitated, shouted at the students crowding the hallway. A teacher approached Ms. Kim, concernedly asking, "Ms. Kim, are you all right with this?" A police officer's internal monologue, "They may say you didn't lead the students well and put all the blame on you." Ms. Kim responded calmly, "It's fine. I at least expected this much." Ms. Kim reflected, "I know I wasn't good enough, but since Yuri mustered the courage to do this, I'll face them with her." Ms. Kim and Yuri held hands, ready to face the consequences together. Ms. Kim reviewed the evidence of the bullying, noting that the principal had previously covered for the perpetrators. She surmised that they likely never considered destroying the evidence. Because the forensic materials revealed overwhelming evidence of violence and harassment. Ms. Kim prepared to upload a video detailing the organized bullying at Gangjin City High School, asking Yuri if she was comfortable with the online posting. Yuri, resolute, confirmed her approval, acknowledging that even if they tried to hide it, the rumors would inevitably spread. She was prepared to fight through it. Yuri's affirmation prompted Ms. Kim to upload the video. A police officer observed the process. With a swift click, the video was uploaded and spread rapidly within hours, generating significant online outrage. News of the bullying incident at Gangjin City Sunjiang High School spread rapidly online, drawing the attention of numerous prominent YouTubers who reacted to the unfolding events, and prompting the publication of dozens of articles across various media outlets. A nationwide petition was created within days, garnering over 98,000 signatures. One person commented online, expressing their belief that those responsible for the bullying should face severe consequences. After the initial uproar subsided, Ms. Kim and Yuri found themselves waiting at the police station, where they observed other individuals also present, seemingly exhausted from the ordeal. At the police station, a young woman wearing a baseball cap sighed, muttering to herself, "Sigh, so annoying." A police officer entered the room, saying, "Come in." Ms. Kim, looking distraught, stood before the police station's interior walls, the police emblem visible behind her. Meanwhile, a group of students, one of whom was Ham Yuri, expressed their remorse. Ham Yuri apologized profusely, saying, "Ham Yuri. Yuri, I am so sorry. I'm really sorry. Please forgive me. Let's work this out." Another student, addressing Yuri, exclaimed, "Yuri, I barely ever hit you. You know that, right?" The students continued to explain their actions, claiming, "Kong Yuri made us do it. We would have been hit if we didn't hit you. We're victims too." Yuri, visibly upset, confronted the students, her anger evident. Ham Yuri, deeply regretful, pleaded, "Ham Yuri, Yuri. I really regret everything. I'll repent for the rest of my life." A man, his face obscured, urged someone to sign an agreement. He pleaded, "So, can you please just sign the agreement, please?" Ms. Kim, distraught, sat at a police station, her worried expression evident. Yuri, the perpetrator, approached Ms. Kim. She explained, "You know me, right? I just wanted to get close to you. I just didn't know how. We can start." Ms. Kim reflected bitterly, "I can't believe I went through all of that because of this pathetic." Yuri stood before Ms. Kim, her posture defiant. Ms. Kim's anger was palpable. Tears streamed down Ms. Kim's face as she grieved the events. Ms. Kim resolutely declared, "I'll never sign the agreement." A police officer intervened, stating, "All right, you've been through enough." Ms. Kim, enraged, lunged at Yuri, shouting, "Hey, you fucking ah!" and unleashed a fierce kick that sent Yuri sprawling across the floor. Police officers swiftly intervened, separating the two women. Yuri, visibly shaken, was restrained while Ms. Kim was held back by another officer. One officer observed the scene with a stern expression. The officer turned away, seemingly unconcerned with the aftermath. Ms. Kim, still seething, sat on the floor, muttering, "Ha, fuck." The investigation concluded quickly, as the incident was deemed a matter of national concern. All 5 perpetrators involved in the incident were sentenced to prison time. The aftermath of the altercation between Ms. Kim and Yuri unfolded, resulting in a 3-year sentence for Yuri and her boyfriend, Kim Un-sik, deemed the instigators. Further consequences included the expulsion of the principal and half the teaching staff implicated in the scandal. Sometime later, a man with short, dark hair stood in a school hallway, seemingly deep in thought. He adjusted his collar, a subtle gesture betraying a hint of unease. Yuri, sporting a new haircut, greeted the man, casually mentioning the change in her appearance. She then introduced her father. Yuri's father, appearing somewhat apprehensive, introduced himself to the man, shaking his hand. Yuri's father expressed his gratitude to the police officer, shaking his hand and saying, "Officer, thank you. Thank you so much." He then confessed, "All of this is my fault. I didn't pay attention to my only daughter because I was busy at work." His face was etched with remorse as he reflected on his neglect. The man Yuri's father had met with offered a consoling hand and said, "Better from now on." He added, "And it's not your fault. The bullies." After 6 attempts, the police officer had discovered some rules governing his newfound ability to rewind time. He meticulously documented his findings. Excluding the first instance, he could precisely return to the past for exactly 60 minutes. However, this power only functioned at crime scenes and under a specific condition: the victim had to either die or sustain injuries severe enough to cripple them. Furthermore, the ability could only be used once per day. And only by thinking of the trigger word, which reset after each use. Interestingly, if the victim remained conscious during the reset, they retained their memories from before the rewind. The officer pondered the mystery of his newfound power, unsure of its origin. The police officer, having recently uncovered the rules governing his time rewinding ability, reflected silently. But I need to learn more about it, he thought, a quiet determination hardening his gaze. He picked up a small, dark object, its purpose and significance yet unknown. To be continued. Today marks 12 years since the protagonist's father passed away. The scene shifts to a large, imposing school building, suggesting the setting of the story. A flashback shows a younger protagonist with his father. The image evokes a sense of warmth and closeness. The flashback continues, showing a framed photo of the same father and son. The caption reads, "My only family passed away." The protagonist, now older, is shown in a tense moment. He seems to be recalling a past event, possibly a fight. The protagonist is in an elevator. The display shows that he is on the 7th floor. The caption reads, "We have arrived on the 7th floor." The door is opening. The elevator doors open, and the protagonist steps out, his expression grim and determined. The protagonist, his face obscured by a dark mask and hoodie, recalled a past encounter. It was the day he met a certain individual. A moment of intense unease. What is this? Who is this person, he wondered. An instinctive feeling of dread washed over him upon seeing the man. He knew that even a moment's hesitation could have had dire consequences. Something serious would have happened. Upon entering his home, he tried to ignore the unsettling feeling. Only to be met with the devastating truth, Dad. His father had already passed away. The incident was dealt with swiftly and decisively. There were no signs of foul play. And his silent grief was immediately suppressed. The scene opens with a man, Jesus' father, smiling warmly at his son. "Jesus," he says, "how about we go fishing with Dad this weekend?" Jesus, while eating, replies nonchalantly, "Fishing? Sure, let's do that." His father beams, "Okay, then it's a promise. Dad will definitely catch a big one for you." The father then tells his son to hurry up and eat. The scene shifts. Jesus stands before his father's memorial, a picture of the deceased in a suit displayed prominently. A somber thought crosses his mind: my father was not someone who would ever commit suicide. He continues his internal monologue: someone who was planning on committing suicide wouldn't make plans to go fishing with their son. A conclusion dawns on him: there is only one circumstance that raises suspicion of foul play. Jesus' face hardens. He recalls a detail: "It was only the look in that man's eyes that I felt." Jesus' investigation into his father's death hit a roadblock. He found no information in the case files from that time. Furthermore, the CCTV footage from that period had also been erased. Jesus, fueled by suspicion, reflected on the killer's relentless gaze, believing that a deeper investigation into the murder case would allow him to confront the perpetrator. He mused that possessing a miraculous ability would grant him access to the Violent Crimes Unit, a crucial step in his quest for justice. Jesus, having left his workplace, walked down the street, his mind still preoccupied with the case. He greeted someone, but then paused, wondering where they had gone. Officer Jesus, while shopping, mused, I guess it's another ramen day." Suddenly, he noticed something amiss. A man collapsed near the store entrance. The man clutched a lottery ticket. His breathing shallow, his heartbeat faint, yet there were no signs of assault. Jesus immediately contacted the station, urgently stating, "This is Officer Shin Jesus from the Eastern District Police Station. Please hurry." He frantically tried to rouse the unconscious man, pleading, "Sir, please open your eyes." Jesus' concern deepened. He thought, a person who has always been healthy is suddenly, what is happening? A news report announced the winning numbers for the 100th Daehan Bank Lottery: 33, 28, 7, 17, 43, and 45. A man in a convenience store, upon hearing the numbers, showed a look of disbelief, questioning if it could possibly be true. He then checked his lottery ticket, confirming that he held the winning numbers. A close-up on the lottery ticket further emphasized the winning numbers. Overwhelmed by the shock of winning the lottery, the man's face reflected a mixture of surprise and disbelief. His thoughts turned to the financial burden he carried. With this money, he could settle the debts incurred from using excessive force and pay back the 60 million won he owed. Meanwhile, Hase's concern remained focused on the unconscious man, uncertain of his survival. The man, still processing his lottery win, noted that the convenience store was a CCTV blind spot, providing him with a degree of anonymity. The lottery winner, eyes wide with a mix of shock and determination, muttered to himself, "I won't be caught. If I just close my eyes for a moment. Just this once. Ugh. What the hell am I thinking?" he exclaimed, his internal conflict evident. He noticed an unconscious man near a convenience store. Let's think. He considered calling emergency services. I might as well call 119 just in case. Let's try again. I've definitely memorized the lottery numbers too. Please. The lottery winner, his expression grim, muttered to himself, "Nice. I came back in time again." He glanced at the time, 7:52 p.m. Damn it, he thought, the lottery deadline is until 8 p.m. A determined look settled on his face. He resolved, I have to save that person too. He spotted his target, a convenience store, and exclaimed, "There it is." He sped towards the store in his car, performing a sharp turn to avoid a collision. But another car suddenly appeared, causing a near miss, resulting in a loud crash. From the other car, a voice yelled, "Hey, you crazy bastard." Two men accosted an older man in a parking lot, one shouting, "That son of a bitch." A man in a dark jacket appeared, intervening in the altercation, quickly subduing the aggressors and sending them running. He then sprinted away from the scene. His mind raced, fixated on the lottery deadline as he ran. He burst into a convenience store, his breath heavy, and grabbed a lottery ticket from the counter, declaring, "I'll take this." The clerk, observing his frantic actions, remarked, "It's as if you've come from the future." The lottery winner clutched the crumpled ticket, a manic grin spreading across his face as he let out a breathless, "Ah, ha." He broke into a run, his gait frantic as he dashed through the bustling city streets. Two bystanders, witnessing his erratic behavior, shouted, "What the fuck are you doing? Did you take an emergency dump or something, you bastard?" Ignoring their questions, the lottery winner, breathless, responded, "I'm busy right now. Please handle the insurance and contact me." "What? Hey! Where are you going? Hey! You lunatic bastard!" The two men tried to stop him, but the lottery winner easily evaded them. He muttered an apology as he ran, "I'm sorry. Please make sure to contact me." Finally, he hailed a cab and sped away, leaving the bewildered onlookers behind. The lottery winner, still reeling from his win, muttered to himself, "What the fuck, that guy is a cop." The lottery numbers scrolled on a screen, the final number was 47. A message appeared, "Congratulations to the winners." He checked his ticket, a triumphant grin spreading across his face. He thought, I've roughly timed it right. Was it over? Suddenly, the convenience store clerk clutched his chest, gasping, "You ugh, warg. Ack." The lottery winner reacted swiftly, shouting, "A juicy," as he rushed to the clerk's side and knelt beside the collapsing man, assessing the situation. The sound of sirens grew closer. A voice announced, "This is the ambulance team. Where is the patient?" The lottery winner pointed urgently, "Over here. It's a cardiac arrest." The lottery winner, still shaken from his recent ordeal, found himself outside a convenience store. He overheard a grateful voice expressing heartfelt thanks for saving the clerk's life. The clerk, recovering from a cardiac arrest, expressed his gratitude profusely. The lottery winner, still somewhat preoccupied with his escape plans, accepted the thanks with a simple nod. The clerk, noticing the lottery winner's composed demeanor, remarked on his politeness, prompting the lottery winner to reveal a surprising fact. He had recently won first place in the lottery. The lottery winner, his heart already weak with worry, confessed to a convenience store clerk that the money was almost too much to bear. He chuckled, stating that the money felt like it was trying to swallow his life. The clerk, surprised, mentioned that the prize money this time exceeded 3 billion won. The winner, having no wife or children, declared the money worthless if he were to die, and then unexpectedly handed over his lottery ticket. The clerk stared in shock, speechless at the sudden turn of events. An older man, his arm clearly hurting, urged the lottery winner to take the lottery ticket, saying, "Hurry up and take this. My arm is killing me." The lottery winner hesitated. Internally, he reflected, if it was the old me, I wouldn't have hesitated. But now, even though I saved a life, my current conscience wouldn't allow that. The lottery winner then suggested, or, you should enjoy life more with this money. He offered the lottery ticket to the older man, their hands briefly meeting in a gesture of exchange. The lottery winner added, maybe you'll find a wife, settle down, and have kids. Life is long, after all. The older man responded, EY, now you're cracking jokes too? Just take it already. The lottery winner insisted, it's not that I don't want it, I just don't need it. If you really insist on me taking something. The lottery winner, still somewhat pensive despite his recent act of generosity, selected a bottle of energy drink and a cup of instant noodles instead of the usual lottery ticket. The convenience store clerk, bewildered by the winner's actions, questioned his sanity. Later, alone, the lottery winner reflected on his decision, a conflicted expression on his face. He muttered, this is right. His thoughts drifted to what could have been had he approached the situation differently. He resolved to move forward, though he was advised to not push himself too hard. The lottery winner sat in a waiting area, his expression unreadable, while other passengers went about their business. He appeared lost in thought. A close-up revealed the intensity in his gaze, a hint of weariness behind his eyes. A digital clock displayed 094, suggesting a time or perhaps a code. He arrived at the lottery office, where a smiling employee greeted him. He stated his purpose clearly, I'm here for the prize money. The employee responded politely, yes. Congratulations, sir. Can you please provide your ID and the lottery ticket? He calmly produced his identification and ticket and handed them over to the employee, concluding the transaction. A lottery official stared in disbelief at the winning ticket, her internal monologue revealing her astonishment. No way, he has 5 number 1 cards. She stammered out a hesitant congratulations to the winner as she processed the implications of his incredible win. Another official, observing the scene, confirmed the winner's identity. So, you're the prize winner? The winner remained silent, his expression unreadable, before being guided to a private area for processing his claim. The narration emphasizes the complexity of the process, claiming the prize money was no simple task. A final panel shows the winner in a private office, being informed that his winnings will be deposited into a special account reserved for high-value winners. The lottery winner was informed that the prize money isn't deposited immediately. Instead, it's placed in a special account. This account offers a 1% annual interest rate, free deposits, and unrestricted withdrawals. With an added benefit, maintaining over 10 billion won increases the interest rate by 0.1% annually for up to 10 years, a perk designed to attract high-value clients from financial planners and fund managers. The winner, satisfied with the explanation, asked if the process was complete. The representative confirmed the address accuracy for the delivery of a VIP free gift worth 1 million won, to be delivered within a few days. The winner expressed his satisfaction and prepared to leave. As he departed, the representative commented on his incredible luck. Alone, the winner reflected on keeping more than half the prize money for himself, chuckling at his good fortune. An observer comments that while the lottery official has seen many winners, this must be his first time seeing a win of this magnitude. The official explains that there are usually around 15 winners, but due to unusual luck, the number dropped significantly, resulting in astronomically higher individual prize amounts. The lottery winner checks his balance, revealing 11.4 billion won. Is this for real? 11.4 billion. The lottery winner reflects that this money will not only cover his debts from settlement payments, but will also allow him to clear every single loan. Most importantly, he declares to those who disregard the law, he will show them that fists are far more terrifying. The lottery winner clenches his fist, a fierce expression on his face, as he prepares to take action. Officer Shin's colleague noticed his unusually cheerful demeanor, prompting her to inquire about the reason for his happiness. Officer Shin revealed that he had finally paid off all his debts, a development that his colleagues celebrated. However, Shin added that he still had a significant apartment loan to pay off, spanning 20 years. His colleague expressed surprise at this revelation, prompting Shin to explain that he had used a settlement to clear his debt. A close-up of Shin's face showed his satisfied expression as he confirmed that he had used settlement money to clear his debt. Shin's colleague then questioned the absence of his car, to which he responded that it had been in a minor accident and subsequently scrapped. Officer Shin's colleague expressed disbelief at his decision to scrap his car after a minor accident, prompting her to offer him a ride home. But Shin politely declined, stating his preference to walk home that day. His colleague, concerned, wished him a safe journey home. The scene shifts to a wide shot of the city at night, showing Shin walking alone through the streets. Shin, carrying a bag of fried chicken, reflects on his improved financial situation, remarking that money is indeed nice. He contemplates his recent splurge on 2 fried chickens, 1 soy sauce and 1 spicy, and anticipates a satisfying meal. He declares his intention to eat until his stomach explodes. Suddenly, Shin's expression shifts to one of surprise and alarm, suggesting an unexpected event. Officer Shin, his eyes narrowed, felt a prickle of unease despite his recent good fortune. He had just purchased 2 fried chickens, a celebratory meal after a financial windfall. A feeling amplified as he approached his apartment building. He paused, noticing something amiss near the electrical meter. 2 imposing figures emerged from the shadows, their presence instantly menacing. Their sudden appearance startled him. Officer Shin, instantly alert, demanded, "Who are you guys?" One of the figures, his face obscured by shadow, responded curtly, "Don't even think about running. Come here and sit." A swift, silent movement followed, a glint of metal flashing in the dim light as one of the figures lunged. One of the assailants addressed Officer Shin, stating that if he cooperated, he would not be killed. He explained his reluctance to kill was due to his hunger. The other assailant commented on the absurdity of the situation, questioning why the first assailant was so concerned about his fried chicken getting cold. The first assailant, seemingly oblivious to the gravity of the situation, continued to express his desire to eat his chicken before it got cold. He then asked Officer Shin whether he preferred spicy or soy sauce chicken. Officer Shin, enraged by the assailant's nonchalant attitude, questioned what he was talking about. The assailant, unfazed, reiterated his question about the preferred sauce for the chicken. Officer Shin, overcome with fury, yelled at the assailant. Officer Shin, enraged, unleashed a flurry of blows against his assailant. Each strike precise and powerful, sending the man sprawling. The impact echoing through the air as he continued his assault. A whirlwind of motion culminating in a final, devastating blow that sent his opponent crashing to the ground. The assailant, gasping for breath, croaked, "Hey, aren't you letting me go?" Officer Shin, ignoring the plea, responded with a cold, "This asshole," before delivering another blow. He stood over his fallen foe, his face grim, and declared, "Who's next?" Officer Shin, battered but unbowed, prepared for the next wave of attackers. Officer Shin, battered but resolute, glared at the remaining assailant. "This bastard," he thought, his eyes burning with fury. A surge of adrenaline coursing through him. He launched a swift, powerful attack. A blur of motion too fast for the eye to follow. Connecting with the assailant's jaw with a sickening crunch. The man crumpled to the ground, unconscious. Another assailant, enraged, lunged at Officer Shin, shouting, "You asshole!" Officer Shin, already exhausted, braced himself for the impact. The second assailant's attack a desperate, wild swing. Officer Shin, already wounded, braced himself as the first assailant lunged, landing a powerful blow that sent the assailant reeling. But the officer countered with a swift strike, leaving the assailant dazed and disoriented. "What, so you're not a chicken?" the assailant stammered, clutching his injured face. Shin retorted, "You're just a chick, huh?" The second assailant, witnessing his partner's defeat, cried out, "DD, don't come closer." But Shin pressed his advantage, reminding the assailant, "But you told me to come here earlier." The assailant, realizing his mistake, pleaded, that was a mistake." Officer Shin delivered a final, decisive blow, ending the confrontation with both assailants defeated. The officer stood victorious, though clearly exhausted. Officer Shin stood over his defeated assailant, breathing heavily. He muttered, "Phew." A single thought crossing his mind, is it already over? Two figures in suits watched from a distance, their faces grim. One of them spoke, "You've got more friends waiting for me inside, right?" The suited man's words were a prelude to a renewed attack. Officer Shin, already wounded, braced himself as the man shouted, "You fucking dash." He was interrupted as the door behind him burst open, revealing another assailant. The man yelled, "W8." A fierce struggle ensued, the sounds of a violent clash echoing through the hallway. A man stared in disbelief, muttering "Holy shit" to himself. His thoughts turned to the unbelievable wealth of someone living in such a humble place, 10 billion. He was at a loss for words. A man clenched his fists, impatiently wondering why someone was taking so long to appear. He then saw a man through a window and questioned his identity. The man outside reacted violently, shattering the glass with a powerful strike, and angrily demanding to know who the other man was. Man 2, enraged, smashed a window with his fist, the shards scattering around him. Then lunged at Man 1, shouting, "W8," as he delivered a powerful blow, the impact sending Man 1 reeling backward. A flurry of blows followed, leaving Man 1 dazed and bleeding. Man 1 collapsed, his face bruised and bloodied. He slumped against the car, barely conscious. Man 2 stood over him, his breathing heavy, the fight seemingly over. Man 2 calmly lit a cigarette, his expression unreadable as he surveyed the scene of his violent outburst. Bound and gagged, several men lay on the floor, their faces etched with fear. One of them weakly called out, "Who's the leader here?" A man stood over them, calmly eating a piece of fried chicken. He casually responded, "Seasoned?" One of the bound men whimpered in response, "Yes." The man nonchalantly tossed the chicken bone aside. The sound of a sickening crunch echoed through the room as he swiftly and brutally attacked the bound men, one after another. With each blow, a pained cry escaped the victim's lips. The man's expression remained unchanged, his movements precise and efficient. The last man lay still, unconscious. The attacker's side, on the floor. He then addressed the remaining unconscious man, start explaining slowly. The man picked up another piece of chicken, a satisfied smirk playing on his lips as he contemplated his next move. "What were you guys planning to do?" Man 1 questioned Man 2, "So, the plan was to transfer the money to that account?" Man 1, nursing a leg injury, sat on a bed while Man 2, his face bruised, stood before him. Man 1 mused, 3 billion, just as I thought. They came knowing I won the lottery. They're only aiming for an amount the target would comply with, they definitely thought it out. Man 1, his expression hardening, asked Man 2, "What about before?" Man 2 explained, "We took 500 million from someone who won 2 billion. Since we started by telling them their personal information, and threatened to kill their family including their cousins. None of them ever reported it to the police." Man 1, a muscular figure with a contemplative expression, uttered a single word, "Interesting." Man 2, his face bearing the marks of a recent struggle, weakly questioned, "It's the bank employee, isn't it?" Man 2's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at his own reflection, his face marred by cuts and bruises. Man 1, his gaze sharp and calculating, confirmed, "Ju Yongpal, right?" Man 2 winced as Man 1 explained, the money will probably be transferred around locally before reaching a foreign account. Either the Philippines or China. Man 2, his voice laced with desperation, exclaimed, how? Man 1, calmly eating a piece of fried chicken, observed, do you really think you'll be able to get that money after serving time in prison with Yongpal? A subtle smirk played on Man 1's lips as he continued to enjoy his meal, leaving Man 2 to contemplate his bleak future. Man 1 revealed his meticulously planned money laundering scheme to Man 2, explaining that Yongpal would serve less time and take all the money. Man 2, overcome with despair, reacted with rage and disbelief at the betrayal, cursing Yongpal. He questioned Man 1's knowledge of the scheme, wondering how he could know so much. Man 1, anticipating the question, struck Man 2, revealing his status as a civil servant. Man 2, realizing the implication, acknowledged the truth of Man 1's statement. Man 1 explained that Man 2's sentence would depend on his cooperation, expressing his dislike of being in the same situation. Man 1 revealed that he had strategized with other officers, requesting support from the investigation team, and asked them to track the accounts and phone numbers involved in the money laundering scheme. 2 hours later, Man 1 and Man 2 walked down a city street at night. They continued their journey, the city lights casting long shadows around them. Man 1 relaxed in the backseat of a car, a contented smile playing on his lips. His phone and a flip phone lay discarded on the seat beside him. A phone call interrupted his repose. Why are you so late? The voice on the other end demanded. Man 1 responded calmly, Boss Jew, there's 2 billion left from what we're supposed to get today, right? I'll be there after getting that. The voice on the other end barked back, 5 billion. After I get that, I'll hand you the money from today. Man 1 questioned why his superior was acting so suddenly, prompting Boss Jew to demand an update on the amount of money laundered so far. Boss Jew dismissed Man 1's concerns, asserting that the current operation was too significant to abandon and that Man 1 wasn't contributing much to the effort anyway. He angrily reminded Man 1 of his crucial role in the scheme's success, emphasizing that without him, they would be nothing more than petty thieves. Man 1, undeterred, pointed out that they had foreign bank accounts and could easily conclude the operation after today's task. Man 1 then asked Boss Jew what he wanted him to do next. Boss Jew instructed Man 1 to collect the cash by tomorrow, promising to transfer the funds afterward. Man 1 countered that it would take at least a month to launder the money, prompting Boss Jew to impatiently cut him off, emphasizing the urgency of the situation. Boss Jew's voice, tight with barely controlled rage, cut through the phone. We'll deal with laundering the fucking money ourselves. Tomorrow. Man 1, on the other end of the line, tried to reason, wait, we should still verify the transfer. Boss Jew interrupted, his voice dripping with contempt. You're being too dumb right now, you fucker. Transfer the 1 billion you have to that place. Man 1, internally questioning the wisdom of his negotiation, muttered to himself, why are you trying to make a deal with what should be given, Boss Jew? He sighed, defeated. All right. Boss Jew slammed the phone down, seething with barely suppressed fury. Arg. This fucker. This is why you shouldn't work with thugs who have shit for brains. Man 1 sat in his car, a grim expression settling on his face. He considered his options, a cold calculation in his eyes. Should he cut ties with Boss Jew? The thought lingered, but was quickly dismissed. He knew he'd shared too much with Boss Jew to risk a sudden break. The consequences would be too severe. Man 1, resigned and calculating, reflected on his agreement with Boss Jew. He mused, with them, to end it like that. His plan was simple, wait for the money from the job. Then hand Boss Jew and his associates over to the police before fleeing the country. Man 1 arrived at the designated meeting point, a nearly empty parking lot. He was met by another man, who urged him to hurry. The second man, impatient, stated, you made things so complicated, hurry up and get in. Man 1 approached the designated meeting point, a dimly lit parking lot, where Man 2 impatiently awaited him. He quickly transferred a briefcase to Man 2. Man 2 confirmed the contents, muttering, 20, looks right. I knew I could trust you. Meanwhile, Man 2 counted the money, a smug smile playing on his lips. Man 2's impatience grew. He demanded, "Why are you doing so slowly? Hurry up and transfer the money now." Man 1 calmly responded, "The money? Of course." Man 1 swiftly exited the vehicle. As Man 1 departed, Man 2 looked on, a mixture of surprise and suspicion clouding his features. Ju Yongpal, reflecting on the events that transpired, muttered to himself, "It's been a while." Man 2's face registered shock and disbelief as he exclaimed, "This? Boss Kong?" The officers swiftly apprehended Ju Yongpal. One officer stated, "What do you mean?" "It means you're fucked. Ju Yongpal, you're under arrest for the violation of the Information Protection Act and the solicitation of aggravated robbery." The arresting officer continued, "You have the right to call a lawyer. Do you have anything to say?" Ju Yongpal remained silent, his apprehension evident. A follow-up question was posed, "Anything to say?" Man 1, observing the scene, warned Man 2, "Don't say it even if you do." A concluding statement revealed the extent of the crime. Ju Yongpal and Boss Kang's crew, the amount of money they blackmailed totaled up to 10 billion won. Ju Yongpal and 18 other men stood in a police lineup, their faces grim. The text above them read, "There were 18 victims, excluding me." The next panel showed text stating that none of the victims had reported the crime to the police. Thankfully, using the 1 billion won transferred, the investigation team was able to track the accounts and found all the accounts the money was transferred to. Stacks of cash, representing half the stolen money, were displayed as evidence. The text stated, they were able to find half the money in cash. One of the victims expressed relief, stating, "I didn't think I would ever get that money back. Thank you very much." The remaining money was recovered from Ju Yongpal's assets, allowing the victims to recover over 90% of their losses. Two police officers discussed the case, one mentioning Shin Hae-soo, the arresting officer, and questioning the unusual nature of a regular officer making such a significant arrest. The text read, "Shin Hae-soo? The one that caught that guy? Man, he's the real deal. Kong Jinseo, Violent Crimes Team. The top arrest of the month is by a regular officer from the police station. Does that make any sense?" Two officers discussed Ju Yongpal's arrest, wondering why such a wealthy individual would be in the police force in the first place. Speculating about his 1 billion won lottery win and his potential future outside of law enforcement. One officer expressed envy, noting that Yongpal's newfound wealth would likely lead him to resign from his position. Elsewhere, Shin Hae-soo received gratitude from a superior officer for his hard work on the case, with the officer expressing his relief at being able to finally face the chief. His colleagues praised his diligence, even after hours. Shin Hae-soo, however, modestly deflected the compliments, downplaying his efforts. Later, a female colleague expressed surprise at his continued work after hours. A simple exclamation of awe escaping her lips. A female officer leaned in conspiratorially toward Shin Hae-soo, her voice hushed as she whispered, "Officer Shin, you said you don't have a girlfriend, right?" A female officer leaned in, whispering to Shin Hae-soo, "Officer Shin, you said you don't have a girlfriend, right?" She continued, her voice low, "Then, what do you look for in a woman?" Shin Hae-soo remained silent for a moment before responding. The female officer pressed further, "Don't be like that. Just tell me 3 things." He began to consider her question. Finally answering, his expression thoughtful. He stated, "She has to have a firm desire to prevent crime." The female officer smiled, clearly pleased with his response. Shin Hae-soo continued to describe his ideal partner to the female officer, "She must be beautiful, hate crime, and not cheat." He added a third condition, "She must not cheat." The female officer reacted with amusement to Hae-soo's stringent requirements, chuckling at his words. She then unexpectedly suggested a blind date, prompting a thoughtful reaction from Hae-soo. Hae-soo considered the proposition, his expression contemplative. His gaze drifted, lost in thought as he weighed the possibility of a blind date. A large man in a business suit grinned broadly, his expression jovial. he urged someone, unseen, to get going. A figure in a motorcycle helmet replied, "All right, goodbye, sir." The motorcyclist, now speeding away, questioned, "Was it room 613 in the lead building?" The motorcyclist sped through city traffic, a blur of motion. The speed lines emphasized the rapid pace of their departure, leaving only a trail of motion blur in their wake. Shin Hae-soo walked away from the building, his mind still preoccupied. When a motorcyclist approached, extending a hand in greeting and saying, "Excuse me, hello." Hae-soo, intrigued, looked closer. As the motorcyclist adjusted his glasses, a subtle smile playing on his lips. The motorcyclist, identified as Gu Seju, a financial planner, was revealed. Gu Seju's expression shifted to a thoughtful one as he considered something. Gu Seju's nameplate, clearly displaying financial planner Gu Seju, was shown. Gu Seju, seemingly pleased with himself, commented, "My name is unique, right? I think it matches my job well." Gu Seju, pleased with his unique name, explained that Seju means lease or rental, and placed a glass of water on the table, proposing that they first review the seed money options, as the amount varies based on job and marital status. He offered a basic manual, explaining that, since Shin Hae-soo was a police officer, civil servants typically prefer the C2 type, and that this method safely increases seed money. Shin Hae-soo, however, seemed unconvinced and expressed his skepticism. Gu Seju, noticing this, quickly clarified that for those who haven't managed their assets, the minimum charge might be burdensome. He then offered to show the D, E, and F types. But Shin Hae-soo interrupted, clarifying that he wasn't interested in those options, prompting Gu Seju to ask if Shin Hae-soo had other products in mind. Gu Seju, while drinking from a cup, informed Shin Hae-soo that the seed money for the investment was 11.3 billion. Shin Hae-soo, upon hearing this, reacted with surprise, muttering, 11.3 bill dash. His surprise grew, as he internally questioned, "No way. He's a rich guy with 11.3 billion? This dude?" He continued his internal monologue, adding, "I've never had a customer with more than 2 billion won." Shin Hae-soo then explained that he had come on team leader Kim's recommendation, to which Gu Seju responded with a polite "alright. Thank you." Gu Seju continued, explaining that with this investment, Shin Hae-soo could set his desired range for purchases, but direct consent would be needed for each trade. Shin Hae-soo, however, seemed unconcerned, stating that no consent was needed. Gu Seju confidently declared, "I'll entrust it all to you." Shin Hae-soo responded with a chuckle, "Yes. Ha ha. You're really straightforward." Gu Seju revealed the investment terms, the entire 11.3 billion won, a 13% charge on net profit, and a minimum annual charge of 10 million won, causing Shin Hae-soo to react with surprise, covering his mouth in shock. Shin Hae-soo, overwhelmed, bowed deeply and pledged, "Then, I'll leave it up to you." "Yes, sir. I'll give my life for it." Gu Seju reacted with a slightly surprised, "Are you giving your life?" Later, Shin Hae-soo checked his phone, realizing his blind date was scheduled for that day. He muttered, right, it was today." Someone commented that Kim Yoon-mi looked especially pretty that day, questioning if she had an important meeting. Kim Yoon-mi revealed that she was on a blind date, shown walking towards a salon. The scene shifts to Kim Yoon-mi at a salon, her hair being styled. She commented that her date was going to faint, and expressed her agreement with that assessment. The man on the blind date is shown looking flustered and overwhelmed. Kim Yoon-mi checked her phone, a look of mild annoyance crossing her face. 10 minutes late for the date, Kim Yoon-mi expressed her frustration at the situation, calling it ridiculous. She then questioned why her date was still not there, expressing her anger at his lack of punctuality and daring to make her wait. Kim Yoon-mi, already annoyed by her date's tardiness, impatiently checked her phone and angrily called him, demanding to know where he was. She listened to his explanation with growing frustration. Suddenly, a man appeared behind her, his voice cutting through her irritation. "Miss Kim Yoon-mi?" Startled, Yunmi turned to face him. Her date finally arrived, offering a sheepish apology for his lateness. He removed his helmet, revealing a somewhat apologetic expression. He stood beside his motorcycle, still slightly out of breath from his hurried arrival. Kim Yunmi, still simmering from her date's lateness, muttered to herself, "My skirt is a little short." She then instructed her date, "Just tell me the address. I'll take a taxi." Meanwhile, Kim Yunmi's date retrieved a dark teal jacket from his motorcycle and approached her, offering the garment. "Why are you giving me clothes all of a sudden?" she questioned, surprised. He attempted to help her put on the jacket, but she recoiled slightly, her expression a mixture of confusion and wariness. The man then knelt, offering to adjust her skirt. She looked down, slightly embarrassed. He offered to help her onto his motorcycle, but she declined, stating, "Forget it. I'll get on myself." Kim Yunmi sat on the back of her date's motorcycle, perched precariously on the edge of the seat. He urged her, "Let's go quickly." Yunmi noticed her date openly staring at her legs. Her inner thoughts registered, "He's looking at it openly, huh?" Concerned, he asked, "Is there anything wrong?" He explained, "The way you're sitting is not only making it impossible for me to sit, but there's also a high chance that you fall." Suddenly, Yunmi felt a sharp pain and exclaimed, "Excuse me for a moment." She lost her balance and started to fall. Her date quickly reacted, catching her before she hit the ground. "Wait," she cried out. Kim Yunmi, adjusting her new hairstyle, sat on a bench, seemingly pleased with her appearance. As her date helped her put on her helmet, a look of concern crossed her face. The helmet felt too tight, causing her to exclaim in surprise. "What?" "Ugh," she cried, expressing her discomfort. Her date asked if it was too small. Kim Yunmi explained that she had gone to the salon early that morning for her hair. Her date reassured her, saying, "It's nothing, just go quickly." They quickly mounted the motorcycle and sped off. As they rode, Kim Yunmi nearly fell off the motorcycle, but her date reacted quickly, preventing a serious accident. They approached a red light. Kim Yunmi and her date rode on a motorcycle, the woman clinging to him as they sped through the city streets. A bystander watched them go, a hint of concern in their expression. Kim Yunmi, eyes squeezed shut, felt a sudden lurch as the motorcycle nearly swerved, causing her to brace herself against her date. She thought to herself, "Should I whack his head with the helmet as soon as I get off?" The motorcycle ride continued, the city blurring past them, until they arrived at their destination. Her date helped her off the bike, saying, "We've arrived." Kim Yunmi angrily snatched her helmet, muttering, "No. Don't you." Before her date could finish his sentence, he asked if she had a car, and she replied, "I do, but I got into a minor accident a few days ago, so I sent it to be scrapped." Kim Yunmi, eyes blazing with a mischievous glint, let out a sinister laugh. "Ha ha ha ha. I see." Her date, slightly perplexed, questioned her, "Don't tell me he wants to go in there?" Kim Yunmi responded, adding, "But it's a very popular place." Her date offered a reassuring comment, "Fortunately, your choice in restaurants is good." A change of plans was announced by Kim Yunmi, change of plans. "Let's go get something to post on Instagram." Kim Yunmi, reflecting on her introduction of her date to a friend, mused, "If I weren't married, I would have never introduced him to you." A subtle smile played on her lips as she continued the thought. At the restaurant, Kim Yunmi's date inquired, "So you're a police officer?" She replied, "Yes, I'm stationed at the East Patrol Station with Lim Sunjiang." Kim Yunmi then asked her date, "Do you know what I do for work?" He responded simply, "No." Kim Yunmi pressed further, "Aren't you curious?" She revealed her profession, "I work at Daehan Bank." Kim Yunmi's date commented on the poor pay for government jobs, noting that few people seemed interested in working as public officials. He added that the salary was lower than what most small businesses offered. Kim Yunmi's date explained that due to a previous excessive force case, his last salary had been cut to around 20 million won. He then expressed surprise when Kim Yunmi informed him that the pay cut had since been lifted. Kim Yunmi, seemingly agitated, drank some water while her date continued to eat. Her date then remarked that she must have already secured a down payment for a house with her improved salary. Kim Yunmi clarified that she couldn't take on any more loans due to previous settlement payments, but she had recently cleared those debts. She added that she was currently renting a one-bedroom apartment. A malicious smile spread across Kim Yunmi's face as she let out a hearty laugh. Lim Sia, overcome with a surge of anger, unleashed a venomous epithet at her date. "Lim Sia, you bitch." Her date, startled by the outburst, could only stammer, "Excuse me?" The date's confusion deepened as he internally corrected himself, "No, it's not you." He paused, requesting a moment's time, 1 second. As he excused himself to visit the restroom, his date observed, questioning his sudden departure, "Going to the bathroom at this time?" Meanwhile, Lim Sia's thoughts turned to her date's financial status, revealing her own assessment. "Yeah, a debtor who can't take out loans and makes only 20 million. What did I expect?" She concluded, with a sense of finality, "This is better. I'll just pay for it and get rid of him cleanly." As she paid the bill, a brief apology escaped her lips. "Sorry?" "Ah." Lim Sia, on a date, suggested going to a coffee shop, a seemingly innocent proposal. Her date, however, remained somewhat hesitant, internally questioning her true intentions. Despite his reservations, he decided to give her another chance. But Lim Sia quickly changed her mind, suggesting drinks instead. Later, during their date, a heated argument erupted, with Lim Sia explosively calling her date "you bastard." The date, taken aback, retorted, "What? You bastard? Am I wrong?" The situation escalated further, with Lim Sia's date becoming increasingly agitated. A nearby employee intervened, attempting to de-escalate the situation by asking Lim Sia's date to calm down. Lim Sia's date, his face contorted in fear, stammered, his voice barely a whisper. A restaurant employee, enraged, lunged forward, landing a powerful blow that sent Lim Sia's date sprawling to the floor, groaning in pain. "Ag!" Lim Sia, witnessing the scene, looked concerned, whispering to her date, "Should we leave?" The employee, still seething, grabbed Lim Sia's date by the collar, shouting, "Get up, you bastard." Another employee rushed in, attempting to intervene, saying, "Excuse me a moment." Observing the chaotic scene, Lim Sia's date muttered to himself, "How are they educating employees around here?" The employee, visibly frustrated, clenched his fists. A restaurant employee violently shoved Lim Sia's date, the impact echoing with a sharp thwack. The employee, enraged, demanded to know who dared to interfere. He realized his mistake, stammering an apology as he saw the officer's presence. His profuse apologies, however, did little to ease the tension. Overwhelmed with remorse, he repeated his apologies, his voice trembling. The employee's actions caused a commotion, drawing the attention of other patrons. The other employees, witnessing the scene, looked on with a mixture of fear and apprehension. Their expressions shifted to one of nervous compliance as the officer's presence commanded attention. A restaurant employee profusely apologized, "We apologize." Lim Sia, observing the scene, wondered aloud, "Are these the guys from yesterday?" The restaurant employee, still on his knees, pleaded, "I won't get up until you've forgiven us." Lim Sia's date, though unharmed, remained tense. He tersely commanded, "While I'm still saying it nicely, get up." 3 other men watched the scene unfold, their expressions a mixture of shock and apprehension. Lim Sia's date, maintaining his composure, questioned the group, "Where are you from?" One of the men from the Gaesong building addressed his companions, instructing them to turn around and apologize to the restaurant staff. The men, seemingly apprehensive, offered a collective apology. Lim Sia's date, however, remained unconvinced, noting the unfairness of the situation, 3 against 1. One of the Gaesong men, irritated by the observation, demanded silence. The restaurant employee, still apologetic, offered to clean up the mess, accepting full responsibility for the incident. The Gaesong men left, leaving behind a trail of scattered debris. Later, Lim Sia's date and a female colleague discussed the incident, commenting on his assertive handling of the situation. The restaurant employee, still profusely apologizing, explained that the men had already paid for the damages and left. One of the men offered additional money as a tip, stating that they had caused enough trouble. They then hastily departed, leaving the restaurant employee relieved. Lim Sia's date watched them go, a thoughtful expression on his face. Lim Sia, still unsettled by the incident, questioned her date about the men's behavior, wondering if this was connected to a previous event. Her date simply replied that they were thugs, dismissing the incident. Lim Sia, however, remained unconvinced, her curiosity piqued. Lim Sia's date explained that the three men from the Gaesong building were known to him, stating that their encounter was a natural relationship between detectives and thugs. A comment that left Lim Sia unconvinced but outwardly unperturbed. Later, as Lim Sia and her date left the restaurant, she reflected on the events of the evening, finding the entire experience, despite the earlier altercation, to be quite enjoyable. Her date, seemingly oblivious to her lingering suspicions, expressed his own satisfaction with their date. As they walked, Lim Sia subtly questioned her date's statement, prompting him to reveal that he needed to leave immediately. Lim Sia, still suspicious of her date, uttered a final, pointed remark, "Next time." Her date, increasingly anxious, interrupted, asking, "Excuse me?" Lim Sia, taken aback by his abruptness, questioned, "Huh? What?" Her date, revealing his true intentions, stated that he didn't like her and was only seeing her out of courtesy as Lim Sia. Further escalating the situation, Lim Sia scornfully pointed out his lack of a car or house, adding, "And what, I'm not your type?" "Ha!" The date, visibly uncomfortable, responded with a nervous smile. As Lim Sia watched, her date hailed a cab and abruptly ended the date, stating, "Let's never see each other again." As the cab pulled away, the date offered a final, strained farewell, "All right, then get home safe." Lim Sia, still reeling from her date's abrupt departure, muttered to herself, it makes no sense." Concluding with a defiant, "Guys better than you line up for a chance with me." Meanwhile, a taxi driver called out to her, "Lady, what's your destination?" To which she replied, "Sandonga Apartments." The taxi driver, slightly bewildered, responded, "Oh, okay. Why are you screaming?" Later, Officer Shin received a call while in bed. The caller said, "Hello, Officer Shin." A man answered a phone call. "Yes, Executive Gu?" The caller identified himself and explained the situation to Officer Shin, who was in bed at the time. He apologized for the late-night call, stating that it was an urgent matter. The caller explained that the owner of the building where Officer Shin's office was located wanted to sell it quickly to avoid bankruptcy. He highlighted that the building had an 8% rate of return and was one of the best in East Gangjin. Officer Shin appeared thoughtful, considering the information. A phone call proposed a lucrative business deal, a building sale for 6 billion, with potential for 8 billion in the long term, plus rental income. The caller explained that such opportunities are rare, necessitating the abrupt contact. Officer Shin, on the receiving end, agreed to review the paperwork and follow up. Officer Shin, now alone, contemplated the enormity of the proposition, that massive building, soon to be his. Later, a colleague casually inquired about his recent meeting with Yunmi. The implication hung in the air, suggesting that the matter was not entirely resolved. Officer Shin's colleague relayed Yunmi's rejection, noting that she seemed agitated afterward, prompting Shin to inquire about the circumstances of the rejection. Shin explained that Yunmi was a popular and attractive friend, and that their connection had been unsuccessful. Later, a woman's voiceover reflects on the scene as if it were a dramatic television show, commenting on the ease with which Haesu managed to influence 3 people without any direct action, and expressing a sense of security and safety in his presence. Officer Shin, still reeling from Yunmi's rejection, reflected on their contrasting personalities. He considered himself conservative, while Yunmi was clearly not, leaving him to wonder about her actions and motivations. Later that day, Officer Shin, having finished his night shift, decided to take advantage of his ample free time to visit the building he was in the process of purchasing. Officer Shin, taking advantage of his free time, rode his motorcycle through city streets. He noticed something unusual in the distance and slowed down, questioning what he saw. Recognizing the building as the one he was purchasing, he wondered if Executive Gu was there. Officer Shin considered the possibility of Executive Gu being present, but decided to take a quick look around without him. The traffic light turned green, signaling his opportunity to proceed. He decided to proceed with his plan to investigate the building. Officer Shin checked his watch, confirming his intention to make a quick visit. He parked his motorcycle and approached the building. Officer Shin, having decided to investigate the building he was purchasing, walked purposefully through the city streets, his pace quickening as he neared his destination. Suddenly, a figure emerged from a nearby alleyway, ambushing Officer Shin with a swift and brutal attack, sending the officer sprawling to the ground. The attacker's glasses shattered, revealing a glimpse of his face before he disappeared. The scene opens with a view through a pair of broken glasses, revealing Officer Shin lying injured on the ground, blood staining his shirt. A car speeds away, leaving behind tire tracks on the wet asphalt. Two figures, their faces partially obscured, rush to the scene, their expressions filled with alarm. One of them cries out in distress. In the distance, a man, identified as Executive Gu, flees the scene. The two figures continue to approach Officer Shin, their concern evident. Executive Gu runs, his face contorted in a grimace of exertion and fear. Officer Shin, barely conscious, groans in pain, blood still flowing from his wounds. A close-up on Officer Shin's hand, still clutching his weapon, emphasizes his struggle to stay alive. A voice urges him, "You can't give up." Officer Shin's face, marred by blood and grime, is shown in close-up. His eyes, though vacant, hold a flicker of defiance. Meanwhile, Executive Gu, his expression grim, is seen fleeing the scene of the attack. A thought bubble appears above him, containing the words, "I'll definitely save you." The word reset appears in a speech bubble, suggesting a possible time-altering event or ability. A close-up of a police officer's eyes, filled with determination, is shown. The image is accompanied by onomatopoeia suggesting a sudden realization. The same police officer is shown from the chest up, his uniform crisp and his expression focused. He appears to be on a phone call. A speech bubble reveals the words, "As a financial manager, you must be wary of premeditated crimes." A police officer, on a phone call, reported that he would keep Executive Gu safe. He muttered "damn," as he looked at his watch. Only 18 minutes until the end of his shift. He thought to minimize any butterfly effects by leaving around the same time. But he needed to reach the scene quicker. The officer sped off on his motorcycle, leaving a trail behind him. He arrived at the scene. Officer Shin, having arrived at the scene, surveyed the intersection from his parked motorcycle. He muttered to himself, "All I need to do is call." He pulled out his phone and attempted to contact someone, but the call failed. Annoyed, he thought, what kind of financial manager is this hard to reach? Officer Shin sighed, concluding, "I guess I have to wait." He watched as a group of men in suits crossed the street. Meanwhile, a masked individual made a phone call nearby. The pedestrian crossing signal displayed 20 seconds remaining. A masked individual, seemingly unconcerned, made a phone call amidst a bustling city street. Officer Shin, observing from a distance, noticed the masked individual and the direction they were facing. The masked individual continued their call, their expression hidden behind the mask. They ended the call near a building called Triangle Tube. Meanwhile, Executive Gu, alerted to something, sped through the city streets in his car. He shouted, "Executive Gu." A voice called out, "Executive Gu. Stop." Mr. Shin appeared, his expression one of concern as he called out, "Mr. Shin?" Officer Shin felt a sense of unease, a bad feeling washing over him. Executive Gu continued to speed through the city streets. Ignoring the calls to stop, his focus solely on reaching his destination. Officer Shin's apprehension grew, a barely audible ha, escaping his lips. His face reflected his growing alarm. Executive Gu sped onward, a blur of motion against the cityscape. Executive Gu, driving recklessly, swerved violently to avoid a collision. His body thrown forward as the car fishtailed dangerously. Officer Shin, watching from the sidewalk, felt a surge of alarm. The impact of the near miss sent a jolt through the vehicle. As sparks flew from the damaged undercarriage, Executive Gu gripped the wheel, his expression grim. Suddenly, a motorcycle, driven by an unseen assailant, appeared out of nowhere and collided with Executive Gu's car, sending the vehicle careening into a spin. Executive Gu groaned in pain as he was thrown from the vehicle. The impact left him dazed and disoriented. He landed hard on the pavement, the force of the collision knocking the wind out of him. Executive Gu cried out in pain as his car collided violently with another vehicle. Officer Shin, witnessing the accident from a distance, grimaced at the impact. Rushing to the scene as quickly as possible. Finding Executive Gu dazed and injured on the ground. Executive Gu! Shin exclaimed, kneeling beside the injured man. Assessing the situation, Shin noted that Gu's injuries, thankfully, did not appear to be life-threatening. Mr. Shin? Gu murmured weakly. Shin checked Gu's helmet, noting the damage sustained in the collision. Then instructed, "Get to the hospital first." Gu, despite his injuries, nodded in agreement. "All right," he replied, struggling to his feet. A black Leno M7 sped through the city streets. Officer Shin Heisu of the Eastern District contacted Emergency Line 112, reporting a hit and run and initiating pursuit. He relayed the perpetrator's vehicle description and direction of travel. The dispatcher instructed him to maintain contact and await backup. The officer noted a suspicious woman at the scene. The dispatcher emphasized the importance of maintaining visual contact with the unregistered vehicle. Officer Shin, acknowledging the dispatcher's instructions and the suspicious woman, decided to prioritize tracking the fleeing vehicle. He would investigate the woman later. Officer Shin pursued the perpetrator of a hit and run on his motorcycle, weaving expertly through city traffic. The perpetrator ran a red light, ignoring the traffic signals, narrowly avoiding a collision with a taxi. Officer Shin noted that another officer must have controlled the traffic light to allow for the pursuit. He decided to apprehend the suspect at this opportune moment. The motorcycle swerved sharply, causing the perpetrator to lose control. The perpetrator crashed into a nearby vehicle. Officer Shin apprehended the perpetrator, shouting police, as he approached. Officer Shin, having cornered the perpetrator, issued a sharp warning, "Do not make any movements." He repeated the command, more forcefully this time, "Don't move." The perpetrator, ignoring the warning, made a sudden move, prompting Shin to ask, "Why aren't you complying?" Shin then threatened, "Do you need a beat?" To be continued. The perpetrator, a man with a stocky build and a dark expression, let out a frustrated laugh, exclaiming, "Ha, fuck." He muttered to himself, "I didn't plan on stabbing an officer." A blur of motion indicated a struggle, the perpetrator's dark clothing stained crimson. Officer Shin, from behind his police car, drew his taser and fired, the yellow prongs arcing towards the perpetrator. The taser's impact sent the perpetrator reeling back, his body convulsing as he cried out in pain, "Arg." Officer Shin, slightly winded but unharmed, groaned, "Ugh." Officer Shin, slightly injured but having successfully apprehended the perpetrator, is shown being assisted into a police vehicle. The next panel shows Daesun Hospital, indicating the location where the injured will be treated. Inside, the perpetrator, injured and apprehended, declares, "I'll go by myself. Please keep up the good work." He is clearly still defiant despite his injuries. A nurse rushes into the scene, exclaiming, hold on." Another nurse urgently requests, "Yes, sir. Come over here." Dr. Kong, please contact the police. Officer Shin, displaying his police identification, calmly responds, "It's already been reported, so it's fine." The perpetrator, noticing the officer's identification, menacingly states, "Ah, you're a policeman. Sit over here for a movement." A young man, clutching his stomach, sat on a bench, his face pale with pain. A woman approached him, her voice laced with concern, calling out, Mr. Shin." Mr. Shin, visibly shaken, asked, What's going on?" Officer Shin explained, "You were chasing that car earlier. That hit-and-run driver had a knife with him. They already caught him, so don't worry." Mr. Shin, reflecting on the events, murmured, "Because of me, it's nothing big." Officer Shin pressed further, "Why weren't you picked up?" Mr. Shin explained, I dropped my phone and it broke." Officer Shin, concerned, asked, "How did the knife pierce your stomach?" A man, seemingly uninjured, questioned the medical attention given to another individual, expressing disbelief that someone seemingly fine was receiving such care. His words laced with a hint of mockery as he chuckled, seriously?" The doctor advised the injured man to remain hospitalized for a few days to avoid complications, explaining that overexertion could worsen his condition. The injured man, however, insisted on outpatient treatment. He removed his shirt, revealing bandages on his torso, indicating a degree of injury. Later, outside the hospital, the injured man sat waiting, seemingly impatient, wondering aloud if someone was waiting for him. Gu, the perpetrator, questioned the hospital's decision to discharge him, considering his life-threatening injuries. He wondered if they would have acted differently had he been on the verge of death. Meanwhile, Gu's savior, Executive Gu, explained that he had an important meeting, but he decided to cancel it and go to the police station with Gu. Gu expressed his confusion and reluctance to accompany Executive Gu, questioning why he would be involved. Executive Gu revealed his suspicion that the hit-and-run incident was not an accident, but a planned crime. Gu, still unsure, agreed to investigate the matter further with Executive Gu. As they left the hospital, Gu's discomfort was evident. Executive Gu's firm grip on Gu's arm suggested a sense of urgency and determination. Gu reacted with frustration and anger, shouting, fuck. Let me go." The perpetrator, slightly injured, reacted with surprise as Executive Gu approached him. "Oh." The perpetrator and Executive Gu arrived at the police station. Bloodstains were visible on the perpetrator's clothing. Meanwhile, the perpetrator, still agitated, insisted, "No, so what I was saying." He complained to Executive Gu, "I told you to bring me Kong Sunmi." He demanded, "Want to talk?" A woman, identified as the CEO of Daesun ENM, Chin Yi-ji, appeared, accompanied by 2 bodyguards. She asked, "What's going on?" The perpetrator, still focused on his own agenda, angrily asked, "Who are you?" He continued, "Just bring me Kong Sunmi." CEO Chin responded calmly, "I'm someone who can do that." CEO Chin Yi-ji, newly arrived at the police station, questioned the situation, asking, "What's this about?" The perpetrator, still slightly injured, angrily recounted how he saw Nurse Kong Sunmi interacting with other men, prompting him to exclaim, "That bitch. After she said she'd only see me, I saw her touching other bastards and talking to them. Wouldn't that make you so mad?" Ha! His rage escalated, demanding, "Bring that bitch over here immediately. I'll crush her head." Meanwhile, Nurse Kong Sunmi, visibly distressed, was being comforted by a colleague. Her name tag clearly identifying her as Nurse Kong Sunmi. An observer noted, "It's obvious. When that big guy was a patient, the nurse treated him kindly." Leading to the conclusion that the perpetrator developed feelings for her and expected reciprocation. A hushed conversation between CEO Chin Yi-ji and another man revealed a growing interest in Kong Sunmi's situation. Kong Sunmi's eyes, wide and filled with unshed tears, reflected the trauma she had endured. A colleague offered a comforting presence, a silent promise of support amidst the chaos. CEO Chin Yi-ji, having arrived at the station, issued a curt instruction: there was nothing left to discuss, the perpetrator should be handed over to the police. The perpetrator, seething with barely contained rage, glared with intense fury. His outburst, a venomous "what? You fucking bitch," punctuated the tense atmosphere. He lunged forward, a primal scream, "You first," escaping his lips before he was subdued. The perpetrator's attack was thwarted, his aggression abruptly halted as he was restrained. CEO Chin Yi-ji turned and left the scene, her expression unreadable. The perpetrator, seething with rage, struggled against his restraints, shouting, "Let me go! Fuck!" He continued his tirade, screaming, "Get out of my way, you bastards!" Meanwhile, Executive Gu, having subdued the perpetrator, found himself on the ground, dazed but unharmed. CEO Chin Yi-ji watched the scene unfold, her expression unreadable. The perpetrator, despite being restrained, glared with intense fury, his eyes burning with hatred. Suddenly, Officer Shin intervened, swiftly disarming the perpetrator with a decisive strike. The perpetrator was subdued, his attack thwarted. As the dust settled, Officer Shin stood over the now helpless perpetrator, his weapon secured. The perpetrator lunged forward, knife in hand, aiming for CEO Chin Yi-ji. But Executive Gu reacted swiftly, intercepting the attack. The perpetrator, enraged, demanded to know Gu's identity. "Who are you?" he snarled. Gu responded with a decisive blow, sending the attacker sprawling to the ground. Officer Shin Heisu arrived on the scene, subduing the perpetrator with practiced efficiency. "This is Senior Police Officer Shin Heisu from the Eastern District," he announced. "There has been a case of a violent act using a lethal weapon at the main entrance of Daesun Hospital." The perpetrator lay unconscious on the floor. Executive Gu contacted the authorities, reporting that the perpetrator had been subdued. CEO Chin Yi-ji observed the aftermath of the incident, still shaken by the events. Officer Shin arrived on the scene. Executive Gu expressed his gratitude to Officer Shin for his swift response, praising the efficiency of the Korean police force. CEO Chin Yi-ji quietly left the scene. Officer Shin, still smiling, gently admonished Executive Gu to lower his voice. An Seo-eun arrived, seeking to express her gratitude to Officer Shin. An Seo-eun and Officer Shin shook hands, concluding the immediate aftermath of the attack. An Seo-eun, having just witnessed the arrest of the perpetrator, expressed her gratitude to Officer Shin, stating that many people are unable to perform such a feat. She emphasized that Officer Shin's actions were not insignificant, but rather a significant act of kindness. Officer Shin received a business card from An Seo-eun, recognizing the Daesung Entertainment logo. He commented that he had heard of the company. An Seo-eun revealed that she is the youngest daughter of the Daesung Group's owner, emphasizing her family's ownership of the company. An Seo-eun, the youngest daughter of the Daesung Group's owner, stood with her arms crossed, exuding confidence and composure. She then extended her hand to Officer Shin, who was slightly taken aback by her sudden gesture. An Seo-eun expressed her sincere gratitude to Officer Shin for his actions, despite the fact that he only subdued the perpetrator. She reiterated her desire to express her sincerity for his help. Officer Shin, deflecting An Seo-eun's profuse thanks, stated that he was simply doing his job, and that he couldn't accept such extravagant gratitude. An Seo-eun's eyes, however, conveyed a depth of sincerity. She apologized for any offense caused and expressed her sincere gratitude for his actions that day. Officer Shin, downplaying his role, simply stated that it was nothing and prepared to leave. Later, Officer Shin reflected on the encounter, impressed by An Seo-eun's presence and demeanor, noting that she was as impressive as any celebrity. He learned that despite her entertainment-focused business card, An Seo-eun's influence extended to the Daemyeong Hotel and even the hospital, showcasing her significant power within the Daesung Group. Officer Shin concluded his thoughts, acknowledging An Seo-eun's talent and youth. Officer Shin, observing An Seo-eun's departure, remarked to his unseen companion, "You know her well." He then suggested, "Then, let's go to the police station." Officer Shin, walking away, pondered, "Why would such a person want my business card?" He reached for a door handle. To be continued. Officer Shin gripped the car's handle. A question lingering in his mind. He wondered if the incident was premeditated. His companion, concerned about the possibility of premeditation, urged him to proceed to the station. Officer Shin started the car, his companion agreeing and asking him to drive safely. The car sped off, leaving a trail of exhaust in its wake. Meanwhile, CEO Chin Yi-ji and her associates observed from a distance. Chin Yi-ji instructed her associate, Mr. Kim, to investigate Officer Shin. Mr. Kim acknowledged the instruction, understanding the implications of the request. CEO Chin Yi-ji instructed Mr. Kim, "Don't come into work tomorrow." Mr. Kim responded with a simple, "Yes, I apologize." The two left the building together. Officer Shin arrived at the police station, observing a suspect under interrogation. A fellow officer asked Shin, "You've never seen him before?" Shin responded thoughtfully, "Maybe. I feel like I could have. I'm not sure." During the interrogation, the perpetrator claimed the incident was an accident, stating he was scared after hitting the victim. However, the investigators questioned this, pointing out the presence of a knife. The perpetrator defensively explained that he used the knife for hiking. He then refused to cooperate further, stating he wouldn't speak until his lawyer arrived. Meanwhile, the officers checked the perpetrator's phone records and discovered a call made at the time of the hit and run, indicating he was using his phone while fleeing the scene. Further investigation revealed the burner phone he used was discarded near the Manhwa intersection. The officers continued their investigation. Officer Shin and a colleague reviewed the case, noting the need for further investigation. "Damn, we'll have to look into it further." "We're securing the CCTV footage, right?" one officer asked. His colleague confirmed, "Yes, sir." The officer muttered to himself, "Gangwa intersection, huh?" Meanwhile, another officer approached a man with an injured arm, asking, "Mr. Gu, do you have time?" Mr. Gu replied, "For you I do, Mr. Shin." The scene shifted to show Officer Shin, Mr. Gu, and another officer assembled together. A CCTV still image showed a group of people at an intersection, including a woman in a dark hooded jacket. Officer Shin gave an instruction, "Pause. Track this woman down." Another officer observed, "I remember that she didn't cross at the green light, and she turned around after seeing Mr. Gu. She seemed to be calling someone too." Officer Shin reviewed the CCTV footage of the accident. The timing seemed suspicious. The incident occurred precisely as the woman in question turned, prompting him to announce to his team that the suspects had been narrowed down. One officer paused, a flicker of uncertainty crossing his face, hesitating before admitting that he remembered something, though he wasn't entirely sure what it was. His expression shifted, a subtle smirk playing on his lips as he clarified his recollection. He remembered a client's daughter, an elderly woman named Park Makryon. According to Mr. Gu, Park Makryon was currently residing in a nursing home. A nursing home with a long history. As her financial manager, Executive Gu visited the elderly woman out of gratitude. He announced his arrival, "Ma'am, I'm here." Only to be met by her daughter, who questioned, "Who?" It was there that he met her daughter. However, there was an air of discomfort between them, unusual for family members. Executive Gu revisited the old lady and learned that her daughter was violent and only came to take money from her. Despite her successful reconstruction business making her a millionaire, and her living a good life. Later, Executive Gu is shown speaking with Officer Shin, the injured man's arm in a sling. He reveals that the day she was going to give all her money to charity was today. Officer Shin considered the implications of Mrs. Park's death, concluding that even if she were deceased, her financial manager could still execute her wishes. A realization that led him to a sudden epiphany: bingo! That's it. Further investigation revealed the identity of the suspect as Kim Il-suk, born in 1975. A quick glance at her image confirmed her resemblance to the person captured on CCTV footage. And her address was pinpointed to Ogwandong, 20, 33rd Street, Unit 103. The officers decided to move swiftly to apprehend her before she could escape. In a parking lot, a tense confrontation unfolded as officers apprehended Kim Il-suk. She had been hiding from the police for 4 hours. Subsequent inquiries revealed that the hit-and-run driver was her lover. The investigation revealed that the perpetrator had shadowed Mr. Gu multiple times to meticulously plan the crime. The crime for which he was ultimately apprehended and charged with premeditation and assault of a police officer. The court proceedings concluded with a 15-year prison sentence for the perpetrator. Officer Shin, witnessing the sentencing, muttered "bastards." The following day, after work, Officer Shin received a call. The caller identified himself as Mr. Gu. He had a new assignment for Officer Shin. Executive Gu contacted Officer Shin, stating he had something important to tell him. Officer Shin responded, asking where they should meet. Gu replied that he would come to Shin, specifying that he would meet him in front of his house. The two men met outside a restaurant, seemingly unassuming in their meeting place. They sat at a simple outdoor table, with instant ramen and milk being the only food present. Officer Shin commented on Gu's humility, considering his immense wealth. Gu simply stated that he didn't need to waste money. Officer Shin and Executive Gu concluded their meeting. Executive Gu, acknowledging Shin's earlier comments, stated, "You are very right indeed." Later, over a simple meal, Executive Gu casually inquired, "Did something happen?" Officer Shin, hesitant at first, eventually admitted, "Well, I experienced something strange." Executive Gu pressed further, then, at the accident." Shin contemplated his words carefully, to say it was just a dream. He continued, his expression hardening, he must remember his death. Officer Shin reflected, "I'm thankful that I'm alive, and I was going to move on." But something prompted him to seek out Executive Gu. He explained, "But something you did has been on my mind, so I came here." Officer Shin's eyes, wide with a mixture of confusion and disbelief, reflected the turmoil within. He was grappling with a recent event that defied logic. Unlike his memory, Executive Gu had intervened, calling out to him to stop and preventing a fatal accident. The officer found this intervention peculiar. Executive Gu's demeanor during the incident was unsettling. It was as if he had known Shin would be saved, his actions devoid of the usual panic associated with such a near-death experience. The strangeness of the situation weighed heavily on Officer Shin's mind, leaving him deeply disturbed. Consumed by this unsettling experience, Officer Shin sought answers, his thoughts racing throughout the night, leading him to seek out Executive Gu. He hoped Gu might shed light on the inexplicable events. Executive Gu, seemingly unfazed, calmly stated, "It's over." Executive Gu hesitated, then stated that he couldn't simply claim to have developed powers after the accident, adding that a recent victim in another case had a similar experience. He explained that when something traumatic happens, the brain sometimes creates extreme scenarios. Officer Shin, still shaken, listened intently as Executive Gu continued, reassuring him that he would be fine after a few days and offering an explanation for his actions. Officer Shin recounted seeing a speeding car while on his way to the lead building, believing it to be dangerous. Executive Gu concluded that this must have been the cause of Officer Shin's experience. Officer Shin, though still slightly bewildered, acknowledged that regardless, Executive Gu had saved him. Executive Gu, his expression calm and insightful, made a promise to Officer Shin. "So I'll use this new life for you, Mr. Shin. I'll do everything I can to make you rich." He then gave Shin a simple instruction, "Just eat the ramyun. It's gonna burn." Officer Shin, eyes closed in blissful enjoyment, savored the spicy noodles, a contented smile spreading across his face as he ate the ramyun with gusto. Later, lying in bed, Officer Shin contemplated his situation. How do I deal with this going forward? He worried about the future, recognizing the inherent uncertainty. There's no guarantee this won't happen again. The reset only goes 1 hour to the past. Officer Shin, his face grim beneath his helmet, stared intensely ahead. The words "every minute, every second" counts echoed in his mind. A reflection in his visor showed a blurry image of a body lying on the ground, a stark reminder of his recent near-death experience. Later, seated at a small table, Shin ate ramyun, the steam rising before him. The question, act in a way that won't arouse suspicion, played on his mind. He considered the implications of the time reset and Executive Gu's instructions. The thought, but if I'm too slow and fail to save someone, weighed heavily on him. The guilt, he realized, would be unbearable. He closed his eyes, a sigh escaping his lips. Finally, a quiet resolve settled over him. Let's just worry about saving people for now, he murmured to himself. Officer Shin Haesu jogged through the city streets, his breath misting in the cold air. Suddenly stopping, doubled over in pain. A dull ache in his abdomen. It's uncomfortable, he thought, it would have healed quickly in my early 20s. The years, he realized, were catching up to him. He paused, noticing a phone call. Who is it, he wondered. The caller ID read, On Sound. Officer Shin answered the call. On Sound's voice came through the phone, This is On Sound. Are you free to talk? Officer Shin responded, I have something I need to say in person. When can we meet? On Sound's face appeared in his mind's eye, and he smiled. I'm free now, he said. A woman, seemingly troubled, received a message, I have something I need to say in person. When can we meet? She reflected, I figured I'd be contacted at least once. A man, seemingly young, responded to the message with a single word, I'm free now. He contemplated the message, I guess I have to listen to her intentions. He received a call and responded, right now? Yes. A black luxury car is parked on a city street. A man in a dark hoodie opens a small container of banana milk. He inserts a straw and prepares to drink. The man is approached by a woman in a business suit. She states, I'm the one who should buy this, though. He replies, it's buy two, get one free, so it's fine. The woman hands the man another container of banana milk. The man looks surprised and slightly flustered as the woman walks away. The man, slightly flustered, mumbled his thanks as he accepted the drink offered by the woman. Taking a sip as he looked down at his drink. The woman, polite but curious, asked him, What brings you here? He explained, referencing a previous incident at the hospital. Mentioning Executive Kim, a former colleague. She noted his actions at the hospital, highlighting his exceptional strength in subduing a rioter who had endangered Executive Kim. She stated that his actions were remarkable, given the circumstances. And, getting straight to the point, offered him a job as her personal bodyguard. The man sipped his drink, the woman's words about a satisfying salary still echoing in his mind. His gaze lingering on the creamy beverage in his hand. Across from him, the woman waited patiently, her expression calm and composed. Observing the man's reaction to her offer. He set down his drink, a thoughtful expression crossing his face. A question forming in his mind, if I stay by your side, can I catch a lot of bad guys? He answered his own question honestly, I didn't become police to earn money, but because I wanted to catch many bad guys. I don't need money. The woman's face softened slightly, a hint of understanding in her eyes. The woman, her expression unreadable, stated that removing a police officer like the man would be a significant loss to national security. She then reached into her bag and presented him with a document, explaining that it was a gift she had originally intended to give him. Adding that she had put considerable thought into it and hoped he would like it. The man, initially hesitant, received the document. And upon examining it, his expression shifted to one of contemplation. The document was a donation certificate from the Angel Love Orphanage, showing a substantial donation made in his name. His expression hardened as he considered the implications. The woman, confident and composed, reflected on her actions. I put a lot of thought into it, and it seems I've partially succeeded, she mused to herself. She then addressed the man, her tone businesslike. Then, I'll get going. See you again next time, she stated. The man watched her depart, his thoughts turning to the recent events. Did she just come here to recruit me as her bodyguard? She's somewhat different from those rich kids I've seen so far, he pondered. He then offered a polite farewell. Okay, thank you for the gift. Have a safe trip, he said. As the woman was about to leave, she paused, a thought occurring to her. Wait, she called out. She turned back to the man, a subtle shift in her demeanor. Do you have something to say? She asked. The woman, back inside her car, spoke to her driver. I recommend you rehire Executive Kim. I'm sure the way he managed it at that time wasn't bad, she instructed. The woman stated, even if I weren't there, Miss Unsolvable wouldn't have been seriously hurt. The man responded, I'll consider it. The woman continued, thank you. Then, I'll get going for real now. The man departed, walking away from the car. And the woman observed him from inside the vehicle, commenting, he's quite unusual, right? The man in the car responded, yes, but even so, it'd be great to have a lot of policemen like him. The woman questioned, Executive Kong, didn't you dislike him? The man chuckled, since he stole your chance on that day. Unit 101 received a report of a drunk driving incident in Yangsu. The dispatch was relayed to Unit 4, who were already en route. Inside the police car, the female officer checked her equipment. As they approached the scene, the officers observed a traffic incident unfolding. The female officer noted that it appeared to be an accident. Suddenly, a man shouted angrily from another vehicle, Hey, you fucker! How dare you drive in the central lane? The man's outburst was followed by a violent collision, as he appeared to have lost control of his vehicle. A traffic accident unfolded on a busy city street, causing a commotion among pedestrians and drivers. A woman, observing the scene with concern, noticed the chaos. As an ambulance arrived rapidly on the scene, the paramedics explained to a bystander that they had an emergency patient and needed to leave quickly, prompting the bystander to question the urgency of the situation. The paramedics' response was met with skepticism. The ambulance driver, an older man, angrily retorted to the paramedics' concerns, insisting that he knew how to handle the situation and that they had a patient inside. His words were laced with frustration and defiance. But the paramedic countered, stating that there was no patient and that the driver was simply trying to avoid responsibility. The tension escalated between the two men. The paramedic, exasperated, insisted that the driver move the ambulance, and the driver, still defiant, retorted that he should check for himself. He was clearly unwilling to cooperate. Meanwhile, another paramedic, a young man named Lim Sunjeon, prepared to assist a patient, urging him to hang on tight. Lim Sunjeon, focused on his task, was seemingly unaware of the argument unfolding outside the ambulance. A woman, her face etched with worry, peered through the ambulance's window, her expression reflecting the chaotic scene unfolding inside. The ambulance driver, his anger palpable, refused to cooperate with the paramedics, his defiance evident in his posture. A police car, sirens blaring, sped towards the scene, its headlights cutting through the night. More police vehicles joined the pursuit, their flashing lights creating a dizzying spectacle as they navigated the city streets. The chase intensified, the police cars closing in on the ambulance, their determination unwavering. A sudden impact, a screech of tires, and a cloud of dust marked the abrupt end of the pursuit. The ambulance driver, shocked and disoriented, uttered a single, bewildered exclamation, "WH what?" An elderly man lay on the ground, his body still, the aftermath of the collision evident in his pained expression. An ambulance speeds down a city street, pursued by police cars, their sirens wailing. The ambulance driver, cursing at the pursuing officers, floors the accelerator, unaware of an elderly man crossing the street. The ambulance swerves violently, narrowly missing the pedestrian. A police officer shouts a warning. But it's too late, the ambulance collides with the elderly man, sending him sprawling. The impact throws the elderly man several feet, leaving him unconscious on the pavement. The police officer approaches cautiously, while the ambulance driver looks on, stunned and guilty. The elderly man groaned in pain, his body shuddering from the impact. A police officer knelt beside him, concern etched on his face. Juicy, talk to me, he urged, his voice filled with worry. Meanwhile, the elderly man, his face contorted in pain, protested, "Can the Korean police do this to a good citizen? Destroying my car and beating me." He glared at the officer, his anger palpable. "Everybody's filming this," he exclaimed, his voice laced with indignation. The officer remained calm, but his expression hardened. "Once this video goes viral, you'll be instantly rejected from society," he warned, his tone serious. Suddenly, the elderly man's eyes narrowed, and a surge of anger filled his face. His fist clenched tightly. He lunged forward, his body propelled by a sudden burst of adrenaline. The impact sent him flying backward, his body crashing against the ground with a sickening thud. The elderly man, his face etched with worry and pain, looked up at the police officer. He seemed to be protesting, his expression conveying a mix of anger and confusion. Meanwhile, the police officer reviewed footage from the black box of the ambulance, confirming its functionality. He then asked the elderly man for his contact information. The elderly man, still clearly upset, questioned the officer's request, his confusion evident. The officer, however, remained firm, reiterating his need for the man's contact number. The officer then revealed the number Z010 as the elderly man's contact information, a number that seemed to surprise him. Later, the officer reassured the elderly man that his damaged car would be sent for repair and that he would receive full compensation. The officer also warned him against tampering with the black box, emphasizing that he had already reviewed the footage. He then handed the elderly man his police identification card. A stern warning echoes, a message of caution and empathy: don't ever block an ambulance again. The patient inside might be your family. The elderly man, still recovering from the accident, receives compensation. He silently pockets the money, his expression unreadable. Officer Shin sat at his desk, phone pressed to his ear, listening intently to a report. He nodded slowly, his expression serious. A colleague approached, asking, "Officer Shin, did you hit a taxi?" Shin responded apologetically, Yes, I'm sorry. I'll pay for the taxi and patrol car damage." His colleague then inquired, "Did the taxi driver call?" The colleague continued, "They said the driver was in critical condition and you saved him. Good work." Officer Shin apologized to his partner for his earlier yawn. His partner chuckled, noting she'd never seen him yawn before. He admitted he even yawns at home. Suddenly, the radio crackled to life. A report came in about a massive riot at dying night, with rioters wielding knives. All available patrol cars were immediately dispatched to the scene. A figure, presumably fleeing, is shown running, their footsteps echoing in the silence. As multiple police cars speed towards the scene, their sirens wailing. Patrol 1 and Patrol 14 report their imminent arrival. Meanwhile, Officer Lim Sunjiang is urgently instructed to check if she has a knife-proof vest and to request firearms from the captain. Sunjiang, visibly stressed, confirms her readiness, her face etched with determination. She sprints towards the action, ready to confront the situation. From a high vantage point, the chaotic scene unfolds. Civilians scatter as police cars navigate the crowded parking lot. Amidst the chaos, a desperate plea rings out, "Bastards, stop!" A violent struggle ensues, marked by swift blows and aggressive movements. A man, gun in hand, threatened a group of men, shouting, "If you move, I'll shoot." The scene was tense, the air thick with anticipation. The three men stood defiantly, their bodies tense, ready for action. Suddenly, a brawl erupted. A man with a baseball bat swung wildly, connecting with one of the armed men. Another man watched the chaotic scene unfold, exclaiming, "Look at them! They're lost." He then issued a command, "Go and stop them." Meanwhile, one of the men involved in the fight cried out in pain, "I tried and got stabbed in the shoulder, oh Kong." A swift, brutal attack unfolded, leaving one man incapacitated. The man who had been stabbed struggled to his feet, but there were simply too many opponents. But there's too many of them. A man in a white shirt clutches his side, blood staining his clothing. Another man, enraged, confronts him, shouting, "How dare you kill someone in front of the police?" The scene unfolds in a dimly lit hallway. A body lies on the floor as two men in suits stand over it. One of the suited men delivers a swift, powerful blow to the other. Radio messages flash across the panels. Patrol 1 is here. Patrol 4 is here. A voice urgently instructs, "Come in as soon as you get here." A police officer speaks into his radio, "We need a lot of manpower." Two more officers sprint towards the scene, responding to the urgent call. The scene opens with a swift, brutal kick, sending one police officer sprawling to the ground. Another officer attempts to intervene, but he too is swiftly incapacitated, with a powerful blow that leaves him dazed and bleeding. The attacker, a man with dark hair, stands over his fallen foes. Nearby, two men in suits observe the scene, one commenting, "Man, they are useless." The other agrees, handling these guys isn't their specialty. A police officer, witnessing the escalating violence, considers his options. He mutters to himself, "Should I request backup? By the time they arrive, everyone will die." Meanwhile, the conflict intensifies as the men in suits engage in a fierce brawl. One of them even considering drawing his weapon. He sighs, "Do I just shoot them all?" Suddenly, a radio message cuts through the chaos, "Patrol 4 here, entering now." The dark-haired man tenses, anticipating the arrival of reinforcements. The fight between the men in suits intensified, a chaotic flurry of blows and desperate grapples, culminating in a powerful kick from one of the combatants that sent a police officer sprawling, leaving the man in a white shirt injured and bleeding on the ground. Officer Shin, witnessing the scene, gasped in horror. Officer Shin cried out, "Officer Shin," her voice filled with alarm as she rushed to his aid. The injured man groaned in pain, clutching his side, blood staining his shirt. His expression was one of agony. Meanwhile, Officer Lim Sunjeong, observing from a distance, issued a sharp command, "Lim Sunjeong." Another officer responded immediately, "Yes, sir." Officer Lim Sunjeong gave further instructions, "Stay focused. Don't follow me, and stay with other officers." Officer Sunjeong, her expression unreadable, hesitates for a moment before speaking to her fellow officers. She mutters something inaudible, her gaze fixed on the scene unfolding before her. The implication is clear, she will personally handle the situation. Meanwhile, the man in the white shirt, already injured, is attacked again. A swift, brutal blow sends him sprawling. The attacker, seemingly unfazed, lets out a short, sharp exclamation, "Oi!" The attacker, his face grim, prepares for another strike, his movements precise and deadly. He delivers a final, decisive blow, the victim barely able to react. The man in the white shirt cries out, "You die if you touch me." A police officer intervenes, engaging the attacker in close-quarters combat. A fierce struggle ensues, blows exchanged rapidly. The attacker is clearly more powerful, overpowering the officer with ease. Officer Lim Sunjeong and the enraged man faced off, the officer's hand gripping his baton. "You? Or me?" the enraged man challenged, his eyes burning with fury. Officer Shin, witnessing the scene, cried out in alarm, "No! Officer Shin!" Her hands flew to her mouth in horror. As the enraged man continued his assault, striking Officer Shin with brutal force. "Don't worry, he's just unconscious," Lim Sunjeong stated calmly, his gaze fixed on the attacker. The enraged man, ignoring Lim Sunjeong's words, roared, "Die," and launched a devastating attack, sending Officer Shin sprawling to the ground. The impact was clearly severe. Lim Sunjeong moved swiftly, intercepting the enraged man's next blow with a powerful kick. The enraged man staggered back, momentarily stunned by the force of the impact. "Agh," he grunted, his face contorted in pain. Lim Sunjeong followed up with a final, decisive blow, sending the enraged man crashing to the floor. The fight was over. Officer Lim Sunjeong, still reeling from the recent attack, questioned herself, "What did I just witness?" The scene before her was chaotic, the aftermath of a brutal assault. Officer Shin lay unconscious, and the enraged man was subdued, but the weight of her inaction pressed heavily on her. Officer Lim Sunjeong stood resolute, her expression grim. The scene was grim, but she was determined to maintain order. The enraged man, wielding a broken piece of wood as a weapon, lunged at Officer Shin. His attack swift and brutal. The impact sent Officer Shin sprawling to the ground, unconscious. But before the enraged man could continue his assault, Officer Lim Sunjeong intervened, her movements a blur of controlled force. Disarming him with a swift kick and incapacitating him with a decisive blow. The fight was over. Officer Lim Sunjeong stood over the defeated enraged man and the unconscious Officer Shin. Other officers arrived to secure the scene. Two officers, Shin and another, stood amidst a scene of chaos, their faces etched with concern. The other officer voiced his apprehension, questioning the identity of a mysterious figure. As they observed a man in a suit being restrained. The officer's words hinted at a disturbing development, the creation of combat robots. Suddenly, a powerful figure emerged, silhouetted against a backdrop of flashing lights and fleeing men in suits. He stood tall and imposing, a commanding presence amidst the chaos. His gaze sweeping across the scene. Internally, he assessed the situation, acknowledging the overwhelming number of opponents. With a steely resolve, he made his decision, to take them down immediately. He moved swiftly, his actions decisive and efficient. Intercepting one of the men in suits. He grabbed the man's shoulder, demanding to know where he thought he was. The man in the suit attempted to retaliate, but the powerful figure swiftly countered, delivering a sharp blow, sending the man sprawling. The scene ended with the powerful figure standing over his fallen opponent. A powerful blow connects, sending one of the men in suits sprawling. The force of the impact echoing through the scene as another man is sent flying. A blur of motion culminating in a devastating strike that leaves the attacker motionless on the ground. The remaining men in suits lie defeated, scattered across the floor. Officer Shin, though injured, watches with a mixture of awe and apprehension as the powerful figure subdues the last of the attackers. Officer Lim Sunjeong, observing from a distance, thinks, "I knew he was strong, but he's a monster." Another man in a suit, witnessing the scene, asks, "Who is that?" His colleague replies, "He's similar to our Gil Kong." Officers Lim Sunjeong and Shin discuss the impressive arrest record of Detective Oh Kong. When suddenly, Shin Hae-soo appeared, attacking Officer Shin. Officer Lim, witnessing the attack, recognized Shin Hae-soo's face. Struggling to place where she had seen him before. A sudden memory flooded back. Shin Hae-soo was known as the physical therapist. The revelation caused a shockwave of recognition. As the physical therapist, a figure of immense power, effortlessly subdued the attackers. The scene concluded with the physical therapist standing over the defeated men in suits and the injured Officer Shin, his identity now revealed. A narration box describes Officer Lim Sunjeong's thoughts, a detective famous for leaving gangsters half-crippled if they cross him. Despite the heavy financial penalties he supposedly racked up on the field. Rumors say he hasn't changed a bit. The panel shows the aftermath of the fight, with several men in suits lying unconscious on the ground. Officer Shin is also injured but alive. Officer Lim Sunjeong observes the scene. Officer Lim Sunjeong reflects, "I remember seeing him briefly during a joint investigation before. But to think he'd be rotting here now?" Following the intense confrontation, Shin Hae-soo, injured but alive, was carefully placed on a stretcher. The scene was chaotic, several men in suits lay subdued nearby, while police officers attended to the aftermath. Officer Shin winced in pain as he was moved, muttering, be gentle." Officer Lim Sunjeong examined Shin's arm, noting that the wound was not deep. He applied a bandage, and Shin expressed his gratitude. Shin Hae-soo, observing the scene, commented on the skill of the police officers, impressed that there were no casualties among them despite the scale of the incident. However, a subsequent panel revealed a grim truth: there had been a police casualty. Officer Lim Sunjeong's expression turned somber as he contemplated this loss. 15 minutes prior, a tense scene unfolded. A man in a suit, his face grim, swiftly disarmed and incapacitated an attacker with a single, precise blow. The impact sending the assailant sprawling to the ground, bleeding profusely. He then issued a warning, "Try to mess with me again." Another man in a suit, seemingly an accomplice, attempted to intervene, but was swiftly subdued, the first man shouting, "Wait, my ass!" The scene concluded with the man in the suit checking the injured attacker, as another man arrived, exclaiming, "Someone got stabbed by a knife here." Officer Shin, still reeling from the recent attack, found himself staring at the aftermath of the confrontation. A wave of dizziness washed over him as he recalled the brutal exchange. The scene was a blur of motion and violence, punctuated by the sickening thud of bodies hitting the ground. One of his fellow officers lay motionless, a grim testament to the ferocity of the attack. The men in suits, initially aggressive and menacing, were now subdued, their earlier bravado replaced by a stunned silence. Shin Hae-soo, observing from a safe distance, registered the scene with a mixture of relief and awe. Officer Lim Sunjeong, her face etched with a profound sadness, surveyed the scene, her gaze lingering on the fallen officer. The weight of her responsibility pressed heavily upon her. A swift, decisive blow from one of the officers had incapacitated one of the attackers, the impact echoing the intensity of the struggle. The scene was a testament to the officer's skill and bravery, but the cost was evident in the fallen comrade. The remaining attacker, his face contorted in pain and defeat, was left to contemplate the consequences of his actions. Officer Shin, nursing a fresh wound, reflected on the events. "This wound. I got it while recklessly trying to save the officer who died before the reset." The weight of his failure hung heavy in the air. Officer Shin, nursing his injuries, sat quietly. He received a bandage on his arm, a stark reminder of the recent conflict. A man in a suit approached him, his expression polite but probing. "Ah, yes. Thank you for your help today. You're the physical therapist, right?" Shin hesitated, a flicker of discomfort crossing his face. "Ah, there was a time when the thugs used to call me that." The suited man continued, his tone smooth and observant. "As expected, we've heard a lot of rumors about you. We were curious what it would be like to work with you." He pressed further, "So, what made you apply for a local police station?" Shin remained silent for a moment, his expression unreadable. "About that." The suited man leaned in, a hint of understanding in his eyes. "Ah, if it's difficult for you, you don't have to say it. I just feel like it's a shame for a person like you to not be in the violent crimes team. Do you intend to return to the violent crimes team again?" Officer Shin, internally resolute, mused, "Why wouldn't I? If only I had the chance." The men in suits continued their inquiry, pressing him about any special circumstances surrounding his past or his decision to join the local police station. They also discussed the possibility of calling for backup from Unit 4 if needed. The scene shifted to reveal the name of one of the men in suits, Gangjin Violent Crime Team Detective Oh Kangseok, Oh Kong. Officer Shin, maintaining his composure, responded that the offer wasn't bad, and that calling for backup was certainly an option. Outside, a chaotic scene unfolded. An ambulance and police car were present, and Officer Shin was being addressed urgently by someone. Officer Shin, with a subtle, knowing smile, listened intently. Detective Oh Kong concluded the interaction, thanking Officer Shin for his hard work. A man in a dark shirt watched Officer Shin walk away, a thoughtful expression on his face. He muttered to himself, "I have a feeling that I'll be seeing him often." The man's gaze followed Shin as he disappeared into the night, his silhouette fading into the city's glow. Later, Officer Shin reflected on the encounter, a subtle smile playing on his lips. He thought, this might be a good opportunity to return to the violent crimes team. His hand instinctively went to his chest, adjusting his tie as if preparing for a new challenge. Back at the office, a superior officer barked at Officer Shin, "Sit properly, you bastard." Officer Shin winced as he was roughly shoved into a chair. He exclaimed, "Ah, fuck. Don't hit my head, I'll become dumb." Another man in a suit, clearly irritated, retorted, "Do you guys even have a brain in the first place?" One of the men in suits argued that the situation was dire, stating, "This is too much. We're the victims here." The narration then shifted to provide background information, explaining that the details of the Dying Night riot were as follows. It was perpetrated by the Hook Clan, a new organization formed by a renowned swordsman from the Chinese underworld who had relocated to Korea. Even for thugs, there are limits to their actions. However, the Hook Clan's ruthlessness knew no bounds. They continuously expanded their operations. By engaging in various illegal activities such as drug trafficking, prostitution, and organ harvesting to amass wealth, eventually encroaching upon the territory of the Steel Clan. The narration highlighted the Dying Night, a particularly brutal event orchestrated by Madam Kim, which involved the Hook Clan. The scene opens with a caption introducing Madam Kim, the lover of Kong Jinseo, the leader of the Steel Clan. Madam Kim, lounging elegantly in a dimly lit room, lights a cigarette. Her expression is one of disdain. She orders the men in suits to remove the intruders immediately. The men in suits, displaying impatience, begin to forcefully remove the intruders. As Madam Kim watches with a cold, calculating gaze, one of the men in suits bows to Madam Kim, acknowledging her order. She tells him to close up and leave. The caption explains that the Hook Clan, enraged by Madam Kim's blatant disregard, is preparing for retaliation. The Hook Clan, armed with weapons, is shown preparing for a violent confrontation. A grim text box appeared, stating, "Slashed all the Steel Clan's underlings at the Dying Night." A terrified woman pleaded, "Why are you doing this? What do you want?" She continued, offering a bribe, "If it's money, I can give as much as you want, so." Her desperate attempt was met with scorn. A man sneered, "Money? You bitch, how dare you talk?" Another man, seemingly the leader, smirked, "Don't you know there's a shit ton of money inside your damn body?" He ordered, "Drag her over here." The woman was violently seized and dragged away, screaming, "Shit! Let me go!" The final panel showed a text box. After kidnapping her, they removed all her organs. The men in suits disposed of Madam Kim's body, callously discarding her corpse into a trash can in front of the Steel Clan headquarters. Jinhee, upon discovering the grim scene, was overcome with grief and rage. He questioned, "Jinhee, who did this to you?" His anguish fueled his resolve, as he vowed, "Find those bastards right now." The Steel Clan received intelligence that the Hook Clan had gathered on the night of Madam Kim's death, prompting an immediate raid on their hideout. Kong Jinseo led the charge, and the Steel Clan swiftly overwhelmed the Hook Clan members. But the violent confrontation left Kong Jinseo seriously injured. The aftermath showed Kong Jinseo, wounded and exhausted, lying in a hospital bed. Kong Jinseo, his hand heavily bandaged, meticulously documented his notes. A grim expression etched onto his face as he spoke with another man. The case, he stated, was closed. The final entry was made, the pen resting on the page. A small note was added, "Please make sure to catch those bastards." Elsewhere, Kong Jinseo lay in a hospital bed, his breathing labored. A news report announced the swift resolution of the recent nightclub riot between rival gangs. Jinseo, though injured, seemed to find a small measure of satisfaction in the news. Kong Jinseo, nursing his injuries, sat at his kitchen table, eating instant ramen. He checked his phone, a small, sleek device resting on the counter. Then answered an incoming call. Shin Hae-soo speaking. The caller ID read, "Yeah, Officer Shin. This is Kang-seok. How is your body?" Kang-seok listened to Shin's report, a slight smile playing on his lips. "Oh, that's not the recovery speed of a normal human. Anyway, did you see the news?" He continued, "Even though there were casualties in this case, everyone's praising the police, saying they handled the situation well. That's a relief. A lot of officers were injured, so it'd be unfair if we were criticized for it." Kang-seok's tone was calm, but he felt a sense of satisfaction. Shin's voice was slightly exasperated. "You talk as if this doesn't concern you. By the way, we've decided to put your name, Officer Shin, on the list of merits. Even the team leader agreed to it. There was no need for you to do that, still, thank you. Kang Seok's expression softened slightly. Even if your goal isn't power or money, it's important to take care of things like this. That way, if you really need to do something in the future, there won't be any obstacles. Kang Jinseo, still recovering well, finished a phone call. He said he would keep something in mind, then added with a chuckle that it was nothing, promising to see the other person later. The other party responded with thanks for his hard work. Jinseo then ate instant noodles, reflecting on Officer Shin. He noted that Shin was spirited and good at handling tense situations. He expressed a desire to work with Shin sometime in the future. Jinseo then made a call to Officer Shin. He greeted Shin, who was eating noodles, and began to speak. Jinseo explained that he had nothing special to discuss but wanted Shin to accompany him somewhere, asking for Shin's availability. Jinseo received a call and learned from a friend at Daehan Bank HQ that a hacker had stolen the information of 30,000 clients. Officer Shin informed Kang Jinseo of a significant data breach at Daehan Bank, revealing that among the stolen information was Jinseo's own. And confirmed that Jinseo had not yet received any messages from the perpetrators. Officer Shin informed Kang Jinseo that his personal information had been stolen in the Daehan Bank data breach. And confirmed that Jinseo hadn't yet received any messages from the perpetrators. Jinseo confirmed he hadn't received any messages yet. Officer Shin explained that while only information was stolen, they should go to the bank to have his OTP, security card, and account remade. Jinseo considered going alone, but Officer Shin insisted they go together to report the incident. The officer explained that the recent nightclub knife fight was between two rival gangs. A woman, presumably Kang Jinseo's date, sat across from him, eating her meal. She internally mused, "He thinks he's better than me." She pushed her bowl away, declaring, "I don't want to eat." Kang Jinseo responded, "What? You already finished it? You left 3 pieces of rice." 3. A man with no house and no money. The woman glared at him, her expression hardening. The scene shifted to an exterior shot of a large building, the Daehan Bank. On-screen text read, "You got rejected." Inside the bank, 2 women in business attire whispered to each other. Outside the bank, Kang Jinseo walked away, looking dejected. 2 men in suits watched him from a distance. One of them muttered, "Oh my, oh my." The 2 women from inside the bank emerged, one of them curiously asking, "What's going on?" 2 women in business attire were discussing a man with broad shoulders. "Huh, that's the one with the wide shoulders? Why's she here? What's she doing?" One of the women, seemingly amused, commented, "I guess you only have to be pretty." The other woman, smiling, declared, "I'll just go speak to him real quick." Kang Jinseo, the man in question, stood in the bank lobby, appearing calm and collected. As the woman approached him, she asked, "How did you know I worked here?" He remained composed as she continued, "You can't just show up here." Kang Jinseo, calm yet apprehensive, found himself unexpectedly confronted by a woman from his previous workplace. She greeted him with a curious, "Hello. Nice to see you here." The woman, clearly suspicious, questioned him further, "What kind of concept is this?" Jinseo, maintaining his composure, replied that he was simply waiting for someone he knew. Suddenly, a man in a suit appeared, apologizing for being late due to traffic. Jinseo's expression shifted to one of surprise. The woman's surprise was evident as she watched the man approach Jinseo. Jinseo confirmed that he had just arrived as well. The woman's confusion grew as she realized the man, Mr. Shin, hadn't come for her. She stammered, what? He really didn't come for me?" Another man, introduced as Woo Jinhak, the East Branch manager, approached, greeting Jinseo politely. "Nice to meet you. I'm the East Branch manager, Woo Jinhak. Pleasure to meet a royal guest." The woman, still bewildered, watched the exchange, her final thought being, "And what's this? Woo Jinhak, the branch manager, greeted Kong Jinseo with a handshake, their meeting seemingly professional. But the arrival of Mr. Shin caused an immediate disruption. Mr. Shin apologized for his tardiness, his words overheard by an unnamed woman who was already present and clearly bewildered by the scene. The unnamed woman, surprised and confused, questioned what was happening. Woo Jinhak, seemingly amused, commented on the unnamed woman's unexpected outburst, leaving her flustered and embarrassed. The unnamed woman, still flustered, questioned the meaning of Woo Jinhak's comment. A VIP sign was shown, indicating the location's exclusive nature. Woo Jinhak assured the unnamed woman that extra precautions would be taken in the future, and thanked them for their visit. Kong Jinseo and Woo Jinhak departed together. An unnamed woman, observing Kong Jinseo from a distance, thinks to herself, to think that man is a VIP. Meanwhile, the woman's internal monologue continues, I can't give up like this. Woo Jinhak, appearing confident and composed, walks purposefully toward the camera. Woo Jinhak checks a message on his phone, it's from someone named Kim Yoonmi. The message reads, it was nice seeing you in an unexpected place. Let's get food together again, this time, it's on me. He walks past Mr. Shin and a young child, seemingly lost in thought. The unnamed woman, now seated, plans her next move, thinking, take the bait while I'm being nice. She smiles, appearing friendly and approachable. She answers a phone call, exclaiming, oh. It's here. Hello Officer Shin Haesel, who is this? The unnamed woman spoke into her phone, her voice laced with disbelief. Huh? What, are you joking with me? Woo Jinhak, on the receiving end of the call, responded calmly, Kim Yoonmi from the blind date. I'm sorry. I deleted your contact, so I didn't recognize you. He continued walking down the stairs, his expression unchanged as he processed the information. Woo Jinhak's calm demeanor continued as he explained, yes, I don't keep numbers I don't need saved. Meanwhile, Kim Yoonmi's expression shifted from disbelief to suspicion as she listened to his explanation. She ended the call with a curt, I thought as much. Well, best of luck with your date. Goodbye. A triumphant smirk spread across Kim Yoonmi's face as she hung up, muttering, ha, really? She then addressed an unseen individual, her voice dripping with sarcasm, you think I contacted you because I liked you? Ha. Woo Jinhak, having just finished a phone call, requested to see his father's case file. A police officer informed him that someone had recently looked at the file and left. The officer, seemingly surprised, looked through the file again. Woo Jinhak questioned who had accessed the file. The officer handed Woo Jinhak his business card. And Woo Jinhak, noticing the name, wondered who else was investigating his father's case. The card revealed the name Inspector Park Youngchul. A police officer, Shin Hae-soo, contacted Inspector Park Youngchul on his phone, stating that he was expecting a call. He asked if Park Youngchul knew him. Park Youngchul responded that he did and suggested an immediate meeting. The scene shifted to a police station. Woo Jinhak met with an older man in a cafe, sharing coffee. The older man resembled Woo Jinhak's father, Jung-sik. Woo Jinhak directly asked if the man knew his father. The older man confirmed that he and Woo Jinhak's father had been on the same team, mentioning the attendance at his father's funeral. Woo Jinhak, haunted by memories, visited his father's grave. He recalled the faces of those who mourned. But then met with a former colleague of his father's. The older man, sipping his coffee, claimed he didn't believe they'd met before. The older man confirmed that the incident involving Woo Jinhak's father occurred shortly after he left the team. Woo Jinhak, thoughtfully, considered the implications. He mused that everyone close to Jung-sik would know. And that his father wasn't the type to commit suicide. The older man agreed, adding that the investigation never delved deeper. Woo Jinhak, pressing for answers, asked if the older man had discovered anything new. His gaze hardened as he contemplated the possibility of his father's murder. The older man, looking somber, questioned Woo Jinhak's belief that his father was murdered. Woo Jinhak, his face etched with a grim determination, listened intently as the older man confirmed his suspicions. Yes. The older man took a long drink from his cup, seemingly lost in thought before continuing. His expression shifted, revealing a hint of unease as he recalled the events surrounding Woo Jinhak's father's death. The older man's words hung heavy in the air as Woo Jinhak pondered the first step in determining suspects, finding a motive. He questioned the older man about the possibility of a suspect in his father's supposed suicide. The older man hesitated, his gaze dropping as he admitted that one individual had seemed suspicious at the time. However, he confessed that he lacked concrete evidence to support his suspicions. The weight of this uncertainty settled upon Woo Jinhak, leaving him with more questions than answers. Woo Jinhak, still grappling with suspicions surrounding his father's death, pressed the older man for further information. Then, the next step, he inquired. The older man sighed, his face etched with worry. He responded, there was no evidence. A grim realization dawned on Woo Jinhak. It may have been deliberately erased, he thought. The older man, sensing Woo Jinhak's growing determination, offered a suggestion. The next step is to investigate the victim to find a motive or suspect. Woo Jinhak nodded, his gaze hardening with resolve. He stood up, preparing to delve deeper into his father's past. The older man, seemingly hesitant but ultimately compelled by a sense of duty, produced a file. Here, look through your father's life yourself. He handed the file to Woo Jinhak. The older man presented Woo Jinhak with a file, stating, this is the case your father was on, and this is the evidence I personally found. Woo Jinhak, visibly moved, expressed his gratitude, though the older man quickly interjected, saying, no need to thank me. I haven't told you everything yet. Just look through that file and come to me with anything suspicious. The rest comes after. Woo Jinhak, determined, silently vowed to himself, I won't forget this. As Woo Jinhak left, the older man watched him go, a knowing smile playing on his lips. Woo Jinhak, resolute, declared, I will get back to you. A crime scene photo lay on a table, depicting the lifeless body of Congressman Lee Sung-jin, blood staining his clothes. Woo Jinhak examined a file, a determined expression on his face. He muttered to himself, I could find the man who killed my father here. Woo Jinhak let out a heavy sigh, his resolve unwavering. He read aloud from the file, but every case in here ended neatly, with the perpetrator caught. Suicide? The file detailed Congressman Lee Sung-jin's murder case. As the search narrowed, the murderer, Gang Suk-woo, turned himself in, and the case was closed. But according to the records, Woo Jinhak reviewed the initial report, which classified his father's death as a suicide. Despite his suspicions, even after the case was closed, he continued his own investigation into Lee Sung-jin. Woo Jinhak reflected on the need to meet Gang Suk-woo to connect all the pieces of the puzzle. Woo Jinhak arrived at Hyesun Penitentiary, intending to visit Shin Hae-soo. He was informed that his visit had been denied. Woo Jinhak, unsurprised by the refusal, left the penitentiary. He then left, seemingly resigned to the setback. Woo Jinhak, persistent in his efforts to see Shin Hae-soo, arrived at the prison. Shin Hae-soo was visible through the window, his expression stoic. But the prison guard immediately noticed him. You're not a familiar face, the guard stated, his tone skeptical. Woo Jinhak remained silent, his gaze fixed on Shin Hae-soo. He was clearly not there for a casual visit. The guard, suspicious, pressed further. For what reason would you bribe your way into seeing a guy just minding his own business? A reporter? Perhaps a police matter? Woo Jinhak's resolve hardened. He declared, Lee Sung-jin, you didn't kill him. The implication hung heavy in the air. Woo Jinhak's unwavering belief in Shin Hae-soo's innocence was evident in his posture. The guard scoffed, huh? What kind of bullshit is that? You came all this way. He continued, with all the years you're set to rot in here, it's obvious you weren't bought with money. The guard dismissed Woo Jinhak's claim as absurd. An unnamed police officer, his face grim, delivered a blunt assessment, you don't have a family to protect either, they must have corrupted you in some way. The caption above the officer's image read, "A killer's eyes." Another caption appeared, "Any detective who's dealt with murderers would recognize them." That's why the others accepted his confession when he turned himself in. Shin Hae-soo, from his prison cell, looked up with a chilling smile. The caption below him read, "You killed someone else, didn't you?" Woo Jin-hak, enraged, shouted at the guards, "What kind of crazy bastard are you? Guard! Guard! This visit is over." As the guards intervened, Woo Jin-hak muttered to himself, "Is it just one?" One of the guards, noticing Woo Jin-hak's intense gaze, reacted defensively. "Look at the way he's staring at me. What are you, a shaman?" "Guard!" Woo Jin-hak, seething with anger and suspicion, addressed the unseen individual. "I've heard enough of your bullshit, and seeing me, I won't be trusting you again, but I'll gladly keep the money you handed over." The unseen figure responded calmly, "Alright, I'll see you soon." A caption appeared, stating that Gang Suku had 2 years left until his release. Woo Jin-hak's thoughts continued, if he did commit all those murders, then his sentence is far too light. He reflected on Congressman Lee Sung-jin's death and Gang Suku's confession, muttering, "Don't sit right with me." His thoughts turned to his murdered father, who had been investigating the case, and the realization that someone must have made a deal to cover everything up. Woo Jin-hak considered the possibility that Suku had agreed to take the blame for Lee Sung-jin's death, concluding that it would have been a deal worth taking for Gang Suku. The narration concluded with the implication that the person who made the deal was the one Woo Jin-hak needed to find. Woo Jin-hak's eyes, filled with steely determination, reflected his unwavering belief, "Is most likely the person who killed my father." Woo Jin-hak sped through the city streets on a motorcycle, a blur of motion against the backdrop of towering buildings and speeding cars. His destination, the police station. He arrived at the police station late at night. The building stood silent and imposing under the dark sky. 2 police officers exchanged pleasantries outside the station. "Thank you for your hard work today," one said. The other replied, "You did well too." Officer Shin Hae-soo stood alone outside the station, his expression unreadable. Woo Jin-hak's gaze fell upon Officer Shin Hae-soo, a key figure in his investigation. Woo Jin-hak contacted Officer Shin Hae-soo, informing him that he had located the Hook Clan, the gang responsible for the nightclub incident, and that there were rumors of them becoming a significant threat. The text box clarified that the Hook Clan was indeed the gang from the nightclub incident. Jin-hak pressed Hae-soo for the location, his expression serious and determined. And Hae-soo agreed to send him the address. The address was revealed to be a warehouse an hour away from Gangjin City. The scene shifted to show several men in dark clothing observing the warehouse from a distance. They noted that there were 5 large buildings, and they were unsure how many people were inside. Woo Jin-hak and Officer Shin Hae-soo stood before the Hook Clan's hideout, a large warehouse. Shin Hae-soo explained the layout. There are a total of 3 entrances, each to the east, west, and north. Wait outside the closest entrance and move in together on the signal. The team that finds the target first sends a message. Shin Hae-soo continued, his voice low and urgent, "Don't hesitate to use your gun, these guys are insane. The cavalry should be here any second now. We told them to coordinate and surround the perimeter once we entered." Woo Jin-hak nodded curtly. "Okay." Shin Hae-soo received further instructions, "Shin, please go with Team 3. Woo Jin-hak responded simply, "Understood." Woo Jin-hak observed as his team prepared for the raid. Team 202 arrived on the scene, followed shortly by Team 203. With both teams in position, Woo Jin-hak gave the order, "Alright, we're moving. Let's all make it out alive. Safety first." Woo Jin-hak led a group of officers, their movements tense and purposeful, towards the Hook Clan's hideout. Advancing with a practiced, coordinated stride, their boots echoing softly on the pavement. Maintaining a disciplined silence as they approached their target. "Hey, just walk normally, Hut." "Hut," instructed Woo Jin-hak, his voice low and urgent. One officer, visibly nervous, muttered, "Ah, this is intense," his apprehension palpable. Woo Jin-hak, noticing the officer's unease, abruptly asked Officer Shin Hae-soo, "Officer Shin, are you married?" Officer Shin replied simply, "No." Woo Jin-hak shared a piece of personal information, revealing, "I see, I'm getting married next month. My girlfriend," his voice softening slightly. Before another officer hushed him with a quiet, "Shoo." Woo Jin-hak placed a finger to his lips, signaling silence. A warning to his team. He cautioned them against discussing personal matters, particularly their love lives, in the field, explaining that it's considered bad luck among police officers. Reinforcing the superstition with the statement that talking about such things only brings misfortune. The team, comprised of Woo Jin-hak, Officer Shin Hae-soo, and several other officers, gathered in a dimly lit area, preparing for their next move. Woo Jin-hak divided his team, assigning Officer Shin and one officer to one path, while he and another officer took a different route. As they moved, a sense of quiet determination hung in the air. The officers proceeding with caution and purpose toward their objective. Woo Jin-hak, calmly assessing the situation, subtly signaled to one of his officers. The officer, momentarily blinded, stumbled back, reporting that his vision had gone black before he managed to incapacitate his opponent. He had sliced the man's wrist and Achilles tendon. Another officer, pleased with his success, chuckled, commenting on the opponent's unexpected weakness. Elsewhere, a fierce struggle unfolded as one officer grappled with a Hook Clan member. A flurry of blows exchanged in a rapid sequence, culminating in the officer's decisive takedown of his opponent. The officer, exhausted but victorious, was then subdued by another member of the Hook Clan. One officer, impressed by his colleague's strength, remarked, "What the hell are your hands made of?" The other officer responded, "Kong wasn't exaggerating about you." They proceeded down a metal staircase, their footsteps echoing in the dimly lit industrial space. Approaching a door marked, "Emergency Exit," they prepared to breach it. Suddenly, a shout pierced the silence, "Bastards are over here." The officers reacted swiftly, rushing towards the source of the commotion. They found themselves facing a group of armed men, their weapons raised. One of the officers demanded, "Where the hell are these rats hiding?" Woo Jin-hak, assessing the narrow confines of the Hook Clan hideout, felt a surge of caution. "It's too narrow here, being surrounded could be dangerous." He subtly signaled to Officer Shin Hae-soo, who responded swiftly, drawing his sidearm. "Detective, do you have enough ammo?" she asked, her voice tight with concern. Woo Jin-hak, his expression serious, held a pistol, his posture conveying both caution and determination. Officer Shin Hae-soo, low on ammunition, responded to Woo Jin-hak's inquiry about her ammo levels, stating she only had about 2 rounds left. Woo Jin-hak, unfazed, instructed her to shoot any remaining hostiles without hesitation. The officer swiftly checked her weapon, preparing for a final confrontation. As the sounds of gunfire and chaos continued to echo through the Hook Clan's hideout, Woo Jin-hak, pistol raised, commanded the surrendering Hook Clan members to put their hands on their heads and get down, emphasizing that no one needed to get hurt. He moved swiftly and decisively, his movements precise and efficient. A defiant Hook Clan member scoffed at Woo Jin-hak's show of force, questioning his ability to use his weapon effectively and suggesting he was bluffing. A Hook Clan member, aiming his gun at an officer, warned, "If you come at an officer with a gun, I can shoot you." He cocked the hammer, preparing to fire. But as he moved to shoot, the officer noticed something amiss. The officer scoffed, "Now of all times, what's this, a toy gun?" The Hook Clan member sneered, "You really thought we were scared of dying?" 3 Hook Clan members charged forward, shouting, "Fine. Let's die together tonight." They lunged towards the officers. Officer Shin Hae-soo, appearing calm amidst the chaos, addressed the remaining Hook Clan members with a cold stare, "Scums like you." A Hook Clan member, his face contorted in a sneer, tossed his pistol aside, uttering the words, "Don't deserve to live anyway." His declaration was a prelude to a brutal assault. He charged forward, fists clenched, a whirlwind of aggression. landing a swift blow against an unsuspecting officer. The impact sent the officer reeling, momentarily stunned. The Hook clan member continued his relentless attack, his movements a blur of violence, overpowering another officer with a series of brutal strikes, leaving the officer gasping for breath, his body battered and bruised. The scene was chaotic. Woo Jin-hak, with a fierce expression, unleashed a devastating blow, the impact sending the Hook clan member sprawling, his face contorted in pain. With another swift movement, Woo Jin-hak delivered a second, equally powerful strike, leaving the opponent dazed and vulnerable. The man's face showed pure agony. Woo Jin-hak, having subdued his opponent, adjusted his jacket, his expression now calm and controlled. Another Hook clan member lay defeated on the ground, the aftermath of Woo Jin-hak's swift and decisive actions. A police officer, responding to Woo Jin-hak's report, acknowledged the situation with a quiet, "Ah, yes, understood." A radio message crackled to life, Area 1. Copy. Demon is in Area 1. Woo Jin-hak's eyes narrowed, a grim determination settling upon his features. He recognized the threat immediately, it's the copy demon. The core of the mission, as far as Woo Jin-hak was concerned, was the apprehension of the copy demon. He moved with a focused intensity, his every step purposeful. The mission's success hinged on his ability to capture the copy demon. Officer Shin Hae-soo, still recovering from the recent confrontation, called out to Woo Jin-hak, "Wait, Officer Shin. Wait for me." Woo Jin-hak, however, remained focused on his objective. He radioed for backup, reinforcements are on their way. He continued to press forward, demanding an update on the copy demon's location. "Update me on his location." An unnamed officer, monitoring the situation, reacted with alarm to the copy demon's unexpected movements. "Wait, fuck, this bastard." Woo Jin-hak, while pursuing the copy demon, felt a sudden surge of unease. He muttered to himself, "Ugh, Aggie. What's happening? Damn it. Is it too late?" He knew he needed to act quickly before the situation worsened. His internal monologue echoed, "I need to act fast before this escalates." From a distance, other officers spotted the copy demon. One shouted, "There he is. Don't let that big bastard get away." Woo Jin-hak, seeing his opportunity, launched himself forward, using the surrounding environment to his advantage as he leaped across a stack of crates, delivering a powerful blow that sent one of the copy demon's henchmen sprawling, the impact echoing with a resounding whack sound. Another henchman lunged at Woo Jin-hak, enraged by his comrade's fall. With a swift, precise movement, Woo Jin-hak countered, striking with a devastating blow that sent the second henchman reeling. Woo Jin-hak, relentless in his pursuit, landed a swift, powerful blow to the copy demon's henchman, sending him sprawling to the ground, incapacitated. The impact echoed through the alleyway. As Woo Jin-hak's boots landed heavily on the grimy pavement, a testament to the force of his strike, he stood over his fallen opponent, his expression grim and determined. The copy demon's other henchmen watched in terror. As Woo Jin-hak moved with lethal efficiency, his next strike precise and deadly, silencing the second henchman with a swift, calculated movement. The copy demon, witnessing the scene from a distance, let out a chilling chuckle, "Hee hee hee. Are you next?" Woo Jin-hak's eyes narrowed, his gaze fixed on the fleeing copy demon, a fierce determination hardening his features. Woo Jin-hak stood amidst the aftermath of a brutal confrontation, the scene grim, 2 henchmen gravely injured, 1 dead, and a hostage still in the copy demon's grasp. His gaze hardened, a grim determination etched on his face as he assessed the situation. The copy demon, eyes wide with a mixture of shock and anger, watched from a distance. Woo Jin-hak, identifying the copy demon, issued a direct command, "So, you're the copy demon. Drop the knife, now." The copy demon, unfazed, countered with a chilling question, "Will your fists be faster than my knife?" In a blur of motion, Woo Jin-hak launched a swift attack. The copy demon's surprised exclamation, "What?" echoing the speed of the assault. The copy demon's knife fell to the ground as Woo Jin-hak's superior speed proved decisive. The copy demon's final thought, the answer is my knife. Woo Jin-hak sped away on his motorcycle, the night blurring into streaks of blue and black. His expression grim and determined as he navigated the city streets, leaving behind the scene of the recent confrontation with the copy demon. Meanwhile, a group of police officers, including Officer Shin Hae-soo, stood in the aftermath of the battle, assessing the situation. One officer muttered, "Man, this is intense." Another officer, seemingly attempting to lighten the mood, asked Officer Shin, "Officer Shin, are you married?" Woo Jin-hak was cautioned against discussing personal matters in a secure environment. He was reminded that discretion is paramount in his line of work. But his focus remained on the urgency of the situation. He needed to reach his target's location as quickly as possible. He gave instructions to his team, splitting them into 2 groups to cover more ground efficiently. He emphasized the need for speed, urging his team to keep up with his rapid pace. 2 officers pursued a suspect, their movements swift and determined. One officer called out to Officer Shin, while another officer urged them to hurry. Upon reaching their destination, they discovered the target was absent. Suddenly, they were ambushed by 2 more assailants. 2 men, one appearing older and more weathered than the other, engaged in a tense conversation. The older man's face was etched with worry and concern, as he seemed to be relaying urgent information to his younger companion. The younger man listened intently, his expression unreadable. Suddenly, the younger man launched a powerful, swift attack. His fist moved with incredible speed, connecting with his opponent with brutal force. The impact was immediate and devastating, leaving the older man reeling from the unexpected blow. The younger man's strength was clearly far beyond what was initially apparent. The younger man, his expression now one of grim determination, muttered to himself, "What is he, a monster?" Observing the scene from a distance, another man reflected on the events, thinking, "Oh, Kong wasn't exaggerating about Officer Shin." Approaching a third individual, the younger man made a request, "Detective, let me borrow your gun for a moment." Woo Jin-hak, witnessing the aftermath of a struggle, approached a police officer and urgently inquired, "Gun? What about yours?" The officer responded that his gun was jammed, and requested, "Handle these guys for me." The officer handed over his firearm as another officer asked, "Where are you heading to?" As the officer ran off, Woo Jin-hak shouted, "Oh, Officer Shin." Officer Shin, acknowledging Woo's call, responded, "I'll leave it to you." Woo Jin-hak, left alone, looked around in confusion, muttering, "What's going on?" He then began to run, determined to reach his destination. Woo Jin-hak, having received information about the location of a target, declared, he was in the warehouse at Area 1. "I'll get there first." A title card appeared, urging the viewer to minimize casualties. Woo Jin-hak groaned in pain, clutching his injured side, as he engaged in a brutal hand-to-hand fight with an opponent. He was clearly outmatched, his opponent calling him a demon bastard. Woo Jin-hak's eyes narrowed in determination, a surge of adrenaline coursing through him as he prepared for a counterattack. With a burst of speed, Woo Jin-hak launched a swift kick, sending his opponent crashing through a glass partition, creating an opening for his escape. He fled the scene. Woo Jin-hak, injured but still standing, was approached by someone concerned who asked, "Are you all right?" His eyes narrowed, a surge of adrenaline coursing through him, as he braced himself for another confrontation. He was attacked again, but this time, he managed to evade the blow, countering with a swift kick that sent his opponent reeling. "You bastard!" His opponent, ignoring the pain, drew a blade and taunted, "Are you ignoring me?" Woo Jin-hak, despite his injuries, dodged another attack and escaped the immediate danger. Woo Jin-hak, injured but resolute, moved with practiced efficiency, his movements precise and deadly. A grim determination etched on his face as he silently vowed to end the fight himself. He launched a swift counterattack, his resolve hardening with each blow, overpowering his opponent with a brutal display of skill. His opponent, amused by the fight, laughed, this is fun, as he continued to engage Woo Jin-hak. Woo Jin-hak, seeing an opening, drew his gun and fired, the bullet streaking towards his target. But his opponent, anticipating the shot, dodged with supernatural speed. Woo Jin-hak, his face marred by a fresh wound, stared blankly ahead, the blood still clinging to his cheek. A silent question hanging in the air as he considered the implications of what he just witnessed, a police officer attempting to kill someone. The officer, struggling with his conscience, muttered to himself, "Damn it. I can't land a proper hit while trying to keep him alive." His internal conflict was palpable. He continued his internal monologue. Before the reset, the copy demon was all alone in this situation. Even with dozens of underlings now, it still wouldn't make a difference. The officer's thoughts turned to Woo Jin-hak, a silent question forming in his mind: does this guy, actually? A final panel shows a bloodied Woo Jin-hak, his eyes narrowed, standing defiantly before his attacker, a katana held aloft. Woo Jin-hak, his face marred by cuts and bruises, clutched a bloody knife, a chilling smile playing on his lips. He prepared to face his attacker. Officer Shin Hae-soo, gun drawn, stood poised to fire. The tension palpable in the air as the two locked eyes. Hae-soo pulled the trigger. But Woo Jin-hak, with a sudden, unexpected burst of speed, dodged the bullet. The bullet striking his shoulder. His expression remained unchanged. Hae-soo watched in disbelief as Woo Jin-hak, despite his injury, lunged forward. His movements surprisingly swift and powerful, despite the fresh wound. The confrontation continued. Officer Shin Hae-soo, realizing the futility of further negotiation, concluded that reasoning with Woo Jin-hak was impossible. She knew that any attempt to do so would likely result in her death. Therefore, she resolved to act decisively. Woo Jin-hak, sensing her change in demeanor, braced himself for her attack. And the two clashed in a flurry of blows. Woo Jin-hak, despite his injury, moved with surprising speed and agility, easily deflecting Shin Hae-soo's strikes. The officer's initial advantage was quickly eroded. As Woo Jin-hak's counterattack began, he unleashed a brutal barrage of punches and kicks, overpowering the officer with his raw strength and ferocity. The impact of his blows sent Shin Hae-soo reeling, leaving her vulnerable to his final, devastating blow. With a guttural cry, Woo Jin-hak delivered a powerful strike, sending Shin Hae-soo sprawling to the ground, groaning in pain. "Agh," she cried out in agony. Woo Jin-hak, victorious but wounded, grinned, "All right. Now I just need to destroy his other arm." Officer Shin Hae-soo lunged at Woo Jin-hak with a knife, aiming for his undefended side. But he effortlessly deflected her attack and countered with a brutal strike, sending her sprawling. Officer Shin Hae-soo, clutching her side, gasped, "Officer." Woo Jin-hak, standing over her, sneered, "Ha, so this is what you'd call a team kill, right?" With a swift, decisive movement, Woo Jin-hak delivered a final blow, sending Officer Shin Hae-soo flying through the air with a pained cry of "Die." Woo Jin-hak, despite his gunshot wound, continued his struggle against Officer Shin Hae-soo, his movements hampered by pain. "Damn it. I can't put any strength into it because of the gunshot wound," he thought, gritting his teeth. Despite his limitations, a grim determination hardened his gaze. "Might as well make it count," he resolved. With a final surge of adrenaline fueled by desperation, Woo Jin-hak unleashed a powerful counterattack. A whirlwind of motion that sent Officer Shin Hae-soo reeling, and ultimately, to the ground. Officer Shin Hae-soo lay defeated, his face a mask of pain and disbelief. Woo Jin-hak, exhausted but victorious, collapsed onto the floor, his breathing ragged. Woo Jin-hak, despite his grievous wounds, continued his assault on Officer Shin Hae-soo, landing a brutal blow that sent the officer reeling, the impact echoing in the night. Officer Shin Hae-soo, defeated and bleeding, collapsed to the ground. Woo Jin-hak stood over him, breathing heavily, his own injuries apparent. He let out a chuckle, "Hee, you're crazy." With a final, decisive strike, Woo Jin-hak incapacitated his opponent, ending the fight. Woo Jinhak, exhausted but victorious, stood over his fallen adversary. He slowly walked away, leaving Shin Hae-soo behind. Woo Jinhak unleashed a devastating blow, a torrent of raw power that sent Officer Shin Hae-soo reeling. The impact echoing through the air as the officer crashed to the ground, leaving him severely injured and incapacitated. Woo Jinhak, breathing heavily, muttered, "A cop doesn't die to another cop's gun, you bastard." He glared at the fallen officer, his own body racked with pain and exhaustion. Woo Jinhak, struggling to stand, stumbled forward, his movements slow and labored as he collapsed near Officer Shin Hae-soo. Another officer called out, "Officer Shin." Gasping for air, Woo Jinhak weakly reported, "Huff, copy demon down in Area 1. A police officer urgently radioed for backup, reporting one officer down, bullet wound. "Call an ambulance." Woo Jinhak lay unconscious in a hospital bed, his face pale and still. News reports detailed the aftermath of the gang's takedown in Gangjin City. The text read, "The gang that had been terrorizing Gangjin City." Its leader, Copy Demon, along with 27 of his associates, were arrested. 10 individuals were injured during the gang's fierce resistance. A news bulletin flashed across the screen, "Officer Shin, yet to regain consciousness." News reports announced that Officer Shin Hae-soo, though still unconscious, had captured the nation's sympathy. Woo Jinhak, recovering in the hospital, was visited by a fellow officer. The officer inquired, "Were there no deaths?" The officer's question hung in the air. As Woo Jinhak, still weak from his injuries, slowly regained consciousness, the officer exclaimed, "Ah! You're awake." The officer confirmed, "Yes, no police officers were killed." Woo Jinhak expressed relief, "I'm glad." The officer continued, "As soon as you recover, you've got a promotion and an award waiting for you." Woo Jinhak awoke in a hospital bed, his body still weak from the recent ordeal. A police officer visited him, expressing guilt for involving him in the dangerous situation. Jinhak inquired about the fate of the copy demon, his mind still preoccupied with the events. The officer responded that he was in the next room, still unconscious. The officer then revealed his true feelings, expressing a wish that the copy demon never wakes up. Jinhak simply responded with "I see," his expression unreadable. The officer, having shared his sentiments, told Jinhak to get some rest and left the room. The officer left the hospital, his thoughts still lingering on the events that transpired. Woo Jinhak, recovering in the hospital, reflected on the events that transpired. "If I hadn't gone there." He continued his internal monologue, "There weren't even any special agents since it was an emergency dispatch." A chilling thought crossed his mind, how many officers would have died? Later that day, Woo Jinhak rushed into Officer Shin Hae-soo's hospital room. "Mr. Shin, what happened to you?" His worry was palpable. "Do you know how worried I was?" Relieved, he exclaimed, "I'm so glad you're awake." Officer Shin, still weak, requested, "Talk quieter." Woo Jinhak noticed something and commented, "And wait, is the police department being cheap? You're only ever drinking banana milk." Woo Jinhak, having heard of Shin Hae-soo's injuries, approached the hospital room cautiously, his words a quiet inquiry, "Hello? May I come in?" He peered inside, his glasses askew, a look of utter surprise washing over his face as he recognized someone unexpected. It was Representative On Seoun of Daesun ENM. She explained, "I came as soon as I heard you woke up. I hope I'm not intruding." Woo Jinhak, clearly taken aback, muttered to himself, "Seoun. To think I'd see her here again. How did you find out?" Representative On's associate informed him, "We're at Daesun Hospital. I'll be on my way." Seoun offered a polite farewell, "Get well soon, Mr. Shin." Woo Jinhak, still suspicious, questioned her, "What's the reason for your visit? It's not like you have so much free time to just drop by." Representative On responded, her tone slightly hurt, "That's a bit hurtful. I came because I heard you were hurt badly, and to ask you a question." Representative on Seoun questioned Shin Hae-soo, noting that while she wasn't on duty during the recent violent crimes, a detective personally called her in. And the alertness in Hae-soo's eyes gave her away. Representative On, getting straight to the point, revealed her intention to sponsor Shin Hae-soo's police activities, offering financial backing, political influence, or public support, as needed. Woo Jin-hak observed from the doorway, his expression unreadable. Representative On clarified that her support extended to all aspects of Hae-soo's police work. She pledged to provide any assistance within her reach. Woo Jin-hak, still suspicious of Representative On's motives, observed from a distance as she offered sponsorship to Shin Hae-soo. He questioned the offer, muttering to himself, sponsoring a patrol officer, not even a high-ranking one. What could this woman possibly want? Shin Hae-soo, recovering in the hospital, considered Representative On's offer. She voiced her confusion, thinking, "Thank you for the offer, but I can't wrap my head around it. Why would a businesswoman risk losing profit to back me up?" Pressing for an explanation, Shin Hae-soo demanded, "You must at least tell me your reasoning." Representative On, a subtle smile playing on her lips, began to explain her motives, starting with a cryptic, because. Her statement, "Korea is too dirty," hung in the air, leaving Shin Hae-soo and the reader to ponder the implications. Woo Jin-hak, observing the exchange, considered Representative On's words. He thought, and honestly, it's not a bad move for the business either. Representative On's enigmatic smile suggested a deeper, more complex strategy behind her offer of sponsorship. Representative On began by stating that entertainers, politicians, and corporations all desperately seek a squeaky clean public image. And that when news reports revealed that the Daesung Group covered all hospital bills for those injured in a recent case, their stocks saw a small increase, although this increase paled in comparison to the money saved by the company. Woo Jin-hak, observing this exchange, internally acknowledged the validity of Representative On's point, but remained unconvinced. Representative On then offered sponsorship to Officer Shin Hae-soo, emphasizing that all branches under her supervision were clean and open to inspection. She added a condition: for every case Daesung supports, their name must be mentioned in the news. Representative On finished with a confident smile, suggesting the condition was simple enough. Woo Jin-hak, deep in thought, stroked his chin, pondering the implications of Representative On's proposal. Officer Shin Hae-soo weighed Representative On's offer, a silent calculation playing across her features. With On's backing, the relentless pressure would ease. She mused, the prospect of freedom from the relentless bad press and undue pressure a tempting allure. A silent affirmation forming on her lips as she uttered a single word: deal. Representative On, a picture of composed confidence, responded with a smile. "All right, it's a deal then. Let's move you to the VIP room." Officer Shin Hae-soo, however, countered immediately. "No, I need to stay near the copy demon." Representative On considered this, her expression unchanging. "Then we'll move you both. There are other rooms." Officer Shin Hae-soo remained firm. "That is not okay either. I can't let him use the VIP room." The scene shifted to Woo Jin-hak, resting in a hospital bed, the name Daesung ENM Representative on Seoun displayed prominently. He pondered the implications of the deal, a question forming in his mind. Woo Jin-hak, still recovering in his hospital bed, reflected on Representative On's recent actions. His thoughts culminating in the unspoken admission, "I can't figure her out at all." Suddenly, a commotion erupted outside his room. Two figures burst in, demanding, "Who are you guys? You bastards!" One of the intruders struggled to carry Woo Jin-hak. The other complaining, Fuck, why's this guy so heavy?" The commotion caught the attention of another individual. Who questioned, "Steel Clan." Woo Jin-hak, still in his hospital gown, was suddenly confronted by a group of burly men. Their faces were obscured by shadows, but their menacing presence was undeniable. He could only utter, "What the fuck?" As they roughly seized him, their movements swift and brutal. Fear etched itself onto his face as he struggled against their grip. A chilling voice cut through the air, declaring, "He's mine." Woo Jinhak, terrified, witnessed his abduction unfold. A group of assailants, their faces grim, surrounded him. Their leader barked orders, "Take him and go." The assailants quickly subdued Woo Jinhak. As one of them muttered an apology, "I'm sorry, detective." The assailants, seemingly affiliated with the Steel Clan, discussed their actions. One stated, "We need to take care of that bastard ourselves." Another assailant, brandishing a sword, added, "I hope you understand." Despite his fear, a defiant glint appeared in Woo Jinhak's eyes. He thought, "You haven't had enough yet." The image focuses on Woo Jinhak's determined grip on the sword, his resolve hardening. Woo Jinhak, despite his abduction, remained defiant. He was dragged through a dimly lit corridor by several assailants affiliated with the Steel Clan. The men, armed with knives, moved with practiced efficiency, their movements suggesting a well-rehearsed plan. Woo Jinhak, however, was not entirely helpless, as he suddenly reacted with surprising speed and strength. He deflected a blow, and with a powerful counterattack, he disarmed one of his captors. His movements were swift and precise, a blur of motion as he fought back against his abductors. The unexpected display of skill caught his attackers off guard, leaving one of them stunned and injured. The sheer force of his counterattack was evident in the impact, as he continued his desperate struggle for freedom. Despite being outnumbered, Woo Jinhak fought with fierce determination. Woo Jinhak, eyes narrowed in concentration, braced himself against an unseen force, his body tense with barely contained power. Two assailants, one wielding a knife and the other a pipe, charged towards him, shouting "Hey!" Jinhak, his expression hardening, muttered to himself, "Just turn a blind eye this one time." With surprising speed and precision, he countered the first attacker's blow, following up with a powerful kick that sent the second assailant sprawling. He then unleashed a flurry of strikes, his movements a blur of controlled violence, leaving both attackers incapacitated on the floor. "Why would I listen to you?" The two assailants lay defeated, groaning in pain. Woo Jinhak effortlessly deflected a blow from one assailant, simultaneously countering with a swift kick that sent the attacker sprawling, and followed up with a precise strike that incapacitated the second assailant. One groaned in pain, "Cook." Woo Jinhak stood over his defeated opponents, his expression grim. He warned them, "Shut up and get arrested, unless you want me to make it worse." The two assailants, defeated and subdued, could only whimper in response. Woo Jinhak's thoughts turned inward, a flicker of concern crossed his face as he mused, "If the copy demon somehow wakes up." Woo Jinhak, having just defeated two assailants, raced down the stairs, his mind racing. He needed to reach Representative On before the elevator arrived. His internal monologue a stark reminder of the urgency of the situation. Inside the elevator, two men struggled to carry an unconscious Representative On. Sigh. "Fuck, he's so heavy," one of them muttered, as the other confirmed that the getaway van was waiting downstairs. Woo Jinhak's eyes narrowed as he saw the elevator doors begin to close. Woo Jinhak, his face grim with determination, raced against time. He had to find Representative On before it was too late. He followed the trail of the unconscious Representative On, who was being carried away by two assailants. One of the assailants felt a sudden blow to the face, a sharp impact that sent him reeling. "What? When did this bastard wake up?" one of the assailants exclaimed, surprised by Woo Jinhak's sudden appearance. The other assailant cried out in pain, "AGH. FUCK," as Woo Jinhak's counterattack landed. Woo Jinhak, breathless but relentless, sprinted through the hospital corridors. He reached the elevator, the display showing floor 81. The elevator doors opened, revealing a shadowy figure. A man with long black hair, a scar across his eye, and a chilling smirk is shown. He wears a hospital gown with a repeating pattern of medical symbols. A close-up on another man's face reveals his intense anger and frustration. He thinks, "These morons." He continues his internal monologue, "They should never have let him free." The man with black hair steps into an elevator. The other man, observing from a distance, thinks, I need to reset and take control of this. He clenches his jaw, muttering, reset. His attempt fails, and he looks confused and frustrated, asking himself, why isn't it working? The long-haired man from the first panel is shown again, now holding a hammer. His expression is one of malicious glee. He lets out a sinister chuckle, hee hee hee. The unidentified man, his escape seemingly successful, taunted Woo Jin-hak. What are you going to do now, without a gun? He picked up a heavy-looking hammer from the floor. And the man continued his taunts, you don't have a knife, either. The unidentified man chuckled, unconcerned. Hee hee, don't worry about that. With a sinister grin, he declared, I'll still give you a good time. He lunged forward, swinging the hammer with brutal force. The blow connecting with Woo Jin-hak's head, sending him reeling. The unidentified man unleashed a flurry of blows, his movements a blur of speed and violence, leaving Woo Jin-hak defenseless and on the ground. Woo Jin-hak, defenseless and already injured from a previous attack, braced himself against another blow from the unidentified man. The man's fist hurtling towards him with brutal force. The unidentified man sneered, you're wide open here, as he prepared to strike again. And with a swift, brutal motion, he brought a hammer down on Woo Jin-hak's defenseless body. Woo Jin-hak winced in pain, his face contorted in agony. The unidentified man continued his assault, his movements swift and merciless, landing another blow that sent Woo Jin-hak reeling, leaving him vulnerable and helpless on the floor. Woo Jin-hak, still reeling from the brutal hammer attack, attempted to rise, his movements slow and labored. But his body betrayed him, his strength failing as he collapsed back to the ground. The unidentified man watched, a cruel smirk playing on his lips. The man's voice echoed in the room, filled with derision, why so slow? He approached Woo Jin-hak, his shadow looming large over the injured man. And with a swift, brutal motion, he grabbed Woo Jin-hak by the throat, lifting him slightly off the ground. Woo Jin-hak's eyes widened in terror, tears welling up as he struggled against the man's grip. The man's face, contorted in a mask of rage, loomed closer. He hissed, I've got you now, bastard. With a final, crushing blow, the unidentified man slammed Woo Jin-hak to the ground, leaving him unconscious and severely injured. The unidentified man continued his assault on Woo Jin-hak, unleashing a brutal barrage of punches. Each blow connecting with sickening force, the impact echoing in the sterile hospital room. Woo Jin-hak's body crumpled under the relentless onslaught. The man's fists a blur of motion as he delivered a final, devastating blow, leaving Woo Jin-hak unconscious and broken on the cold, unforgiving floor. The attacker stood over his victim, a hammer lying discarded nearby. He surveyed the scene, his expression one of cold satisfaction. He picked up the hammer, his gaze lingering on Woo Jin-hak's broken form. I think I'll need to take one of your hands. To make sure I'm safe, he muttered, a chilling threat hanging in the air. Woo Jin-hak, his body battered and bruised, lay unconscious on the cold, hard floor. A large hammer lay discarded nearby, a testament to the brutal attack he had endured. The scene shifted to a bright, cloud-filled sky, the Korean characters and appearing, suggesting the impact of the blows. A long shot of a police station building, with the words visible, indicating the location. Inside, 3 officers huddled around a computer, their expressions grave. How can he move like that with his body in that state? One officer questioned, his voice filled with disbelief. Another officer responded, he's just straight up feral. The scene then showed the unidentified man, his face contorted in a savage grin, continuing his assault on Woo Jin-hak. 2 officers looked at each other with concern, one saying, and indicating a continuation of the investigation. The unidentified man delivered a final, brutal blow to Woo Jin-hak, sending him sprawling to the ground. The impact was depicted with a flurry of motion lines. The final panel showed a thought bubble with the words, "There's a monster to catch the monsters." This suggests a new development in the narrative. Woo Jin-hak, surrounded by 2 concerned men, sat hunched over a computer screen, his brow furrowed in concentration. A title card appeared, announcing that the 9 Steel Clan members who attempted to avenge their boss had been apprehended. Furthermore, it was revealed that the copy demon was incarcerated in Hyasun Penitentiary, known for its formidable walls. While some Steel Clan members perished in the conflict, the city skyline was shown, emphasizing that the dangerous murderer was prevented from escaping into society. Later, Woo Jin-hak, now in a hospital bed, reflected on his ordeal, admitting, "I let my guard down." A close-up of the copy demon's enraged face concluded the scene. Woo Jin-hak, recovering in a hospital bed, reflected on his recent fight. He admitted to himself, "I hadn't faced a strong opponent in a while and got careless." His thoughts continued, questioning his abilities. Could I have beaten him if I hadn't been injured? He further pondered the fight's details. If the copy demon had a knife, I'm not so sure I could have. His internal monologue continued, questioning the failure of his reset power. And why didn't my reset power work back then? It was definitely a situation that should have met the requirements. A sudden thought struck him. Could it be? The panel shows Woo Jin-hak's face, his expression unreadable, as the chapter ends. A title card declares, "There are 3 conditions I know for using the reset power." Woo Jin-hak's face is shown, and the narration continues. First, I can only use it once per day. Second, I must be in a situation where people are dead or severely injured for it to activate. And third, I must truly want to turn back time in my heart. Woo Jin-hak is shown in contemplation, his hands clasped together. He thinks to himself, it's this third condition that's bothering me. Did I really want to save the Steel Clan members? Or has my subconscious started deciding who I should save? Woo Jin-hak, still recovering in a hospital bed, reflected on his reset power. He wasn't certain if it was truly gone. Only time would tell, he mused, once he returned to work. 3 months later, Woo Jin-hak, now a promoted police officer, stood before the police station. His colleagues greeted him warmly, celebrating his promotion. "Officer Shin," they exclaimed, "we have so much to celebrate." Woo Jin-hak received a celebratory cake from his colleagues, marking his promotion and return from the hospital. A gesture met with mixed feelings. While grateful, he felt a sense of unease about his seemingly quick recovery and the uncertainty surrounding his powers. His colleagues expressed concern about his return to work so soon after his hospitalization, questioning who would handle the more challenging cases in his absence. Jin-hak's brief hospital stay was noted, and a female colleague expressed her gratitude for his service and mentorship. Jin-hak humbly acknowledged her words, expressing his appreciation for the lessons he learned from her during his time as a patrol officer. She, in turn, encouraged him to continue his work, emphasizing the importance of his role in apprehending criminals. Jin-hak smiled, looking forward to his continued service. Woo Jin-hak, recently promoted, announced his departure from the police station. His colleagues waved goodbye, expressing their hopes to see him again soon. He mounted his motorcycle, revving the engine, and sped off into the city streets. His colleagues watched him go, their expressions a mix of admiration and concern. Later, Woo Jin-hak parked his motorcycle in a parking lot and was approached by a civilian. Woo Jin-hak, having recently received a promotion, reported for duty at the Gangjin City Violent Crimes Department Team 1. He saluted smartly, his expression serious and determined as he announced his arrival. He officially joined the team, his new badge gleaming. A colleague greeted him warmly, expressing his pleasure at having such a high-performing officer join their ranks. And the team gave him a proper welcome. However, a subtle undercurrent of tension was present. A superior officer had initially objected to Jin-hak's transfer, but the captain overruled the objection. The captain praised Jin-hak's unmatched field performance, emphasizing the patrol station's good fortune in having him. A superior officer informed Woo Jin-hak, "But now you'll be taking on tougher cases." Woo Jin-hak responded simply, "Is that so?" The superior officer continued, ignoring what happened before Woo Jin-hak was sent to the patrol station. Woo Jin-hak thought to himself, "It's happening again." This can't just be about excessive force charges. He resolved, I'll have to figure out what's really going on. Observing his surroundings, he muttered, looks like I'm the youngest here. Another officer commented, I just ended up like that. The superior officer explained, the other guy put in his resignation after getting stabbed about last week. A phone rings. Woo Jin-hak answers, confirming he's available. Identifying himself as part of Gangjin City Violent Crimes Department Team 1, under the supervision of Officer Kang Seok, and is immediately informed of a kidnapping case. His expression shifts to one of concern. Officer Kang Seok sighs, expressing his disappointment that a new case has arisen so soon after a colleague's resignation. But then orders his team to prepare for deployment. The team acknowledges the order, and Woo Jin-hak, along with his colleagues, heads out in a police vehicle. Woo Jin-hak observes the situation, noting that the call came in 2 days after the kidnapping, a fact that troubles him. Woo Jin-hak, riding in a car with his superior officer, contemplated the grim reality of the situation. I know, right? His superior officer questioned the likelihood of a positive outcome. He asked, do you know the odds of the child returning alive? Woo Jin-hak responded, I'm not sure about the numbers, but they can't be good. The superior officer pressed further, inquiring about the average time before a kidnapper kills the victim. Woo Jin-hak initially guessed 12 hours, but his superior officer corrected him, revealing that it's actually 3 hours before the kidnapper murders the child. Woo Jin-hak, surprised, asked for clarification. His superior officer confirmed, on average, it's 3 hours. Woo Jin-hak pondered the reason behind this short time frame, questioning if it was because children are harder to control. His superior officer agreed, explaining that kidnappers panic from committing such a severe crime, and a crying child only heightens their fear of getting caught. Woo Jin-hak, riding on public transport, received grim news: the kidnapped victim was only 9 years old. A fact that weighed heavily on his mind as he silently hoped for the child's safety. Later, at the victim's home, a tense confrontation unfolded. The distraught mother, desperate to save her child, argued against involving the police, fearing that alerting the authorities would jeopardize the child's life. Woo Jin-hak, however, firmly countered her fears, emphasizing the critical importance of reporting a kidnapping immediately. He stressed that early reporting significantly increases the chances of a successful rescue. Woo Jin-hak explained the urgency of the situation to the victim's mother. The younger the victim, he stated, the shorter their safe window. He continued, emphasizing the slim chances of recovering the child even if the kidnapper's demands were met. Further underscoring the gravity of the situation, he pointed out that most kidnappers are people the victim's family already knows. This realization hit the mother hard. She gasped, realizing the terrifying implication that someone familiar had seen her child's face. Woo Jin-hak and his team reassured her, urging her to cooperate fully. And please tell us everything you know. Overcome with a mix of fear and desperation, the mother finally relented. All right. She began to recount the details, her mind racing as she considered the implications of her decision. The parents' story unfolded, setting the stage for the next phase of the investigation. 9-year-old young Aaron's typical afternoon routine involved playing at the apartment complex playground after school, a seemingly safe environment due to the tall walls and gates that recorded license plates. This routine provided a sense of security for her parents, as they believed it was a safe place for their child. However, 2 days prior, Aaron failed to return home. Her frantic parents began their search at 6 p.m. At 9 p.m., a chilling phone call arrived. The kidnapper contacted them, demanding 50 million won and threatening to never return Aaron if they contacted the police. The distraught parents, having heard their daughter's voice on the call, were left in a state of fear and desperation. The investigators examined the phone records. The phone used was a burner registered to a 70-year-old woman, making it nearly impossible to trace. The call was less than 30 seconds long, further hindering the investigation. One detective sighed, weary from years of dealing with similar cases. These kidnappers are always the same. After all these years, I'm tired of this. Woo Jin-hak addressed his team. Listen to me carefully. Don't call the cops, I'm always watching. He continued, analyzing the kidnappers' common phrases, and showed his team a picture of a pregnant woman. Do you know this pregnant lady? A team member responded, yes. She lives in the same building as us. They questioned the woman, who often walked outside. She was asked if she had seen anything unusual. She said no. Woo Jin-hak and another officer reviewed digital evidence on a laptop, the screen displaying various files. Nothing seems particularly strange, does it? One of them commented. Woo Jin-hak responded, let's keep looking. He added confidently, something will turn up. Woo Jin-hak's fingers moved swiftly across the laptop's keyboard, his eyes scanning the screen intently. Then he exclaimed, ugh, my eyes are burning, this is just manual labor. Officer SHN, his colleague, complained, Officer SHN, want to switch. Woo Jin-hak, Officer SHN, and another officer reviewed the case file, their expressions grim. Woo Jin-hak's gaze was particularly intense. A caption appeared, stating, this bastard really planned it out, huh? The image showed a man in a cap and mask leading a young girl, Erin, by the hand. The caption continued, head to toe in all matching black. The man and Erin continued walking, their attire completely black. The victim's mother, distraught, cried out, Erin, our little Erin. Sob. The image showed her on a phone call, surrounded by the officers. Officer SHN pointed to a screen displaying CCTV footage. 5:57 p.m. Heading north in this direction. Play the CCTV footage from that time. He looks like a male, right? Another officer responded, yes, approximately 175 centimeters, skinny build. Woo Jin-hak muttered, fuck, his face isn't visible in any of these clips. Woo Jin-hak asked, so all we have is height and weight? The officer confirmed, that's right, and then we lost him entirely. The final panel showed Woo Jin-hak looking thoughtful, a caption stating, there's no sign of any getaway vehicle either. Woo Jin-hak, frustrated by the lack of progress, voiced his disbelief, he's not a ghost, how could he disappear? The title card declared, the kidnapper. A figure, their back turned, wearing a cap and mask, was shown. Only their brown jacket was visible. The text proclaimed, could be living here. Woo Jin-hak's face, etched with grim determination, was shown in profile. He seemed to be contemplating the implications of this new information. Woo Jin-hak reflected on the difficulties of concealing his actions while caring for a child. He mused that it was challenging to remain hidden. Yet the kidnapper seemed to vanish without a trace. Woo Jin-hak, reviewing security footage, explained to his subordinate that he had checked both entrance and exit points, even cross-referencing unregistered vehicles, but found nothing suspicious. Woo Jin-hak felt a surge of frustration and a growing headache. He instructed his subordinate to check the other parking lot cameras, emphasizing the kidnapper's potential to be hiding anywhere. The subordinate readily agreed. Meanwhile, the victim's mother wept silently, overcome with worry for her daughter, Erin. Woo Jin-hak, frustrated but resolute, spoke to his associate, don't worry. The associate, reviewing the scan evidence, thought, he left barely any trace, which means, he couldn't have gone far. Suddenly, a phone rang, displaying an incoming call from an unknown number. Woo Jin-hak's associate recognized the caller ID as the kidnapper's, he exclaimed, it's him. The associate pointed out the significance of the no-caller ID call. Woo Jin-hak, realizing the implication, shushed his associate, indicating the need for secrecy. He then made a silent gesture, urging caution. He subtly signaled for his associate to remain quiet, his finger to his lips. Woo Jin-hak nervously contacted the kidnappers, his voice barely a whisper as he asked, hello? Do you have the money? The kidnappers confirmed receipt of the ransom. Woo Jin-hak, desperate, pleaded, yes. Yes, we have it. Please, let me speak to Erin. A tense silence followed as Woo Jin-hak anxiously awaited a response. He could only see the kidnapper's back, and young Aaron was nowhere in sight. The kidnapper finally responded, Is she okay? The kidnapper, speaking through a call with no caller ID displayed, stated that Aaron was asleep. Woo Jin-hak, his face etched with worry, pressed further, At least send a photo. He continued to plead, Or wake her up and let us hear her voice, please. The kidnapper refused, stating, I'll send the drop location tomorrow. Woo Jin-hak, increasingly frantic, tried again to contact the kidnappers. Hello? His associate, noticing his distress, approached cautiously. Woo Jin-hak, desperate and near tears, shouted, Hey! Please, just let us hear. In a brightly lit office, a team of investigators huddled together, their faces etched with worry. One of them, a woman, clasped her hands to her mouth in concern. While a man, wearing glasses, leaned forward intently, his expression serious. The man in glasses spoke, his voice tight with frustration, Hey! Can we trace where this call is from? He frowned, his gaze fixed on something unseen. The call, it turned out, had been incredibly brief. The brevity of the call made tracing it nearly impossible. The call didn't even last 20 seconds, he muttered, his shoulders slumping in defeat. Elsewhere, Woo Jin-hak knelt on the floor, his face buried in his hands, overcome with despair. His wife stood beside him, equally distraught. The weight of the situation pressing down on them both. They would have to wait until tomorrow for any further updates. Officer Kang Seok, frustrated by the lack of progress, slammed his fist on the table. He muttered, Understood, to his superior. Team 1, led by Kang Seok, was on the case. He requested backup from Teams 2 and 3, his voice tight with urgency. Relaying the kidnapper's location, the Gaesung intersection, a bustling entertainment area near a high school and college. Kang Seok noted that at 6 p.m., the area would be crowded, speculating that the kidnapper might be trying to blend in. The scene shifted to the bustling Gaesung intersection at dusk. Team members were strategically positioned. A calm voice instructed them to remain calm and vigilant, emphasizing the importance of staying sharp. One officer, adjusting his glasses, prepared himself for the operation. Another officer received instructions to only answer when prompted, focusing on listening intently. One of the officers impatiently checked his watch. Anyways, it's been 30 minutes since the meeting time. Where is this bastard? His partner responded, He's been very careful up until now. Seeing as he's not coming on time. He's probably planning to change the location. Suddenly, the officer received a message. I got a message. Did the location change? He checked the message and relayed the new information. Yes. Sunju Park, the first bench near the 5 o'clock entrance. The other officer reacted with frustration. He said to drop the bag there and leave without looking back. Damn it, it was a switch-up after all. The officer immediately informed his team leader. Team leader, the location has changed. Officer SHN, in his car, issued a sharp order into his comm unit, Got it. Take teams 2 and 3 and head there immediately. He then added a further instruction to his team, Everyone, stay on standby until I give the order. Meanwhile, in a city square, several people went about their daily routines, seemingly unaware of the unfolding manhunt. 2 officers, having received SHN's instructions, cautiously approached a bench where a bag was left unattended. Their eyes scanning the surroundings with a mixture of alertness and apprehension. A man in a hat walked past, seemingly oblivious to the officer's presence, his pace quickening slightly as he moved away. One of the officers, noticing the man's hasty retreat, whispered to his partner, Is that him? The other officer, studying the departing figure, responded, He's about 175 and his figure seems similar. A man in a cap and glasses, his features partially obscured, is seen hurrying through a city street. Police officers, observing from a distance, identify him as their suspect. He's reaching for the bag, one shouts. It is him. That's our guy, another confirms, relaying the information, suspect spotted. Teams 2 and 3 move in immediately. Officer Kangseok, however, interrupts the pursuit, urgently calling out, "Wait, hold on." As officers approach cautiously, the suspect appears to be checking the contents of the bag. Officer Kangseok's apprehension grows as he observes the suspect's actions more closely. "What? It's not him?" Officer Kangseok exclaims in disbelief as the suspect's identity is revealed to be different from what they expected. The suspect, now revealed to be an ordinary individual, is dismissed as some local bum. Officer SHN's gaze hardened as he reviewed the case files. The suspect must have been testing them, gauging their response, wondering what would happen if they contacted the police. The team huddled together, reviewing the call log. That could have gone horribly wrong, one of them thought. But thanks to Officer Kangseok's sharp eye, they had avoided a potentially disastrous situation. Officer Kangseok and another officer reviewed the call log from the suspect and the victim's parents. "Good work," one said. "Let's run the same protocol tomorrow." The suspect contacted them again, reminding them of the consequences of involving the police. "I'll contact you tomorrow," the message read. The officers exchanged worried glances. "This bastard, he's testing us," one of them muttered. Their lives hung in the balance, dependent on their next move. "Yeah, if it weren't for you, we'd have been blown," one officer admitted, acknowledging Kangseok's crucial role in averting disaster. Officer SHN and his team reviewed the call logs from the suspect, expressing their disappointment at having lost him. "Damn it, I thought we finally had him." But they realized they had gained valuable information from what the suspect said during the call. They deduced that he must have been nearby, checking if they were present. One officer suggested calling it a day, but Officer SHN decided to regroup and call for backup tomorrow. He instructed his team to secure the money and look for anyone suspicious in the area. Meanwhile, another officer confirmed that they were back at the apartment. Later, two officers expressed their exhaustion and resignation. Sigh. "I guess we're spending the night analyzing again." There was nothing else they could do. Two officers stood near a damaged vehicle, their expressions grim. One officer stated, "I know, but I swear my eyes are about to fall out." The other officer responded curtly, "Let's go." They drove off, their determination evident despite the lack of progress. One officer adding, "We'll get that bastard's face sooner or later." Later, inside a warm, well-lit room, a woman offered tea to a group of officers. She said, "At least have some tea, detective." One officer accepted, murmuring, "Ah, yes. Thank you." Another officer asked, "Have you found anything?" The first officer sighed, replying, "No, it's all dead ends. I've been staring at the same screen for the 108th time." One officer advises another, "Pregnant women shouldn't stress." He continues, "Think about it. How good is it to breathe fresh air at the park?" The second officer nods thoughtfully. Meanwhile, the victim's mother receives a call. "Ah, yes. Hello?" Detective Gang Jin from the Violent Crimes Unit identifies himself and asks to speak with Detective Lee. She asks if Detective Lee is available. At the police station, a laptop sits open on a desk, suggesting ongoing investigation work. One officer gestures emphatically, while another types intently on the laptop, showing their collaborative effort. A call is answered. "Ah." A chilling exchange unfolded, the kidnapper's voice laced with menace as he responded to an unseen accuser, "Why did you do that?" His response was a stark, terrifying declaration, "I told you, if you reported me, I'd kill her." The victim's mother received a call, and she exclaimed, "Wait." She was interrupted, and the caller stated that they were ending the call. The phone was then violently smashed, leaving the victim's mother breathless and distraught. Gasping for air, she wondered, "What do I do?" Overcome with despair, she lamented, because of me, our Aaron." Meanwhile, at the police station, an officer reported, "We found the location." He specified, the phone booth across from the old Shinseong Bank. "I've already requested tracking from the control center." Officer Kang Seok, having received orders to request backup, relayed the urgent situation to his superiors. The response was swift. Teams 2 and 3 were mobilized immediately, and the movement of backup was confirmed. Meanwhile, Officer Kang Seok made a strategic decision. He would proceed separately, prioritizing speed and efficiency. He deemed it safer to have someone else in the backup vehicle. He gave final instructions to his team, emphasizing the importance of constant radio monitoring. His team responded with a sharp yes, sir. Officer Kang Seok sped off on his motorcycle, leaving the backup team behind. Officer Kang Seok, speeding on his motorcycle, radioed in to his team, reporting that the control center had identified a suspect, described as wearing a black hat and gray hoodie. The question of the suspect's destination was raised. Control reported that the suspect was last seen heading towards the daily market. Officer Kang Seok, continuing his pursuit, expressed concern that the suspect had already disappeared, as Control Center was unable to confirm his current location. He received orders to radio in as soon as the suspect's location was confirmed again. Acknowledging the order, Officer Kang Seok pressed on. The image focuses on the motorcycle's headlight, suggesting continued pursuit. Officer Kang Seok continued his pursuit of the suspect, the motorcycle's tire leaving a mark on the pavement. The chase leading him to the Yunjae Mart. He suspected the culprit was hiding nearby. Officer Kang Seok considered the possibilities. Had the suspect fled into a building or escaped by car? A car sped away from the scene. Officer Kang Seok, still on his motorcycle, pursued the fleeing vehicle. He focused intently on the chase, his eyes narrowed in concentration. Suddenly, he paused, a flicker of recognition crossing his face. Wait, he thought. That woman, the one he'd seen earlier near the crime scene. In a car, one officer reported to his team leader that he had spotted the same person 3 times at the scene, specifying that this was not the male suspect, causing the team leader to express surprise at the revelation of the same person appearing multiple times. The officer reiterated that it was unusual to see the same individual not just twice, but 3 times at the crime scene. The team leader instructed the officer to pursue the individual, to which the officer replied that he was already following her on a motorcycle. The team leader requested details about the vehicle the suspect was in. The officer provided the license plate number, 27N3X01, and described the car as a black Avant, moving in the reverse direction. The team leader cautioned the officer to maintain distance to avoid being noticed, and to not lose the suspect. Finally, the officer confirmed that they were on their way to pursue the suspect. The scene shifts to the first basement floor of a building at 10 a.m. Elevator doors open, revealing the victim's mother, who is anxiously checking her phone. A man in a black cap stands behind her, his face partially obscured. He tells her to wait, his tone suggesting urgency and a sense of control. The man guides the victim's mother into the elevator, his hand briefly visible as he presses the button for the 10th floor. They arrive on the 10th floor. The scene opens with a tense exchange. A man in a black cap sits calmly, his expression unreadable, while a woman, also wearing a cap, looks on with apprehension. The words "doors are closing" appear above them. A caption reveals that CCTV footage shows a pregnant woman at the crime scene 3 times. The man observes, noting that this is too strange to be a coincidence. The man's face is shown in close-up, his eyes narrowed in thought. He is clearly considering the implications of this new information. The man, now identified as a detective, is shown entering a building. The words 8th floor. Doors are opening appear, indicating his progress. He is speaking to a younger colleague, asking if this is the 3-story apartment building. The detective seems to be investigating a specific location. The detective is shown holding a small device, possibly a phone or communication tool. He is asked if he visited the reporter's apartment again. The detective responds by texting a message, instructing someone to wait in the underground parking lot. He explains that he needs to check something first and will join them soon. The scene shifts to a car, where 2 detectives discuss the situation. One states that they need to be prepared, referencing a mistake made during the first incident. A detective, his face partially obscured, muttered to himself, "Scouring me." Another detective, wearing glasses, stated, "That's our current situation, though. We came here believing in our youngest." He continued, "Anyway, is the culprit really here? It looks close, but this place is a little." He concluded, "For now, we have to trust that what seems most suspicious is right." The detective in glasses, a subtle smirk playing on his lips, appeared confident. A thought bubble above him read, "Small in size, but he's actually better than you think." A distressed individual exclaimed, I told you not to report it. What will happen to our Erin now?" A calmer voice responded, "She'll be fine. The culprit will be caught, so please." A detective visited young Erin's mother, who was distraught. "Detective, why are you here?" "What about our Erin?" she exclaimed, her voice laced with worry. The mother's anxiety was palpable as she continued to express her concern for her daughter. The detective attempted to calm her, stating, "I understand you're worried, but could you listen to what I have to say first?" He then questioned her about the day of the incident, asking her to recall the details of Erin's last call. The mother, still visibly upset, responded that she had already shared this information with the police. The detective pressed further, asking about the tone of Erin's voice during that call. Did she sound scared? The mother's recollection was that Erin had simply asked when he was coming home and said she missed him. The detective's inquiry about Erin's tone during the call concluded the scene. An unnamed detective, reviewing the case, questioned the victim's mother's account of her last conversation with her daughter. He considered her statement and paused, a slight furrow appearing on his brow. He found something unusual. The detective reflected on the mother's words, noting that the victim hadn't sounded particularly scared during their last conversation. He realized that this detail was significant. His suspicion solidified. On a phone call, the detective revealed his deduction: the victim hadn't even realized she'd been kidnapped. This pointed to a very specific type of perpetrator, someone the victim knew well, an acquaintance. The detective, now certain of his theory, questioned the victim's mother again, asking if she recognized a pregnant woman he'd seen at a playground. The mother responded with a confused expression, and the detective urged her to come with him immediately. A hand reached out and pressed the intercom button of a building's security system. Two detectives approached the victim's mother's apartment building, their presence causing a stir. They politely asked if she was inside and requested to speak with her. The victim's mother cautiously opened the door a crack, peering out suspiciously. Revealing her to the detectives, who identified themselves and requested her cooperation with their investigation. The victim's mother, clearly startled and confused, asked what was going on. The detectives, maintaining a firm but respectful demeanor, instructed her to leave the premises immediately. One of the detectives surveyed the victim's mother's apartment, muttering to himself, "This place is a mess." He continued his assessment, his thoughts turning to the challenges ahead. Finding evidence here will be difficult. The disarray of the apartment was immediately apparent, adding another layer of complexity to the investigation. Meanwhile, the victim's mother, startled by the detective's presence, nervously searched the room. One detective urged his partner, "Madam, we won't be able to find Erin like this. We must listen to what she has to say first." The detective's concern was palpable as he tried to calm the distraught mother, who was visibly agitated and struggling to maintain composure. Suddenly, a detail caught the detective's eye. A gray hoodie? It was a piece of clothing that matched the description of the suspect the control center had identified. The detective barked orders to his partner, "Hold on to that woman tightly, madam. You must not let her escape." A figure, clad in a dark hoodie and cap, fled down a hallway. Meanwhile, an officer, having located the suspect, radioed in his position, "I've located the suspect. He's escaping down the central staircase on the 8th floor." Another officer responded, confirming, "Got it. We're heading upstairs now." The fleeing suspect, his face partially obscured by a mask, muttered to himself, these bastards. His face was grim, eyes wide with fear and desperation. He clutched a knife, his knuckles white. Suddenly, an officer appeared, striking the suspect with a swift blow, sending him sprawling to the ground. Woo Jin-hak, his face contorted in a grimace of fury, ripped at his shirt, the fabric tearing under the strain of his raw emotion. A stark reminder of the injustice he felt. According to ancient laws, he recalled, kidnapping and child trafficking were punishable by death. He lunged at the apprehended kidnapper, a flurry of blows landing with brutal precision. Each strike fueled by righteous anger and a thirst for vengeance. Even if the child was returned safely, the sentence was still death. The kidnapper, gasping for breath, crumpled to the ground, defeated. Woo Jin-hak's knuckles turned white as he clenched his fist, the rage simmering within him barely contained. His face contorted in a mask of fury, eyes blazing with a desperate need for vengeance. He loomed over the apprehended kidnapper, his shadow falling like a shroud. "I have every right to kill you now," he declared, the words dripping with cold fury. Woo Jin-hak's face was a mask of barely controlled fury, his eyes, wide and wild with rage. He glared at the kidnapper, his voice a low growl, "I have every right to kill you now." The kidnapper, his face pale with terror, begged for mercy, Please, let me live." But Woo Jin-hak's response was swift and brutal, "Nah." With a blur of motion, he unleashed a devastating blow, the impact sending the kidnapper sprawling, leaving him dazed and vulnerable. A superior officer contacted Woo Jin-hak over a radio, inquiring about the status of the arrest and the suspect's condition. Jin-hak confirmed the arrest, reporting his location on the 8th floor, central staircase. The officer, concerned about the suspect's condition, pressed Jin-hak for details as they met on the staircase. Jin-hak, appearing weary and grim, simply stated that the suspect was unconscious. The officer, suspecting Jin-hak may have been overly forceful, questioned him about the extent of his actions. Jin-hak, maintaining a stoic expression, assured his superior that he would restrain himself from further violence. The officer reiterated the order to avoid further physical harm, emphasizing the importance of avoiding excessive force. The police station stood imposingly, a stark contrast to the frantic search underway. However, Aaron was nowhere to be found. Meanwhile, the narrative shifted to reveal the kidnapper couple's dire financial straits. The husband was drowning in gambling debt, their lives spiraling into a living hell, marked by constant threats and violence from loan sharks. These relentless threats pushed the husband to the desperate act of kidnapping Aaron. But things didn't go as planned. The husband attempted to kill Aaron several times. But his wife, in a desperate attempt to save her daughter, intervened. On the condition that their 20 million won debt be forgiven, they handed Aaron over to the loan sharks. Thanks to the wife's actions, Aaron's life was spared. Woo Jin-hak, reviewing the case file, mused, "But I can't tell whether that's luck or misfortune." Woo Jin-hak, reviewing the case file, ate his lunch pensively. He muttered to himself, "So far, she's been lucky." But then added, with a grim expression, "But the chances of Aaron surviving are a bit higher now." The worst-case scenario, he considered, was that she had been sold to China or the Philippines. A chilling thought given that organ trafficking is prohibited for those under 13. The possibility of Aaron's death weighed heavily on him. His face fell as the grim reality settled in, Aaron is dead. The chances of finding her alive had drastically decreased. He resolved, then let's track down those loan sharks. Elsewhere, two men, likely involved in the loan shark operation, were having a meal. One said, "Kiddo, let's go after I eat one more bite." The other man, seemingly their leader, responded, "You need energy to do this work, don't you?" Woo Jin-hak, fueled by a desire for justice, sat in a police station, listening intently to the loan sharks' plan. He silently vowed to bring them to justice for their role in Aaron's disappearance. One of the loan sharks, seemingly unconcerned, casually dismissed the conversation. The scene shifted to an exterior shot of a city building, establishing the location of the loan sharks' operation. Woo Jinhak, having received the information, approached the building, a determined look on his face. He questioned if this was the right place. A man confirmed that this was indeed the location of the loan sharks who were harassing him for debt. Woo Jinhak, remembering the faces of his tormentors, felt a surge of anger and determination. He recalled their faces vividly. He prepared to confront them, a sense of grim satisfaction washing over him as he prepared to take action. Woo Jinhak gave instructions to his associates, ensuring a coordinated approach to apprehend the loan sharks. He planned to enter the building while they secured the exits. Woo Jinhak's team approached the loan sharks' hideout. One of the loan sharks commented on Jinhak's youthful appearance, noting that there might be several people inside. Another loan shark remarked on Sergeant Shin's skills, highlighting his prowess. A loan shark admitted to underestimating Sergeant Shin's capabilities, acknowledging his exceptional fighting abilities. Woo Jinhak and his team confidently advanced towards the building, ready for a confrontation. One of the team members was instructed to cover their rear. The team moved swiftly and decisively, leaving the rear to one of their members. One of the loan sharks scoffed, warning against underestimating him. Jinhak's team burst into the building, initiating the confrontation. A loan shark was surprised by the sudden arrival of Woo Jinhak, who had brought the child to them. Woo Jinhak, his face grim with determination, confronted a loan shark. "Where is she?" he demanded. The loan shark responded with a cruel laugh, "If you're looking for a little brat, try the nearest kindergarten. Why would we have her here? Ha ha." Another loan shark sneered, "Don't walk in here acting like a jerk. Kakik, moron." The first loan shark added, "Get lost already, mister." Woo Jinhak smirked, "Maybe you'll remember if you think real hard." A tense silence filled the room as the loan sharks prepared for a fight. One pulled out a knife, another a bat. Woo Jinhak, his eyes blazing, gave the order, "Get that fucker." A loan shark, sneering, began to question Woo Jinhak's awareness of his surroundings, stating, "Do you even know where you are?" Before he could finish his sentence, Woo Jinhak delivered a swift, powerful slap, the force of the blow depicted by dramatic motion lines. The impact sent the loan shark reeling, his face contorted in pain and surprise, as depicted by the onomatopoeia and visual effects. Woo Jinhak continued his assault, launching a series of rapid strikes against the loan shark, who was clearly unprepared for such aggression. Each blow landed with precision and force, the motion lines emphasizing the speed and power behind Woo Jinhak's movements. The loan shark, dazed and disoriented, could only utter a slap, highlighting his disbelief at the sudden turn of events. Woo Jinhak's expression hardened, his anger evident as he stood over the fallen loan shark, his face a mask of fury. Woo Jinhak, seething with barely contained rage, stood over the cowering loan sharks. One of them stammered, "What are you doing?" Jinhak smirked, a chilling confidence in his eyes. He declared, "I don't have much time, so come at me already." With surprising speed, Jinhak launched a brutal counterattack. A flurry of blows connecting with the loan sharks' faces. One of the loan sharks cried out, "You son of a bitch!" Jinhak continued his assault, his movements a blur of controlled violence, sending another loan shark sprawling to the ground. The remaining loan shark whimpered, "W8." Woo Jinhak confronted a loan shark, suggesting they settle their differences peacefully. He said, "Let's solve this by talk and dash." But before the shark could respond, Woo Jinhak swiftly delivered a powerful blow, sending him sprawling to the ground. Another loan shark, his face bruised and swollen, was questioned by Woo Jinhak. "Do you remember now?" he asked. The shark, clearly in pain and fear, pleaded, "Wait. I really don't know anything." Ignoring his pleas, Woo Jinhak unleashed a brutal flurry of strikes, overpowering the loan shark with a series of swift, precise blows. He then pressed his knee into the man's head, asking again, "Do you remember now?" A loan shark, his face bruised and bloodied, pleaded with Woo Jinhak, "Sir, please. Wait." Woo Jinhak, however, remained unmoved, his fist clenched tight, ready to strike. The force of his blow was clearly visible in the motion lines, a testament to his brutal efficiency. The impact sent the loan shark reeling, his body crumpling under the force of the blow. Another loan shark, terrified, cried out, "I'll talk. I'll tell you everything." Woo Jinhak, his expression cold and unwavering, simply responded, "Tell me quickly." The loan shark, still trembling, stammered out a confession, "We didn't take her, other guys did." Woo Jinhak's eyes narrowed. "Where are they now?" One of the loan sharks, hesitant and clearly beaten, mumbled that they didn't know much more. Woo Jinhak's response was immediate. He threatened further violence, prompting a more detailed confession. The loan shark revealed that they only met their clients under a bridge, in a car, and communicated solely through burner phones. Woo Jinhak pressed for more information, demanding every detail about the people they were working with. Another loan shark, nervously, added that they also sold burner phones as a side business. And recently, a large group had been purchasing them in bulk. The CEO of Haiwan Trading Company, where the phones were being traded, had reported this activity to the authorities, identifying the group as unknown but noting that they were involved in drug trafficking. The information provided by the loan sharks, coupled with the CEO's report, gave Woo Jinhak a crucial lead in his investigation. A loan shark, speaking on his phone, revealed that the organization he worked with also trafficked children, with a price tag of 20 million won per child. This information allowed Woo Jinhak's team to trace the organization's activities. However, they discovered the organization was deeply entrenched, forming a complex web that was nearly impossible to unravel. To uncover their roots, the team had to conduct extensive, long-term surveillance. Woo Jinhak, feeling the pressure of the investigation, anxiously wondered why the rookie officer he'd sent out hadn't returned yet. He called for backup from Team 2, but they were preoccupied with a high-profile drug case involving a celebrity, leaving Woo Jinhak frustrated and struggling to locate the elusive criminals. Woo Jinhak sat at his desk, staring at his computer screen. It had been a month since he went undercover, and the lack of progress weighed heavily on him. Just where are they hiding, he wondered, frustration mounting. The investigation was proving far more difficult than anticipated. He felt a growing sense of desperation. "I can't keep going like this," he thought, "even if I have to start from scratch. I need to figure out where they're trading." He abruptly stood up, startling a colleague who asked where he was going. "I just need a clue," Jinhak muttered, determined to find any lead, no matter how small. He left the office, his mind racing. The weight of the case, the pressure to succeed, and the lack of tangible progress were all taking their toll. Suddenly, a strange sensation washed over him. A surge of energy, a feeling of unease, and a premonition of something significant. The intensity of the feeling was overwhelming. "What's this sensation?" he exclaimed, collapsing to his knees in shock. His colleague rushed to his side, concerned. Concerned colleagues rushed to Woo Jinhak's side, urging him to take it easy and calling for immediate medical assistance. As Woo Jinhak, overwhelmed by a strange sensation, collapsed to the floor. A vision washed over him. He saw a young girl, cold and hungry, whispering, "Mommy, I miss you." The vision faded, leaving Woo Jinhak disoriented and shaken. Meanwhile, the loan sharks discussed their next move, debating whether to place a young girl in the same cell as another woman they referred to as a bitch. One of them suggested simply throwing the girl in, deeming her insignificant, especially given the ongoing police search. They then led the girl to a cell, pointing out the other woman already imprisoned there, and coldly instructed her to get along with her cellmate. Two loan sharks sneered, discussing the young girl they held captive. "Ah, you crazy fucker. If that bitch kills her, that's on you," one of them said, the other responding with, "Shit. Do you think she'll do it?" The panel shows the young girl, sitting alone and vulnerable in a dimly lit room. A moment later, she is shown lying on the ground, seemingly unconscious or injured. Another young woman rushes to her side, kneeling down and asking with concern, "Uni, are you okay?" The injured girl reaches out, a disturbing expression on her face, and says, "Are you hurt?" The other girl recoils, pushing her away and shouting, "Don't touch me." The young woman, her face etched with worry and determination, stood over the injured girl. She glared intensely. The injured girl recoiled, hissing, "Don't touch me, bitch." The young woman reached out cautiously to the injured girl, who flinched away. But then the injured girl spoke again, her voice soft and questioning, "Uni, are you a bad person?" The young woman's expression shifted, a flicker of confusion and pain crossing her features. She whispered, "My mom said only a bad person hits others." The injured girl's eyes widened slightly as she repeated, "Bad person?" The young woman tended to the injured girl's wounds, murmuring, "So you shouldn't do that, okay?" The young woman's own face reflected her inner turmoil. She applied ointment to the girl's injuries, explaining, "Thankfully, I carry ointment, in case I trip at the playground." The young woman's concern deepened as she asked, "What on earth do you do to get hurt this badly, Uni?" The injured girl responded, "Your mom and dad must be sad seeing you like this." The girl revealed, "I don't have a mom, nor do I have a dad." The young woman pressed further, "Then, your name?" The young woman cautiously approached the injured girl, concern etched on her face. Uttering a hesitant greeting. The girl, however, responded with a string of vulgar insults. The young woman, taken aback, pointed out that those were not names. The girl, with a mischievous glint in her eyes, offered to give herself a name. The young woman, intrigued, asked if she wanted a name. The girl responded with a simple, "Questioning me?" The young woman pondered for a moment, considering what name would suit the girl. Before declaring, "Ah, I got it." The scene shifts to an exterior shot of a city street at night, the sky filled with clouds. The young woman's decision hangs in the air. A bustling underground laboratory hummed with activity, several individuals worked diligently at various stations, overseen by a stern-faced overseer who barked, "Do it faster! Faster!" A young woman, her face grim, addressed a young girl, her tone sharp yet laced with a hint of weariness. "If you don't want to starve today," she warned, "you know what to do, right?" The girl's eyes welled up, her voice barely a whisper as she murmured, Mom? Dad! I miss you." With a sudden burst of energy, the young woman lunged forward, her movements swift and precise as she completed a task. She moved with practiced efficiency, her body a blur of motion as she finished the task. The young girl, Erin, collapsed to the floor, her body limp and still. A concerned voice cried out, Erin! Two men, one with tattoos and the other in athletic wear, observed the scene. The tattooed man commented, "That one was always on the edge." The man in athletic wear instructed, "Hey, go take her and do that thing." Woo Jinhak, in a gray Under Armour shirt, stood in a stark, metallic room, a wooden staff in hand. A large, tattooed man sat nearby, seemingly unconcerned. A young woman, her face etched with fear, vehemently protested against something, her words cut short by Woo Jinhak's dismissive response. The young woman's desperate plea, "You can't," was met with Woo Jinhak's cruel retort, "Ha, you crazy bitch." Woo Jinhak, his expression hardening, revealed his frustration, muttering, "I'm in a bad mood already today." He unleashed a flurry of blows upon the young woman, his anger escalating with each strike. As she cried out in pain, "You need a good beating to learn your place?" Ha! Her pleas of no were lost in the violence. Finally, the tattooed man spoke, his voice laced with curiosity, "What's wrong with you today?" One of the loan sharks addressed Woo Jinhak, saying, "Hey, enough. Don't you know how much she's worth?" Another loan shark, a large man with tattoos, smirked and warned Woo Jinhak, "If you're not careful, you're fucked too." Woo Jinhak muttered to himself, "Damn it." Woo Jinhak, annoyed by the young woman's continued resistance, thought, "So annoying. So important for being such a useless bitch." He then grabbed the young woman roughly, causing her to cry out in pain, "Ah!" The young woman's eyes flickered, showing a mixture of fear and desperation. She whispered, barely audible, Uni, help me." Woo Jinhak's expression remained unchanged as he continued his assault, his eyes showed a cold, calculating gaze. The young woman, her body battered and bruised, glared at Woo Jinhak and the loan sharks. "You bastards! I'll kill you all," she vowed, her voice filled with barely contained rage. Woo Jinhak, surprised by her sudden outburst, scoffed. What? One of the loan sharks echoed his sentiment, adding, have you gone crazy? With a burst of unexpected speed and fury, the young woman lunged forward, grabbing a nearby shard of metal. She used it to strike Woo Jinhak with surprising force, sending him sprawling to the ground. A pained gasp escaped Woo Jinhak's lips as he clutched at his bleeding wound. KQ. The young woman, fueled by adrenaline and desperation, stood over her attacker, her eyes burning with a fierce intensity. She then turned her attention to another loan shark, quickly incapacitating him with a swift, precise strike. What the fuck? One of the loan sharks, his face a mask of disbelief, muttered, how did that bitch? Another loan shark, equally stunned, could only whisper, this can't be. Meanwhile, Woo Jinhak's trainer, watching from afar, was filled with a complex mix of shock and pride. He thought, I trained her perfectly. As the young woman continued her assault, another loan shark shouted, hey! What the fuck are you doing? The young woman, eyes blazing with fury, moved with lethal precision, ignoring the shouts. A loan shark yelled, kill her! With a blur of motion, she dispatched the loan sharks with brutal efficiency. The sounds of their impacts echoed through the warehouse. The young woman, panting slightly, warned, before things get worse. Her eyes, though wild, held a steely determination as she gripped her knife tightly. The young woman continued her assault, her movements a blur of controlled fury. She sent Woo Jinhak sprawling with a swift kick. Then, with brutal efficiency, she dispatched the loan sharks one by one. Each blow precise and devastating, leaving them groaning on the floor. The young girl watched, wide-eyed and terrified, as the scene unfolded before her. The air crackled with the intensity of the young woman's rage. A whirlwind of motion culminating in a final, powerful strike that sent another loan shark crashing to the ground. The young woman, breathless but triumphant, collapsed onto the floor, her face a mask of exhaustion and barely contained fury. From a distance, Woo Jinhak's trainer observed the scene, his expression a mixture of shock, pride, and concern. His eyes widened as he witnessed the raw power and unexpected ferocity of the young woman's attack. Meanwhile, two men, presumably associates of Woo Jinhak, stared in disbelief, one muttering, what the hell is this memory? No, is it even a memory? Woo Jinhak's trainer rushed to his side, exclaiming, Officer Shin, are you okay? Woo Jinhak, still reeling from the attack, muttered to himself, why does this keep happening? He then questioned aloud, is this a new power like the reset? Woo Jinhak, despite his uncertainty, declared, I don't know, but I just need to believe it for now. He responded to his trainer's concern with a simple, I'm okay. Following this, he added, that aside, can we call for backup? His trainer, surprised, asked, what? Out of nowhere? Backup? Woo Jinhak, with newfound resolve, hesitantly replied, yes. I think I know. Woo Jinhak's trainer anxiously questioned him, you're sure, right? I'm trusting you again. Woo Jinhak, despite his injuries, responded with determination, yes, please trust me for now. He then added, if you need backup, just say the word. His trainer, relieved but still apprehensive, reassured him, I'll be right here. So go in with Okong. Woo Jinhak acknowledged the plan, yes, understood. As Woo Jinhak and Okong moved towards their target, a voice whispered, hey, it's just us again? The sound of a car door slamming echoed in the night. As Woo Jinhak and Okong found themselves facing unexpected opposition. Upon arriving at the target location, Woo Jinhak and Okong were met with a shocking sight. Several bodies lay scattered across the floor, victims of a brutal clash. Blood stained the ground, a grim testament to the violence that had transpired. Woo Jinhak, his face grim, wondered aloud if a gang war had taken place. He and Okong cautiously advanced, weapons drawn, their eyes scanning the surroundings for any remaining threats. Their apprehension growing with each step. The scene was horrific. Woo Jinhak's thoughts turned to Erin, realizing she might have collapsed due to her condition and needed immediate medical attention. He urgently contacted Officer Shin for assistance. They continued their search, moving swiftly and silently through the corridor. Until they found Aaron, injured and barely conscious, with another woman kneeling beside her, holding a bloody knife. Woo Jin-hak, upon discovering Aaron's injured state, urgently contacted the police, exclaiming, "It's that kid, officer." Officer Shin and another officer arrived on the scene, weapons drawn, shouting, "Freeze! Police!" The unknown woman, holding a bloody knife, stood defiantly before them. Meanwhile, Woo Jin-hak and Oh Kong found Aaron unconscious and injured near the woman. Woo Jin-hak, assessing the situation, instructed Oh Kong, "Let me handle this. I'll try talking to her." Officer Shin cautiously approached the woman, who reacted with a sharp intake of breath. Officer Shin attempted de-escalation, calmly stating, "Calm down, we're not here to hurt you." The woman, her face etched with a mixture of fear and defiance, finally responded, revealing her name, "You're Haru, right? That's the name Aaron gave me." Woo Jin-hak, his face partially obscured by shadow, approached the unknown woman with a determined expression. A faint smile played on his lips. He reassured her, stating, "We're here to save Aaron. So please trust me and put the knife down." Woo Jin-hak's reassuring words seemed to have a calming effect, as the woman lowered her guard slightly. She responded with a quiet, "Yes, I'll save her, so don't worry." Suddenly, the woman, identified as Haru, clutched her side, a pained expression crossing her face as she gasped, "Ah." She collapsed to the ground, her strength failing her as she weakly whispered, "Save her." Oh Kong, noticing Haru's collapse and the injured Aaron nearby, immediately called for paramedics, shouting, "Paramedics! Floor B2. We found Aaron. Please come quickly." Aaron, unconscious but seemingly unharmed, lay near Haru, awaiting medical attention. Paramedics arrived in a vehicle and swiftly unloaded a stretcher to attend to Aaron, who was found unconscious but alive. One paramedic remarked that it was a miracle they arrived in time, as even a minute's delay could have been critical. Oh Kong and his colleagues expressed relief at finding Aaron quickly, praising Woo Jin-hak's intuition. Oh Kong commented on Woo Jin-hak's seemingly uncanny ability to find Aaron, likening it to a superpower. The focus shifted to the injured woman, Haru, whose identity remained unverified. Oh Kong questioned her presence at the scene. Woo Jin-hak, observing Haru's injuries, wondered how she survived the attack, noting that she couldn't have killed all those men by herself. Woo Jin-hak and Oh Kong discussed Haru's origins, with Oh Kong expressing disbelief at the suggestion she might be from North Korea. Woo Jin-hak, however, recalled a memory of Haru's past, revealing her deadly efficiency in combat. The memory depicted her swiftly and ruthlessly eliminating multiple opponents, leading Woo Jin-hak to conclude that she had been trained as an assassin. He was particularly struck by her eyes, recognizing their similarity to those of the man who killed his father. A chilling realization dawned on him: Haru possessed the same eyes as his father's killer. The imposing structure of Daesun Hospital loomed against the bright sky, its modern architecture a stark contrast to the emotional turmoil unfolding within its walls. Aaron, her face pale, lay in a hospital bed, murmuring, "Mom? Dad?" Her mother, eyes filled with unshed tears, comforted her, whispering, "It's okay now, it's okay, my baby." Aaron's return to her family was a relief, a moment of peace in the wake of a harrowing ordeal. The text box stated, "Aaron made it back to her family safely." However, the memory of her month-long nightmare lingered, a shadow cast upon her young life. The text box read, "But the memory of a month in hell." It was something she would never fully forget, though time would eventually heal the wounds. The final panel showed Aaron's mother embracing her, tears streaming down her face, a silent testament to the ordeal they had both endured. The text box read, "As time passes, those wounds will heal, and she will overcome it." The Violent Crimes Team's recent investigation targeted a Chinese-affiliated gang known as the Red Society, uncovering a massive drug factory. However, it was merely a branch location. From that single location, the team rescued 20 women and 20 children, and apprehended over 20 gang members. The Violent Crimes Team spent the day immersed in paperwork, meticulously piecing together the details of the incident. Erin, still visibly shaken from her ordeal, cried out in distress. A police officer approached her, gently urging her to calm down for the sake of her recovery. Two police officers observed Erin, their concern evident in their expressions. One officer voiced his thoughts aloud, questioning the woman's identity and the severity of her trauma. His gaze lingering on the haunting look in her eyes from the previous encounter. One officer decided to remain with Erin while the other left to continue the investigation. He stated, "I'll stay here for now, team leader." The remaining officer, however, felt there was something unusual about Erin and instructed his partner to find out what it was. He said, "Yeah. There's something about that woman. Find out what it is." Meanwhile, a medical professional addressed Erin, emphasizing the importance of treatment. They warned, "If you refuse treatment like this, you'll only suffer more." Before politely requesting a moment of privacy to ask further questions. The officer who remained with Erin indicated he had more questions to ask. The other officer, acknowledging his superior, responded affirmatively. A police officer sat beside Erin's hospital bed, his expression serious. He asked, "Remember me?" Erin reacted with a barely audible gasp. The officer continued, "I'm going to ask you a few things now. You have to answer me truthfully." He pressed further, "Do you remember your real name? The one before Erin gave you a new one?" The officer's questioning continued, "What about your parents' names?" Erin, visibly distressed, struggled to answer, prompting the officer to ask, "How long have you been there?" Erin's response was a whispered, almost inaudible word. She gestured vaguely, her hand trembling slightly, as the officer responded, "At that height?" A police officer's internal monologue reveals a grim fact: children kidnapped into the underworld rarely remain children for long. They are typically sold into sex trafficking rings. The officer observes Erin, noting the contrast between her current age and the severity of her scars. A stark reminder of a brutal past. The question of Erin's ordeal hangs heavy in the air: what has she endured? Later, a different officer offers a cryptic assessment: she's a fighter dog. This comment sparks confusion and further investigation among the officers. Two police officers discussed Erin's case. One officer, leaning forward, intently studied information on a computer screen. The other officer revealed a shocking piece of information. 10 years prior, a branch had purchased Erin for a substantial sum, not for drugs, but to force her participation in underground fighting rings. A flashback depicted Erin, seemingly frail, unleashing a devastating kick, crushing every opponent sent against her. Despite the brutal beatings she endured, she always returned to fight again. One officer, impressed by Erin's resilience, expressed his admiration, but his colleague quickly reminded him to maintain professionalism. The first officer, surprised, questioned whether Erin was a professional underground fighter. His colleague confirmed this, citing information from Erin's handler. The officers continued their investigation, piecing together details about Erin's past. One officer noted that while her handler claimed she was skilled, he hadn't witnessed her fights personally. A police officer's flashback begins, the scene set 10 years in the past. He reflects on Erin's age at the time, noting that she must have only been 15 years old. The image shifts to a younger Erin, seated in a police station, her expression somber. The officer's internal monologue continues, questioning how a minor could have been forced into such a situation. The officer's outrage is palpable as he contemplates the cruelty of throwing a child into a deathmatch arena. His anger intensifies, the word disgusting echoing his inner turmoil. The scene shifts back to the present. Two officers discuss Erin's current predicament: she is without money or a home. They debate the appropriate course of action, acknowledging the lack of suitable places to send her. Ultimately deciding to provide her with a bracelet, a decision born from uncertainty about her future. A police officer leaves Erin's interview room, approaching another officer who fastens a bracelet onto Erin's wrist. The bracelet is explained as a device that will send her location to emergency services if she shakes her hand quickly. The officer explains that the number to contact in an emergency is 112, the Korean equivalent of 911, and that there is money in her pocket for immediate needs. Meanwhile, another officer asks if the witness testimonies have been completed. The officer working on the testimonies confirms that they will be finished shortly, and is urged to hurry by a colleague. Finally, an officer announces that it is almost time to go home, urging everyone to do their best. And the officer diligently types up the final witness statements. Aaron yawned widely, his eyes heavy with fatigue, as he sat at his desk. Officer Shin, his colleague, sat nearby, appearing equally weary. A superior officer approached, commending Officer Shin's work and dismissing him for the day. The officer then announced a new incident: a woman was assaulting someone, causing a stir among the officers. The urgency of the situation was palpable. A report of a violent assault required immediate attention. Officer Shin hesitated, expressing concern that the situation might be beyond their capabilities. The case seemed too serious for their current workload, but ultimately decided to investigate the incident himself. He volunteered to handle the situation, despite the late hour. His superior officer agreed, granting him permission to leave after the investigation. The scene shifted to the location of the reported assault, where a distressed individual frantically pleaded for help, identifying the assailant as "that bitch." The scene was tense and chaotic, revealing a woman with visible injuries, the victim of a brutal attack. The arrival of Officer Shin brought a glimmer of hope to the scene. Haru, her body bruised and battered, sat slumped against a wall, her powerful physique a stark contrast to her current state of exhaustion. A young woman with shoulder-length brown hair approached, phone in hand, her expression a mixture of amusement and malice. She casually remarked that she had witnessed the entire assault. She added, with a chilling laugh, that the victim had it coming. The victim, a man with visible injuries, vehemently denied the accusation, protesting that he would never hit a homeless-looking woman. Haru, observing from a distance, her gaze intense and unwavering. She subtly shifted her position, her expression unreadable. The young woman, seemingly satisfied with the unfolding events, declared she was leaving, but insisted the police ensure the victim's arrest. She then turned to a nearby man, asking if he had anywhere to go, leaving the scene ambiguous and uncertain. Haru observed from a distance as the young woman interacted with a man, her expression unreadable, her gaze lingering on the man's jacket. A subtle shift in Haru's posture hinted at his unease. The man, internally conflicted, questioned his next course of action. What do I do with her? She looks normal, but she doesn't know anything. He reached out, his sleeve slightly askew, gently adjusting the young woman's watch. She reacted with a barely perceptible gasp, her eyes widening slightly as she looked up at him. A flicker of recognition crossed her face. He sighed, the weight of the situation heavy on his shoulders. The man invited the young woman inside, instructing her to remove her shoes. He felt a pang of uncertainty, questioning his own actions, and then suggested she wash up first, offering her a change of clothes. The shower ran, steam filling the small bathroom. As the young woman washed away the grime of the day, a look of quiet peace settled on her face. A moment of tranquility before whatever lay ahead. A steaming bowl of stew, bubbling gently, is shown, featuring tofu and vegetables in a rich, reddish broth. The young woman and the man sit at a low table, a meal spread before them. The man serves the young woman a portion of the stew. The young woman eats, her expression thoughtful. She picks up a piece of grilled fish with chopsticks, but drops it accidentally, uttering a small ah of surprise. She apologizes softly, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she retrieves the fish with her chopsticks and places it back in her bowl. The young woman, mid-meal, accidentally dropped her chopsticks with a startled exclamation. She looked down, a mixture of embarrassment and concern clouding her features. Is it that bad? She wondered, her eyes welling up slightly. Despite the mishap, she managed a weak smile, whispering, "It's delicious." Later, the man guided her to a bedroom. You'll have to sleep here for now. Let me know if you need anything. She nodded, quietly replying, okay. Lights out, then. The man settled down on a makeshift bed, his eyes closing slowly. A sudden jolt ran through him, his eyes snapping open in surprise. The man awoke with a start, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. A chilling thought seizing him, this murderous intent. The young woman loomed over him, eyes blazing with a terrifying intensity. Her expression leaving no doubt in his mind, this was an assassination attempt. The man awoke suddenly, disoriented and gasping. He muttered, "What is this?" His eyes widened in terror as he realized he was the target of an assassination attempt. A young woman had attacked him, her movements swift and deadly. He recoiled, his breath catching in his throat as he struggled to comprehend the situation. Later, the young woman awoke in the man's kitchen. He offered her food, saying, "If you're awake, freshen up and have a seat." The man invited the young woman to sit and have breakfast with him. The young woman, still shaken, reflected that her previous attempt on the man's life had not been a dream. She had expected everything to vanish upon waking, but this reality persisted, a reality she did not wish to return to. The two shared a quiet meal together. The young woman expressed a wish for every day to be like this one. A peaceful moment of shared breakfast, interrupted by the man's reminder that he needed to leave for work soon. He cautioned her against going outside while he was gone. The man explained that he couldn't continue to care for her indefinitely. The young woman's eyes, wide and expressive, conveyed a mixture of apprehension and curiosity. The man, his face etched with concern, confessed, "I can't tell a girl who's been locked up for 10 years to just stay at home all day." He offered a distraction, suggesting, "Just play with this for now," handing her a TV remote. He then asked, "Have you seen this before?" Further instructing her, "If you want to watch something else, press the arrow button, okay?" Before leaving, he gave a final instruction, "Just stay home until I get back, don't go anywhere." She quietly responded, "Okay." Later, lost in thought, she mused, "That day, as if possessed by a ghost, I forgot to add garlic." The man sped through city streets on his motorcycle, his thoughts consumed by the young woman's situation. What should he do with her? He considered several options, finding her a one-room apartment to live alone. Or perhaps finding her a job and entrusting her care to someone else. Either way, he felt a deep sense of worry. He feared she might harm herself or others. The image of her holding a bloody knife flashed in his mind. But he couldn't keep her with him forever. For now, he decided to observe how she adapted to living alone in his apartment. Later, another man, seemingly unconcerned, asked his colleague, "What's with that serious face?" A new team member arrived at the office, greeted by his colleagues with a casual "Team leader, good morning." One of them questioned if the change in atmosphere was due to the new guy joining, prompting a discussion about what to call him now that he was no longer the new guy. The team leader suggested using his previous nickname from his old workplace, Neju. They considered his old nickname, Shindul, which translates to unhinged person. The team leader, however, thought that crazy was not something they wanted to call their colleagues. Leading to a compromise, they would call him Shindul, with dol meaning rock, a more fitting and less offensive nickname. The team leader's suggestion was met with approval, and the new team member was officially given the nickname Shindul. The team leader addressed his colleagues, silencing their chatter. "You guys, stop blabbering and take care of the new guy, he's here." A new team member arrived, his presence causing a stir among the team. The team members whispered amongst themselves, excited about the arrival of a genuine rookie. The new recruit, brimming with confidence, saluted sharply, announcing his arrival to the Gangjin City Violent Crimes team. Two colleagues reacted with a mix of surprise and apprehension, their expressions reflecting their uncertainty about the newcomer. One of them muttered, "This must be a joke." The Gangjin City Violent Crimes team enjoyed a boisterous meal, the aroma of grilled meat filling the air. Colleague 1 commented wryly, "Man, we aren't even a violent crimes team anymore. Just a riot squad, I say." He continued, chuckling, people might mistake us for some gangsters, ha. Colleague Du, however, offered a more measured response. Still, it's reassuring, isn't it? The team leader, raising his glass, declared, hey, hey. What are you guys doing? Raise your glasses. He added, for our new guy. Observing the scene, the new team member thought, they're so loud. Colleague 1, seemingly unfazed by the noise, stated, which family are those guys? We can't lose to them guys. Raise your glasses. The team leader raised a glass, a toast to Gomdong. And a celebratory bloodbath. The team enthusiastically celebrated their success with a high five, their jovial mood palpable. A colleague simply remarked, that was nice. Observing from afar, Haeso questioned the team's behavior, wondering if they were all insane. Shindol, a dependable member, volunteered to handle the situation. The team leader instructed Shindol to give the others some physical therapy. Another colleague, anticipating the arrival of someone, chuckled, someone is coming over here. I don't know who that is, but he must be insane. A man with short, dark hair and a stern expression spoke, his words laced with disdain, so, there are still some dumb bastards who don't know about the iron fist of Gomdong. Another man, wearing glasses and a light-colored shirt, looked up, a curious expression on his face. He asked, hey, what did you say? Bloodbath? The question hung in the air, a stark contrast to the jovial atmosphere of the previous scene. The scene shifted, showing a glimpse of a chaotic table laden with food and drinks. A hand reached for a beer bottle, the action suggesting a hurried departure. The man with glasses, his face now etched with concern, whispered, W8, that person is. Hello, physical therapist, sir. The greeting was loud and unexpected, cutting through the tension. The camera focused on a group of men startled by the sudden arrival of someone. One of them stammered, "Yes, sir." PH physical therapist. The question hung in the air, a mixture of disbelief and apprehension. Another man added, "Th the." The team, slightly apprehensive, apologized profusely to the arriving physical therapist, emphasizing his fame. The physical therapist, unfazed, curtly instructed them to move, as he had something to say to someone else in the room. He then approached a man, Dongdong, expressing recognition and inquiring about his arm's condition. Dongdong, relieved and grateful, reported that he was in good health thanks to the physical therapist's care. The physical therapist's tone shifted, he sarcastically commented on Dongdong's apparent eagerness for a bloodbath in Gomdong, noting his excited demeanor. One of the team members nervously explained that they were part of a fishing club, intending to have a bloodbath of fish, attempting to deflect the implication. Another team member chimed in, emphasizing Jesus' fame and influence in the town, suggesting their actions were unnecessary due to his reputation. Finally, a team member expressed his admiration for the physical therapist, highlighting his coolness and effectiveness. The team leader chuckled, "Ha ha ha, how cute. Second round is on me. Where do you want to go?" The new team member replied, "Anywhere is fine." The team leader commented on the new team member's enthusiasm, "Our new guy is too excited." The new team member announced his intention to leave early, stating, "Team leader, I'll be heading home first." The team leader questioned the new team member's early departure, "Huh? Why? Do you have a toad wife at home or something?" Colleague 1, exasperated, retorted, "You bastard, you know what I'm talking about. Am I wrong, new guy?" The new team member nervously agreed, "Why yes, you're right." The team leader pressed further, teasingly, "New guy, he's right? Haha then, am I wrong?" The new team member, feeling uneasy, excused himself, stating that his stomach felt unwell. A colleague, noticing his apprehension, cautioned the others not to ply the newcomer with too much alcohol. The team prepared to depart, exchanging pleasantries and making plans for the following day, which was a day off for one of them. As they left, well wishes were exchanged, with one member reminding the others to get home safely. The new team member arrived home, only to be unexpectedly greeted by a woman who surprised him. He reacted with a startled exclamation as she appeared before him. The new team member, returning home, was greeted by a woman. She asked, right, was everything fine? She continued, concerned, have you eaten dinner? He looked around his apartment, a slight frown on his face. His gaze fell upon his refrigerator, prompting a thought, I should have told her everything before I left. He turned back to the woman, his expression softening slightly as he said, Haru. The woman, Haru, responded, you can eat anything that's here. Haru's expression showed concern and a hint of worry. She emphasized, if you're alone and hungry, just eat or drink anything you want from here. The new team member, still shaken from recent events, sat at home, lost in thought. He confessed to Haru, I didn't know. Haru, noticing his distress, offered a solution. He instructed the new team member, wear this. The new team member, still apprehensive, hesitantly accepted the offered clothing. Haru, concerned for his well-being, urged him to leave the house. You can't just sit at home all day. It's bad for you, too. Get changed and come outside. He then suggested, let's get something to eat. The pair ventured out to a local convenience store, navigating the aisles. Haru noticed the new team member's downcast demeanor and asked, why are you looking at the ground? Haru, seemingly concerned, apologized to the new team member, but quickly corrected herself, advising him to focus on his surroundings. She continued, emphasizing the importance of learning self-reliance, urging him to practice living alone when the opportunity arises. Time, she stressed, was of the essence. Haru then asked the new team member to hold something for a moment. Recognizing the person on the phone as Shin Hae-soo. Shin Hae-soo, on the phone, reported that she was fine and that it had been a while since they last spoke. Expressing pleasure at hearing Haru's voice again, Shin Hae-soo received a phone call. He responded curtly, yes, what about it? The caller informed him that the man in question was affiliated with their company. Hoping to leverage this connection, the caller expressed their desire for Hae-soo to handle the situation. Hae-soo listened intently as the caller continued to explain the situation. Hae-soo expressed his discontent, stating, this isn't what you said when you hired me. His employer responded firmly, it is exactly what I hired you for. Hae-soo, feeling misled, declared, then, it seems I misjudged you. I'm hanging up now. The call abruptly ended with the news, he died, just now. A figure, seen from behind, holds a bloody knife. The victim lies dead on the ground, face up, eyes wide open in a silent scream. The word murdered is starkly displayed, confirming the grim reality. Shin Hae-soo received a phone call, during which he was informed that Gangmin, an actor from the Daesung group, had been murdered. The caller, seemingly a female detective, explained that the complexity of the case, involving drugs and other factors, made it difficult to believe at first, but that their investigation had led them to a powerful and dangerous individual. Hae-soo, visibly disturbed, questioned the caller's statement, expressing disbelief that even On Seo-eun, a prominent figure, couldn't handle the situation, emphasizing his own unique perspective and the information he possessed. He insisted on personally handling the case, stating that the detective was the only one he could trust with this sensitive matter. Shin Hae-soo, disturbed by the news of the murder, made a decision. He would personally handle the investigation. He contacted someone, arranging to meet at the crime scene, and texted the address. He seemed preoccupied, his mind already working on the case. Shin Hae-soo reviewed information on his phone, his expression grim. The text read Gangjin City Violent Crimes Unit 2. He suspected the unit's involvement in the murder. His suspicion grew. He believed that even if the unit tried to conceal their involvement, the truth would eventually surface. Detectives, he knew, were adept at uncovering hidden truths. Despite his determination, a flicker of doubt crossed his face. He hoped, perhaps against his better judgment, that the unit was not involved. He arrived at the scene, his expression unreadable. The investigation was about to begin. He began to examine the area, searching for clues. Shin Hae-soo, his expression unreadable, turned and suggested, let's go have dinner. He added, "You must be hungry." Following behind him, a woman with dark hair and a man walked away from the scene. Their departure was swift and silent. The door to an apartment opened, and a female detective greeted Shin Hae-soo, noting it had been a while since they last saw each other. Hae-soo responded curtly, acknowledging the passage of time. The detective questioned Hae-soo's presence there, contrasting it with her own familiarity with death scenes, and offered him the option of entering the apartment first. Hae-soo hesitated briefly before entering the apartment, discovering the victim's lifeless body sprawled on the floor. The detective followed him inside. The detective observed Hae-soo's reaction, noting his subtle expression, then asked if the window was open upon his arrival. Shin Hae-soo, upon entering the crime scene, expressed his discomfort with the smell of blood, stating that he couldn't deal with it, prompting the female detective to explain that opening the window would lower the temperature, making it difficult to estimate the time of death. Hae-soo quickly apologized and closed the window. His gaze fell upon the victim's body, his expression turned somber as he processed the scene. The female detective described the victim's wounds: 2 stab wounds in the neck, 3 in the side, and 2 in the chest. Noting that while the stab wounds appeared random, the cuts were clean and precise, indicating a professional killer. She further observed the blood splatter pattern, concluding that the blood was splattered quickly from a single spot, reinforcing the assessment of a professional. Despite the body's remaining warmth, Hae-soo estimated that at least 4 hours had passed since death, deeming it too late to reset the scene. News of Gang Min's murder reached Shin Hae-soo via a phone call. The caller urgently informed him of the situation, emphasizing the need for haste. Hae-soo reacted with shock and disbelief to the news of Gang Min's death. He demanded to know the location of the crime scene. The caller, seemingly a fellow officer, explained the situation, expressing frustration at the escalating violence and promising to send the forensics team. He requested Hae-soo's immediate presence at the crime scene. Hae-soo arrived at the crime scene, finding it already secured by a forensics team. He observed the scene with a mixture of shock and grim determination. The scene was chaotic, with several officers present, and the victim, Gangmin, lay lifeless on the floor. Hae-soo's expression reflected his understanding of the gravity of the situation. Hae-soo, visibly disturbed, reflected on the unfinished case and the implications of Gang Min's murder. Shin Hae-soo, upon arriving at the crime scene, observed the body and muttered to himself, noting that the victim's death didn't seem consistent with the usual actions of Team 2's leader. It seemed as though the leader was searching for something instead of being upset about the death of the person under investigation. Hae-soo's suspicion grew, noting the leader's anger seemed directed at someone else. He concluded that there was definitely some connection, confirming his suspicions that the rumors were true. Later, a superior officer thanked Hae-soo for his report and suggested that Team 1 could return to their duties, as Team 2 would take over the case. However, the female detective from Team 2 firmly stated that Team 2 was off the case. She asserted that she would personally handle the case. The scene opens with a speech bubble revealing the name Shin Hae-soo from Team 1. A detective, seemingly from Team 1, expresses confusion, questioning what is being discussed. As another detective reveals that Gang Min's death was not a suicide, but a murder, and that Team 2 is no longer trustworthy. The female detective contemplates the situation, her expression serious. She acknowledges the difficulty of transferring the case and addresses Shin Hae-soo directly. Shin Hae-soo, after a moment of contemplation, states that transferring the case is possible. Another detective confronts Shin Hae-soo, accusing him of interfering. An unseen individual angrily demanded, "Do you think you're doing?" Someone was then approached, with a request to speak privately. "Someone, let me talk to you for a moment." Someone retorted, "Let go. What's with this bullshit? What's there to talk?" He continued, exasperated, "Do you know how many months we spent working our asses off?" Despite Team 2's leader's denial, the case was transferred due to victim demands. The sign outside read "Trustworthy Police." A discussion ensued, revealing that Gang Min's drug involvement was allegedly linked to Shin Ira. The question arose, Was this woman introduced to gangmen by Congressman Kim Sang-tae? A detective, reviewing documents, is suddenly interrupted. He looks up sharply as a colleague approaches, revealing new information. "Where did you get that info from?" the detective demands. The colleague explains, "This is information separately investigated by Dae-sung. A private investigation." The conversation shifts. Later, one detective addresses another, "By the way, Haesu, this case aside." He begins to question Haesu's relationship with Unsolvable CEO. "What's your relationship with CEO Unsolvable? It doesn't seem normal." The suspicion intensifies. "You're not secretly a chaebol heir or a politician's son, are you?" Haesu remains silent, a question mark appearing above his head. The detective continues, "Or maybe Unsolvable's fiancé and we just didn't know." Haesu laughs it off, claiming it was a joke. His colleague retorts, "Why would a rich kid work here?" During a team briefing, a detective interrupted, exclaiming, "Hey, you bastard! We're in the middle of a briefing. Stop distracting us." The interruption was about the connections between gangman Shin Ira and Congressman Kim Sang-tae. A detective pondered, "Something must have happened between these guys, right?" The team leader confirmed, "Yes." "Okay, we'll investigate this too." Drugs aside, murder is another case. A detective quietly acknowledged, "Understood." The team leader explained that the drug and murder cases must be investigated separately. Another detective warned, "If we're not careful, we might not be able to look at the big picture." The team decided to start by analyzing CCTV footage to identify suspects. A phone call is received. The voice on the other end says, "Ah, yes, I'm here." The caller is identified as Team 2's leader. The scene shifts to show the Team 2 leader on the phone, his face partially obscured. The question, "Who is he talking with?" is posed. He ends the call and heads towards the bathroom, muttering about needing to use it. His sudden departure prompts a question from his colleagues: "Why does he just randomly leave like this?" One colleague comments on the Team 2 leader's composure, saying he remains cool. Another colleague agrees, and then asks about the Team 2 leader's eyesight, referring to him as the new guy. The Team 2 leader replies that his eyesight is 2.0 on both sides. His colleague responds, "All right. You analyze this much." Team 2's leader, a man of usually calm demeanor, stood alone, a cigarette dangling from his lips, his expression one of quiet contemplation. A stark contrast to the turmoil brewing within his team. Team 2 member 1 voiced his concern, questioning the leader's sudden departure for the bathroom. Meanwhile, Team 2 member 2 observed with a detached amusement, his casual comment about the leader's eyesight adding to the already tense atmosphere. The leader's phone call had revealed a critical shift in the situation. The call informed him that the gangman case, previously under their control, had been unexpectedly transferred to Team 1. This news clearly unsettled him. The weight of this unexpected development pressed heavily on him, as he was instructed to handle the situation independently. His colleague's incredulity was palpable. A heated confrontation ensued, the team member's shock and anger evident as he exclaimed, "Officer Shin?" The leader, caught off guard, stammered, "When did you?" Before being swiftly tackled by his colleague, the sudden movement blurring into a chaotic flurry of motion. The situation had escalated dramatically. The Team 2 leader received a sharp blow to the face from his colleague, a sound of impact echoing with the word Q. Another Team 2 member shouted, "Officer Shin! Wait!" The leader's phone displayed an incoming call from Lee Sung-won, and he muttered, "Hello, hello? Lee Sung-won. Fuck, seriously." The altercation continued, with the Team 2 leader coughing and asking, "Cough, cough, what are you dash?" His colleague pressed him, saying, "If you don't want to take on a murder charge, go down, hand over the money, and turn yourself in." The Team 2 leader, eyes wide with anger and defiance, responded with a final, defiant statement, "As a junior, this is my final request. To be continued." The Team 2 leader, his face bruised and bloodied, received a phone call revealing the gangman case had been transferred to Team 1. A fellow Team 2 member, enraged, confronted him, demanding he confess and turn himself in. He shouted, "Get down, hand over the money, and turn yourself in." The Team 2 leader, defiant despite his injuries, responded with a final, whispered statement, "As a junior, this is my final request." His expression hardened, conveying a mixture of defiance and resignation. Another Team 2 member observed the scene, a subtle smirk playing on his lips. The Team 2 leader, seemingly accepting his fate, simply stated, "All right." He then agreed to cooperate, promising to reveal everything that happened. Team 2 member 1, having apprehended the Team 2 leader, stated that he would be taking the leader's phone as evidence. The Team 2 leader, defeated but resigned, simply responded, "Okay." At the police station, Team 2 member 2, observing the scene, commented on the unexpected presence of the Team 2 leader, questioning the circumstances of their arrival. He jokingly inquired if they had been on a date, prompting a frustrated response from Team 2 member 1. Team 2 member 1 expressed his annoyance at the inappropriate joke. The Team 2 leader, still subdued, was led away. The Team 2 leader, head bowed, confessed, "I'm sorry. I did something a police officer should never have done." His face was etched with remorse and shame. As his team members watched, one asking, "What are you doing, team leader?" Another urging, "Team leader, please get up." Tears streamed down his face as he explained, "My eldest will be going to college this year." But his voice cracked with emotion as he continued, but he was hesitating about which one to choose because of money. He confessed, "I ended up being blinded by the money and..." A fellow officer reacted with disbelief, "What did you do, you bastard? There's no way, right?" The Team 2 leader, his face etched with guilt, confessed. He revealed that he'd been bribed to ensure that Kim Sang-tae and Shin Ira's names didn't surface in Gangmin's drug case. A confession met with immediate outrage from Team 2 member 1, who shouted, "You fucking piece of shit." The leader, visibly shaken, dropped a small, square object onto the floor as Team 2 member 1 moved towards him, seething with anger. Team 2 member 1, his fury barely contained, grabbed the leader by the collar, yelling, "You bastard! How could you do this? You're an officer of the law." The leader, tears streaming down his face, could only offer a silent, remorseful response. Team 2 member 2, observing the scene, spoke, "You think we're all idiots? To not accept any bribes? Why do we do this with our measly little salaries?" The Team 2 leader, overwhelmed by guilt and shame, mumbled, "Don't have anything to say." The Team 2 leader, his face contorted in a mixture of shame and anger, exclaimed, "Because cops aren't supposed to do that shit." He continued, his voice laced with bitter self-reproach, "Don't you know?" Team 2 member 1, visibly shaken by the confession, grabbed the Team 2 leader's shoulder, shouting, "Let go." His grip tightened as he seethed, "I'm gonna get this bastard too." The Team 2 leader winced in pain as Team 2 member 1's grip intensified. A sharp sound echoed as Team 2 member 1's grip caused the Team 2 leader to cry out in pain. Team 2 member 1 released his grip, muttering, "Ow, my shoulder. Man, this is too much." Team 2 member 2 approached, his expression a mixture of concern and weariness. He stated calmly, "Team leader, I understand your feelings. But he confessed everything, so let's leave it at that." The Team 2 leader, his expression subdued and remorseful, stood in a police station. He held a pen, seemingly contemplating his confession. A speech bubble above a pair of handcuffs read, "Need to go get the bastard who bribed him." A group of men in suits waited silently by an elevator. Two men in suits stepped into an elevator. One of them, on a phone call, protested, "Hey fucker, I didn't do it. Why do you keep doing this to me?" The other man, on the phone, responded curtly, "Well, just lay low for a while." The man in the elevator retorted angrily, "Start blaming me and you might just get caught." "What? Hey, you crazy bastard." The other man's voice was cut off abruptly as the call ended. "In that case, both of us will die together, beep beep." The briber, trapped in an elevator, cursed his unreliable phone. His frustration mounted as he realized his phone was useless in the elevator's signal dead zone. and he considered stopping the elevator prematurely. Only to be interrupted by Team 2 Member 1, who angrily demanded to know why the elevator was stopped. The briber, unfazed, called Team 2 Member 1 a stupid fucking bastard and stated he was in a hurry, further insulting Team 2 Member 1 and his colleagues as meatheads and morons. The elevator reached the first floor. And as the doors opened, the briber was confronted by another man, who simply said, "Excuse me." The briber, startled, looked at the newcomer, who responded with a chilling, "What, who are you?" The newcomer smirked, replying, "Nice to meet you, bastard." The newcomer's expression was one of cold calculation and menace. The briber, a man in a sharp gray suit, sneered at the younger man standing before him. He scoffed, "I guess a dog like you doesn't understand human words, huh?" He let out a cruel, echoing laugh, his amusement palpable. He continued, "I've never seen a creative nutjob like you." The briber's words were laced with contempt as he addressed the younger man and his associates. "Young fellas like you don't know how scary the world is." The briber gave a curt order to his men. "Take care of him." The younger man, seemingly startled, instinctively raised his hands to protect his head. But before he could react, he was struck with a swift, powerful blow, sending him sprawling to the ground. The scene opens on a sign reading Floor B1. Congressman Kim Sang-tae is shown being escorted by two men. He protests, shouting, "Hey! Let go of me! Do you know who I am?" One of the men replies, "Nice to meet you, Congressman Kim Sang-tae." The congressman is roughly handled. As the man shows his identification and states, "You're under arrest on charges of drugs and bribery. Please comply with the arrest." The arresting officer adds, "You have the right to be silent, and anything you say can and will be used against you in the court of law." The scene ends with a smug-looking briber watching the arrest unfold. The briber, a man of considerable influence, chuckled darkly. "Ha, fuck," he mused, "I was wondering how it leaked." He then posed a question, his tone sharp and demanding, "Did that bastard Lee someone confess everything?" One of his underlings responded, his voice laced with a hint of remorse, he felt bad after all. Another underling expressed his disdain, "What a stupid bastard. He didn't even think of his family." The briber turned his attention to his men, his voice low and calculating, "You guys, how much do you need?" His underlings responded with a range of figures, 50 million? 70? The briber cut them off, his eyes gleaming with avarice, "Just name the price and..." A sudden, brutal attack left the briber reeling. He was struck with such force that he crumpled to the ground, clutching his face in pain. An unseen individual offered to help, but was immediately dismissed with a curt, "Never mind." Congressman Kim Sang-tae shielded his eyes, seemingly overwhelmed by the situation, as a swift blow connected, sending him reeling. The force of the impact depicted in a flurry of motion lines. Team 2 members swiftly apprehended the briber, who was left injured and restrained on the ground. One of the Team 2 members expressed his frustration, admitting he couldn't hold back against the briber. The close-up on the congressman's neck highlighted the intensity of the situation. Congressman Kim Sang-tae protested his innocence, exclaiming, "I didn't do it. I didn't even know." The briber, seated and handcuffed, explained his actions. It was all because Shin Ira had threatened him. A nearby officer questioned the briber's claim, expressing skepticism about Shin Ira's involvement. He advised the briber to choose his words carefully. Suddenly, an unknown assailant lunged forward, striking the briber. The assailant then revealed the briber's charges: conspiracy to commit murder and bribery of a police officer, carrying a minimum sentence of 20 years. The assailant pressed the briber for information, demanding to know Shin Ira's location immediately. The briber, injured and terrified, reluctantly agreed to cooperate, but requested that his name not be revealed. The scene shifts to an exterior shot of a city skyline at night. A hand punched in a code on a keypad. A door opened, revealing a man sipping coffee, seemingly unaware of a woman entering behind him. He looked down, seemingly troubled by something. continuing to drink his coffee, lost in thought. The woman confronted him, accusingly stating, "Didn't I tell you not to sneak into my house?" She continued, her voice laced with fury, "You crazy bastard. Why did you kill him?" The man responded calmly, "Because he made your life difficult." Shinaira, furious, confronted the man. "Who do you think you are? What if the company finds out?" He calmly replied, "Do you know how meticulous the company is? It's hard to cover. I did it for you." He continued, emphasizing his actions were for her, Shinaira. The man's grip tightened on Shinaira's arm. This was all for her, he insisted. Shinaira struggled, shouting, "Let go of me. Why can't it be me? Is it because of that old man?" The man's expression darkened. "I'll kill him too. You know I'm good at that stuff." Shinaira, tears welling, responded, "I don't need you to do all that." The woman, her face etched with distress and conflict, issued a sharp command, "So just get out of my sight." A barely suppressed fury simmering beneath her words. The man, his eyes blazing with a determined possessiveness, met her gaze. He leaned in, his voice a low growl, "Have you never thought I might just kill you?" The question hung in the air, heavy with unspoken implications. The woman's eyes widened in shock and disbelief, her lips parting slightly as she processed the chilling statement. She could only stammer, "What do you mean?" The sound of approaching sirens cut through the tension. The man, his expression shifting subtly, quickly responded, "It's the police, Miss Shinaira. We know you're in there." He gently but firmly restrained her as the police presence became more imminent. The woman, her fear now palpable, struggled against his hold, shouting, "Stay here and don't you dare move a muscle." "Okay?" The man, seemingly resigned to his fate, obeyed her instructions, remaining still as the police approached. He reached for the door handle, his movements deliberate and controlled. Officer Shin Heisu, of the Gangjin Violent Crimes Unit, identified himself to Miss Shinaira and requested her assistance with an investigation. Miss Shinaira responded by inviting him inside. Officer Heisu entered the house. Miss Shinaira, observing the officer's actions, questioned his practice of working alone, noting that detectives typically work in pairs. She then challenged him, asking what he would have done if the situation had been more dangerous. Officer Heisu, seemingly apprehensive, responded that backup would arrive shortly. Miss Shinaira, growing impatient, scolded Officer Heisu for acting suspiciously in her home, and reminded him that he needed her help. The man, apprehensive, confessed to working alone. His statement hung heavy in the air, a stark contrast to the woman's assertive demeanor. She reminded him of her crucial role in the investigation. The woman's words hung in the air, a stark warning, "If I wasn't here, you would have died." The man's face, etched with a grim determination, loomed over the woman. He seemed to be conveying a silent threat, a stark warning that underscored the gravity of the situation. His unspoken words hung heavy in the air, if she hadn't intervened, she would have been dead. A sudden, violent image flashed before the woman's eyes, a visceral memory of her own near-death experience. The chilling reality of what could have been. The intensity of the vision left her breathless and shaken. The woman, still reeling from the vision, whispered to herself, "What was that memory just now? It felt like I really died." The man stood alone, his face etched with worry, his eyes darting around the dimly lit room. A sudden, sharp pain pierced his head, a searing agony that made him stumble. He clutched his head, his vision blurring as the intense pressure intensified. A wave of nausea washed over him, and he collapsed to his knees, his body racked with pain. The pain subsided, leaving him breathless and disoriented, but strangely, the vision cleared. He looked around, his senses slowly returning, the room still dark but now somehow less menacing. The woman, her face pale but determined, approached cautiously, her voice soft but firm as she spoke, "I was wondering where you were, right here?" He looked up, his eyes meeting hers, a mixture of relief and apprehension in his gaze. He was clearly shaken, but her presence seemed to offer a measure of comfort. The title card declared, "Found you, murderer." The scene shifted to the Gangjin police station at 3 a.m. the following day. Two officers observed a man, commenting on his unusual appearance. One officer questioned the man's lack of fingerprints, speculating if he had burned them off. The officer continued, noting that the man didn't even know his own name, Jean, which sounded like a code name, and wondered if he didn't know or was pretending not to know his identity. Another officer observed that the man's relationship with Shin Ira was definitely not normal. Police Officer 1 observed the man, a pensive expression on his face, and stated that something would come up during interrogation. After interrogating Jean, the only information obtained was that Shin Ira's sponsor was Kim Sang-tae. Jean had liked Shin Ira before all of this, so he killed Gangmin, who was friendly with her. With that, the Gangmin case seemed to be done. But then, they found out how Shin Ira and Kim Sang-tae met. It was at a bar she was affiliated with, named Red Moon. The man, now reviewing his notes, muttered Red Moon, recognizing the name from his father's investigation notebook. The man's eyes, sharp and intense, held a flicker of recognition. He muttered to himself, and the mysterious Jean guy as well. A violent struggle unfolded. The man was thrown against a wall, his body impacting with a jarring thud, the force of the blow sending tremors through his frame. He realized the gravity of the situation. His attacker was aiming for his vital points. The man's thoughts raced. He concluded, there's definitely something at Red Moon. Later, at the police station, the man made a decision. I'll have to look into it this weekend then. His colleague, Heisu, approached, expressing concern. Huh, what? Heisu, are you going home? I thought we were all going to the sauna today. Heisu's response was curt. To sleep at home. You're going home right on time these days. Something's up with you. Another officer intervened, advising Heisu to rest. Leave it, Heisu must be tired too. Go home and rest. Heisu, lying in bed, scrolled through social media on her phone. She paused on a post about food, then continued scrolling through comments, reading a heated exchange between users, one of whom used poor grammar. She noted this with a slight frown. A man entered the apartment, startling Heisu. He apologized for being late. He asked if she had been waiting for him. Heisu simply replied, yeah, showing a lack of enthusiasm. He commented on her unusual enthusiasm, then asked if she had tried using the phone. A man entered the apartment, his presence barely registering with Heisu, who remained engrossed in her phone. She muttered to herself, it was a good place, as she continued scrolling. The man observed Heisu's behavior, a slight furrow in his brow. Questioning, a good place? He offered a suggestion, you'll get used to it the more you use it. Don't be on it all day though. He then turned his attention to Heisu's apparent lack of appetite, stating, you haven't eaten yet, right? Let's eat. With practiced ease, he began preparing a meal, slicing kimbap with precision. The man, concerned for Heisu, presented her with a steaming bowl of noodles and kimbap. He watched as she began to eat. She mumbled a quiet thank you, her eyes still downcast, and began to eat with surprising speed. Heisu's expression shifted as she ate, a hint of a smile appearing on her face. The man, observing her, softly cautioned her against eating too quickly, concerned she might choke. Despite his warning, Heisu continued to eat rapidly, noodles dangling from her mouth, until, overwhelmed by a sudden coughing fit, she let out a frustrated fuck. Heisu devoured the food, exclaiming, it's delicious. The man watched her with a mixture of concern and exasperation, as he observed her rapid eating habits from a distance. Heisu, mid-sentence, suddenly choked on her food. The man asked, where did you learn that language? Coughing violently, Heisu apologized, I'm damn sorry. The man stared at her, his expression unreadable. Heisu, still recovering, questioned, huh? Is this not it? She then recalled the details of the food, muttering, it was definitely like this. Heisu, mid-sentence, choked on her food. She coughed, eyes watering, and apologized profusely. The man, observing her, calmly corrected her language, pointing out her use of harsh words. Heisu, embarrassed, mumbled an apology, and the man sighed, suggesting they simply continue eating. The man watched Heisu eat, a thoughtful expression on his face. His internal monologue revealed his exasperation with her behavior. A flashback showed the man recalling a past encounter, noting a similarity in fighting styles but also key differences from the killer of gangmen. The man's thoughts lingered on the name Haru. Returning to the present, the man questioned Heisu about the return of her lost memories. Heisu sat alone, a look of distress etched on her face. Traces of food stained her shirt, a reminder of her recent struggle. The man's question hung heavy in the air. When do you have missing memories from? Before you were kidnapped or after? Heisu struggled to speak, her attempt to answer cut short as she stammered, that's, her discomfort evident. Her eyes wide with a mixture of fear and confusion. She was clearly struggling to recall anything. She whispered, remember, anything. The weight of her lost memories pressed down on her. A quiet apology escaping her lips, I'm sorry, as she grappled with the void in her mind. The man, showing a hint of compassion, said, okay, I'm sorry. It's getting late, so let's wash up and sleep. Heisu, exhausted and defeated, simply replied, okay, her voice barely a whisper. Heisu silently vowed, never tell him. If I do, I might have to go back. The next morning arrived. Heisu walked to the police station, clutching a file. Two officers reviewed the file. One asked, we've looked through every lost person on file, who is it for? Heisu responded, no, it's nothing. She thanked them for their time. Later, Heisu walked away, dejected. The man had been unable to find Haru's identity. Heisu pondered a difficult question, do I have to register her as undocumented? Suddenly, a familiar voice interrupted her thoughts. Oh, look who it is, Heisu. The man from the previous encounter appeared, his expression a mixture of surprise and curiosity. What are you doing here? He leaned back, a hint of impatience in his posture. Have you thought about the offer from the previous meeting? Heisu's silence was interpreted as a sign of her wasting his time. Heisu, however, had a question of her own. I just had something to ask. She pressed further, her tone direct and to the point. Are you still using your knife? The man scoffed, dismissing her question. Knife? What kind of work would we need that for? We don't even use our fists these days. The man chuckled, stating that they shouldn't use bad language, as their little boy is all grown up. A close-up of the man's face showed a hint of weariness and sadness in his eyes. Heisu apologized for interrupting the man's conversation with his friend. The man introduced his friend as a police officer, emphasizing his friend's strength and influence. He warned Heisu that they wouldn't be able to harm his friend, even if they tried. The man instructed Heisu to treat his friend with the same respect she would show him. Heisu nodded, indicating her understanding. The scene shifted to Heisu's observation of the man's knife, prompting her to question his continued use of it, given the context of the copy demon. Heisu, still wary, questioned the man about his knife, prompting the man to explain that he was only asking Heisu for help because he was the only one he could think of. He then proceeded to demonstrate his boxing skills, wrapping his hands in bandages. Heisu watched, impressed by the man's technique. The man explained that he never felt the need to learn such techniques before. He chuckled, commenting that even the great Shin Heisu was made nervous by this copy demon and that Heisu must have gotten pretty good. The conversation shifted, with the man casually asking Heisu when he got a place like this and if he wanted to be a pro boxer. The man revealed that his boxing gym was a dream of the past, a painful one he didn't want to discuss further. He concluded by stating his desire to fight for real. Heisu, intrigued but still wary, watched the man intently as he spoke. Try to go easy on me, Heisu said, his voice laced with a hint of apprehension. The man scoffed, a cruel smile playing on his lips. Are you crazy? you think I'd go easy on you? You've gotten funnier since I last saw you, ha! With a battle cry of "Here I come," the man launched a swift attack. He moved with surprising speed and precision, landing a powerful blow that sent Heisu reeling. The force of the impact evident in the strained expression on Heisu's face. Heisu, despite the blow, braced himself, his eyes narrowed in determination. The man continued his assault, his movements a blur of calculated strikes. The man, confident and aggressive, continued his assault on Heisu, his blows landing with brutal force. Each strike aimed to break through her defenses. Heisu, though determined, was clearly injured, her body bearing the brunt of the attack. She gritted her teeth, refusing to yield despite the pain. The man smirked, his confidence unwavering. He uttered a single word, "Okay," before delivering another blow. The impact sent a jolt through Heisu's body, leaving her momentarily stunned. The man's grip tightened around his weapon. The man, his face grim, held Heisu captive, a makeshift weapon clutched in his hand. He declared that Heisu was as good as dead, but then added that he was willing to fight again. The scene shifted to a boxing gym. The man, now seemingly relaxed, commented on Heisu's competitive spirit after a period of inactivity. Heisu, his face obscured, challenged the man to come at him. Heisu's face was now visible, a fierce determination etched on his features as he prepared for the fight. The man, still seemingly calm, responded that Heisu was just as hot-headed as before. And with a final declaration, Heisu's opponent prepared to engage once more. Man, grinning confidently despite his injuries, sprinted towards Heisu, his movements blurring with speed. Heisu, anticipating the attack, met Man's charge with a swift counter. The impact of their collision creating a shockwave of motion. Man, momentarily stunned, muttered, "He's fast." Man, attempting a follow-up attack, lunged forward. But Heisu, with incredible agility, dodged the blow, countering with a powerful strike that sent Man reeling. Man, impressed by Heisu's skill, observed, "There aren't any openings in his movements." Man, deciding to end the rematch quickly, launched a series of powerful attacks. He declared that he would use overwhelming strength to finish the fight. But Heisu, with his superior agility and skill, effortlessly countered each blow. Heisu's movements were a blur as he evaded Man's attacks. The impact of Man's strikes barely registering as Heisu continued to counterattack. With a swift kick, Heisu sent Man reeling back. Man, observing Heisu from across the boxing ring, commented, "You're still stupid strong like before, huh?" He continued, "By the way, though." Man explained, "If you fight a guy with a knife like me, you're going to die soon." Heisu, his expression hardening, listened intently. Man, displaying the knife, smirked, "That's the number of times and places which I just stabbed." Man stated, "But after getting stabbed like that a few times, even a monster like you won't be safe." Heisu, slightly wounded but unyielding, stood firm. A man, his back to the viewer, received advice, "You need to avoid a fight with people using knives." The scene shifted to a boxing gym. Someone asked, "Jiangsu, could you beat Copy Demon?" Jiangsu confidently responded, "Ha ha ha. Of course. Who do you think I am?" He proudly declared, "I'm Huang Jiangsu." A sparring match was shown. The narrator observed, "Was that much better than Copy Demon? It might be different in a real fight, but he's the perfect sparring partner." Another man asked, "Yeah? Help me out then." Jiangsu, with a determined expression, replied, "Anything for a friend." Huang Jiangsu, still nursing his wounds, was approached by a powerfully built man. "Every morning here at 6, the man stated, challenging him. "Can you do it?" Jiangsu, considering the proposal, responded with a wry smile. "How about 7? The man, seemingly unfazed, simply replied, "Okay, 5 a.m. Jiangsu, showing a hint of defiance, countered, "Fine, 6 a.m. The agreement was reached, setting the stage for their early morning sparring session. A phone screen displays a text message from 3324TK, let's help her, she's trying hard. Another message appears, this time from number 35, maybe it'll be better if you help out around the house. Try doing some cooking or cleaning. A young woman with dark hair is shown, her expression serious and determined. She looks down at her phone, a thought striking her, cooking. The woman sits on the floor, a thoughtful expression on her face. She reflects on her daily cleaning routine, but admits she's never considered cooking before. She considers her options, musing aloud, stew? Or ramen? Whatever it is. She declares with newfound resolve, I'm going to make a meal for the homeowner. The scene shifts to an exterior shot of a brightly lit restaurant, with two figures walking towards it. The young woman, determined to prepare a meal for the unseen homeowner, entered a convenience store. She purchased ramen, paying 4,600 won and requesting a bag. The cashier processed her transaction. And the young woman left the store, her intentions still focused on her cooking plans. Outside, she reflected on her shopping trip, explaining that she lacked sufficient ingredients at home and used her allowance to supplement her supplies. Her thoughts turned to the meal she planned to prepare. As she walked, she noticed a woman sitting alone and called out to her. The young woman, having already procured the necessary ingredients, approached a group of girls, a playful smirk on her face. One of them questioned her with a surprised, me? The young woman responded with a mischievous, yes, you. Kakik. The group, initially confused, observed the young woman's approach. One of them commenting on her height and speculating if she was training to be a model. The girls then revealed their lack of funds, prompting the young woman to offer a solution. She presented them with a pack of cigarettes, stating, so, you will get a pack of cigarettes for us, right? Emphasizing her point with a final, you see this right? This pack, lol. The young woman paused, a conflicted expression clouding her features. A silent question hanging in the air, should she proceed? Another girl's voice cut through her internal debate. What are you saying? She demanded, her tone sharp with suspicion. The young woman's internal turmoil intensified. Fuck, I can't understand you. She muttered, frustration evident in her voice. The thought of a drastic solution flashed in her mind. Should she resort to violence? The question hung heavy in the air as she confronted another girl. You bitch. The other girl spat, her anger escalating. The young woman's patience snapped. A swift, decisive kick connecting with the other girl's body. What kind of bullshit is this? The other girl exclaimed in pain. The young woman's attack continued, a flurry of blows leaving the other girl groaning in defeat. A young woman lies on the ground, groaning in pain. A speech bubble above her head reads, Arg. Why Yaren? Another girl, watching from a distance, is shocked and furious. Her internal monologue reads, what was that? Did that bitch do that? The camera focuses on the injured girl's face, her expression contorted in pain and disbelief. A second girl approaches the injured girl, her face a mask of rage. She snarls, lady, you really want to die? Ha! The young woman, still on the ground, pulls out a small, sharp object, her eyes blazing with fury. She says, you think I'm a joke? She rises to her feet, her anger escalating. She shouts, I'll kill you for real. The young woman lunges forward, brandishing the weapon. She screams, you stupid bitch. The two girls who witnessed the attack stand over the injured girl, their expressions cold and triumphant. One of them states, you shouldn't have messed with us. One girl demanded another fetch a pack, her tone laced with impatience. And with a swift, brutal motion, she launched a devastating attack, sending her opponent sprawling to the ground. The impact echoing in the sudden silence. A hand reached for a weapon. As the attacker continued her assault, a flurry of blows, leaving her victim helpless and vulnerable on the floor. The attacker stood over her. Her face contorted in a grimace of disgust as she wiped blood from her nose. Then, with a final, dismissive gesture, she turned and left, leaving the injured girl behind. The homeowner's displeasure was palpable. The young woman, enraged, kicked a discarded cigarette butt, sending sparks flying. "When you smoke here," she snarled, turning to face the group of girls who had been smoking. "Go smoke elsewhere." The group of girls watched, stunned, as the young woman walked away. One of them whispered, "Hey, what did I just see?" Another girl, her eyes wide with excitement, exclaimed, "Fuck, that was so cool." A third girl, more cautious, cautioned her friend, "You're nuts, keep your voice down." Later, at home, a steaming pot of tteokbokki sat on the table. The young woman, now calmer, explained to a muscular man, "I saw this on the internet." The man simply nodded and urged her, "Eat." A man sat at a table, a bowl of stew before him. He scooped up a spoonful and murmured, "Ah, yeah, okay." He took another bite, his expression thoughtful. He stated, "I'll taste it." The man and a young woman sat together, sharing a meal. The man ate with gusto, the woman watched him quietly. The young woman hesitantly spoke, Please, be good." Her face was downcast, her expression worried. The camera angle shifted to show the young woman kneeling by the table, observing the stew. The man finished his meal, a subtle smile playing on his lips. He simply said, "It's good." The young woman's face lit up. She exclaimed, "Really? I'm glad that it's to your liking." The man sat on the floor, his back to the viewer, enjoying a meal. He gestured towards the remaining food, saying, "Yeah, you should eat too." The young woman, having finished her portion, expressed her gratitude, "Thank you for the meal." She then offered a thoughtful comment on the food, "It's not as good as the food that you make, but it's still good." The man listened intently, a thoughtful expression on his face. He murmured to himself, "I've never tasted anything like this." Later, lying in bed, he pondered the meal, a troubled look in his eyes. He wondered aloud, what could? He stared intensely at a spoon, lost in thought. The scene shifts to a close-up of steam rising from a pot, suggesting he is cooking. A young woman in a yellow jacket walks toward a restaurant called GU, passing a man in a construction helmet. Mr. Shin, a man in a suit, waves excitedly as he runs towards someone. He exclaims, "It's been a while." Mr. Shin approaches a table where two people are sitting. He appears surprised to see the young woman from earlier. The young woman sits at the table, drinking from a small carton. Mr. Shin's companion asks if she is his girlfriend, speculating that she looks like a model. Mr. Shin replies that she is not his girlfriend and that he's never seen her before. Mr. Shin's financial planner, Gusatu, pondered the situation, introducing himself to the young woman as she approached their table. "Well, it's nice to meet you anyways," he stated, offering a pleasant greeting. Meanwhile, the young woman continued to sip her drink, seemingly unfazed by the unexpected encounter, unaware of the subtle surprise and intrigue playing out among the men. Gusatu, internally questioning the young woman's unexpected arrival, wondered, what is this reaction? He then confirmed with his colleague that they were indeed expecting another person to join them. Mr. Shin explained that the young woman had contacted him earlier, stating she had business to discuss. As the young woman approached, her arrival was marked by a sense of anticipation and purpose. CEO Unsolvable approached a table where three men were seated outdoors at a cafe. She greeted them with a polite, "Nice seeing you again, Heisu." She continued, inquiring after their well-being with a simple, "How have you been?" One of the men, visibly surprised, gasped. His thoughts revealed his shock at seeing her again. Another man at the table recognized her as CEO Unsolvable, expressing his astonishment at the unexpected encounter. Mr. Shin, one of the men, recalled meeting her previously at Daesun Hospital, acknowledging her with a polite, "Ah, yes. Nice to see you again." Seoun thanked him for remembering her, adding a cryptic comment about that person. Meanwhile, another man at the table, still unaware of Seoun's identity, wondered aloud, "Who is she?" Gusatu instructed Haru to get more banana milk, while discussing a business deal with Mr. Shin. Meanwhile, a young woman with dark hair, wearing an Adidas hoodie, stood calmly outside the cafe, observing the men. Gusutu explained to Mr. Shin that the young woman was a victim of a kidnapping a long time ago, and that she currently suffers from amnesia, preventing the identification of her identity. Gusutu continued, stating that he is currently taking care of her and needs Mr. Shin's help to officially register her identity. Mr. Shin, upon hearing the explanation, showed a thoughtful expression and questioned Gusutu about the young woman living with him. Gusutu explained the situation, clarifying that the young woman's address sharing was temporary. But Mr. Shin remained skeptical, pointing out the inherent risks involved. The young woman, seemingly unfazed by their conversation, subtly cleared her throat as Mr. Shin's associates offered their congratulations. Mr. Shin, however, dismissed their celebratory gestures, while the young woman walked away from the cafe, leaving Gusutu and Mr. Shin behind. Gusutu, accepting the situation, simply stated that it was fine, as Mr. Shin, with a knowing look, expressed his awareness of Gusutu's true nature. A young woman, calm and composed, addressed two men. "And the one that wanted to see you suddenly was me," she stated, her expression unwavering. She continued, her tone businesslike, "So I'll just tell you what I need to and leave." The woman produced a small, elegant box. "Would you open it?" she asked, her gaze steady. Mr. Shin, a man whose skepticism was evident, carefully opened the box, revealing its contents. Inside, he found a diamond black credit card. His expression shifted slightly as he examined it. Mr. Shin reflected on the situation. "I didn't expect it either," he admitted, "but your work really made a big difference for our company's image, with the last case as well." A graphic showcasing Daesung's improved brand recognition and preference flashed on screen. The text read, "Daesung really formed the image of Noblesse Oblige very successfully. Brand recognition and preference went up as well." The young woman's internal monologue, "It didn't feel right to ignore that." The young woman smiled, a glint in her eyes. "Because of how much? We made sure to put enough in the card to make up for it, and we plan on continuing that in the future." She slid a card across the table to Mr. Shin. He looked at it, then at her, a question in his eyes. "You'll accept it," she finished, her expression unwavering. Mr. Shin, seemingly satisfied, took the card. He examined it closely before a look of relief washed over his face. "All right, I have some business elsewhere to take care of." He stood, preparing to leave with his associates. "All right. I'll be in touch." The young woman watched them go, a subtle smile playing on her lips. "Oh yeah. And call us if you need help." She handed him another card, a small, almost imperceptible gesture of continued support. The young woman, radiating confidence, offered Mr. Shin further assistance, suggesting they could find him a place to stay or go shopping later. Mr. Shin, visibly relieved, accepted her offer with gratitude. He appeared to be considering her words carefully. He expressed his thanks for her time as he got into a waiting car. The car sped away, leaving the young woman and her companion behind. The young woman's companion handed her the identity registration documents. He reassured her, advising her to call if anything happened. The young woman responded with a confident, "Yes. Don't worry for even a second." Her companion, smiling broadly, added that he was friendly with the courts as well, further assuring her. The young woman, her expression serious, escorted Mr. Shin away from a looming figure. "You said your name was Haru?" she asked, confirming his identity. Mr. Shin, relieved by her presence, suggested, "Why don't we head to my office?" They quickly entered a waiting car and sped off into the city. Inside the car, Mr. Shin, seemingly at ease, glanced at the young woman beside him. His thoughts drifted to her appearance. "That lady, she's pretty, right?" he mused aloud. The young woman, catching his comment, responded, "Huh? Well, she's objectively on the pretty side. Is she prettier than me?" Mr. Shin, slightly flustered, stammered, "Huh? Well, you're definitely more beautiful. The young woman cut him off with a curt, too late. The young woman, amused by Mr. Shin's earlier comment, instructed him to simply pay attention. Mr. Shin, seated in the back of a luxury car, looked on with a slight smile. The car drove through the city streets. The young woman, from her vantage point, observed a building in the distance. Inside a building, a man looked at his phone in surprise, reacting to a message. The woman smiled knowingly, having anticipated his reaction. A young woman, amused by the unfolding events, stated that the problem was worse than anticipated. Her male companion, confused, asked what she meant. She retorted that he never listens, and told him to simply leave. He remained, and she angrily threw a pillow at him. The man's face contorted in anger as he reacted to the unexpected attack. The woman, with a swift and decisive move, struck him with the pillow, knocking him to the ground. He was stunned, muttering that she was cursing him too. But then he paused, realizing something. The young woman, seething with rage, screamed, "Get out!" And with a swift, violent motion, she lashed out, striking her companion. "You piece of shit," she spat. The man stumbled backward, his body reeling from the unexpected blow, leaving him dazed and disoriented in the dimly lit hallway. He muttered to himself, "Ah, I feel like shit." Cheon, the young woman, reflected on Dong Namcheol's appearance, noting that his looks had also suffered. While she considered Dong Namcheol's current state as that of a crushed conch, she internally criticized his egotistical nature, deeming him unsavory. Cheon's hand reached for her phone, her fingers hovering over the screen. As she contemplated whether or not to call him, she recalled a time when he used to listen to her, but ultimately decided against it, stating that she couldn't endure another sad relationship. Cheon's thoughts drifted to his past, remembering that he was in his 30s, paying off loans and leeching off his girlfriend's house. She then addressed herself, saying, "Wake up, Cheon." A young woman, her expression thoughtful, watched a man walk away. She murmured to herself, "There's a lot of men in the world." A sudden question crossed her mind, "Huh?" Her eyes followed the man's retreating figure, noticing his broad shoulders. She gasped, that backside." She continued her internal monologue, "A back as wide as the Pacific, and muscles that showed even through his clothes." She concluded, "That man is definitely." As the man turned, he heard a voice call out, "Hey!" A man and a woman meet in what seems to be a grand building. The woman, smiling brightly, asks, "It's been a while?" The man, his expression somewhat serious, replies, "How have you been?" A young woman, Cheon, greeted a man she hadn't seen in a while, commenting that it had been a long time, and inquired about his well-being. He seemed surprised to see her. He recognized her as Cheon, and questioned her presence there. Cheon's expression shifted, revealing a hint of suspicion and amusement as she noted the obviousness of his visit to her workplace, pointing out that during their 3-year relationship, he had never once visited her store. She internally questioned his sudden appearance after such a long absence. The young woman, suspicious and amused, mused to herself, she didn't know how her ex-boyfriend learned of her breakup with Dong Namcheol, but she knew he was aware of it. Reunited with her ex, the young woman inquired about his recent activities. He responded that he had been busy apprehending criminals, and had even received a promotion. He casually commented on her improved physique, a remark that seemed to slightly unsettle her, prompting a hesitant, almost embarrassed, confirmation from him. He offered a simple thanks as she touched his arm, a gesture that seemed to indicate a lingering connection. But she quickly pointed out his reluctance to fully engage, suggesting he was still hiding something. He finally relented, agreeing to tell her what she wanted to know. The young woman, still slightly suspicious but determined, confronted her ex-boyfriend in a public area. He stood stiffly, seemingly reluctant to engage. She demanded answers immediately. He hesitated, then revealed, "Me, and Dong Namcheol." The revelation hung in the air as the woman processed the information, her expression unreadable. A nearby woman walked past, seemingly oblivious to the charged atmosphere. The ex-boyfriend looked down, his expression a mixture of guilt and apprehension. The young woman, unsatisfied, pressed further, demanding he beg her to date again, echoing their past interactions. His surprise was evident as he stared at her, clearly taken aback by her unexpected demand. The tension between them remained palpable. Later, the young woman walked away, a subtle smile playing on her lips as she reflected on the encounter. She mused to herself, "I've never worn clothes like this." The ex-boyfriend, taken aback, questioned, "What? Who is that woman?" He pondered, "A model? Where did this cheap guy find this woman?" The young woman, observing her ex-boyfriend from a distance, pressed him, "You came here with someone?" He responded, revealing his companions, "Yeah. This is Haru. And this is Chan." She continued her observation, "I was wondering why you came to the mall. Looks like you came to buy your girlfriend's clothes." The young woman, now seemingly in control, proposed, "You want to come to my store? I know you're not good with women's clothes." "It's alright, I have that covered." The ex-boyfriend, impressed, acknowledged, "Hey Sue, you know a lot more women than I expected." His thoughts trailed off as he recognized her, CEO on Seoun. A woman, her face etched with suspicion, observed a man and two women from a distance. Her thoughts turning to the nature of their relationship and how they knew each other. The woman approached the trio, interrupting their conversation, apologizing for the intrusion before quickly excusing herself, leaving the man and two women standing together in the lobby. Back in her own space, the woman pondered the situation, wondering about the nature of their relationship, admitting her uncertainty about the dynamics between them. The young woman's face was etched with a mixture of confusion and embarrassment as she silently observed her ex-boyfriend from a distance. She reflected on the scene she had just witnessed, a scene that left her feeling deeply uncomfortable. The comparison between the two women and herself weighed heavily on her mind. She felt a pang of insecurity and self-doubt. Later that evening, the ex-boyfriend and one of the women from earlier were seen together, exchanging polite pleasantries. The woman expressed her gratitude, and he responded with a casual, friendly remark, indicating that he had enjoyed their time together. A woman, her face partially obscured, spoke to her companion. "We should go shopping like this more often." Her companion, a man, responded, "That's okay, right?" The man paused, a thoughtful expression crossing his face. He murmured, "HM." He continued, his voice laced with concern, "Haru has been going outside without me a lot more now." But he quickly added a reassuring thought, "But she hasn't hurt anyone. Or gotten hurt. And if she's with Unsolvable, she should be safe." The woman's face was visible now, a wistful smile playing on her lips. She thought, and most of all, Haru really had fun today. The man nodded, seemingly at peace with the situation. He had no issues with that. The young woman, her expression a mixture of polite formality and underlying wistfulness, stated, "Alright, then when I have time, I'll contact Haru again." She continued, "Then I'll see you later." Her ex-boyfriend replied, "Goodbye then." As the ex-boyfriend and the other woman walked away, the young woman watched them leave. She thought, "We should head in." The other woman agreed, "Okay." The young woman observed them from a distance, a subtle sadness in her eyes, a slight smile playing on her lips as she reflected on the scene, a sense of closure washing over her as she turned and walked away. Gu Seju contacted Mr. Shin, asking for his current location. Mr. Shin, on his way to work, responded that he was almost there and asked for a moment. He then inquired about Seiju's location. Gu Seiju arrived, greeting Mr. Shin with a cheerful good morning. Mr. Shin, surprised by the visit, asked about the reason for Seiju's unexpected visit to his house. Seiju explained that she only wanted to give him something. She presented him with a package, urging him to accept it. Mr. Shin received the package, a look of curiosity and slight confusion on his face. Mr. Shin received a package from Gu Seiju and questioned its contents. What is this? Gu Seiju explained, reminding Mr. Shin of their previous collaboration during the copy demon case, prompting Mr. Shin's curiosity. Gu Seiju continued, detailing his extensive research and creation of specialized protective gear. He highlighted the gear's flexibility, breathability, and superior defensive capabilities, emphasizing its resilience against even powerful attacks. Mr. Shin examined the protective gear, delivered in a box, his expression thoughtful. Mr. Shin then inquired about the cost of the protective gear. How much was this? Gu Seiju reassured Mr. Shin, dismissing the price and emphasizing its practical use. Don't worry about the price. Just use it. Gu Seiju added that he had earned significant income thanks to Mr. Shin's previous assistance. Mr. Shin, still curious, pressed further. How much was it? Mr. Shin, still slightly bewildered, stared at the protective gear Gu Seiju had provided. He mumbled to himself, that's. Gu Seiju held up the dark, protective clothing, gesturing with 2 fingers to emphasize a point. 20 million? Mr. Shin questioned, his eyebrows raised in surprise. Gu Seiju corrected him, flashing a peace sign. 200 million. Mr. Shin's jaw dropped. He was clearly taken aback by the cost. He thought to himself, even if he made money thanks to me, to use 200 million on all this? Gu Seiju explained, he said it took a while to make this, so I can't just not use it. Mr. Shin, deeply moved by Gu Seiju's dedication, expressed his gratitude. You saved my life after all. I just hope that you won't get hurt. Mr. Shin looked down at his body, a questioning escaping his lips as he registered the change in his attire. The new protective gear was surprisingly comfortable. It felt as flexible as athletic wear, he noted. And breathable, a welcome feature given the circumstances. Hesitantly, Mr. Shin voiced his uncertainty to Gu Seiju. I don't know if I can just take this. A sentiment Gu Seiju understood, given the unexpected nature of the situation. Overwhelmed with gratitude, Mr. Shin offered a heartfelt thanks. Thank you so much, Manager Gu. A small, satisfied smile played on Mr. Shin's lips as he accepted the gear, his worries about the mission momentarily overshadowed by his gratitude for Gu Seiju's thoughtfulness. Gu Seiju beamed at Mr. Shin, exclaiming, yes. It looks great on you. Mr. Shin, pleased with the protective gear, replied, I feel so proud looking at it. Mr. Shin, now equipped, prepared to depart. He stated, then, I'll be going. Gu Seiju gave a thumbs up as Mr. Shin mounted his motorcycle and sped off, leaving a trail of dust behind him. Mr. Shin arrived at the police station, greeted the officers with a wave, and cheerfully announced, Nice to meet you all. An officer, observing Mr. Shin's arrival, remarked, Oh, the assault leader is here. 3 men in police uniforms returned to the station, their time off apparently enjoyable. A boisterous welcome greeting one of them. Another officer noticed a change in his appearance, commenting on his new hairstyle, prompting an inquiry about his vacation. The officer excitedly revealed he had spent time with his girlfriend. His colleague reacted with surprise and disbelief. The officer confirmed that he had been in a relationship for about a year. His colleague, amused, noted that his new hairstyle complemented his new image. A tense scene unfolded in the office. 2 colleagues grappled while a third watched, a question hanging in the air. Then Heisu, what did? The observer, seemingly Heisu, furiously typed at his computer, the intensity of his actions reflecting the urgency of the situation. His back was to the viewer, sweat beading on his neck, highlighting the physical and mental strain he was under. A conversation between 2 other colleagues began, their words revealing their assessment of Heisu. Sigh, Heisu catches criminals well, but he can't catch the ladies. What should we do about him? One of them offered a contrasting perspective, he's pretty amazing, so he'll be able to get a girl. Suddenly, a new figure entered, saluting dramatically, Team leader, welcome. The team reacted with surprise and confusion. Huh? Team leader? The new team leader confirmed the unexpected news. That's right, while we were on vacation, Team 2 got a new leader. Two colleagues gossiped about Heisu's romantic life, speculating that his partners were very young. While Heisu, seemingly oblivious, continued working intensely at his desk. One colleague responded dismissively. Heisu, feeling the weight of their scrutiny, visibly tensed. His internal frustration simmered. The tension in the room thickened as Heisu's anger grew. A new figure entered the scene, Dong Namcheol, confidently introducing himself as the new team leader of Team 2. He stated his name, Dong Namcheol. Namcheol concluded his introduction with a seemingly amicable, yet subtly condescending, remark. Dong Namcheol, the new team leader, introduced himself to Team 2, stating that he looked forward to working with them. He extended a hand in greeting. And Team 1's leader, Kwak Sukyeol, shook his hand, offering a polite greeting in return. Kwak Sukyeol's expression shifted subtly, a hint of something unreadable flashing across his face. The new team leader, a man with a confident smile, addressed Kwak Sukyeol. He stated that he'd heard a lot about him and had been observing the team's dynamics, pointing out that all the major cases for the violent crimes unit seemed to be handled by Team 1. He assured them that with his arrival, cases would be distributed more fairly. He expressed his hope that everyone would adapt to this new arrangement, his smile unwavering. But Kwak Sukyeol and his colleagues exchanged uneasy glances, their apprehension evident. One colleague cautioned the others to watch their words, clearly wary of the new team leader's authority. The new team leader's words hung in the air, creating a palpable tension as he observed his team's reaction. Heisu, silently observing from his workstation, felt a surge of apprehension as he witnessed the subtle power play unfolding before him. The new team leader, a man of assertive confidence, addressed his team. He stated that case distribution would be handled as they arose, and that his primary purpose was simply to introduce himself. He then dismissed them, curtly instructing them to return to their work. Heisu, along with her colleagues, exchanged questioning glances, their apprehension palpable. The new team leader's abrupt departure left an air of unease. One colleague, wary of the new leader, cautiously asked if anyone needed anything. Kwak Sukyeol, his expression unreadable, remained silent. The new team leader, observing their reactions, subtly conveyed his authority. He pointedly reminded them that a superior officer was speaking to them, leaving them with a sense of intimidation. The new team leader, a stern figure in a dark hoodie, addressed his subordinate, a man in a lab coat. He issued a curt command, and go do your work. The subordinate, Dong Namcheol, clenched his jaw, his face a mask of simmering resentment. He silently seethed, his thoughts a torrent of frustration. His inner monologue revealed his bitterness. That bastard would never want to be a detective, especially at a place with a lot of cases like Gangjin. Meanwhile, another detective, his expression grim, observed the scene from afar. He muttered to himself, he definitely came here because he knew I was here. His suspicion deepened, his anger escalating, and now he's targeting my team. Fuck, really? He steeled his resolve, deciding on a course of action. I'll let it go for your sake, team leader. The new team leader, seemingly oblivious to the simmering tensions, issued a final warning: control your team members from now. He turned, his departure marked by a blur of motion, leaving the other detectives to grapple with the implications of his actions. Dong Namcheol was violently attacked by the new team leader. A brutal assault that left him reeling and gasping for air. "What are you doing?" he managed to shout, his voice strained with pain and disbelief. The new team leader, unmoved by his subordinate's distress, coldly stated, "Dong Namcheol, I don't know what kind of shit you're trying to pull here, but the detective division won't tolerate it." He then issued a blunt order: pack your stuff and leave before something worse happens, got it? His tone was a thinly veiled threat. Namcheol, seething with rage, could only mutter, "You crazy bastard." The new team leader's final words were a chilling reminder: you think you'll be safe after something like this, leaving Namcheol to contemplate the potential consequences of his defiance. Namcheol, his face contorted in pain and fear, clutched at his injured body. Another detective, witnessing the scene, shouted, "Hey! Stop him!" A chaotic scene unfolded in the office. Colleagues rushed past as the new team leader grabbed Dong Namcheol. Dong Namcheol struggled, shouting fuck. Let go of me, as the team leader tightened his grip. The team leader, seething with rage, called him a piece of shit before delivering a swift punch. He followed up with a vicious threat, alright, take this then, you bastard. Another blow landed, sending Dong Namcheol sprawling to the floor as the team leader's anger intensified. A detective, witnessing the assault, looked on with a mixture of shock and concern. Dong Namcheol, nursing his injuries, stared at the detective, his expression a mixture of fear and resentment. The detective's gaze lingered on Dong Namcheol's bruised face, a silent question hanging in the air. The scene opens with a close-up on a dark gray hoodie. The text overlay reads, "Why didn't he dodge it?" Dong Namcheol is pursued by the new team leader and his men. The new team leader shouts, "Where are you going, you bastard?" Dong Namcheol, cornered, retorts, "You hit me first." The new team leader screams, "You bastard." At the police station, Dong Namcheol sits nursing his injuries while speaking to a detective. He explains that the officer grabbed his shoulder. But he didn't just grab it, he squeezed it hard. The detective asks if Dong Namcheol, annoyed, punched the officer in the face. The new team leader, his face contorted in anger, shouted, "This is insubordination." He sighed, muttering to himself, "Sigh, I know that we're desperate. But now there's trash crying in my ear." Another officer, seemingly unfazed, asked, "What did you just say?" The new team leader responded curtly, "I get it, I understand what happened, so go and tell Officer Shin to come. You have to lay it on him." He added, obviously he should get a pay cut, and put this on his record. The new team leader then called out to Dong Namcheol, stating, "Your dad is my superior officer." The new team leader, seething with barely contained rage, confronted Dong Namcheol. "What do you think you are?" he sneered. Dong Namcheol, defiant despite his fear, retorted, "Fuck, you think I'm your dog?" The team leader's anger escalated further. "What is this? Do that kind of talk." He continued, "If you want to do what you want, why don't you be the police chief?" Dong Namcheol's eyes narrowed. He knew this was a threat, not a question. The team leader, a chilling smirk playing on his lips, uttered, "You're going to regret doing this." Dong Namcheol's fear was palpable, but his resolve remained unbroken. He glared back, daring the team leader to act. The team leader's question hung in the air, "Do you want to be just the department chief forever?" The new team leader, his face etched with barely suppressed fury, stood amidst scattered papers, the remnants of his outburst. He muttered to himself, his voice laced with contempt, "This bastard is such a piece of work." The unspoken threat hanging heavy in the air. Later, the team leader confronted Dong Namcheol outside the police station, his tone sharp and accusatory. "Hey you bastard! How old are you now? Grow up a little." He continued, his words dripping with sarcasm, "I should have known when a guy who's been at the agency his whole life said they wanted to go to a tough place like Gangjin City. You think Gangjin City is like the agency?" His voice hardening with each syllable. On the phone, a superior's voice cut through the air, cold and dismissive, "Stop dirtying my name, and come back to the agency while I'm still telling you nicely." Dong Namcheol ended the call, muttering, "I'm hanging up." His father's voice, pleading, "Wait, father. I have more to tell you," was cut short. His face contorted in frustration, he cursed, "Fuck, damn it." The anger intensified, "Why is this place like this?" He ranted, "They have so many annoying bastards here, like the chief and Shin Heisu. How was that not insubordination?" His thoughts turned dark, Gangjin City bastards. He continued his internal monologue, "They're all sticking together." He concluded, "They're definitely all in on this." Dong Namcheol walked through the office, his anger simmering. He asked a colleague, Where did Team 1 go?" Dong Namcheol, still seething from his encounter with the new team leader, ran a hand through his hair. His thoughts turning to the arrogance of Team 1. He muttered to himself, "So these Team 1 bastards think they're some kind of special forces." His frustration grew, as he concluded, "This is why Gangjin City is going to shit." The scene shifted to a cluttered office. A landline phone, a laptop, and USB drives lay on the desk. The atmosphere was tense. The new team leader, a smug smile playing on his lips, appeared, seemingly pleased with himself. He picked up the phone, reporting to someone, Gangjin City Team 2, Dong Namcheol. This is the Situation Room. There's been a murder. He continued, is Team 1 out right now? Tell me. The call ended, and a woman with dark hair, her expression unreadable, watched him from a distance. A police officer received a call reporting a murder in Gome. A woman in her 30s was found dead in her studio apartment. The officer was instructed to relay the information to Team 1. The new team leader, head of Team 2, questioned the instruction, pointing out that Team 2 doesn't currently have any active cases, and that murder cases are typically handled by Team 1. He expressed skepticism about the unusual request. The new team leader then forcefully instructed the officer to assign the murder case to Team 2 as well. The officer, clearly surprised, confirmed the order. The new team leader ended the call, a smug expression on his face. The new team leader announced, "All right guys, we got a new case. Murder at a studio in Gome." One of the team members questioned, "But team leader?" Another team member voiced their concern, "Aren't we busy with the Youngsu Middle School violence case? We haven't even gotten the victim's statement." The team leader angrily retorted, "Fuck, you think a kid's fight is more important than a murder case?" Dong Namcheol, frustrated, exclaimed, "This is why we're behind Team 1 all the time. That can go after the murder case." The team leader, dismissing the other case, sneered, "What do you think some kids can do?" Dong Namcheol, his face bruised and bloodied, muttered to himself, "And get started on the murder case first." Two cats, one black and one calico, lounged on the hood of a parked car. The calico stretched languidly, a musical note appearing above them as if to emphasize their peaceful state. Suddenly, a question mark appeared, suggesting an impending event. The black cat's eyes narrowed, its tail twitching. A sense of unease filled the air as it sprang into action, launching itself forward with surprising speed. The black cat's attack was swift and brutal. It collided with a man, sending him flying through the air, the impact echoing with a resounding meow, as the man crashed onto the car's hood, leaving a bloody mess. The man lay lifeless on the ground, his body marred by injuries. The black cat's attack had been fatal. The man's body lay still, blood staining his clothes, his face a mask of shock and disbelief as he stared blankly ahead. "Did I fail?" he wondered, his last thought echoing in the silence. His vision blurred, the world around him fading into a hazy distortion. He felt himself falling, a dizzying sensation overwhelming his senses. "I thought I fell," he mumbled, his body limp and unresponsive. His bloodied sneakers touched the ground, leaving a trail of crimson across the pristine floor. He pressed the button for the 15th floor, his hand trembling slightly. The elevator doors began to close, the man's weary form silhouetted against the metallic interior. The door is closing, he thought, resigned to his fate. His legs felt weak, threatening to give way under the weight of his exhaustion and despair. "My legs feel like they're going to snap," he thought, his body heavy with the burden of failure. The man, his body battered and bruised, clutched his stomach. "And my stomach feels like it's on fire." But a grim determination hardened his gaze. "But it doesn't matter." He pushed through the pain, his resolve unwavering. "Because this pain is all going away soon." Ignoring the throbbing agony, the man began his ascent, his steps heavy but purposeful. He moved towards the 15th floor. He muttered to himself, a grim acceptance in his voice. "The first time is hard, the second should be easy." He stood on the edge, the wind whipping around him. "I'm not going to be scared this time, I'll jump headfirst this time for sure." With a deep breath, he launched himself into the void. The man, battered and bruised, looked up at the sky, a grim determination etched on his dirt-smeared face. His expression a mixture of pain and resolve. He was far from his goal, but he would not give up. He thought of his father, a wave of guilt washing over him. "I'm sorry, Dad. I can't." The memory of his father's words echoed in his mind, "Live in this hellish world." But the man couldn't. He confessed to himself, "I couldn't handle it. As long as those bastards are around." Overwhelmed by despair, he whispered, "I don't want to live anymore." Standing on the edge of the building, he looked down at the city below, a single tear tracing a path down his cheek. "I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Dad." A final, desperate plea escaping his lips before he fell. "Please, Lev." The man's despairing thoughts echoed as he stood on the precipice, his worn sneakers dangling over the edge. A silent scream of anguish manifested in the strained muscles of his hands, gripping the building's edge. As he plummeted towards the unforgiving concrete below, a desperate attempt to end his suffering. Suddenly, a strong hand grasped his, halting his descent. A rescuer appeared, pulling him back from the brink of death. The man vowed, his voice strained with a newfound resolve. "Destroy them," he muttered, his eyes burning with a fierce hatred. A burning rage consumed him, fueled by grief and a thirst for vengeance against those who had wronged him. "That did this to you," he thought, his gaze hardening. "And the police who had failed to protect him. All of them," he vowed, his voice filled with chilling determination. An ambulance sped through city traffic, its siren wailing as paramedics inside tended to a critically injured man. One paramedic noted the man's rapidly worsening condition. Only 1 minute remained until they reached the hospital. The ambulance arrived at the hospital. The man, his face partially obscured by an oxygen mask, awoke disoriented. His fragmented memories surfaced, he recalled falling and dying. The man lay on a stretcher, his clothes stained with blood, as paramedics worked around him. The man, still disoriented, stared intently at a figure, a question forming in his mind, "This the guy?" He recognized the man. "Yeah, I've seen him before." The memory flooded back, the moment he fell, the moment he died. This same man had saved him in that hellish world. An ambulance sped past, sirens wailing, a stark reminder of his brush with death. He was left with a single, lingering question: "Why did you?" Outside a surgery room, the man let out a heavy sigh. Another man stood beside him, equally perplexed. "Damn it, this shouldn't happen." The man explained the urgency of their situation, stating, "That's why I said we needed to do this fast. Kim So-kun, tell me everything. From the case details to every little thing you know." He stated that the victim, Kyungjun, was involved in a recent assault case. The case initially appeared to be a mutual assault, but it became clear that Kyungjun was the only one being harmed. Based on his actions, they suspected he was being bullied. The man pressed for more information, asking, "And?" Kyungjun hesitantly revealed, the new team leader that came. The man, driven by a relentless pursuit of the truth, learned that the new team leader had expressed a desire to prioritize the murder case. A revelation that ignited a surge of anger within him. "Dong Namcheol, this bastard again," he thought, his fury simmering. He recalled the events of that day, realizing that if he had arrived even a moment later, he would have missed the crucial reset time. Upon arriving at the scene, he found Kyungjun already dead. Nearly an hour had passed since his demise. Overwhelmed with grief and confusion, he questioned Kyungjun's father. "What happened? How did my Kyungjun become his guardian?" Kyungjun's father, visibly distraught, confirmed his identity and pleaded for understanding. "Yes, I'm Kyungjun's father. Please don't be too surprised. Kyungjun had attempted suicide." Kyungjun's father reacted with disbelief, muttering "Huh?" His shock escalating as he exclaimed, "What are you saying?" The man, visibly agitated, insisted, "Kyungjun would never do that." His voice rising in disbelief as he processed the information. "Commit suicide?" The man's face hardened, his expression a mixture of anger and disbelief. Kyungjun's father, overwhelmed by grief, cried out in anguish, Kyungjun," his body shaking. He collapsed to the floor, his despair palpable as he lamented, "How did my son end up like this? The man, witnessing the father's devastation, could only offer a somber, "I'm sorry." Consumed by guilt, the man confessed, "If I had just paid more attention, this wouldn't have happened. It's all my fault. I'm really sorry." He then instructed Kim Suk-hoon to remain where he was, before hurrying towards the police station. As he left, the man muttered, "That piece of shit." His anger simmered, a silent rage building within him. He thought, shouldn't be allowed to cosplay a police officer. At the station, a new scene unfolded. "Wow, look at this guy." He tied her to the chair with duct tape. At the police station, a detective declared that Kyung-jun's death mirrored the Pyeontaek murder case, suggesting that resolving this case would prevent Team 1 from interfering further. Suddenly, a man burst into the room, causing a detective to exclaim in shock. The intruder moved with surprising speed, and a detective, noticing his lack of blinkers, warned him to slow down. The intruder's face was partially obscured, revealing only a single, intense eye. Another detective questioned what was happening. The intruder's sudden appearance caused chaos, with one detective shouting for someone to stop him. A hand reached out, fingers extended, seemingly testing the air. A moment of intense focus before the man's brow furrowed in confusion. A single question mark floated above his head. With a sudden burst of speed, the man launched a swift attack, striking his opponent with surprising force, sending the detective sprawling to the ground, unconscious. The man stood over his fallen foe, his expression grim. Another detective shouted, "Team leader." The detective, dazed and injured, managed to gasp, "Ugh. Fuck. You're crazy." Another detective, witnessing the brutal display, exclaimed, "Dong Namcheol, are you even human?" Namcheol, his face contorted in rage, responded with a guttural roar, "Human? You bastard." A detective dropped his case file, a detail that didn't escape the man's notice. He moved with terrifying speed, striking the detective with a brutal blow. The man's rage fueled by the injustice he perceived, he shouted, "Because of a bastard like you. Do you know what happened to the kid?" A wounded detective pleaded, "Let go of me and we can talk." But the man's fury was uncontainable. Another detective warned, "Hey, you're going to go through his head." More detectives tried to intervene, but they were no match for the man's overwhelming strength. One detective fell, another cried out, "Please wake up." The man stood over his fallen opponents, his expression grim, as he asked, "What are you hoping to accomplish?" One of the detectives had the man in a chokehold, the man struggling to breathe. "Let go," he gasped, "I can't breathe." The detective, momentarily relenting, apologized. "Ah, yes, I'm sorry." But his apology was cut short, as the man, enraged, unleashed his fury. You bastard, you're done for real this time." Another detective, attempting to intervene, was met with a cold glare from the man. This time, the detective's threat carried a chilling finality. "This time, I am going to make sure you spend time in a cell." With a swift, brutal movement, the man incapacitated the detective with a single blow to the head. He stood, surveying the scene, his expression a mask of cold fury. He raised his hand, signaling his intent. The remaining detectives, sensing the inevitable, braced for impact as the man moved to finish them. "Do it, you bastard." One detective, his face contorted in agony and fear, gasped, "Which one of us will spend time in a cell?" The scene opens with a view of a police station building. A speech bubble above the building reads, "Hey, you bastards." Inside, a superior officer confronts his team, his words sharp and accusatory, "You should have told me if something like that happened. You said he was still in surgery." His concern escalating as he continues, "If something happens to that kid." He delivers a stern order, "You should all be ready to turn your badges in, understood?" Two officers exchange worried glances, one quietly muttering, "I am sorry." The superior officer issues further instructions, "Send the murder case you're on to the feds right away, and do a joint investigation with us on the violence case." He adds, "And Team 2 leader. The scene shifts to show a fallen officer, with a final comment from the superior officer: "This bastard really should not be a police officer. Take him to the hospital or whatever." A man, his expression a mixture of triumph and chilling resolve, declared, "I'm going to have to take responsibility for this case." He then turned and issued a curt instruction to someone unseen: "Come see me." Later, on a rooftop overlooking an industrial complex, the man sipped from a disposable cup. A companion joined him and inquired, "What are you going to do now?" The man responded, "I've had a reason." His companion, skeptical, countered, "But you saw what his head looked like. You think this will blow over?" The man, seemingly unfazed, simply stated, "You might actually see some time." The companion, his expression one of thoughtful consideration, stated, "I understand what you're saying. However," he added, a note of skepticism coloring his tone, "but the one who's going to see time is that bastard." The man's companion, still unconvinced, pressed further, questioning, "How can you guarantee that?" The man, seemingly unfazed by the doubt, calmly responded, "I've been watching that bastard for a while." He continued, a hint of cold calculation in his eyes, "He trusts his congressman father and uses that power to do all sorts of dirty things. He's a disgusting bastard." But this time, the man asserted with newfound confidence, it won't be easy for even his father to bail him out. The scene shifts to show the man and his companion walking together, their conversation seemingly concluded, as they move towards their next objective. The companion voiced his lingering doubts, questioning the man's plan. "But you had a plan? I thought you couldn't hold it." The man, however, remained confident, a smirk playing on his lips. He simply replied, "No, I really just couldn't hold it in this time." The companion, still unconvinced, looked on with a mixture of apprehension and resignation. He remained silent, his expression questioning but ultimately accepting. The man, sensing his companion's hesitation, added, "But please just watch what happens." With a determined glint in his eyes, the man declared, "I have an idea." A man requested Dae-sung to prepare an independent report on the Youngsu Middle School violence case, specifically referencing the recent incident where a student attempted suicide by jumping off a building. The man elaborated, explaining that the case involved a team leader who ignored the victim, and an officer who, despite witnessing injustice, sided with the team leader instead of pursuing justice. Adding another layer of complexity, the team leader's father is a congressman. Dae-sung was instructed to include all these details in the report and to disseminate it widely. Despite complying, Dae-sung expressed a lingering concern, "But will that be okay?" Dae-sung voiced his concerns, stating that Congressman Dawn would likely retaliate by writing counter-articles and attempting to sway public opinion. A point underscored by his colleague's question, "And we're not going to do anything?" Officer Shin Hae-soo, however, firmly declared that this case was too important to ignore, emphasizing the gravity of the situation and the need for immediate action. She ordered the mobilization of Special Team D. Dae-sung awoke in a hospital bed, his head throbbing. He clutched at his temples, a wave of nausea washing over him. His thoughts were consumed by anger and fear. Shin Hae-soo's actions had put him in this position, and now Congressman Dong's wrath loomed. From his hospital bed, Dae-sung made a call. "Hello, hey, you piece of shit," he began, his voice laced with fury. He continued, "You're really going to kill your father this time. What? You ignored a case you were on?" Meanwhile, Congressman Dong, seated at his desk, received a call. "Was it because of that?" "Ha," he exclaimed, his voice sharp with suspicion. Dae-sung, still on the phone, muttered defensively, "I was just doing it for my team." Congressman Dong, his face a mask of fury, barked into his phone, I don't care about this lawsuit. Just stay as quiet as the dead until I tell you to." He continued, his voice low and menacing, "If you get picked up by the reporters, I'm really going to disown you this time." Meanwhile, Dae-sung, his face bruised and bandaged, spoke weakly into his phone, "Father, I was beat up by a guy who's a nobody." He continued, his voice laced with disbelief, "Are you really going to do this?" Dae-sung, despite his injuries, stubbornly insisted, "A case is a case. and assault is assault. Back in his office, Congressman Dong slammed the phone down, muttering, "Crazy bastard." He then turned to his computer, his eyes widening in alarm as he read the news. "Do you not check the internet? I don't know who found out, but the articles and comments are going crazy." Congressman Dong, furious, spoke on the phone, his voice tight with barely controlled rage. He raged about the public perception of his son's actions, painting Dae-sung as a villain and himself as the victim of a smear campaign. Condemning Dae-sung's decision to sue, even after the near-fatal assault. His words were sharp and accusatory. Meanwhile, injured and under a blanket, Dae-sung listened to his father's tirade, his own thoughts turning to Shin Hae-soo. He suspected Hae-soo's actions were the root cause of this escalating conflict. Congressman Dong's anger reached a fever pitch. He issued a harsh ultimatum to his son: stay inside and never come out. Dae-sung, still recovering from his injuries, reacted with a mix of fear and defiance as he continued his phone call. He was clearly shaken but remained resolute. His father's words hung heavy in the air, but Dae-sung's determination remained unbroken. He muttered "father" in disbelief. Later, alone and brooding, Dae-sung checked his phone, a grim expression settling on his face. He had seen the news article that had enraged his father, and wondered what specific details had caused such a violent reaction. The article's contents remained a mystery for now. Dae-sung, injured and in a hospital bed, scrolled through news articles on his phone. The headlines detailed a recent incident involving Shin Hae-soo, and the public outcry that followed. The comments section was filled with anger and accusations, many directed at him and his family. A reporter, Jean Park, arrived at the hospital and asked if Officer Dong Namcheol was present. Dae-sung, still recovering from his injuries, was clearly shaken by the events unfolding around him. Jean Park identified herself and asked to enter Dae-sung's room. Dae-sung, his face pale and bearing a bandage, looked startled. He mumbled something unintelligible. Then, he stated that he had nothing to say. Suddenly, a figure appeared in the doorway. Congressman Dong, furious and protective, ordered the reporter to leave immediately, threatening to call the police if she didn't leave at once. The reporter and her colleagues quickly retreated. A reporter and Congressman Dong confronted Dae-sung in the hospital. The reporter questioned him about a murder case he'd taken, asking, "Officer Dong Namcheol, is it true you took the murder case that came down for Team 1? The reporter pressed further, inquiring about his father's reaction to the incident. "What did your father say about this incident?" Dae-sung, injured and clearly agitated, angrily responded, "No, just get out. Get out." Another reporter questioned Dae-sung about allegedly putting the assault case of student Lee Kyung-jun on hold, even with disapproval from his team. The question was posed, "Is it true you put the assault case of student Lee Kyung-jun on hold?" The reporter pressed for a simple yes or no answer, emphasizing, "A yes or no answer." Dae-sung, overwhelmed and frustrated, muttered, "I don't know, F*******." Congressman Dong, visibly enraged, shouted at the reporters, his face contorted in fury. Congressman Dong subtly threatened the reporters, his actions suggesting a warning to back off. Dae-sung, still recovering from his injuries, nervously scrolled through news articles on his phone, each headline detailing the growing public scandal surrounding his father and Shin Hae-soo's actions. He confided in Jungpil, expressing his mounting fear, "Jungpil, I'm scared, man." Jungpil, concerned, voiced his own apprehension. There was significant media attention focused on Lee Kyung-jun, and he worried about the potential consequences if the police investigated the school. However, Jungpil revealed that the police had temporarily suspended their investigation into Lee Kyung-jun, because Lee Kyung-jun, after jumping from an apartment building, was now in a coma. Jungpil and Dae-sung contemplated the implications of this development. Dae-sung wondered what Lee Kyung-jun would tell the authorities if he recovered. In a classroom, Dae-sung and another student anxiously discussed the ongoing scandal, wondering if their classmates would report them to Lee Kyung-jun. They worried about the potential consequences of their involvement. Jungpil, smoking outside, reflected on the situation. Lee Kyung-jun was hospitalized, and he himself was in school. A fellow student greeted Jungpil, commenting on his composure. Jungpil responded that they just needed to remain calm and quiet, suggesting that the police would handle the situation themselves once Lee Kyungjun's condition improved. He emphasized the importance of staying quiet, believing that if they remained silent, the police would eventually resolve the matter. Later, Jungpil confirmed with Daesung that the police had temporarily suspended their investigation due to Lee Kyungjun's hospitalization. Daesung, his face etched with worry, stood silently. As a voice, sharp and accusatory, cut through the air, "You bastards are accomplices." The speaker's face, a mask of barely contained rage, was revealed. A chilling threat following close behind, "So don't say anything weird or I'll kill you." Lee Kyungjun's vital signs were displayed on a hospital monitor. Two men sat vigil by his bedside, their faces etched with worry. One of them confessed, "It's all my fault." The other man, his face grim, added, "I raised him without a mother. I was busy with my work, and I completely neglected him. He used to be a very bright kid. But he changed when he got to middle school. He became depressed, so I knew there was something wrong. If only I had paid more attention." The father's regret was palpable as he covered his face, while Daesung, standing in the doorway, observed the scene. Lee Kyungjun's father, grief etched onto his face, lamented, "This wouldn't have happened to Kyungjun." He continued, his voice heavy with self-reproach, "No. It's the fault of the police for letting this continue." The father, his face a mask of worry, added, "This might be difficult." But pleaded, "But could you take a look at this?" He presented a phone displaying a group chat. The messages, cruel and threatening, were from Kyungjun's bullies. King Baek wrote, "Lalalol," followed by, "Come here Lee Koiungjoon." Sunsik added, "You better hit 80 by tomorrow, and if you don't hit it by tomorrow you're dead lol. Another message from Sunsik read, "You better respond faster than that you bastard." Finally, Sunsik sent, "You're dead meat tomorrow fuckface lol." The father explained, this is a group chat between Kyungjun and his bullies. One of the bullies' messages read, "FUCK, take a picture lol." Another followed, "HUI, not the face, lol." A final message instructed, "Do the stomach or thigh moron. LOL." The threatening messages from Lee Kyungjun's bullies were displayed. One read, "Yeah, sorry. LOL." Another sneered, "LOL, look at this bastard crawling. You're a funny bastard." Lee Kyungjun's father, distressed, showed another message to a man in a suit, Hey. Come here. LOL." The man in the suit responded, "Wait, Ak. We have enough evidence." The man in the suit, resolute, declared to himself, "I'll definitely make the perpetrators face justice." Later, the man in the suit told Lee Kyungjun's father, "It's getting late, you should head home and get some rest." Lee Kyungjun's father, weary, replied, "Then I'll be going." As Lee Kyungjun's father left, the man in the suit watched him go. Lee Kyungjun's father clutched his trembling hand, the image of his son's unconscious form heavy in his mind. His face a mask of anguish and self-reproach. The weight of his guilt was almost palpable. Outside, under a relentless downpour, Kyungjun's father walked, his shoulders slumped. The rain mirroring the torrent of emotions within him. He was consumed by regret. His steps were heavy, each one a burden. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the shadows, a young man with a cold, calculating gaze. Lee Kyungjun's father, his face etched with sorrow, muttered to himself, "Hey, fuck." He continued his solitary walk through the rain-slicked streets. A young man, one of Kyungjun's bullies, approached him, his voice laced with disdain, "Who are you, old man?" The father, his eyes welling up, responded with a choked plea, "Student, apologize." The bully scoffed, "Ha, fuck, what are you talking about?" The father's voice hardened, his tone filled with desperate resolve, "You're the one who got in my way, so what? Apologize to Kyungjun." The bully, initially confused, finally registered the implication. His expression shifted from arrogance to dawning realization. He muttered, "Fuck, I was wondering why an old man was trying to start a fight with." Lee Kyungjun's father confronted one of his son's bullies. The bully, defiant, declared, "I don't wanna." He then questioned the need to apologize, sneering, "Why should I apologize to that moron?" The father, however, retorted, "Hey, you know that I can report you for stalking me, right?" The bully, unfazed, responded with a chilling threat, "If you don't want to go to jail for some bullshit, then just go." Suddenly, the father lunged, his movements a blur of deadly intent as he attacked the bully with a hidden weapon. The attack was swift and brutal, punctuated by the father's enraged cries of "Die! Die!" The bully, caught completely off guard, was overwhelmed by the unexpected ferocity of the attack. He collapsed, groaning in pain and fear, uttering a final, desperate plea, "You ugh. Fuck." King Baek, one of Lee Kyung-jun's bullies, lay bleeding on the ground, his eyes wide with terror as Lee Kyung-jun's father loomed over him. He gasped, "Wait, old man. I'm a middle schooler." His pleas continued, "Wait. I was wrong. I won't do it again, so please." Despair etched across his face, he whispered, "I'm sorry." Lee Kyung-jun's father, his face grim, stood over him, his actions having severe consequences. Lee Kyung-jun's father, his face streaked with tears and blood, showed the profound weight of his actions. The scene left a lingering sense of guilt and uncertainty. Lee Kyung-jun's father, blood staining his hands and clothes, whispered a desperate plea for forgiveness to his unconscious son, referring to himself as a terrible father. The image shifts to show a trail of blood leading away from the scene of the attack. As someone shouts, "Mr. Lee!" Lee Kyung-jun's father, his face etched with worry and exhaustion, is confronted by someone who asks, "What are you doing here?" The figure replies, "I've been looking for you." The father, clearly shaken, stammers, What happened?" "I was definitely." An unknown individual, cloaked and ominous, approached Lee Kyung-jun's father in the rain. "I was looking for you," he stated, "because I have some news for you." The news was grim. Lee Kyung-jun had woken up in the hospital. Lee Kyung-jun's father, his face etched with worry and remorse, listened intently. The unknown individual pressed further, "You need to be by his side at a time like this." "What are you doing here?" The father, overcome with guilt and grief, sank to his knees in the downpour. Uttering a single, heartbroken apology, "I'm sorry." The unknown individual watched him, their expression unreadable. The father continued to weep, whispering, "I'll never." The rain fell in sheets as Dae-sung, his face partially obscured by the shadows of his hood, muttered to himself, "Do that again." His words laced with a chilling determination. Lee Kyung-jun's father rushed to his son's bedside at Daesung Hospital, his face etched with worry and remorse. He cried out, "Kyung-jun!" Clutching his son's hand, his grief overwhelming him. He whispered, "My son. I'm really sorry." Overcome with guilt for his violent actions, Lee Kyung-jun, weak but conscious, murmured, "I'm sorry, Dad." His father immediately interrupted, "No, no. You didn't do anything wrong. This is all my fault." Lee Kyung-jun's father sat at his bedside, his face etched with worry, as Kyung-jun, still recovering from his injuries, stirred in his hospital bed. A doctor had confirmed that Kyung-jun was recovering well and would soon be discharged. Later, as Kyung-jun sat up, his father approached him, his expression serious. He reminded Kyung-jun of their conversation atop the building, a conversation that held significant weight for both of them. Kyung-jun, though still recovering, resolved to take action against his bullies, but he needed his father's help to do so. His father, understanding the difficulty of the situation, urged Kyung-jun to provide details about his tormentors and their methods. Kyung-jun's eyes narrowed, a steely determination hardening his gaze. Lee Kyung-jun recounted his past, beginning with his first year of middle school, when he sat in front of Baek Jungpil. This seating arrangement led to him being forced by Jungpil and his friends to perform various chores, which was only the beginning of his torment. He felt that after that, he was no longer treated as a human being. Lee Kyung-jun, now in the hospital, angrily recalled the events and informed his father that there was nothing more to say to the detective. His father, however, was eager to take action against Kyungjun's bullies. Kyungjun, however, requested a little more time. Lee Kyungjun remained resolute, his expression hinting at a plan forming in his mind. Daesung's eyes narrowed, a thoughtful expression crossing his face. A silent question forming in his mind as he muttered to himself, "Wait, what does that mean?" A man, presumably Lee Kyungjun's father, sat with his hands clasped, his gaze firm and resolute. He offered his son words of quiet encouragement, "Please just trust me, and wait a little." A flashback sequence began, depicting Lee Kyungjun's younger self being bullied at Yongsu Middle School. Jungpil, one of his tormentors, sneered and taunted him, "Yip! Yip! Why are you so slow? Is it because you're a pig?" The young Lee Kyungjun, visibly distressed, could only whimper, "Oink! Oink!" Jungpil, bored, muttered to himself, "Ah, fuck. This is boring." He then addressed a younger boy, Lee Kyungjun, with a sneer, "Hey, shiter, light." Lee Kyungjun quickly obeyed, lighting a cigarette for Jungpil. As Jungpil smirked, recalling that Lee Kyungjun was always fun to mess with. Because he always had that rebellious look in his eyes, and the reactions were good. Jungpil wondered aloud, "Where can I find a bastard like that?" As he watched Lee Kyungjun from afar. A birthday song played, "Happy Birthday to You." Jungpil, a man with a smirk, is shown in a close-up. He appears confident and slightly amused. Someone presents him with a birthday cake, the message "Happy Birthday to You" visible on the cake. Jungpil's expression shifts as he questions, "What? Who is this old man?" The unseen person responds with a simple, "Happy birthday, young man." Jungpil, clearly annoyed, retorts, "Who are you to be talking about my birthday?" The other individual reveals a tattooed arm and responds, "You a cop? Or that moron Lee Kyungjun's?" The panel shows a hand swiftly moving, implying a sudden attack. The final panel depicts a blur of motion, suggesting a violent impact. Jungpil reacted violently to an unknown assailant. His rage evident in the forceful exclamation that followed the attack. The scene ends abruptly. Jungpil, enraged, violently attacked an unknown individual in a school hallway. The victim coughed, clearly injured, as Jungpil rained blows upon him, uttering a string of curses as he unleashed his fury. "You piece of shit," he roared, his face contorted with rage. The attack continued with brutal efficiency. Jungpil's strikes were swift and merciless. "Fuck! Who do you think I am?" he screamed, his voice filled with unrestrained anger as he delivered another blow. A powerful punch connected, sending the victim reeling. The impact was clearly felt. Jungpil continued his assault, his movements a blur of violence. The victim was defenseless against the onslaught, leaving him battered and bruised. The young man's face bore the marks of the beating. After the attack, Jungpil turned to leave, casually asking, "How was that, old man?" Jungpil, nursing his injuries, muttered to himself, "It hurts being hit by a middle schooler, huh?" He continued, "You know you just assaulted a police officer." A police officer, surprised, exclaimed, "What? You're a cop?" Jungpil, unfazed, retorted, "Who cares?" The narration shifts to the thoughts of an onlooker. "Did you think if you said you were a cop?" Jungpil unleashed a flurry of blows, striking the officer repeatedly, with each strike fueled by rage. He roared, "Fuck. I would get scared or something? Police or whatever, you can all fuck off. I don't give a shit about any of that." Two onlookers watched, exclaiming, "He's so fucking cool." Another individual scoffed, "He's only got size, he's hella weak." The same individual continued, "The average Korean cop. They just let anyone." Jungpil launched a swift, brutal attack, sending the police officer sprawling to the ground. The impact echoing with a resounding thud. A wave of shock rippled through the onlookers as they witnessed the aftermath of a sudden and violent altercation. A police officer lay incapacitated on the floor, his uniform rumpled and his expression one of stunned disbelief. "What just happened?" one of them whispered, voicing the collective question. The officer, disoriented and struggling to regain his bearings, muttered to himself, "Why am I on the floor?" Jungpil, the perpetrator, stood over him, his face impassive. "Just stay down there, kid," he said, his voice low and menacing. A man in a suit appeared, observing the scene from a distance. He spoke into his phone, "Starting now." From a distance, another onlooker gasped, recognizing Jungpil. "Jae Jungpil," they exclaimed, their voice laced with a mixture of fear and disbelief. A woman, startled, clutches her hands to her mouth, eyes wide with disbelief as she reads a document. Beside her, a man, seemingly unconcerned, examines another paper. The man's expression shifts as he focuses on the details of the document he holds. A close-up reveals his clenched jaw and narrowed eyes, a clear sign of mounting anger. The document details charges of assault and extortion, and the possible addition of obstruction of justice. The man mutters "fuck." He recognizes the charges as stemming from a previous encounter with a detective, fueling his rage. The woman, clearly distressed, pleads with the man, "What do you do?" He angrily replies, "Shut up. I feel like shit right now." He adds, "This is already bad enough, fuck." Jungpil, seething with anger, stood on a city street, a cigarette dangling from his lips. He checked his phone. His face a mask of fury as he read a message. "That cheap bastard, he took those hits on purpose to report me," he muttered, the words laced with venom. His anger escalating, Jungpil made a call. A grim determination hardening his features. "Okay. Fuck, if he's going to do it this way, I'll show him the power of juvenile law," he vowed, a chilling smile playing on his lips. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Donsik received a frantic call. The caller's voice barely audible above the background noise. "Jungpil? What?" "Donsik, there's a detective right now that's really shitting on my mood," Donsik said, his voice tight with worry. Donsik's face was grim. "If I don't get rid of this problem by today," he thought, his eyes narrowed in concentration, "I'm not gonna be able to take it." Tonight, he finished, a dangerous glint in his eyes. Jungpil, seething with rage after learning of the charges against him, vows revenge, will take down a cop. He speeds away on a motorcycle through the city streets at night. Jungpil arrives at a location, seemingly a rendezvous point. He stands confidently, arms crossed, as several figures approach him, their faces obscured by masks. The masked figures, wielding baseball bats, are clearly prepared for violence. One of the masked men speaks, "I don't know who you are, but it's nice to see you." Jungpil's expression is one of cold determination. Another voice shouts from off-panel, "Fuck, kill that bastard." A masked individual, part of Jungpil's group, moved swiftly and silently, preparing for an ambush. Jungpil's men, armed with baseball bats, surrounded their target. The attack began. A brutal, swift assault. One of Jungpil's men landed a heavy blow, sending their target reeling. The fight was fierce and chaotic. The attacker was thrown to the ground, defeated. The ambush was successful. Jungpil's group attacked a police officer, shouting "Jae Jungsun" as the officer fell to the ground. One of Jungpil's accomplices sneered, "You dumbass, I told you not to call me by my name." He then brutally struck the officer, leaving him incapacitated, the impact echoing with a resounding quang. Another blow landed, sending the officer sprawling. As Jungpil's accomplice taunted, "Guys, have you ever gotten physical therapy?" The officer groaned in pain, "What the fuck are you saying?" Jungpil's accomplice continued, "If I hit you wrong, your joints are all going to be messed up. So let's stay still." Two masked figures lay on the ground, subdued. Jungpil approached, his voice laced with fury. "Hey, you stupid bastards. Why aren't you killing that bastard?" He urged his accomplices to finish off their target. "Kill this piece of shit bastard already." One of the masked men lunged forward, striking with brutal force, landing a heavy blow that sent the police officer reeling. And then another, a flurry of violent strikes that left the officer severely injured. The attacker paused, catching his breath. The injured officer, barely conscious, managed to utter a desperate plea. "You bastard, this again. Let go of me." Jungpil brutally attacked a police officer, his movements a blur of violence. A grim smile playing on his lips as he delivered a devastating blow. He had initially considered letting the matter drop. But the officer's past actions against Kyungjun and his subsequent assault changed his mind. For Jungpil, there was only one suitable punishment. His words hung heavy in the air, "There's only one treatment." The officer, now severely injured, gasped, "Now you're really dead," his voice barely a whisper. As Jungpil continued his relentless assault, the officer's body crumpling to the ground under the force of the attack, leaving him incapacitated and vulnerable. A police officer, eyes wide with shock, muttered, "Fuck. What?" As a dark figure, identified as Jungpil, moved with terrifying speed, delivering a brutal blow that sent the officer sprawling, the impact echoing in the sudden silence. Jungpil continued his assault, his movements a blur of calculated violence. The officer cried out, "Aagh," his body crumpling under the relentless attack. As Jungpil's opponent, weakened and defeated, gasped, This bastard is different. Ah, fuck. Wait a minute. I can't beat him. And no. I'm sorry, detective. I'll apologize to Kyungjun too. And I'll mean it too." A severely injured police officer, gasping for breath, pleaded, "I won't be stupid ever again. Please just let me live." Jungpil, his face a mask of cold fury, sneered, "Kid. Do you know what I hate the most?" His eyes, narrowed and intense, betrayed a simmering rage. But then, a flicker of something akin to pity crossed his features. "But because you're a kid, I'll give you one more chance." The officer, tears streaming down his face, choked out a grateful, "Thank you. I'll live a better life from now on." Jungpil's expression twisted into a cruel smirk. "Is what you think I would say. You fucking moron." He reached into his pocket, revealing a gleaming, futuristic weapon. Jungpil, consumed by vengeance, sneered, "Cop bastards are all so dumb." He moved with lethal speed, a blur of motion as he approached the injured police officer. His intent to kill unmistakable. Even if I kill this bastard, he thought, the consequences were of no concern to him. Jungpil, consumed by vengeance, muttered, "Even if I kill this bastard." He lunged at a police officer, knife in hand. The blade flashed, aimed for a killing blow. But the officer, miraculously, dodged the attack. The officer, shocked and terrified, exclaimed, "Fuck. You monster. How did you dodge that?" Jungpil, with inhuman speed, delivered a brutal counterattack. His attack leaving the officer severely injured and in mortal danger. Two switchblades, gleaming menacingly, are shown in sharp focus. As Jungpil, his face contorted in a grimace of rage, delivers a brutal blow to a police officer's face. The impact muffled by the officer's pained gasp, "MMPH." Jungpil continues his assault, his words cutting as sharply as his blades, "Kek, MMPH." He delivers a final, chilling statement to the helpless officer, "You just never fail to meet my expectations." From this point forward, Jungpil declares, the officer will receive special treatment. The officer, his face bloodied and his body trembling, can only utter a desperate, broken plea, I am. As Jungpil's final, dismissive words echo, "SRRRY." Jungpil, fueled by vengeance, unleashed a brutal attack. His fist connecting with the police officer's face with bone-jarring force, sending the officer sprawling to the ground. Jungpil's eyes, filled with cold fury, narrowed as he loomed over his victim, readying another strike. The impact of the blow left the officer dazed and bleeding profusely, his body convulsing from the pain. Jungpil, satisfied with his brutal display of power, calmly walked away, leaving the injured officer behind. Sunsik, visibly worried, contacted the police, reporting that Jungpil and his group had a weapon. and had engaged in violent actions. The scene depicted several individuals lying on the ground, seemingly subdued. The police arrived and confirmed that the situation had been resolved. An official announcement was made regarding the sentencing of Kim Young-sun and Park Sung-sik under Protection Clause 7 and Baek Jung-pil under Protection Clause 8. The details of the clauses were revealed. Clause 7 meant 2 years of probation, while Clause 8 meant 1 month in juvenile detention. Sun-sik reacted with shock and disbelief upon hearing the news. Lee Kyung-jun's father reacted with disbelief and outrage. His face contorted in a silent scream of protest as he questioned the fairness of the legal system. He muttered about the injustice of his son's situation and the leniency shown to the perpetrators. His anger intensified as he realized the stark reality of the situation. Even a violent crime might not result in severe punishment for juveniles in this country. He questioned the very purpose of juvenile law, his voice laced with bitter disappointment. A judge's voice cut through the tense courtroom, announcing the sentences. Despite the gravity of the crimes, the sentences were surprisingly lenient. The judge detailed the charges against Baek Jung-pil, outlining the offenses of stalking and attempted organized assault. Baek Jung-pil was sentenced to 2 years in jail, while Kim Young-sun and Park Sung-sik received 6 months each for their participation in the assault. Sung-sik and Kim Young-sun reacted with shock and disbelief to the relatively light sentences. The judge declared the trial over, leaving Baek Jung-pil stunned and speechless. His confusion evident as he struggled to comprehend the verdict. And the officers led him away to juvenile detention, a sentence that would later transition to a nearby prison. A police officer explained the process to Jung-pil, who was visibly upset. Jung-pil reacted with anger and frustration, shouting "Fuck! Let go of me!" His rage escalating as he blamed an unnamed bastard for his predicament. His desperate outburst highlighting his feelings of betrayal and injustice. Jung-pil was forcefully subdued by the officers. Jung-pil's sentencing concluded, the judge's gavel fell, finalizing his transfer from juvenile detention to adult prison. A smirk playing on his lips as he was led away by a police officer. He muttered, "Goodbye, juvenile," a clear indication of his defiance and anticipation of his next chapter. 6 months later, Kyung-jun, fully recovered from his injuries, transferred to a different school. Embracing a new school life with new friends and a more relaxed environment. Kyung-jun's father, meanwhile, focused on mending his relationship with his son. Lee Kyung-jun's father, a man of quiet demeanor, was approached by someone. "Ah, yes, Mr. Lee," the other man said. The father, surprised, questioned the man's presence. "Why are you here?" The man offered a gift, explaining, "It's been getting hot, you should drink this while you work." The father politely declined, "You don't have to give me things like this." But the man insisted, "No, you saved my son's life." He continued, offering the gift again, "It's not much but I hope you'll take it." Lee Kyung-jun's father accepted the gift, recognizing the man as Detective Shin. Ah, Detective Shin. His thoughts drifted back to the rainy day of the incident. That rainy day. Detective Shin offered a final word of encouragement, then, "You did well holding yourself back." Lee Kyung-jun's father sat on a park bench, lost in thought. His expression was one of quiet contemplation. Detective Shin approached him, a reassuring smile on his face. He offered words of encouragement, saying, "I'll be rooting for you." Lee Kyung-jun's father looked up, his eyes showing a mixture of surprise and gratitude. A subtle shift in his demeanor as he registered the detective's kindness. He accepted the unspoken support, murmuring a heartfelt, "Yes, thank you. Thank you, so much." Haru, irritated, glared at her father. "Ah, what ya gonna do? Pissing me off," she exclaimed. She continued, her voice laced with annoyance, "You're gonna troll and take it out on me? Ugh, so disgusting." The man, her father, stood silently, his expression unreadable, as Haru lay on the bed, still playing on her tablet. He observed her, a mixture of confusion and concern clouding his features. He hadn't been paying attention to her lately, preoccupied with work. His internal monologue reflected his bewilderment. What is she saying? Where did she learn those words? The answer came to him as a sudden realization: she's been learning Korean through the internet. He murmured to himself, is that why? Haru. Suddenly, Haru announced, Haru is here. Ah. Haru, startled, reacted with a questioning, why you called? Her father instructed her curtly, get changed and come outside. He added, with a serious tone, we need to go somewhere. The next panel showed the exterior of a building, Triangle Tube, a Korean language academy. Inside, Haru's father observed her, commenting, she looks Korean. Where were you living? He listened intently as she replied, revealing she had been living in Israel. His expression shifted to one of dawning realization. The scene shifted to a conversation between Haru and a staff member at the academy. The staff member noted, Israel. Since it's your first time, she'll start in the beginner course. Haru's father reflects on his daughter's Korean language skills, noting that while she can communicate basic needs, she lacks fluency to fully integrate into Korean society. He worries about her ability to navigate daily life and form meaningful connections without a stronger grasp of the language. He emphasizes the importance of proper language skills for Haru's social development and integration into Korean society. Haru's father expresses concern about her ability to manage independently in a new environment, prompting a thoughtful response from Haru. Haru, sitting opposite her father, assures him she will be fine, displaying a confident demeanor. Haru gives a peace sign, reinforcing her optimistic outlook and determination to succeed. Despite Haru's confidence, her father remains apprehensive, his internal worry evident in his facial expression. Haru's father sat at his computer, his fingers flying across the keyboard. His thoughts focused on his daughter. He wondered what she was learning now. He reflected on Haru's progress: she could recycle, play games, and even get groceries independently. Yet, a deep-seated worry remained. He knew she had grown up in an abnormal environment, and the fear of an unforeseen accident lingered. His concern intensified. He couldn't shake the feeling that an accident might happen at any moment. A phone call interrupted his thoughts. The screen displayed Academy Director. He answered, a question hanging in the air, what is it? Haru's father, gripped by worry, spoke into his phone, no, perhaps. What is it? He continued, stammering slightly, hello. Haru is. I'll head over right now. With a serious expression, Haru's father ended the call and immediately stood up, rushing out of his office. Another man, noticing his sudden departure, called out, Heisu, where are you going? Haru's father, his face set with determination, ran swiftly through the hallway, leaving the other man behind. Haru's father, his face etched with urgency, sprinted through a building, muttering, what is it? A case? He continued his frantic dash, his movements blurring as he navigated the hallways. The intensity of the situation was palpable, the speed lines suggesting a desperate race against time. He mounted a motorcycle and sped off, his determination fueling his every action. His thoughts raced, I was short-sighted. Even though Haru was quickly adapting to society, it was too much to send her to the academy. Before it's too late. I need to stop it before there are more victims. He roared down the street, a blur of motion, his resolve hardening with each passing second. Haru's father, driven by urgency, gripped the car's gear shift. His knuckles white as he sped towards an unknown destination. He had received an urgent call, the details of which remained unclear, but it was undoubtedly related to Haru. Meanwhile, Haru's boyfriend arrived at her apartment, his expression a mixture of concern and relief. Haru greeted him, surprised by his sudden appearance. She commented that he didn't need to rush so urgently. He explained that, as her boyfriend, he was naturally worried about her well-being. The boyfriend's concern shifted to a more pressing matter. He abruptly asked, where are the victims? How many were hurt? Haru's boyfriend's question left her visibly confused. She responded, victims? What do you mean? I didn't beat anyone up. Her confusion deepened as she struggled to understand the gravity of the situation. Haru's father stood anxiously before her, his expression a mixture of concern and urgency. Haru, seemingly oblivious to his tension, calmly sipped her tea. His worried gaze intensified as he struggled to find the right words. Finally letting out a nervous chuckle, he explained that there had been a misunderstanding. He nervously revealed the true reason for his sudden visit. Haru's exceptional score on her writing test was announced, accompanied by celebratory sound effects. Her teacher expressed her delight at Haru's improvement. Her father explained that Haru's skills had significantly improved since taking the test, leading him to want to enroll her in an advanced class. He added that he wanted to discuss this decision with Haru's teacher. The teacher responded with a subtle gesture of agreement, indicating her understanding and approval. Haru's father, overcome with relief and a touch of self-reproach, covered his face with his hands. He muttered an apology, admitting he had misunderstood the situation. Then, turning to Haru, he asked if she wanted to enroll in the advanced writing class. Haru, a slight smile playing on her lips, considered her father's question and quietly responded with a simple, affirmative yes. Her father relayed this to her teacher, who expressed her enthusiastic approval, stating that it was really great news. Later, as Haru's father drove her home, he reflected on the situation, confident that Haru would enjoy the advanced class. Walking alongside Haru, her father apologized again for his earlier misunderstanding. Haru smiled serenely, a calm assurance in her expression. "It's okay." Her father, walking alongside her, inquired about her academy experience. "Anyways, how's the academy? Did you make any friends?" Haru responded affirmatively, "Yes, I made a lot of friends." Her father, curious, prompted her to recall their names. What was their name again?" Haru began listing names: Sam Kim and David Oh, Seo Taeyeon, Ha Jungho, and... She continued to list names, prompting her father's sudden concern. "Wait, were there only guys in the class?" Haru clarified, "No. 6 guys, and 8 girls." Haru continued, describing her new classmates. "They're all kind and helpful. They're like, I'll buy you some good food. I'll take you somewhere fun." Haru's father voiced his concern, noting that while many girls attend the academy, Haru had only made male friends, and that he was worried she might not understand their ulterior motives. He decided he needed a solution and asked Haru if he could see her phone. Haru's father examined her phone, muttering that he needed to set something up. Later, a friend of Haru's reacted with surprise upon seeing a picture on Haru's phone, questioning if it was a boyfriend. Haru's father, reviewing pictures on her phone, paused at a photo of a muscular man. He muttered, "Ah." A slight smile playing on his lips as he continued to scroll. He commented to himself, "So that is obvious." His gaze lingered on another image, prompting a thoughtful question: "So Haru likes men with nice bodies?" A smirk grew on his face as he added, "I have some muscle too. Do you want to feel?" His expression shifted abruptly, a sudden concern clouding his features. He muttered, He noticed something alarming in the next picture. He exclaimed, "Wait, Haru. Your boyfriend has something on his face." The image showed a close-up of a bloody injury. He realized, "Is this? Ah, that's blood." Haru's father's concern deepened as he saw another image of Haru's boyfriend. Haru's boyfriend, a detective, was shown to be quite muscular. Haru explained, "My boyfriend is a detective who catches bad guys." One police officer, observing the building from outside, commented, "While I feel bad for Team 2, I do." Inside, another officer mused, "How can their team leader get fired 2 times in a row? And both dishonorably. I know." A third officer, looking grim, stated, "Next time, they need to get a real person, and not a bastard like shit Namcheol." A different officer, seemingly in good spirits, suggested to his colleagues, "I'm going to the sauna after work. Do you want to come? I'll pay for it." One of his colleagues responded with surprise, "What? A house bunny like you?" The first officer, still in a jovial mood, explained, "The other team lost their team leader twice in a row, but you're in a good mood." He continued, "We've been busy, so we haven't been able to go. Let's all go to blow off some steam." One police officer sits at his desk, looking weary. He explains that he must pick up his children from daycare and will therefore be unable to join his colleagues for their planned after-work activities. He adds that today is his wife's birthday, further solidifying his decision to leave early. Another officer immediately volunteers to take his place, eagerly expressing his desire to assist. A third officer asks if he can accompany the volunteer. Later, at a sauna, an older man with gray hair sits looking weary. A younger man enters the sauna. A large, tattooed man sits in a hot spring, sighing in discomfort. Another large, tattooed man speaks to the first, commenting on his improved physique. One police officer, relaxing in a sauna after work, commented that he hit his chest the previous day, implying a well-built physique. Another officer responded, teasing him about his physique and suggesting he should work out like him. A third officer boasted about his past exploits, mentioning taking down a gang. The camera focuses on a new, muscular officer, seemingly admiring his own physique. His impressive musculature is highlighted. The new officer sits in the sauna, his back to the other officers. Two of the original officers notice the newcomer and comment on his unfamiliar face. One of them acknowledges the rarity of finding such a physically impressive recruit. At a public bathhouse, two men discussed the appearance of several other patrons. "Those guys just look nice," one of them commented, "but they're no good in real fights. Look, he's got no scars on his body." His companion replied, "You're always so observant." The first man continued, "Should I find which family he's from?" But the other man cautioned, no need to make things noisy. Let's just watch." A new, muscular man entered the bathhouse, his physique immediately drawing attention. Another man greeted him, "You're here. Please have a relaxing bath." The newcomer simply responded, "Okay." Meanwhile, back in the bath, the two men from earlier whispered, "What's up with that body? What kind of things could he have been doing?" One officer, noticing the new recruit's scar, questioned him about it, wondering how someone so young could have such a mark. The new officer, relaxing in the bathhouse, remained calm. Another officer then asked the new recruit about a past case involving a dismembered body, to which the new officer responded that he had handled the situation efficiently. An officer inquired if this was the new officer's first time seeing a corpse. But the new officer revealed it was his third such experience. One officer commented that the new recruit would likely see many more dead bodies in the future. And the new officer, showing a calm demeanor, stated he was preparing himself for it, requesting guidance from his colleagues. Feeling the heat of the bath, he suggested they leave. Two men, one with a prominent fish tattoo, conversed in a bathhouse. The tattooed man suggested they should leave. But the other man, feeling unwell, declined. He was addressed as Fish Tattoo. Startled, the tattooed man reacted with surprise, questioning if he was being addressed. A muscular man, seemingly oblivious to the previous interaction, calmly retrieved his washcloth from the water. The tattooed man, still slightly bewildered, looked up. The tattooed man and his companion quickly exited the bathhouse, apologizing as they went. Two muscular men watched them leave, one wondering what the apology was for. Two muscular men, their backs adorned with elaborate tattoos, sat in a bathhouse, their conversation overheard by others. One mused aloud, "I don't know. Is it because they're tattooed?" pondering the reason for the fish tattoo man's hasty departure. While the other simply agreed, "I know, right." The implication was clear: tattoos were becoming increasingly common, even among those who might once have been considered innocent. Later, in the bathhouse's changing area, two other muscular men engaged in a casual conversation. One offered banana milk to the other, who readily accepted. One of the men received a phone call. The caller ID displayed Patrol Station Lim Sunjian. He looked at his phone, a slight frown creasing his brow. He wondered, What does she want at this hour? He answered the call, identifying himself. Yes, this is Shin Hae-soo. Patrol Station Lim Sunjeong contacted Shin Hae-soo, informing her that a suicide report had just come in from Jijeong, and that the deceased was connected to the case Hae-soo's team was handling. Hae-soo, slightly apprehensive, inquired about the deceased's identity. Sunjeong revealed that the deceased was a woman in her early 20s, named Shin Ira. One of the muscular men, upon hearing this news, showed a look of surprise and concern. The image cuts to a close-up of his upper body, highlighting his muscular physique. A flashback showed Shin Hae-soo and another individual locked in an intense stare-down. The scene shifted to a muscular man on a phone call, his expression one of disbelief and concern, as he received unsettling news. The image then focused on a woman's determined face. A caption identifying her as the woman who stood between the Gangmin murder case and a member of the National Assembly. The man's shock deepened as he learned more details and realized she had died by suicide. He was clearly disturbed by this unexpected turn of events. The muscular man's reaction to the news was one of disbelief and frustration, as he exclaimed, "Just what the hell happened?" The scene shifted to a nighttime cityscape, showing Shin Hae-soo making a decision and heading towards a location, her resolve evident in her determined gait. She stated, "I'll go there immediately." A muscular man greeted Shin Hae-soo, saying, "Officer Shin, you're here. Long time no see." The muscular man asked Shin Hae-soo, "Has the estimated time of her death come out?" Shin Hae-soo was informed that the estimated time of death was about 4 hours prior. The muscular man reflected, 4 hours ago. It's already too late to reset. The muscular man explained that the woman had committed suicide by hanging herself. Shin Hae-soo immediately asked, "Where did she hang herself?" She was told that the suicide occurred at the veranda in the main room. Shin Hae-soo, upon hearing the location, muttered to herself, "At the veranda?" Shin Hae-soo, examining the scene of a suicide, muttered to himself, "I think I've seen it somewhere." A wave of chilling recognition washed over him as he recalled a similar scene from his past. His eyes widened in shock and dawning horror as the details clicked into place. Suddenly, a female officer appeared, concerned, asking, "Officer Shin, are you all right?" He was shaken, but focused, noting, the way the knot is tied, the suicide method, and even the place where she hung herself are all the same. A flashback revealed a striking similarity to his father's murder 12 years prior. The realization hit him with full force, "It's the same as how my father was murdered." Flashing lights illuminated the scene as crime scene investigators documented the evidence. The body lay covered on a pristine white sheet, surrounded by forensic personnel. Shin Hae-soo observed the scene from a distance, his expression grim. Hae-soo's gaze was intense, his mind racing as he processed the details of the scene. A superior officer approached Hae-soo, informing him that the body had been transported and all necessary evidence, including CCTV and black box recordings, had been collected. Hae-soo, still visibly shaken, nodded slowly. He then noticed something on the floor, causing him to pause. The officer urged Hae-soo to return to the station to analyze the collected data as soon as the on-site investigation concluded. Hae-soo, though clearly disturbed, offered a quiet acknowledgement, murmuring, "You've worked hard." Rush, a man in a white coat, informed his colleague that the crime scene indicated a suicide. However, his colleague questioned the hasty conclusion, noting that the investigation didn't seem to treat it as a murder from the start. The colleague then asked if Rush had any other thoughts on the case. Shin Hae-soo, visibly disturbed, revealed that the scene reminded him of his father's death 12 years prior. Uttering the words, "My father," he elaborated, stating that the similarities between the two deaths were striking. Hae-soo described specific details of the crime scene, the location on the veranda, the rope used, and even how it was tied to the drying rack. He ended with a pensive, "I'm sure," suggesting lingering doubt and suspicion. One investigator declared the case a murder, not a suicide, to which his colleague responded with agreement. The investigators decided to thoroughly investigate the scene. to look for anything unusual. Despite having already investigated the scene with other officers, they found no evidence of murder. They returned to the police station and analyzed CCTV footage from each floor and black box videos. Analyzing security footage, one of the muscular men observed that the suspect was always positioned in a blind spot or at an angle where his face was obscured, suggesting a high level of awareness of the CCTV system. "This guy is a pro," he muttered, impressed by the suspect's evasion tactics. Another muscular man suggested that if there was no circumstantial evidence from the footage, they should investigate the victim's life for clues. Shin Hae-soo, meanwhile, was deep in thought, a flashback of his father's notebook and the mention of a red moon briefly crossing his mind. Suddenly, Hae-soo was called by his colleagues, who questioned his sudden departure. Hae-soo, however, remained resolute, stating that it was best to act quickly when faced with a difficult situation. He left the office, his mind set on a course of action. Determined to follow the lead from his father's notebook, the cryptic mention of the red moon fueling his resolve. Shin Hae-soo reviewed his father's notes, a chilling realization dawning on him. The place where Shin Ira usually went was the red moon, and both their deaths had something in common. This could no longer be called a coincidence. Driven by this new lead, Hae-soo arrived at Gangjin prison. He approached the inmate visiting room, a sense of foreboding settling over him. Seriously questioning why the man who put him behind bars would seek him out here. Inside, a tense encounter unfolded. The man requested that all surveillance be disabled. A prison official, seemingly apprehensive, responded to Detective Hae-soo's request, confirming that Shin Ira had recently died. He revealed that it was ruled a suicide, but Hae-soo suspected foul play. The official, however, claimed ignorance, stating he knew nothing. Hae-soo, unwavering in his pursuit of the truth, pressed the official, warning him that if he was involved, he would be the next victim. Hae-soo reassured the official that he could protect him if he cooperated. The official's eyes widened in fear and uncertainty. A prison official addressed Shin Hae-soo, stating that he would be transferred to another prison quietly, and until the case concluded, he would remain in solitary confinement for his own safety. The official explained that this was the only way to ensure Hae-soo's survival. Hae-soo, however, remained resolute, his expression hardening as he stared down the official. The question hung in the air: would he choose to die or live? The prison official, visibly agitated, ran a hand through his hair, revealing his inner turmoil. He confessed that he knew he was deeply involved in something dangerous. The official then revealed his connection to Shin Ira, referring to her as that bitch, and expressing his regret. He recounted his first encounter with Shin Ira at a bar called Red Moon. The official explained that he had been there with a chief prosecutor, a colleague from their training center, and that if Hae-soo went to the bar, they would give him a phone. The prison official showed Hae-soo a picture of an old flip phone, explaining that contacting a certain group through this phone would ensure a pickup, regardless of location. He then revealed that he had frequented this group's establishment in the past, believing it to be a haven, only to discover it was a hell. Hae-soo, resolute in his pursuit of the truth, urged the official to continue. The official, still shaken, identified the establishment as the Red Moon Bar, run by a woman in her 40s known as Madame Yu. He added that Shin Ira and the other girls were terrified of Madame Yu, a fear deeply ingrained despite outward appearances. The official's testimony further solidified Hae-soo's resolve, prompting him to inquire if there were any other key figures within the organization. The official responded that there were individuals known only as chiefs. The prison official, his face etched with fear, explained that the individuals known as chiefs were terrifying, their eyes alone enough to send chills down one's spine. He revealed that a man named Jin, also one of the chiefs, was connected to the Red Moon Bar. Shin Hae-soo, however, seemed unsatisfied with this limited information, questioning if that was all there was to it. He pressed the official, emphasizing the need for complete transparency so he could ensure the official's protection. Revealing his awareness of the pressure the official had put on the police, and demanding to know the reason behind it, specifically mentioning Shin Ira. The prison official, visibly distressed, finally confessed. that his actions stemmed from the existence of incriminating videos. Videos held by those same chiefs, showing individuals who had been drugged and possibly harmed. A syringe and pills lay on a table, accompanied by a prison official's desperate denial. Of course I didn't take them. I swear. He continued, explaining that he'd seen something and thought those guys were going to cause trouble. But realized too late that he was wrong, feeling ruined by the situation. The prison official's fear intensified as he recalled the scale of the operation, initially believing it to be a small independent movie, only to discover it was a blockbuster-level operation. Shin Hae-soo, observing the prison official's distress, pressed further, inquiring about the location of the chiefs and the incriminating videos. The official, unable to provide the exact location, only stated that he didn't know where the chiefs were, only that they picked him up in a car with iron plates and tinted windows on both sides. He added that access to the videos required a recommendation, highlighting their exclusivity. Hae-soo, determined to find the videos, asked if there was anyone around the official that could provide a recommendation. Shin Hae-soo, driven by his unwavering resolve, reflected on the difficulty of finding direct evidence against the corrupt officials. He knew there was only one chief prosecutor. And he wasn't even sure if the man was still alive. The prison official, uncertain of the chief prosecutor's fate, expressed his own anxieties, emphasizing the difficulty of obtaining concrete proof without approaching the dangerous Red Moon organization. Hae-soo, resolute in his pursuit of justice, reaffirmed his determination to infiltrate the Red Moon, regardless of the risks. The prison official, seemingly hesitant but ultimately helpful, interjected, revealing a crucial piece of information he'd heard from Shin'ira: there was only one way to enter the Red Moon. A method the official was reluctant to divulge. The panel then shifted to show a bustling nightclub scene, suggesting the path to infiltrating the Red Moon. The image depicts a vibrant, neon-lit nightclub, hinting at the clandestine nature of the Red Moon's operations and the challenges Hae-soo faces. Shin Hae-soo, observing a lavish party from afar, questioned the necessity of her chosen infiltration method, considering alternative approaches. Meanwhile, in a car, Rush and another man discussed their roles in the operation. The latter expressed his dissatisfaction at being relegated to a supporting role, but was quickly dismissed by his partner, who pointed out his less-than-ideal appearance. The leader then confirmed their readiness for the mission, giving the signal for Rush and his partner to infiltrate the Red Moon. The two men, now disguised, moved swiftly and decisively into action. To be continued. Rush, chewing bubblegum, sped through the city streets, a blur of motion as he expertly navigated the traffic, leaving a trail of dust and tire marks in his wake. He arrived at his destination, a lavish party, and observed two muscular men from afar. Their conversation overheard. Oi, how much does that cost?" one asked, the other replying, "I am not sure either." The muscular men watched as Rush sped away in his purple sports car. Rush, having escaped the Red Moon, approached his awaiting vehicle, as three muscular men observed him from a distance. One of them asked, "Sir, what brings you here?" Another offered, "Should I help you with the valet?" Rush, however, ignored them, and swiftly incapacitated both men with a lightning-fast strike. The on-screen text read, "Catch the key." The remaining muscular man watched in shock as Rush's attack unfolded, uttering only, "Oh," before being similarly subdued. Rush, having secured the car keys, made his escape. A man in a suit landed hard on the ground, his body splayed out. He looked up in shock, muttering, "Huh, what?" A wave of energy erupted from his hands as he struggled to his feet. He let out a relieved sigh. "Phew, shit, that was close." Meanwhile, a man with glasses spoke into a radio, his voice laced with anger. He spat out a furious comment, "Like a real fucking rude jerk." A woman in a pink dress walks away from the camera, down a long hallway in a luxurious club. The atmosphere is dimly lit and opulent. A man named Jackson approaches a group of people, cheerfully greeting them. He introduces himself as a server. Jackson is asked about the women in the club, and he enthusiastically replies that they are beautiful and attractive. He describes them as being as pure and attractive as Jeju spring water. A customer, unimpressed, tells Jackson to show him how good he is. Jackson, with a confident smile, hands the customer a card. The customer is visibly surprised by what's on the card. Jackson, with unwavering resolve, declared to his customer, "I'll serve you with everything I've got." He continued, emphasizing his commitment, "With my life at stake today, Hyungnim." Amused, the customer chuckled, "Hookakik. It's been a while since such a big fish came, Kiki." He added with a mischievous grin, "Let's make the best of this fish today. Kakik." Meanwhile, Shin Hae-soo, observing from afar, remained calm and collected. A fellow official expressed concern, stating, "Hae-soo, looks like you got in there without raising any suspicions, but are you sure about the money?" The official worried aloud, "Feels like you'll go broke before we even catch the criminal." Hae-soo confidently reassured him, "It's okay. I'll take care of the money." Shin Hae-soo, calmly tending bar, reassured his worried colleague, "Don't worry." The colleague, still anxious, questioned him further, "Are really? Hae-soo, don't overdo it, okay?" Meanwhile, a rumor spread. Was that rumor true? That he's a secret son of a chaebol family. The rumor was confirmed. I know, right? Hae-soo entered a club, where two muscular men sat menacingly at a table. Jackson, the club's attendant, presented two attractive women to Hae-soo, boasting, "What do you think? I brought the hottest ones in our club." Hae-soo, unimpressed, simply responded, "Then, I hope you have a good time." His colleague, observing from afar, questioned Jackson's service. "Jackson, is this your best?" Jackson, serving Shin Hae-soo, inquired, "Huh? Do you not like them?" He continued, explaining that they were good enough to impress most. The statement, "they're good enough to impress most," appeared on screen. Jackson apologized profusely, promising to bring in much more attractive women. But Hae-soo interrupted, stating that the mood had already been ruined. Jackson, dejected, left the club, money flying from his hands. Hae-soo, alone, began to suspect Rush, noting that his behavior seemed too natural. His suspicion grew, culminating in the thought, "What if this is his true nature?" followed by the exclamation, "Fucking hell." A man, presumably a club employee, scrutinized a wad of cash, muttering to himself, "He's picky as hell. Let's see." He pondered whether the discerning customer would return, hoping for a repeat of his earlier arrogance. The next day, Hyungnim returned to the club, greeted by the muscular men who had been waiting for him. Hyungnim, showing remorse, apologized for his behavior the previous night. The club staff, eager to please their VIP customer, assured him of their commitment to providing the best service. Hyungnim stood amidst a flurry of cash, his expression a mixture of distress and desperation. Jackson, his face etched with concern, questioned him, "Best you've got, Jackson?" Hyungnim looked up, his eyes wide with a mixture of fear and regret. Bowing deeply before Hyungnim, he confessed, "I've committed a grave sin, Hyungnim. I swear this won't happen again. Please, just one more chance." The scene shifted to show a customer outside the club, pleading, "Come to me again just one more time." More money flew through the air. Hyungnim, a subtle smile playing on his lips, watched the money fall. Hyungnim, having returned to the club, addressed Jackson, who was seated at a table. He asked Jackson one last time to give his best. But Jackson, overwhelmed with guilt, could only stare blankly ahead. His face revealed a mixture of fear and desperation. The club manager, witnessing Jackson's distress, muttered to himself, calling Jackson a fucking lunatic. He felt the need to report this incident to his superiors before he himself got into trouble. Meanwhile, another scene unfolded. A club employee reported to Hyungnim that a customer had booked the VIP room for a week straight and had already spent 100 million in just the past week. The club manager, having received confirmation, informed Jackson that he could leave. He expressed relief and contacted Hyungnim, assuring him that everything was taken care of. He let out a sigh of relief, the tension visibly leaving his shoulders. As he reviewed the information on his phone, the report identified the high-spending customer as Lee Taisu, CEO of Kansan Distribution's ruffian son. The manager commented on Taisu's extravagant spending habits, noting that he hadn't seen such a wild customer in a long time. Confident that the club's offerings would satisfy him. Now that he knew Taisu's identity, the manager decided to take action, planning his next steps. Approaching Taisu politely. The club manager, Young Suk-sung, approached the high-spending customer, inquiring, "I heard you've had some trouble at our place?" The customer, Lee Taisu, responded with suspicion, "Who the hell are you now?" He continued, his curiosity piqued, "Where's Jackson?" Suk-sung introduced himself calmly, "I'm the manager, Young Suk-sung. If you don't mind," he offered, "maybe I could guide you to somewhere a bit more exclusive?" Lee Taisu, considering the offer, showed a flicker of thought before responding. A look of realization dawned on Lee Taisu's face as he muttered, "It worked." He then added, "Somewhere more exclusive? You should have mentioned that earlier." The club manager, a picture of suave confidence, responded to the customer's inquiry with a subtle smile, explaining that the exclusive nature of the location meant complex procedures were involved. The customer, intrigued by this air of mystery, simply stated, "Show me the way." The scene shifted to a sleek, black vehicle parked in a brightly lit parking lot. 3 muscular men approached it. As they neared the car, the manager apologized, explaining that bodyguards were not permitted beyond that point, reiterating that this was a highly exclusive area. The customer, unfazed, simply dismissed his bodyguard, Cheol. Cheol, accepting the order without question, quietly obeyed. The customer, alone now, observes his dismissed bodyguards from a distance. He muses, is it risky for them to be alone, acknowledging the inherent danger in their situation. A sleek vehicle pulls up, and the club manager emerges, gesturing for the customer to enter. "Please get in," he urges. The manager assures the customer, "I'll take you somewhere that will definitely satisfy you." The customer responds with a chilling ultimatum, "If it doesn't satisfy me, it's over for you." The manager, confident in his choice of destination, assures the customer, "Of course, you'll definitely like it." The vehicle speeds off, leaving the city lights behind, navigating the city streets with speed and precision. The journey is swift and purposeful. Inside the vehicle, the manager reflects on the instructions he received, like Kim Sang-tae said. The club manager, driving the customer, observes that the entrance to their destination is well hidden, noting that there's a tint on both sides from the entrance to the location, and that they've hidden it really thoroughly. The car arrives at a building with 2 guards in suits standing at the entrance. The building appears to be a corporate office. Inside, the customer is greeted by Sohee, the secretary of Sansam Corporation, and 2 other women. Sohee introduces herself and asks the customer what he thinks. The customer, amused, replies that he likes what he sees. The customer's amusement is evident as he states, "Yeah, it's indeed amusing." The customer reflects on the club manager's confidence, now understanding why he was so sure of the plan's success. The scene opens with a close-up of a hand violently shattering, the image filled with sharp lines and splashes of crimson. The shattered remains falling amidst a flurry of debris. A man in sunglasses watches, his expression unreadable, as pieces of the broken hand scatter across the floor. The man's face is partially obscured by the debris, but his eyes convey a sense of cold calculation. His gaze fixed on something unseen. His mouth opens slightly, a silent gasp of surprise or realization. He picks up a small shard of glass, his expression shifting to one of suspicion and anger. The words "you tampered" appear in a speech bubble above him, followed by another bubble asking, "With my drink?" The scene ends with a "to be continued" message. The customer, his face etched with a sudden grim realization, stood in a lavish hallway. A surge of anger building within him as he spotted something amiss. He shouted, "Get out of here right now!" His outburst startled the group of muscular men standing nearby, who inquired, "Sir, what's wrong?" The customer, his anger escalating, retorted, "What's wrong, you ask? Can't you see this?" He then revealed a small amount of a powdery substance in his hand, the remnants of what appeared to be a drug. His voice filled with rage, he declared, "Those fuckers put drugs in the drink." The customer lunged forward, his fury overwhelming him as he confronted the muscular men. The customer, enraged, demanded to know if the muscular men knew who his father was. The men, unfazed, calmly urged him to quiet down, warning that further outbursts would necessitate subduing him. The customer, incredulous, questioned whether they dared to subdue him. With surprising speed and skill, the customer launched a swift counterattack, sending one of the muscular men sprawling to the floor. He then swiftly moved to engage the remaining two, delivering a powerful blow that sent another crashing down. The final muscular man lunged forward, but the customer anticipated the move, countering with a decisive strike that ended the confrontation. The customer grappled with one of the muscular men, the struggle intense. His opponent snarled, "Won't you let go?" With a sudden burst of strength, the customer threw the muscular man aside, easily dispatching the remaining two with swift, precise movements. One of the defeated men muttered, as expected of our excessive force officer. The other muscular man observed, "A 1v3 is too easy for you." His expression hardening as he registered the customer's unexpected prowess. He thought, "Who is this fucker?" Another muscular man reflected, "I thought he was just a drunk bastard, but..." The customer's hidden strength was revealed, a dark aura emanating from him. The customer, his face grim, glared at his aggressors. "You fuckers really want to die," he growled, his hidden strength beginning to surface. One of the muscular men scoffed, "Who do you think you're putting your hands on?" The customer's response was swift and chilling, "If you lay your hands on me one more time, I'll wipe you all out." A woman's voice cut through the tension. "Mr. Ha." The customer, his eyes narrowed, unleashed a devastating kick, sending one of the muscular men sprawling across the floor. He followed up with a brutal punch, connecting with the second muscular man's jaw. The impact sent the man flying backwards, his body crashing into a nearby wall. The customer's hidden strength was undeniable. 3 muscular men cornered the customer, one of them shouting, "What the fuck? That bastard surprised me." Another man gasped, "Keiko Heek. Can't breathe." The customer smirked, "You thought I'd say that?" With surprising speed, he launched a swift counterattack, delivering a powerful blow that sent one of the men sprawling, and followed up with another strike, incapacitating his second attacker. The final man, shocked by the customer's unexpected strength, was quickly subdued. The customer moved with unexpected speed, his attack a blur, sending the first muscular man sprawling to the floor with a single, powerful blow, the force of the impact echoing through the room. A second muscular man fared no better, quickly incapacitated by another swift strike. The customer's superior strength was undeniable. He effortlessly dispatched the third muscular man with a final, decisive blow, leaving all 3 incapacitated on the floor. "Ah, you cheeky bastard, you really want to die." The customer stood over his defeated opponents, his expression unreadable. A chilling silence filled the room in the aftermath of the fight. The customer swiftly subdued one of the muscular men, throwing him to the ground with surprising ease. The man cried out in pain, "Let me go. If you knew who I am, you wouldn't dare." A woman, seemingly unfazed by the commotion, watched from a distance, a smirk playing on her lips. She muttered, "Li Taisu SSI?" Another muscular man intervened, warning, "There are many valued customers around us here, so it'd be really troublesome if you make a fuss." The woman, seemingly unbothered, calmly smoked a cigarette, her expression unchanged. She finally spoke, a question hanging in the air, "You were looking for me?" Revealing her identity with a confident declaration, "I am the boss of Red Moon, Madam Yu." Madam Yu, the head of Red Moon, sat calmly, a cigarette in hand, and questioned the customer, "Why were you looking for me?" The customer, nursing his neck, replied, I thought he'd break my neck. He then addressed his question to Madame Yu, is this how you treat your customers here? With a swift, powerful movement, the customer demonstrated his superior strength, implying that those who want to know what's going on should watch closely. Madame Yu, seemingly unfazed, revealed 2 pills, explaining, the alcohol tasted strange, but your guys shook me off. But then I found these. The customer, his eyes narrowed, issued a chilling threat, want me to shut down your business? Madame Yu responded with a confident smile. Madame Yu, calmly smoking a cigarette, requests a report, her expression betraying a hint of amusement. The customer sits opposite her, his demeanor sharp and intense. He is clearly displeased. He orders her to report the incident and threatens to shut down her business. Madame Yu finds this amusing, noting that he is not hearing this for the first time. And she presses him to be direct, asking where he obtained the information. The customer's gaze hardens as he leans forward, making a blunt offer to buy whatever information she possesses. He assures her he will pay generously. Madame Yu, a woman of composed demeanor, sits calmly, exhaling a plume of smoke from her cigarette. Her eyes half closed, a subtle hint of weariness in her expression. A moment of quiet contemplation passes. Before she speaks to the customer, her tone nonchalant yet laced with a subtle warning, I'm not very good at trading. He. If you really want them, just visit us often. The customer, leaning in close, his intent clear, states, our red moon is 10 billion. The first transaction will start at 10 billion, with a 10% down payment. His words hang heavy in the air, the weight of the transaction palpable. He waits for a response. Madame Yu's expression shifts subtly, a flicker of something akin to amusement crossing her features. Before a sharp, almost manic grin spreads across her face. She lets out a sharp laugh, exclaiming, look at this fucker. Madame Yu's hand reached out, a subtle tremor betraying her unease. As she addressed the customer, Mr. Ha. The customer, seemingly caught off guard, responded curtly, yes, madam. His internal monologue revealed his apprehension, damn it, did I get caught? He realized the urgency of the situation, muttering to himself, I have to request support before it's too late. His hand reached for his phone, a desperate attempt to contact his allies. As he continued his transaction with Madame Yu, stating, trading really is a man's expertise. Madame Yu, seemingly unfazed, responded with a chuckle, ha, you've got a refreshing personality. Ha ha. The customer, his face a mask of apprehension, asked Madame Yu, will I be able to contact you with this in the future? Madame Yu, calmly observing the scene, replied, let's call it a day now. Later, the customer met with another man. He began, by the way. He continued, you beat me up quite a bit. The other man responded with a smirk. The customer, leaving, said, fucker. Ha ha. See you next time. Back at her office, Madame Yu, smoking a cigarette, instructed someone, Mr. Ha. Do some background checks on him. Madame Yu, calmly assessing the situation, reflected on the customer's offer. At best, she mused, he was merely the son of a subcontractor's CEO. A fact that made his casual offer of 10 billion won all the more suspicious. Mr. Ha, having received his instructions, responded curtly, yes, madam. Madame Yu reflected on the customer's offer, her thoughts forming a concise judgment. Concluding that, at best, he was merely the son of a subcontractor's CEO. The sheer audacity of his casually offered 10 billion won fueled her suspicion further. Mr. Ha, standing before Madame Yu, confirmed receipt of her instructions with a simple, respectful affirmation. Yes, madam. A tense reunion unfolded. Jesus' unexpected return was met with disbelief and immediate confrontation. As accusations flew, questioning his sanity and the reckless nature of his actions. Relief washed over Mr. Ha as he expressed his concern for Jesus' well-being, admitting to his nervousness during the ordeal. Meanwhile, Jesus' companion confidently asserted his belief in Jesus' return, highlighting his confidence in Jesus' abilities. Jesus, displaying a calm demeanor, reassured his companion, stating that even if attacked by a large number of opponents, he would not die. His companion chuckled, questioning whether his opponents were unaware of Jesus' true identity. The companion then complimented Jesus' convincing portrayal of being injured, expressing genuine surprise at the realism of his performance. A sudden shift in tone occurred as the companion exclaimed in disbelief, questioning whether Jesus had truly been close to death. Jesus, with a subtle smirk, simply stated that the situation was not as simple as it seemed. He then revealed that he still felt pain when pressure was applied to his neck, adding a layer of complexity to the narrative, before his companion expressed his relief and admitted to being scared. Jesus, upside down on a bed, declared, "So I decided to work on my neck muscles as well." Mr. Ha's companion reacted with awe, muttering, "Wow, you muscle monster." Mr. Ha, studying a photograph, stated that Manager Ha lacked a fingerprint like Jin's and that his clothes resembled those of the suspect in the CCTV footage. Leading his companion to confidently conclude, "Yeah? Then he's the perp for sure." Mr. Ha added that a damaged fingerprint was found at the crime scene, prompting a thoughtful response from his companion, "Yeah, the problem is how we're going to catch him." The conversation shifted to Manager Ha's age, described as being in his mid-30s to 40s. Jesus reflected that while Manager Ha's age was similar to the killer's, his physique differed significantly. Jesus pondered the details of his father's murder, a thought process punctuated by the internal monologue, "They're different people." But a question formed in his mind, "But their killing methods are the same?" This led him to a chilling realization, that means they're specially trained in a contract killer group? The scene shifted to a nighttime encounter, where Mr. Ha and his companion were shown waiting near a vehicle. Unit 1 had 2 special operations units on standby. One unit was tasked with tracking the car Jesus and Mr. Ha were in. Team leader Guak, along with his unit, prepared for an operation targeting the Red Moon organization. Their mission, to eliminate Red Moon. The team was identified as Police Special Operations Unit 1. Unit 1, designated 201 Otter, moved swiftly in a vehicle. A member of the unit attempted to contact Otter via radio, checking for a response, urging a response from Otter. But the response was delayed, causing concern. The team realized they had lost contact with Otter and the target. 2 members of Team Leader Guak's Special Operations Unit, faces partially obscured by masks, urgently radioed their report to the control center. They relayed the description of Jesus' vehicle, a black car with license plate number 3XXX73. However, Team Leader Guak's frustration mounted as he realized they had lost both contact with the team and their location. The stakes were high. If Jesus' identity were revealed before the Special Operations Unit could reach him, it would be catastrophic. The urgency of the situation was palpable. Time was running out. The scene shifted to a nighttime harbor, where several boats were moored. The atmosphere was dark and ominous. A tire screeched as a vehicle sped away from the scene. A black Cadillac Escalade pulled up, its headlights illuminating the figures of several men in suits, suggesting a clandestine operation was underway. A man was asked to step out for a moment, and was scanned with a metal detector. He was then excused. The man smirked, seemingly pleased with the outcome, as the metal detector was swiftly removed from his person. His eyes, however, betrayed a hint of underlying tension. Surrounded by security personnel, the man calmly raised his hands and exited the building. Mr. Ha, seemingly calm despite his anxiety, moved through a throng of men in dark suits, his eyes scanning the crowd as he navigated the imposing figures. Wondering aloud, why are there so many people? Is this a fan meeting or something? The scene shifted to a dimly lit warehouse, where a woman with dark hair sat smoking a cigarette at a table surrounded by more men in suits, her expression betraying a hint of amusement as she watched Mr. Ha approach. She greeted him with a simple, "You're here?" prompting Mr. Ha to ask, "Where's the product?" To which the woman responded, "Let's see the money first." The woman, calmly smoking a cigarette, asks, "Where is the product?" She extinguishes the cigarette in a crystal ashtray. And with a smirk, she reveals, "You don't have the money, you narc." Her expression turns sinister as she anticipates Mr. Ha's inevitable failure. Meanwhile, Mr. Ha is shown approaching the exchange location, his apprehension growing. He is surrounded by team leader Guak and his men, who are prepared for any eventuality. Team leader Guak warns, "Do you know how many chefs we have on a leash?" The woman adds, "You think we couldn't identify a cop? Don't expect any backup either. They'll probably only get here after you've become fish food." Mr. Ha's face was contorted in a grimace of barely suppressed fear, his eyes narrowed as he surveyed his surroundings. Team leader Guak stood before him, a glint of steel in his eyes as he held a knife, the tension palpable between them. The woman's voice cut through the silence, her words sharp and cold, "Then finish him off." With a swift, brutal motion, the woman launched a devastating attack, sending Mr. Ha sprawling to the ground, his body crumpling under the force of the blow. The woman's attack was followed by a flurry of blows from her associates, overwhelming Mr. Ha and his team. The woman smirked, her confidence unwavering, "You didn't do enough research on me. There's not enough people." Jesus' companion's eyes widened in shock and confusion, witnessing the unfolding violence. Jesus' companion, witnessing the aftermath of the brutal attack, voiced a question that echoed her own uncertainty: was he hiding his strength at Red Moon? Team leader Guak, battered and bruised, glared at the woman, his words laced with disbelief and anger. "Just because you took one guy down. Don't get cocky." The woman's chilling laughter filled the air as she issued a cold command to her subordinate: "Kill that bastard of a cop." With ruthless efficiency, the woman's subordinate lunged forward, aiming a swift blow at Mr. Ha. The impact sending Mr. Ha sprawling to the ground. Another of the woman's henchmen approached, his words a grim promise: "New guy, let's do this." The henchman obeyed instantly, "Yes, sir." Mr. Ha and team leader Guak ran, pursued by unseen assailants. The sounds of approaching footsteps and the whoosh of something fast moving through the air filled the night. A sudden, powerful blow sent Mr. Ha sprawling, the force of the impact throwing him violently to the ground. He cried out in pain. Team leader Guak, attempting to intervene, was also struck, the blow sending him reeling, his body crumpling as he uttered a pained exclamation: "Ah, fuck." A large, heavy object, wielded by one of the attackers, crashed down on Mr. Ha, adding to his injuries. The brutal attack leaving him incapacitated and bleeding profusely. Team leader Guak, severely injured, could only watch helplessly. The woman, unseen until now, stood over her defeated opponents, her victory complete. The woman's attack on Mr. Ha was swift and brutal. A blur of motion, a flash of steel, leaving him crumpled and bleeding on the ground. Team leader Guak, seeing his superior fall, lunged forward. But he was no match for the woman's skill. She effortlessly deflected his attack, sending him sprawling with a single, precise strike. Jesus' companion watched in horror, paralyzed by fear, as the woman loomed over Mr. Ha, her face a mask of cold fury. "Die, you bastard," she hissed, delivering a final, devastating blow. Mr. Ha's eyes flickered, his body still, as the woman's attack left him incapacitated. The woman's rage subsided slightly as she turned her attention to team leader Guak, who cried out, "Watch out." The woman's next attack was equally swift and brutal, leaving both Mr. Ha and team leader Guak severely injured and helpless. Heiso remained oblivious to the unfolding violence. Mr. Ha's eyes widened in shock as he registered the attack, muttering, "Oh, shit." A look of dawning horror on his face as he felt the full force of the blow. Team leader Guak, witnessing the brutal assault, could only utter a single word: "Fuck." The impact sent a shockwave through his body, leaving him reeling and vulnerable. With brutal efficiency, the woman moved, her attack a blur of motion as she systematically incapacitated Mr. Ha's team, one by one. Jesus' companion watched in terror as the scene unfolded before them. The woman's final blow landed with a sickening crunch, leaving Mr. Ha broken and gasping for air. His body crumpled to the ground, defeated and incapacitated. Team leader Guak, severely injured, could only manage a pained K-Cook. As the woman stood over them, victorious. Concerned for his colleague, team leader Guak asked, "Are you alright?" One man, presumably a subordinate, reported to another, "Yeah, you're doing pretty good, new guy. Let's finish up and hit the gym." The subordinate responded, "Yes, understood." Meanwhile, a woman watched the scene unfold, muttering to herself, "You stupid bastards." The woman then gave an order, "Manager Ha, finish that brute off first." Manager Ha, a man in a suit, responded, "Yes, madam." The scene shifted to a brutal fight. Manager Ha and his team were outnumbered but fighting fiercely. One of Ha's men noted, "There aren't many left." Another of Ha's men warned, "If we hold on a little longer, the special operations were interrupted as Manager Ha was brutally attacked and incapacitated. Jesus' companion, eyes wide with fear, witnessed the aftermath of a brutal attack. Mr. Ha, his body battered and broken, lay defeated. A desperate cry escaping his lips, "Gangchul." Team leader Guak, also severely injured, was barely conscious, the fight having taken its toll. Jesus remained oblivious to the violence that had unfolded before him. While Mr. Ha, in his final moments of clarity, reached out a trembling hand. Uttering a final, desperate plea, "Wu Gangchul." Mr. Ha, eyes wide with shock and pain, stumbled back, his body already marred by grievous wounds. Team leader Guak, equally battered and bleeding, watched from behind, his expression grim. As he desperately tried to comprehend the situation, Mr. Ha gasped, weakly calling out, "Wu Gangchul." His voice was barely a whisper, a testament to the brutal attack he had just endured. Wu Gangchul, the woman responsible for the ambush, stood over them, a cold, calculating expression on his face. He held a small, gleaming object in his hand. A swift, decisive blow sent team leader Guak sprawling to the ground, unconscious. The scene was one of chaos and defeat. The final blow landed, leaving Mr. Ha incapacitated and possibly dying. Wu Gangchul, eyes blazing with fury, launched a surprise attack against Mr. Ha. He moved with terrifying speed. His fist a blur as it connected with Mr. Ha's jaw, sending him sprawling to the ground. The impact echoing through the dimly lit alleyway. The force of the blow was immense. Team leader Guak, witnessing the brutal attack on Mr. Ha, attempted to intervene. But Wu Gangchul was too quick, too powerful. He effortlessly deflected Guak's attack, landing a swift counterblow that sent the team leader reeling. Guak collapsed, groaning in pain. Jesus' companion watched in horror as the events unfolded, their fear palpable. "What strength," they gasped, witnessing the sheer power of Wu Gangchul. With Mr. Ha and team leader Guak incapacitated, Wu Gangchul stood victorious, his dark eyes scanning the scene. The ambush was a complete success. Wu Gangchul's attack on Mr. Ha continued relentlessly. A brutal flurry of blows that left Mr. Ha reeling. Gangchul's fist connected, and Mr. Ha's eyes widened in surprise as he registered the unexpected impact. He realized the blow had landed on a protective vest, a detail that had gone unnoticed during the initial assault. The realization of the vest's superior protection only fueled his anger and confusion. Gangchul's associate, enraged by the attack on their new guy, moved to intervene. His face contorted in fury, he challenged the audacity of the attack. The scene ended with another swift, decisive blow from Gangchul, leaving his opponent incapacitated. Wu Gangchul unleashed a brutal flurry of blows against Mr. Ha, his movements a blur of calculated violence. Each strike landing with bone-jarring impact, sending Mr. Ha reeling. The force of the attack throwing him violently to the ground. Team leader Guak, witnessing his superior's fall, lunged forward, only to be met with a swift, decisive counter from Wu Gangchul, leaving him incapacitated alongside Mr. Ha. "This guy," Jesus' companion whispered, fear etched on their face. Their eyes wide with terror as they watched the aftermath of the brutal ambush. Wu Gangchul's gaze hardened, a chilling suspicion forming in his mind. "Is a cop," he wondered, his expression turning grim. Wu Gangchul stood over his defeated opponents, his face a mask of cold calculation. He carefully examined his bloodied knuckles. Wu Gangchul, his face grim, clenched his fists, a predatory gleam in his eyes. He launched a swift, brutal attack against Mr. Ha and team leader Guak, overpowering them with a flurry of strikes. The force of his blows sending them reeling. A single, precise blow from Wu Gangchul connected with Mr. Ha's jaw, the impact sending Mr. Ha crashing to the ground. Wu Gangchul continued his assault, his movements a blur of calculated violence, leaving both Mr. Ha and team leader Guak severely injured and incapacitated. Heisu's companion watched in terror, while Heisu remained oblivious to the unfolding events. Wu Gangchul launched a surprise attack against Mr. Ha, his assault a blur of motion. A swift, brutal strike that sent Mr. Ha reeling, leaving him vulnerable to a follow-up blow. As team leader Guak, caught off guard, was also swiftly incapacitated by Gangchul's relentless assault. Heisu's companion watched in terror as the ambush unfolded, the ferocity of the attack leaving them speechless. Gangchul's attack continued, his movements precise and deadly. He moved with a chilling efficiency, leaving both Mr. Ha and team leader Guak severely injured and incapacitated. With his opponents neutralized, Gangchul stood over them, his expression a mask of suspicion. He sensed something was not quite right about Mr. Ha. The scene was left in silence, broken only by the sounds of labored breathing and the chilling realization that Heisu remained completely unaware of the brutal attack that had just transpired. Wu Gangchul's ambush continued. He unleashed a brutal attack on Mr. Ha, sending him sprawling to the ground with a sickening thud, the impact of the blow echoing in the night. Team leader Guak, caught off guard, was also swiftly incapacitated, left groaning in pain as Wu Gangchul's assault continued relentlessly, his movements a blur of calculated violence. Heisu's companion watched in horror, utterly terrified by the ferocity of the attack. A pained cry escaped Mr. Ha's lips. "Cook," he gasped, his body racked with pain. Heisu remained oblivious to the unfolding chaos, as Wu Gangchul's actions were swift and decisive. His suspicions about Mr. Ha's true identity grew stronger. "Are you just gonna stand there?" a furious voice demanded. Wu Gangchul's ambush continued. Mr. Ha and team leader Guak, already injured, cried out in pain as they were brutally attacked. The swift, precise movements of Wu Gangchul's knife leaving them incapacitated on the ground. A final blow delivered with brutal efficiency, the impact echoing in the silence that followed. Heisu's companion watched in terror as the attack unfolded, their fear palpable. Wu Gangchul's suspicion grew. He wondered if Mr. Ha was a police officer. Wu Gangchul, having finished his attack, moved to another group of Mr. Ha's men, easily dispatching them with swift strikes. He shouted, "Beat that bastard!" The final blow landing with decisive force. Wu Gangchul launched a surprise attack on Mr. Ha, striking him from behind with brutal force, leaving Mr. Ha reeling from the unexpected blow. Gangchul sneered, calling him a stupid pig bastard. As Mr. Ha struggled to recover, Gangchul gloated, stating that he had finally caught his target. The impact of the attack sent Mr. Ha crashing into a nearby pipe, which Gangchul quickly seized as a weapon, remarking that the timing was perfect, as he needed a weapon as well. He was pleased with his opportunistic find. With a swift, decisive move, Gangchul used the pipe to strike Mr. Ha again, sending Mr. Ha flying through the air, defeated and severely injured. Team leader Guak, also caught in the ambush, suffered a similar fate. Wu Gangchul launched a brutal attack on Mr. Ha and team leader Guak, his movements a blur of calculated violence. A swift kick sending Mr. Ha sprawling, while a powerful blow from his staff incapacitated team leader Guak. Heisu's companion watched in terror. Gangchul continued his assault, his strikes precise and merciless, leaving Mr. Ha bleeding and broken on the ground. Gangchul, panting slightly, muttered to himself, "TCH." He observed his defeated opponents, a smirk playing on his lips as he thought, "He's slipping around like a mouse." a predatory gleam in his eyes as he prepared for whatever might come next. Wu Gangchul, victorious but suspicious, examined his handiwork. A question formed in his mind. Was it poison? The thought lingered, a chilling possibility. He recalled the past, a memory surfacing. Was it back then? The question hung heavy in the air. With Mr. Ha and team leader Guak incapacitated, Wu Gangchul declared, "It's over." His companion, Heisu's companion, lay defeated. He looked up, fear etched on his face. Wu Gangchul, fueled by a surge of adrenaline, moved with lethal precision, delivering a swift, brutal blow that sent his opponent sprawling. Mr. Ha, his face contorted in agony, gasped for air, his body racked with pain. As Wu Gangchul's brutal attack left him severely injured and incapacitated. Team leader Guak, similarly battered and defeated, lay helpless nearby. A testament to the ferocity of Wu Gangchul's assault. Heisu's companion, eyes wide with terror, watched the scene unfold. Before succumbing to Wu Gangchul's overwhelming power, the cry of Manager Ha pierced the air. A desperate plea from a witness to the brutal ambush. Wu Gangchul's attack began with a blur of motion. A swift, brutal punch that connected with Mr. Ha's temple, sending the man sprawling to the ground. The impact echoing through the scene as Gangchul continued his assault. A flurry of blows leaving Mr. Ha bleeding and broken. The fight concluded with Mr. Ha lying defeated and incapacitated, his body ravaged. His face a mask of pain and defeat, his eyes reflecting the grim reality of his situation. "You see what happens," Gangchul muttered, his voice laced with a chilling mixture of satisfaction and unease. Wu Gangchul, victorious but wary, loomed over his defeated opponent, Mr. Ha. He sneered, "When you mess with the police, it ends like this." Mr. Ha, his face bloodied and bruised, lay on the ground, gasping for breath. His eyes, however, held a flicker of defiance. His team leader Guak, was in a similar state, equally injured and defeated. Wu Gangchul turned his attention to his own associate, who was visibly shaken by the brutal display. He asked, "Are you all right?" His associate, still trembling, replied, "Do I look all right?" Wu Gangchul chuckled, a hint of concern underlying his amusement. He touched his own neck, a shallow cut visible, and remarked, "How's your neck?" Thankfully, the cut wasn't too deep. "It's good that I've been training my neck muscles." Wu Gangchul, surveying the scene of his ambush, muttered, "That's good." But immediately corrected himself, adding, "It's not over yet." He then addressed his accomplice, stating, "Let's wrap this up." As he drew his pistol, preparing to finish off Mr. Ha and team leader Guak. The accomplice, however, hesitated, their hand trembling slightly as they aimed their weapon. A clear sign of their unease with the situation. Suddenly, Heisu's companion, witnessing the aftermath of the brutal attack, screamed, "Heisu!" Heisu's companion, wounded but alive, cried out, "Heisu!" As Heisu, seemingly unharmed, asked, "Are you all right?" Heisu's companion, still shaken, responded, "It only grazed me. What should we do now? I can't believe they had a gun." Wu Gangchul, observing the scene from a distance, noted the distance between himself and Madame Yu, estimating it to be about 5 meters. He mused that if Madame Yu had truly intended to kill him, she could have easily hit him directly. Heisu, noticing something amiss, muttered, "Then." Mr. Ha, defeated and bleeding, crouched on the ground, his body racked with pain. Wu Gangchul loomed over him, his eyes narrowed in suspicion. "Now," he commanded, his voice sharp and cold. A blur of motion followed as Wu Gangchul unleashed a brutal attack. The impact of his strike sending shockwaves through the alleyway. He shouted, "Stop hiding and come out." Heisu's companion, terrified, lunged forward, only to be thrown back by a swift counterattack. Wu Gangchul's assault continued relentlessly, his movements a whirlwind of calculated violence, leaving Mr. Ha and his team severely injured and incapacitated on the ground. Wu Gangchul's attack on Mr. Ha and team leader Guak continued relentlessly. As Heisu's companion, witnessing the brutal assault, cried out, "You really want to die?" Mr. Ha, already severely weakened, attempted a desperate counterattack. But Wu Gangchul effortlessly deflected the blow, landing a devastating strike that sent Mr. Ha sprawling, leaving him incapacitated and bleeding profusely. Haesu watched in horror as Wu Gangchul turned his attention to team leader Guak, delivering a final, crushing blow that silenced the team leader. The aftermath of a brutal conflict is shown. A building stands amidst a scene of destruction, smoke rising from the ground. A trail of destruction leading into the building's interior. Two figures in tactical gear, one aiming a rifle with a scope, are shown in a tense moment of observation. One of them whispers, "WH, what is this?" The scene shifts to the interior of the building, revealing a chaotic scene of bodies strewn across the floor. A soldier, witnessing the carnage, asks, "What happened here?" He confronts another soldier, questioning if they are special ops. The soldier replies, Yes." He states, "The situation's been handled." He adds, "Everyone should still be alive." Wu Gangchul's subordinate reported, "Understood." The aftermath of the brutal attack was shown. A body lay broken and bloodied. Haesu, witnessing the scene, was shocked. Just these two took down all these people? Haesu's companion, equally horrified, added, "I heard some rumors, but he really is inhuman." Later, a report stated that Wu Gangchul had suffered a serious injury and gone to the hospital. Meanwhile, Haesu returned to the police station after receiving first aid. Two men, armed with pistols, stood poised in a hallway, their attention focused on a figure approaching from the opposite direction. A text box appeared, revealing that the Red Moon establishment had been raided while Madame Yu and Manager Hao were absent. Large amounts of cash and drugs were found in their safe. The scene shifted to the aftermath of the raid, showing scattered cash and duffel bags, suggesting a hasty escape. Another text box revealed that Madame Yu's residence was also searched, uncovering receipts and hundreds of USB drives. A comparison of Manager Ha's fingerprints with those found at Shin Ira's house was shown, resulting in a match. However, this evidence alone was insufficient to prove murder, leaving the investigation unresolved. The scene transitioned to Gangjin Police Station, Interrogation Room 1, highlighting the ongoing investigation and the lack of conclusive evidence. In an interrogation room, several officers monitored screens displaying various feeds. One officer, seated, observed a suspect, Madame Yu, who was questioned about her approach to Red Moon. Meanwhile, another suspect, Mr. Ha, was questioned about the murder of Shin Ira. Mr. Ha remained silent, his expression unreadable, until Madame Yu revealed that Kim Sang-tae had betrayed them. Enraged, Madame Yu slammed her fist on the table, demanding Mr. Ha end his silence and answer their questions. The investigators pressed Mr. Ha about Shin Ira's murder, specifically asking why he killed her. Madame Yu, her expression sharp and accusatory, questioned Mr. Ha. "Why are you asking me about someone who died on their own?" she challenged, her voice laced with suspicion. Mr. Ha, his gaze downcast, simply replied, "I see." A tense silence hung in the air as Madame Yu's anger simmered. The scene shifted to show Mr. Ha preparing to leave. Madame Yu stopped him, her voice cold. "What, leaving already?" she hissed. "Relay this message to Kim Sang-tae for me." Her eyes narrowed, a chilling smile playing on her lips. "Don't even think you can leave in one piece," she threatened. Later, a detective reviewed the case file. There was no evidence that Madame Yu had ordered Mr. Ha to kill Shin Ira. The detective noted that Mr. Ha and Madame Yu were always together, never needing to make a phone call. Furthermore, there were no cameras in the Red Moon office, hindering the investigation. Mr. Ha, his face grim, sat silently in the interrogation room. His eyes, though downcast, held a flicker of defiance. A detective's words echoed in the quiet room, "As it stands, unless one of them spills, it'll be hard to find the exact motive for why they killed Shin Ira." The location was identified as Gangjin Police Station, Interrogation Room 2. A sign indicated CCTV recording was in progress. Another detective, attempting to ease the tension, said, "Hey, we're trying to help you, man." Despite the detective's attempt at reassurance, the interrogation continued. Do you really just want to take all the blame? The detective pressed, his tone skeptical. Mr. Ha remained silent for a moment before responding. This was all ordered by Madame Yu, right? He suddenly shifted his weight, a silent plea for help. A different detective, his face bruised and bandaged, observed the scene from a distance, his expression unreadable. The first detective, unimpressed, scoffed, Wow, you really glued your mouth shut. Outside the interrogation room, Madame Yu's voice cut through the quiet hallway. How's it going? She asked, her tone suggesting she was already aware of Mr. Ha's statement. Mr. Ha sat silently during his interrogation, his eyes darting nervously. A shadow loomed behind him, observing. The interrogator commented on Mr. Ha's unusual quietude, noting that he hadn't spoken since being brought in. Despite the lack of cooperation, the interrogator resolved to try and engage Mr. Ha further. Meanwhile, another individual, clearly frustrated by the lack of progress, expressed their impatience. Their frustration growing with each passing moment. The interrogator, his face partially obscured, leaned in, his expression unreadable. Beside him, Mr. Ha's face was bruised and battered. A pointed question was posed, Is Madame Yu your superior? Mr. Ha's eyes narrowed, a predatory glint reflecting in their depths. The interrogator, his face bruised and bandaged, let out a pained gasp. You saw right there, so you know, the interrogator pressed, attempting to break Mr. Ha's silence. He continued, Madame Yu is facing at least 20 years. And if the Shin'ira's murder case is added on top, she's guaranteed to get a life sentence. The interrogator's words hung heavy in the air. We found Madame Yu's house too, he added, a subtle shift in his tone. A smirk played on Mr. Ha's lips as he responded, That woman, she's good at keeping her books, isn't she? The interrogator's expression hardened, his eyes burning with a mixture of frustration and determination. The interrogator, his face grim, leaned closer to Mr. Ha. So answer me honestly. He pressed further, his voice tight with suspicion, Was that your own decision? Or was it Madame Yu's order? The interrogator shifted his focus, explaining the legal ramifications. If there's no body, evidence is everything. But if there is a body, all we need is a motive. He revealed Madame Yu's precarious position. As you know, Madame Yu has multiple motives for killing Shin'ira. So are you going to keep your mouth shut until we find everything? Mr. Ha, his face bruised and battered, finally broke. I killed Shin'ira. Mr. Ha, during his interrogation, insisted, the boss has nothing to do with it. His face remained impassive, betraying little emotion. Further details emerged. The body was discovered under the trunk of car 733. The interrogator, reviewing the case file, noted that the recovered clothing matched the description of the victim's attire. The clothing, he confirmed, are the clothes I was wearing. Meanwhile, at the Gangjin police station, a detective rapidly navigated a computer interface, seemingly searching for additional evidence. Mr. Ha and the detective reviewed the case file. Mr. Ha explained that the term bout in the case file referred to sex tapes, and drug referred to videos of drug use. The detective reacted with anger and disgust to this revelation. Mr. Ha continued, explaining that the perpetrators only started filming after obtaining the victim's consent, attempting to create the impression that the acts were consensual. He emphasized the meticulous nature of the criminals in their efforts to manipulate the evidence. The detective, sighing in exhaustion, leaned back in his chair. He commented on the prevalence of corruption in high places within their country. He expressed his concern for the future. Meanwhile, the detective continued his search for additional evidence on his computer. Mr. Ha asked the detective if he had found anything unusual during his investigation. The interrogator stared, his eyes wide with shock. The image on the screen depicting Mr. Ha and Madame Yu together in a lavish setting. A scene that suggested a level of intimacy and familiarity far beyond what their official statements implied. The interrogator stared at a photograph, his expression hardening. It depicted Mr. Ha and Madame Yu in a compromising situation. A revelation that sent a shockwave through the investigation team. "It's our police chief," one officer exclaimed. The gravity of the situation sinking in. The detective, already suspicious of corruption within the force, felt a surge of grim determination. His resolve hardening as he witnessed the police chief's discomfort and evasiveness. A silent understanding passing between him and his colleague. "The country is going to flip out," one of them muttered. A chilling premonition of the scandal to come. The detective, however, focused on the immediate task. "Let's get this up first," he said, his gaze sharp and determined. A superior officer instructs a subordinate to summarize the case of Mr. Ha and Madame Yu's involvement, reminding him that they likely know at least one reporter, and orders them to contact reporters to get the case published. The subordinate responds with enthusiastic agreement. Elsewhere, a detective is stopped by a colleague, who questions his sudden departure. The detective cryptically replies that he is going to use his cheat code. Detective Quack received an update from his team. They had found the clothes the suspect was wearing, under the trunk, just as Manager Ha had indicated. Furthermore, hair was found on the clothes that might belong to Shin-ira. Despite the significant discovery, Detective Quack expressed concern that there was no evidence linking Madame Yu to the crime. It seemed Manager Ha would take the fall for the crime. A detective, his face grim, spoke into his phone. "Okay. Then I'll send the hair to forensics." He ended the call, the phone's screen reflecting his determined expression. Elsewhere, two individuals sat across from each other. One of them stated, "Manager Ha told us everything. He gave us both the evidence. And the reason he killed Shin-ira." Madame Yu responded with a chilling laugh. "Ha? Manager Ha did?" The other individual continued, "You don't believe it? This is what he told us. Because Shin-ira drew attention from the police." Mr. Ha's confession concluded with the assertion that his actions had nothing to do with Madame Yu, leaving Madame Yu seething with barely suppressed rage. "That moron," she thought. The interrogator pointed out the lack of evidence directly implicating Madame Yu in ordering the murder, due to their close association, but countered that Mr. Ha was the type of person who wouldn't act without her approval. The interrogator's gaze hardened, a subtle shift in demeanor. Madame Yu remained composed, her expression unreadable as the interrogator explained their plan to use the video of their handshake and the nature of their relationship to add a charge of solicitation of murder. Madame Yu responded with a chilling calmness, "Okay, do what you want." Mr. Ha sat in the interrogation room, his expression unreadable. The interrogator, meanwhile, worked at a computer, reviewing evidence. He then pressed a key, initiating a new line of questioning. The interrogator asked Mr. Ha about Shin Jung-sik, a name that caused Mr. Ha's expression to darken. Madame Yu, observing from a distance, was shown a picture of Shin Jung-sik. She was asked if she remembered him. Madame Yu feigned ignorance, asking who Shin Jung-sik was. The interrogator revealed that Madame Yu and Mr. Ha had killed Shin Jung-sik 13 years prior, using the same method as Shin-ira's murder. Madame Yu, taken aback, questioned how the interrogator could know such a thing. Mr. Ha sat rigidly in his chair, his back ramrod straight. He denied any knowledge of the man in the photograph. But the interrogator pressed on, revealing that during the investigation of Congressman Lee Sung-jin's murder, an officer had visited Red Moon. A detail that caused Mr. Ha's face to contort in a grimace of barely suppressed panic. Madame Yu, initially calm, was confronted with the name Lee Sung-jin. She feigned ignorance. But the interrogator's pointed questions and the mention of the officer's visit to Red Moon chipped away at her composure. The interrogator revealed that the methods used in both murders were identical, even down to the way the noose was tied. A detail that visibly shook Madame Yu. With a smirk, Madame Yu deflected the accusation, suggesting that the interrogator should ask Mr. Ha for more information. The scene shifts to interrogation room 2, indicated by a sign outside the door. CCTV recording is also noted. Madame Yu, during her interrogation, stated, "It wasn't us, but I remember that officer. Mr. Ha, reflecting on the investigation, thought it was annoying that he was getting close to Red Moon while investigating the Lee Sungjin case. Mr. Ha continued his internal monologue, but I didn't touch him, so I wouldn't become a target for the police. The interrogator addressed Mr. Ha, questioning, if it wasn't you, then there are others involved. The interrogator's suspicion is evident in his expression. The interrogator's gaze sharpens, and he concludes, it's not just you, huh? The interrogator revealed a crucial piece of information: Red Moon didn't raise you. Another organization sent you to Red Moon. This statement implied a larger, more complex network than previously suspected, leading the interrogator to conclude, that means Red Moon isn't the body, it's just the tail. The interrogator's suspicion intensified. He pressed further, questioning the existence of an organization above Red Moon. Mr. Ha, bearing the marks of a recent altercation, remained silent, his expression unreadable. The interrogator's gaze sharpened as he considered the implications for Madame Yu. That'll put Madame Yu in danger, huh? He then posed a direct question to Mr. Ha, you think if you keep your mouth shut now, Madame Yu will be safe? The interrogator's final words were a chilling ultimatum: get rid of that last bit of hope. The interrogator pressed Mr. Ha, stating that just as they had eliminated Shinira, they would also deal with him. He offered a deal, full cooperation in exchange for Madame Yu's protection. Mr. Ha, however, remained silent, his face etched with worry. The interrogator's threat hung heavy in the air, the police were coming for him. A look of despair crossed Mr. Ha's face as he realized the gravity of his situation. He confessed that he could not protect Madame Yu. Later, two figures were seen walking in a park, one seemingly following the other. One of them, surprised to see the other, exclaimed about the difficulty in finding him. Mr. Ha, troubled, muttered to himself, what is it? This Red Moon case. The scale of it is just too big. Police, prosecutors, and politicians. At this rate, we're going to lose our investigation rights. You know that we don't have any backing. Even if we work hard, if we don't get results, we lose. So can you be a shield for us, please? Mr. Ha, a worried expression etched onto his face, was approached by a colleague. The colleague, his voice low and urgent, revealed a shocking piece of information: your fiancé. The words hung in the air, leaving Mr. Ha stunned and speechless. He could only manage a bewildered, huh? The colleague pressed on, his tone hardening, don't act dumb. Everyone on this team knows that you're backed by the Daesung Group. The implication hung heavy in the air. Mr. Ha's position was far more precarious than he had realized. Mr. Ha, despite the gravity of the situation, tried to reason with his colleague. He admitted, I know it's a lot to ask. But he desperately sought a solution. But what can we do? If we want to put the bad guys in jail, this is the only way. He trailed off, his resolve wavering. His colleague, sensing his hesitation, offered a lifeline: I'll ask them about it. The colleague's words sparked a flicker of hope in Mr. Ha. With a renewed sense of purpose, he exclaimed, yes. Our Heisu. You're awesome. Mr. Ha, his face etched with a mixture of determination and apprehension, spoke to his colleague. He insisted that the woman in question was not his fiancée, and politely thanked his colleague for their help. His colleague's expression remained serious. The colleague explained that even if their news articles and video platforms covered the story, if the case went to a prosecutor with ties to the Red Moon organization, only the minor players would be caught. To truly punish the perpetrators, Mr. Ha's help would be needed. The colleague's words hung heavy in the air. A woman, likely Madame Yu, spoke on the phone, her voice laced with worry. She admitted to being afraid, but also stated that if the situation was too dangerous, she didn't have to get involved. Mr. Ha, meanwhile, was also on the phone, explaining the situation's gravity. Mr. Ha anticipated a difficult struggle ahead, as Madame Yu, on a phone call, pledged her support to the best of her ability. Mr. Ha expressed his gratitude, stating that he would be counting on their help. The image shows Mr. Ha's injured arm, a reminder of the physical risks involved. His colleague, while acknowledging the inherent dangers of their mission, emphasized that they were simply doing their job. However, he questioned on Seo-eun's extensive involvement, wondering why she was going to such lengths. The colleague's question was answered by a thought bubble on Seo-eun's high social standing and elite status within Korea's upper class, further solidifying the perception of the case's complexity and the powerful forces at play. A close-up on Mr. Ha's face reveals a thoughtful expression. His gaze is intense, suggesting a deep consideration of the implications of Seo-eun's high social standing. A fact that adds another layer of complexity to the already dangerous Red Moon investigation.